In the beginning, Pangu opened up the universe, followed by the rule of the three sovereigns and the five emperors, leading to the division of the world into four vast continents. The eastern divine land, the western cowherd state, the southern Jambu continent, and the northern Xīyóu continent. On this particular night, the moon hung high in the sky, illuminating a cloudless expanse. It is often said that when the moon is bright, the stars are sparse, yet at this moment, the brilliance of the stars was so radiant that it rivaled the moon's glow with the Milky Way arching majestically across the heavens, a truly breathtaking sight. A shooting star streaked silently across the sky, so diminutive that its faint luminosity might easily have gone unnoticed. However, it stirred the attention of powerful beings across the three realms, eliciting reactions of both joy and concern. In the West Heaven's Spirit Mountain, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddha was engaged in discourse with numerous bodhisattvas and arhats. Upon witnessing the meteor traverse the sky, the compassionate Avalokiteshvara furrowed his brow and remarked, "O Buddha, how shall we address this unforeseen change?" The Buddha replied softly, "Fear not, the will of heaven resides with me." If the heavenly secrets were akin to the placid surface of a lake, this minor perturbation resembled a single pebble, causing ripples though it might momentarily disturb the calm. Tranquility would soon be restored. Yet, even this brief moment was sufficient for the mighty beings to accomplish much, as the winds of fate began to shift. Chapter 1. Transformed into a monster. In the Qingfeng mountain of the western cowherd state, it was the season of spring, a time when the myriad valleys flowed with clarity and 1,000 cliffs flourished in splendor. The sound of birdsong filled the air, yet no humans were in sight. Flowers fell, yet the trees remained fragrant. The verdant grass and wildflowers bloomed luxuriantly, creating a scene reminiscent of celestial paradise. This mountain was renowned, as the saying goes, "A mountain is not famous for its height, but for the immortals it harbors. Water is not revered for its depth, but for the dragons that dwell within." Qingfeng Mountain was famed not for the presence of immortals, but rather for a den of monsters. Any passerby within 1,000 miles who fell into their clutches would never return, and thus, over time, the area became desolate, overrun by fierce beasts. Halfway up the mountain, there lay a basin teeming with commotion. The cacophony of voices was chaotic and indecipherable. Upon closer inspection, the noise emanated not from humans, but from a throng of small monsters with human bodies and animal heads, all standing in line. At the center stood a creature with the body of a human and the head of a leopard, adorned in armor and wielding a large sword, exuding an air of authority. "Stand in line, all of you. The reason I have summoned you today is that the king requires a boy to fan the flames for his alchemy, and I will select one from among you." Upon hearing this, the small monsters erupted into a frenzy, the scene resembling a bustling marketplace. "Silence! You fools do not comprehend the honor of fanning the flames for our king. If he is pleased, he may reward you with some celestial pills. Would that not be a tremendous blessing?" The leopard-headed creature feared that the small monsters would not heed his words, wielding both a carrot and a stick. Only he understood the difficulty of the task. Inwardly he lamented, "Our king does not realize how challenging it is to find a clever little monster." These small creatures had not cultivated their powers independently, but had been transformed into monsters through the king's enlightenment technique, rendering them somewhat dull-witted. The king, having inexplicably learned the art of alchemy, had become obsessed with it. However, the act of fanning flames was arduous. The intensity of the fire needed to fluctuate, sometimes requiring a strong blaze and at other times a gentle flicker. Such nuances were beyond the grasp of these simple-minded little monsters. Moreover, the elixirs were of exceptional value. A miscalculation in temperature could lead to the complete destruction of an entire batch, resulting in wasted efforts. The king, known for his volatile temperament, had inadvertently caused the demise of several flame-fanning little monsters. In just 6 months, the king had lost count of how many flame-fanning boys he had replaced. Though the little monsters were foolish, they were not oblivious to the dangers. When summoned by the king, who among them would willingly march to their doom, they began to clamor, refusing to take on the role of flame-fanner. The leopard-headed creature, seeing the uproar, was at a loss. With the crowd in such an uproar, he could not make a unilateral decision. He declared, "If that is the case, then you must choose someone among you. Someone must go, otherwise we will all incur the king's wrath." Upon hearing this, The monsters indeed selected one among them. The chosen one appeared to be the size of an 11 or 12-year-old child, with a face as radiant as the moon and lips red as rubies. However, rather than human legs, he possessed the tail of a serpent. The leader, seeing this, rejoiced inwardly. It seems that besides you, Lin Fang, no one else is fit for this task. Lin Fang, however, felt disheartened. This group of fools had ostracized him simply because he did not consume human flesh, and now they were pushing him towards certain death. Who among them was unaware that the king had already killed many flame-fanning little monsters? Yet, at this juncture, he could only brace himself for the inevitable. Originally an ordinary young man from Earth who enjoyed leisurely tea and literature, he found himself inexplicably transported to this world. If that were not enough, he had been transformed into a serpent and subsequently into a monster. Due to his past life, he was incapable of harming others like the other little monsters, rendering him decidedly out of place. Little did he know that this very trait would lead to his current predicament. However, having faced death once, Lin Fang now possessed the courage to take risks. Resolute, he inquired, "Leader, may I ask what our king's name is, and if there are any taboos I should be aware of to serve him diligently?" Given that the surrounding little monsters referred to the king as the Great King, Lin Fang until now remained ignorant of the true identity of their sovereign. The leader, pleased to have found a candidate, harbored a fondness for Lin Fang and explained, "Our king was once known as the White Wolf King, but he has since changed his name to Ling Xīyóu." The words, though spoken casually, struck a chord within Lin Fang. Upon hearing the name Ling Xīyóu, he felt a shiver run through him, as he began to suspect the nature of his current circumstances. From a young age, he had a penchant for reading, and among the 4 great classical novels, he had read Journey to the West most frequently. Just before his transmigration, he had been engrossed in a copy of the novel. Thus he was well versed in its narrative. Those familiar with Journey to the West would recognize Ling Xīyóu, a minor character who befriended the Black Wind monster and met his demise at the hands of Sun Wukong. Yet merely hearing the name was not sufficient for confirmation. Further verification was necessary. If this truly was the world of Journey to the West, then the Monster King was destined to perish, and this territory would eventually fall under the influence of Buddhist forces. It was imperative for him to strategize for his future. Lost in thought, Lin Fang listened as the leader continued with enthusiasm. "I wonder what the king is thinking. The former White Wolf King was so formidable, yet he chose to change his name." Of course, such musings were only fit for private conversation before the king. One must behave like a docile child. As they conversed, a cave soon appeared before them, with the grand characters Ling Xīyóu Temple inscribed above the entrance in flowing script. Despite being a cave, it was absurdly referred to as a temple. Monsters like Lin Fang were certainly unworthy of residing in such a cave, making this his first visit to such a place. He could not deny that although the king had no formal apprenticeship, the cave exuded elegance, devoid of any foul stench. Upon entering, they encountered a courtyard teeming with blooming peach and plum trees, a vibrant display of nature's beauty. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they found a Taoist sitting beside an alchemical furnace. Upon seeing the leader escort Lin Fang, he inquired, "Is this the boy you selected for me?" Quite impressive, far superior to the previous ones. The leader, hearing the king's words, felt a surge of joy, realizing that the king was pleased with the arrangement. He exclaimed, "This little monster is named Lin Fang." The Taoist, intrigued, asked, "How is it that he has a personal name?" Lin Fang, keenly aware of the precariousness of his situation, hastened to respond, "I observed that the travelers passing through the mountains all possess names, so I took the liberty to adopt the surname Lin from the forest." He would not dare to reveal that it was, in fact, his name from his previous life. Upon hearing this, the king was even more elated. He had long admired the transcendence of humanity, and Lin Fang's choice of name struck a chord within him, prompting internal contemplation to handle this clever little monster with care, ensuring he did not inadvertently harm him. As he unfurled his robe sleeve, a sinister aura enveloped Lin Fang's entire being, bestowing upon him the semblance of human legs and feet. His form, exquisitely crafted, bore a striking resemblance to that of a Taoist celestial youth. Yet Lin Fang was acutely aware that this was merely an illusionary technique in essence. He remained a beast, and any individual of profound cultivation would easily discern the facade he had adopted. It is a well-known fact that the human body is inherently a Taoist vessel, making the path of cultivation far more accessible. Consequently, most of the techniques in existence are tailored for such vessels or for prodigious beings akin to Sun Wukong. For ordinary creatures like Lin Fang, transformation into human form is a prerequisite for mastering advanced Taoist arts, a.k.a. present. He merely manifested a human guise, while his true nature remained unchanged. What troubled him most was the fact that, after receiving enlightenment from the Demon King, he had compromised his foundational essence, leaving him uncertain of when he might restore it. Without this restoration, the prospect of achieving transformation in his lifetime appeared bleak. With acceptance of his circumstances, Lin Fang could only find solace in the notion of taking one step at a time. Chapter 2. The Young Apprentice. From this moment on, Lin Fang became the apprentice of Xīyóu. The task of fanning the flames appeared deceptively simple, yet it concealed profound mysteries. The rhythm and intensity of the fire demanded impeccable precision. Fortunately, Lin Fang was astute and quick-witted, grasping the nuances with ease, which endeared him even more to Xīyóu. One day, as Xīyóu commenced alchemical operations, Lin Fang diligently fanned the flames, causing the fire to blaze fiercely. Xīyóu meticulously added various spiritual herbs and minerals into the cauldron, reciting incantations. The flames surged, and the authoritative commands of Xīyóu echoed in Lin Fang's ears. Not daring to slacken his focus, Lin Fang concentrated intensely, beads of sweat gradually forming on his brow. Soon, a delightful fragrance wafted from the cauldron, a testament to the successful alchemical process. Xīyóu nodded in satisfaction. Since Lin Fang began fanning the flames, his alchemical skills had surged forward, freeing him from the worry of ruining elixirs due to improper heat control. The elixirs required an initial intense flame followed by a gentle simmer, allowing Lin Fang a brief respite. Now, this batch of elixirs needs to be nurtured slowly. Today is also the day of our philosophical discussion. I shall take you to broaden your horizons, Xīyóu said joyfully to Lin Fang. During this time, Lin Fang had already gleaned information about this event, confirming that he was indeed in the world of journey to the west. And Xīyóu's so-called philosophical discussion referred to a meeting with the Black-Wind King and the white-clad scholar. Typically frugal with his resources, Xīyóu would not spare even a single wasted elixir for others, let alone invite someone to a gathering. However, now that he had Lin Fang as his apprentice, he wished to showcase his prowess in front of his two old friends, presenting himself as a learned master. Having entrusted the various matters of the cave to Lin Fang, Xīyóu conjured a whirlwind, whisking Lin Fang towards Black-Wind Mountain. In no time, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Black-Wind Mountain, more perilous than Falling Sunset Mountain, boasted breathtaking scenery, with lush forests and blooming flowers, where celestial cranes and white deer roamed freely. To an unknowing observer, it would seem a realm of immortals. As Lin Fang took in the sights, a voice suddenly called out, "Xīyóu, you are rather late today." Before the figure appeared, the voice, robust and hearty, elicited an immediate fondness. Looking up, Lin Fang saw a burly man with a black face and a refined scholar in white seated on stone benches atop the cliff, surrounded by a table laden with fruits and vegetables. The burly man, despite his robust build, had a round face with features that seemed oddly concentrated, creating a comical effect, especially accentuated by his small, round eyes, which radiated a delightful charm. Lin Fang recognized him as the infamous Black Bear Demon from Journey to the West. "This little apprentice of yours, where did he come from? Are you not worried about his master finding you?" the white-clad scholar inquired, a frown creasing his brow as he regarded Lin Fang. "Haha, white-clad, take a closer look." Xīyóu laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased by the white-clad scholar's words. "This little demon is indeed remarkable. He exudes a wealth of spiritual energy, displaying some semblance of celestial grace," the Black Bear Demon exclaimed as he scrutinized Lin Fang, marveling at his presence. Xīyóu's vanity swelled, basking in the astonishment of his two friends, his satisfaction radiating as he gazed at Lin Fang. The trio engaged in philosophical discourse, their conversation flowing with the charm of distinguished individuals while Lin Fang poured wine on the side. "My brothers, fortune has smiled upon me recently, and I have come across something remarkable that I believe you should experience," the white-clad scholar suddenly declared with a smile. "Oh, It is rare for you to praise something so highly. The black bear demon replied with a grin, knowing the white-clad scholar to be a discerning demon king. Not easily impressed. With a signal, a small demon soon entered, carrying a porcelain bottle. By chance, I heard that my dear brother enjoys honey. I recently discovered a hive of spiritual bees in my backyard and managed to procure a bottle of honey for you to sample. As he spoke, he poured several cups. Upon tasting the honey, the two demon kings exhibited immediate interest, their eyes lighting up after the first sip. This is exquisite. Not only does it taste divine, but it also nourishes the body. For a young demon yet to transform, it is an unparalleled tonic. Since you, little apprentice, have the fortune to be here, allow me to share a portion as a token of our meeting. The black bear demon poured a little for Lin Fang, grateful for the generous offering. Lin Fang savored the honey. He felt an invigorating sensation coursing through him, and most remarkably, the honey transformed within him into a light, ethereal energy, healing the hidden wounds inflicted by the demon king's transformative techniques. However, Lin Fang lamented the small quantity. If only there were more, he could restore his foundation. Lin Fang's heart, once filled with despair at the thought of impending trials and journey to the west, now glimpsed a path forward. With his previous life's grandfather having raised bees for a lifetime, he was well versed in the art of beekeeping and resolved to obtain that hive of spiritual bees. Time flowed unceasingly, indifferent to any individual. Before long, over half a year had passed since Lin Fang and Ling Xīyóu attended the banquet. During this time, Ling Xīyóu frequently ventured far, leaving Lin Fang entirely unrestrained. Seizing this opportunity, he located the hive of spiritual bees and secretly established one behind the mountain of his cave, which had begun to yield honey. While the quantity was modest, it was more than sufficient for Lin Fang. One day, under a sunny sky, Ling Xīyóu returned to his cave after a long absence. I intend to concoct a 6 transformation golden elixir. You must prepare yourself, should my elixir fail due to your negligence. I shall flay your skin, dismantle your bones, and condemn your soul to the depths of the underworld for eternity. Ling Xīyóu spoke with fierce intensity, his words revealing the importance he placed on this elixir. Lin Fang inhaled sharply, fully aware that Ling Xīyóu was not jesting. If the elixir were to fail, he could indeed enact such a fate. He was no longer the naive little demon he once was. During this time, he had perused all the texts Ling Xīyóu had collected, memorizing much of the knowledge related to cultivation. This knowledge now made him acutely aware of the challenges ahead. One must understand that the 6th transformation golden elixir was already considered an immortal elixir. The higher the transformation, the more complex the process became, requiring increasingly rare ingredients and a mastery of techniques that demanded finesse. A single miscalculation could result in disaster. Why on earth would he choose such a challenging elixir to concoct? Is it truly my fate to face impending calamity? Lin Fang silently lamented, yet he dared not flee. The Demon King's wrath was not something a mere little demon could evade. His only hope lay in the swift arrival of the Monkey King, who might vanquish this formidable figure and grant him liberation. Chapter 3. The Great Sage Equal to Heaven Regardless of Lin Fang's Inner Resistance. Ling Xīyóu's alchemical endeavor proceeded as planned. Countless rare herbs were cast into the alchemical furnace, ushering in Lin Fang's harrowing ordeal. With his life at stake, he could not afford any lapse in diligence and meticulously controlled the flames, soon drenched in sweat. The sole solace was that no errors had emerged thus far. As time elapsed, Lin Fang's grasp of the flames grew increasingly adept. He immersed himself wholly in the task, momentarily pushing thoughts of mortality aside. Once completed, we will allow it to mature slowly. A sudden burst of laughter jolted Lin Fang from his trance. It turned out that the most challenging aspect of the 6th transformation golden elixir lay in the initial stages. Even a slight misstep could lead to failure. However, once this critical phase was surpassed, the remainder of the process would be considerably smoother, with only the prolonged nurturing required to enhance the elixir's potency to its zenith. You performed admirably this time. After this, retrieve a bottle of wine from the treasury as a reward. Ling Xīyóu was exceedingly delighted, unexpectedly taking the initiative to offer a reward. That wine tasted terrible and was not a spirit of any sort. This old fellow truly is quite stingy. Lin Fang silently ridiculed within, yet he could only wear a smile to express his gratitude for the gift. By the way, my lord, I wonder what miraculous effects the 6th transformation golden pill possesses that merits such royal attention. Seizing the opportunity of Ling Xīyóu's good mood, Lin Fang hastily posed his query. Each golden pill embodies a century's worth of magical power. Do you think it is not worth it? Upon finishing, he gazed at the alchemical furnace with evident delight. Lin Fang stared at the furnace, his heart ablaze with anticipation, fervently wishing for the arrival of that monkey. Following that day, Ling Xīyóu entrusted Lin Fang with the vital task of overseeing the alchemical furnace while he roamed the mountains, making friends along the way. As late spring arrived, Qingfeng Mountain was already a riot of colors, with various unknown wildflowers fervently showcasing their beauty, and the trees lush and verdant, everything thriving in splendid vitality. Yet, as Lin Fang beheld this vibrant land, he felt no joy. The day for the medicinal concoction's completion was drawing near, yet Sun Wukong had not yet arrived, casting a heavy shadow over his heart, even as his face betrayed none of his anxiety. This moment was pivotal in determining the course of his future, inevitably stirring feelings of apprehension and desire. Just then, a gust of wind swept in, not from the southeast nor the northwest, but carrying an indomitable spirit of battle, stirring up waves of azure. What is that? A gasp of astonishment drew everyone's gaze skyward. In the originally azure sky, auspicious clouds gathered, gleaming golden light encircling two colossal figures. Was that not the Black Wind King? Who could possibly challenge this formidable monarch? The lesser demons were no strangers to the infamous Black Wind King. Their only surprise was that someone could dare to engage in combat with this demon king. It appeared to be a monkey, yet they had never heard of such a powerful being in their vicinity, having never strayed far from their birthplace. The lesser demons were oblivious to the illustrious reputation of the monkey before them. Lin Fang scrutinized this hero he had long heard of, contrary to his expectations. The figure was not grand or imposing, but rather small and frail. However, the overwhelming spirit of battle emanated from him, overshadowing his stature, leaving only the memory of his formidable presence. Armed with an iron staff and clad in a monk's robe, a tiger skin wrapped around his waist, he fought fiercely against the Black Wind monster, who struggled to withstand the onslaught. Baimawen, I respect you as a valiant warrior. Do not take advantage of me. The Black Wind monster, filled with shame and anger, wielded an iron spear, engaging in a fierce duel with the great sage. The battle raged on, darkening the skies, eclipsing the sun and moon, sending the celestial beings of the heavens and the earth, as well as the local mountain spirits, fleeing in panic. The great sage grew more valiant with each encounter, as if he aimed to purge 5 centuries of pent-up resentment with each strike. Yet, the Black Wind monster began to falter, realizing that the monkey before him was merely venting centuries of grievances upon him. Humph, you think you can use me as a punching bag? Dream on. Transforming into a gust of black wind, he fled into his lair. Seeing his opponent attempt to escape, Sun Wukong would not let him go so easily. Since his liberation from 5 Elements Mountain, this was the first time he had encountered an adversary of equal measure, and he was determined to fight to the finish. However, the Black Wind monster was not foolish. He had already activated the defensive formations within his lair. As symbols danced around him, the entire Black Wind cave became impenetrable. Sun Wukong struck with his golden staff, the barrier flickering between light and darkness. Yet after several attempts, he realized that brute force would not suffice to breach the lair. You coward! Come out and face your grandfather's son. Hiding in your cave like a turtle is no act of valor. The great sage taunted. It's getting late, and I still need to eat. We shall continue this another day. The Black Wind monster, far from being foolish, refused to fall for Sun Wukong's provocation. He was astute enough to recognize that it was getting late and did not wish to keep his master waiting. Thus, he decided to return the next day to challenge him. Meanwhile, the lesser demons were still discussing the extraordinary battle they had just witnessed, having never before seen the might of such powerful beings. Lin Fang mingled among them, yet his heart burned with excitement, for he knew that the moment he had long awaited was drawing near. A sudden gust of wind revealed Ling Xīyóu, who appeared disheveled and far from his usual ethereal demeanor. Panting, he exclaimed, "That rascal is truly fierce. I nearly met my end. What a pity that my white robe is now stained, and my 1,000 years of cultivation have been squandered." Seeing their lord in such a state, the lesser demons dared not mock him and hurriedly assisted Ling Xīyóu back into the lair. Lin Fang, go fetch 2 golden pills. Once he had caught his breath, Ling Xīyóu suddenly instructed. Although this encounter had startled Ling Xīyóu, it also revealed the true prowess of the Black Wind monster, and he was keen not to miss this opportunity to cling to a powerful ally. Given his miserly nature, it was unlikely he would willingly part with such valuable pills as a gift for longevity. Before long, Lin Fang returned with a porcelain plate bearing 2 golden pills, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air. causing Ling Xīyóu to wince at the thought of parting with him. However, recalling the Black Wind monster's strength, he gritted his teeth. Tomorrow, I shall go to honor the Black Wind King. Guard these pills well. Should even a fragment go missing, I shall take your life. Ling Xīyóu instructed Lin Fang through clenched teeth. Naturally, Lin Fang would not dare to provoke this miser and quickly acquiesced. You may leave now. I require rest. A wave of his hand dismissed Lin Fang. Unbeknownst to him, as Lin Fang exited, a cold smile crept across his lips. For he knew that the Demon King was destined for death on the morrow, and the remaining pills would surely benefit him. Chapter 4. The Theft of the Pill and Transformation. The following day, Ling Xīyóu, having arranged matters within the cave, made his way to the Black Wind Cave. The porcelain plate in hand, Lin Fang watched his departing figure, a cold smile gracing his face as he quietly uttered a farewell before heading directly to the alchemical chamber. He gathered all remaining golden pills from the furnace into a gourd and then bolted towards Ling Xīyóu's treasury. As the custodian of the treasury's key, Lin Fang was well aware of its contents. He opened the treasury doors and swiftly emptied it of its treasures. This is my foundation in this world, Lin Fang murmured to himself as he gazed at his collection alongside the gourd of golden pills. Leaving the treasury door ajar, he proceeded to exit. Where are you headed, Lin Fang? It was the leopard chief who had observed Lin Fang with a puzzled expression, given that everyone was aware of Lin Fang's duty to guard the alchemical furnace. Ah, Chief Leopard, the Lord is in need of some herbs. I must gather them from the back mountain. Lin Fang replied nonchalantly, fabricating an excuse. Thanks to his unassuming nature and excellent reputation among the lesser demons, Chief Leopard, though curious, did not delve deeper. Assuming Lin Fang had received orders from their lord to concoct some elixir, once far from the watchful eyes of the demons on Xīyóu Mountain, Lin Fang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gazing up at the clear blue sky, he felt an overwhelming urge to howl at the heavens. In an instant, he transformed into a 100-meter-long azure python, darting through the grass like lightning, heading towards the horizon. Meanwhile, as Lin Fang returned to nature, Ling Xīyóu had arrived near Black Wind Mountain, feeling triumphant as he contemplated how to extract some knowledge regarding cultivation from the Black Wind monster. Suddenly, he heard a voice cry out, "Monster, look out for the staff." Startled, he looked up to find Sun Wukong, who had just returned from seeking Guanyin Bodhisattva in the South Sea, standing before him. Ling Xīyóu, lacking the prowess of the Black Wind monster, was caught off guard and was struck on the crown of his head by the golden staff, instantly meeting his demise and revealing his true form as an iron-backed gray wolf. Truly too weak, unworthy of a fight. Sun Wukong lamented, shaking his head. How did you manage to kill him? With a benevolent countenance and a willow branch purity vial in hand, it is none other than the compassionate Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. Unbeknownst to the Bodhisattva, this demoness is a close companion of the Black Wind monster, undoubtedly here to celebrate his longevity. Upon speaking, she noticed the 2 elixirs brought by Ling Xīyóu. Subsequently, she transformed into an elixir, and alongside the Bodhisattva, subdued the Black Wind monster, reclaiming the cassock. Though the details remain unsaid, after the Black Wind monster was subdued by the Bodhisattva, the remaining little demons could not escape. It turned out that the Vajra monks had long been led by the Kalakakra to eliminate them. These unfortunate, naive little demons had no idea why they were subjected to such unwarranted calamity. What a ruthless Buddhist sect, intent on annihilation. Lin Fang, concealed within the dense forest, gazed at the distant flames with a sigh. However, this did not concern him greatly, for the Buddhist sect would not mobilize to capture a mere stray fish like him. It was merely a pity for those little demons, who, in their ignorance, did not even comprehend how they met their demise. Henceforth, it was truly a realm where birds soared freely and fish leapt in the vast sea. Lin Fang murmured to himself, feeling an immense lightness within. Having just crossed over, he had encountered the capricious and miserly Ling Xīyóu as his superior, living in constant trepidation. Now, he could finally survey this world with composure. Returning to his dwelling, a modest cave measuring merely 30 square meters, it was the first piece of land that exclusively belonged to Lin Fang, a sanctuary that brought him solace. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, he opened the gourd and poured the 6 golden elixirs into his palm. The 6 golden elixirs radiated brilliance, and an enchanting fragrance of medicine instantly filled the cave, refreshing his spirit. Lin Fang's eyes gleamed with fervor. With these 6 elixirs, he would gain an extraordinary power equivalent to 6 decades, sufficient for him to transform, sparing him from his currently fearsome appearance. He cast a glance at his human form with a serpentine tail and could not help but chuckle bitterly. This form was indeed quite unaccustomed to him. 3 months later, Lin Fang swallowed the last elixir, feeling a surge of formidable energy coursing through his body. In a moment, the black impurities began to expel from within him, and his aura rose steadily. Lin Fang sensed a powerful force filling his demonic body, his veins pulsating with a dull ache. At this moment, he ceased to suppress his bodily impulses and revealed his true form, a colossal python bursting forth from the cave, crashing through countless towering trees, startling all creatures into flight. The giant python coiled around a small peak, letting out a thunderous roar. Suddenly, dark clouds appeared in the previously clear sky, not drifting from afar, but manifesting out of thin air. Initially, there were only a few, but in no time, they blanketed half the sky. These clouds were ominous and thick, instilling fear in all beings that beheld them. They were not mere clouds, but the calamity clouds that materialized during a practitioner's tribulation. As the calamity clouds gathered, the surrounding beings could sense the destructive force contained within, causing them to flee in terror from this dreadful place. Lin Fang gazed at the ominous clouds above, feeling the terrifying power of destruction within them. Yet, rather than feeling any fear, his spirit surged with battle fervor. Ever since his arrival in this realm, he had lived cautiously, his heart shackled by layers of restraint. Now, witnessing the formidable calamity clouds, he yearned to unleash his pent-up frustrations. His indomitable will surged skyward as Lin Fang's eyes gleamed with defiance. At this moment, both body and soul felt liberated, and even the heavens could not hinder his resolve. With a thunderous crash, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the calamity clouds, striking Lin Fang directly, scorching his once vibrant green scales into charred remnants. A searing pain radiated from the impact, yet it did not deter Lin Fang. Instead, it ignited his ferocity. The second bolt of lightning followed swiftly, crashing down upon Lin Fang. The giant python did not flinch or evade but charged straight into the lightning. This moment seemed to signal the commencement of a relentless assault from the heavenly tribulations, with successive bolts of lightning striking Lin Fang, each one more powerful than the last. In an instant, Lin Fang's demonic form was rendered unrecognizable, resembling a withered tree struck by lightning, entirely charred, with a faint aroma of flesh wafting through the air. However, the golden elixirs he had consumed began to take effect, as a miraculous energy continuously repaired his battered body. His flesh shimmered with a silvery glow, resembling a spider's web that bonded his form together, a result of prolonged consumption of the spiritual nectar. Although his body was in tatters, Lin Fang's eyes shone brighter than ever. He had never felt so invigorated, not in a physical sense, but in a spiritual one. 8 successive bolts of lightning struck him, each more potent than the last, yet Lin Fang withstood them all. Suddenly, the heavenly tribulation ceased its onslaught, enveloped in an eerie silence. Lin Fang knew that the most crucial test of a demon's transformation had arrived, the tribulation of transformation. Many demons, fearing this trial, resorted to various means to evade the lightning. Though they could achieve transformation, they would inevitably harbor hidden dangers. Lin Fang believed in the principle of either not attempting something or striving for perfection. How could he evade? He sought a flawless transformation. Raising his battered serpent head to the heavens, he let out a long howl, filled with unwavering determination. With a resounding boom, a massive purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking Lin Fang's form. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Although Lin Fang had anticipated this, he nearly lost consciousness. The most terrifying aspect was that this bolt of lightning penetrated his body, wreaking havoc upon everything it touched. In an instant, Lin Fang's form was reduced to a mass of wounds. The final bolt of heavenly thunder exceeded Lin Fang's expectations, and as he watched his body teeter on the brink of complete destruction, a peculiar force emanated from the lightning, a force that awakened all beings and nurtured creation. As if the very heavens were parting, Lin Fang's shattered form reconstituted in a wondrous manner, with his organs and flesh manifesting anew. Now, Lin Fang had entirely transformed into a human clad in a python's skin. The gigantic python swirled through the sky, coiling tightly around the peak of the mountain. And with a gentle twist, it shed the charred skin, revealing a youthful boy with red lips and white teeth. The boy's visage was handsome and radiant. He raised a hand, and the discarded python skin transformed into a robe that adorned the boy's frame. This was true transformation, a complete metamorphosis of form. Lin Fang mused. In that moment, he truly comprehended why the last bolt of lightning was termed the tribulation of transformation. Only by enduring this heavenly trial could one undergo a complete rebirth. Otherwise, one would merely harness the power of the tribulation to cleanse the demonic aura, remaining bound to a demonic form, unable to break free and attain a true body. With his transformation successful, Lin Fang was elated, yet soon a new dilemma emerged before him. Lacking a suitable cultivation method, the practices of the demon clan primarily stem from instinct, arising from bloodlines, varying from individual to individual. Only those with potent bloodlines inherited cultivation methods. As for small demons like him, they possessed only the most rudimentary practices, reaching their peak at transformation, thereafter facing a dead end in cultivation, reliant solely on their own efforts. Fortunately, having successfully transformed and attained a true body, he could now practice numerous methods from the three realms. However, he found himself in a predicament akin to a skilled cook unable to find rice. He had no suitable cultivation text at hand. Just then, a warmth emanated from his chest. Looking down, he saw a flash of golden light, and a book materialized slowly. Its cover emblazoned with the three characters, Journey to the West. "Isn't this the book I read before my transmigration?" Lin Fang exclaimed in astonishment. The suddenly appearing Journey to the West radiated dazzling brilliance, fluttering on its own, its pages flipping rapidly. A single page stood upright in the air, inscribed with the words, "Comprehending the profound truths of Bodhi, severing demons to return to the primordial spirit." The 14 grand characters shimmered brilliantly, and soon, a dense mist surged from the book, enveloping Lin Fang. As he groped through the fog, he soon arrived at a magnificent location surrounded by deep pavilions and exquisite towers, adorned with pearls and shells. Confused about his whereabouts, he heard a faint, ethereal voice echoing, "Difficult, difficult, difficult. The path is most profound. Do not treat the golden elixir as trivial. If one does not encounter an enlightened being to impart the wondrous teachings, mere words will entangle the tongue in vain." Lin Fang's heart trembled. Following the sound, he soon found himself in front of a closed door, with windows wide open. Standing beneath the window, he clearly heard the voices from within. The true wondrous teachings of profound clarity, alas, speak not of the cultivation of life. All is merely essence, energy, and spirit. Guard them closely and do not let them leak. Do not let them leak. Conceal them within, and you shall receive my teachings to flourish. Memorizing the incantations brings great benefit. Eliminate evil desires for a refreshing clarity. Attain clarity, and radiance shall shine, perfect for admiring the bright moon on the elixir platform. The moon conceals the jade rabbit, and the sun hides the crow. The turtle and serpent intertwine. Intertwined, life and death are firm, enabling one to plant the golden lotus in the flames. Harness the 5 elements in reverse. When the cultivation is complete, one becomes a Buddha or an immortal. The originally undisclosed teachings reached Lin Fang's ears. With the source unveiled, enlightenment dawned upon him regarding the path of cultivation, filling him with uncontainable joy. He longed to peek inside, but found himself shrouded in thick mist, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to reality. Surrounded by charred trees and scorched earth from thunder strikes. Gazing down at the Journey to the West in his hands, he was struck with astonishment, realizing that the secret method, deemed untransmittable by the Bodhi ancestor, had somehow been bestowed upon him. What secrets did this book truly harbor? Suddenly, the Journey to the West transformed into a beam of golden light, piercing into his chest and vanishing from sight. Could this book be the culprit behind my traversal? Lin Fang felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him, as if layers of mist obscured his vision. However, the commotion outside soon interrupted his thoughts. His transformation had already alerted the Buddhist forces. A monk, accompanied by Buddhist soldiers, was approaching. Lin Fang, wary of the situation, realized he possessed no means of self-defense. If caught by these soldiers, his life would surely be in jeopardy, prompting him to swiftly evade the scene. Before long, a monk arrived with a pair of soldiers, surveying the scorched surroundings and inhaling the lingering scent of flesh. Frowning, he muttered, "It seems a demon has undergone transformation here, but alas, we have arrived too late to capture him." Behind him stood a group of imposing soldiers, radiating a faint golden glow, standing still with emotionless faces, devoid of any semblance of feeling. Returning to his cavern, Lin Fang meticulously examined his surroundings, finding no traces of pursuit, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He murmured, "Ever since the Black Wind monster was captured, This place has completely fallen into the hands of the Buddhist forces. Remaining here any longer will inevitably lead to trouble. Resolutely, he decided to leave once his cultivation stabilized and continue westward. He was well versed in journey to the west and hoped to seek some advantages along the way, knowing that those areas were still occupied by various demon kings, which would provide him with a better chance of survival. Yet, the thought that these places would eventually succumb to the Buddhist influence filled him with an unspoken urgency. He needed to swiftly enhance his powers, or he would soon find no refuge in this world. Chapter 5. Xīyóu Village. A few days later, Lin Fang took one last glance at the first home he had in this world before turning to leave. At that moment, he had already reached the state of no leakage, with all his essence, energy, and spirit contained within, not revealing a trace. Even if someone stood before him, they would struggle to recognize him as a demon. Lin Fang was unaware of how others defined cultivation, but he referred to the initial state of cultivation as no leakage. In this stage, one must consolidate their essence, energy, and spirit without wasting a single bit. The more powerful the cultivation method, the stronger the consolidation of essence, energy, and spirit becomes. Advanced techniques can truly achieve no leakage, allowing all dispersed energy to return and transform into magical power. This is precisely why those with formidable skills advance their cultivation at an astonishing pace. Through days of focused practice, Lin Fang had grasped the essence of no leakage. When he settled into tranquility, his essence, energy, and spirit remained untouched, while his magical power visibly surged. Meanwhile, traces of Buddhist activity began to emerge in his vicinity, signaling that it was time for him to depart. With one final look at his dwelling, Lin Fang resolutely left the cavern, embarking on his unique journey westward. At this moment, he transformed his ceremonial robes into a Taoist robe, retrieved a treasured sword from Ling Xuzi's collection to carry on his back, donned a pair of hemp shoes, and adorned his hair with a blackwood hairpin, presenting himself as a dashing young Taoist. As he strolled along the main road, Lin Fang's thoughts remained focused on himself. In moments of stillness, he could achieve no leakage, but once in motion, it became difficult to maintain. Thus, he seized the opportunity to train diligently, striving to sustain the state of no leakage at all times. Nevertheless, he moved swiftly, and after a period of traveling day and night, he spotted a bustling village not far ahead, unsure whether it was indeed Xīyóu village as described in the book. Taoist friend, wait for me." At that moment, a somewhat aged voice called out. Lin Fang turned to see an elderly Taoist with graying hair, panting as he hurried toward him. "May I inquire what brings you here, esteemed elder?" Lin Fang asked politely. The old Taoist, revealing a cunning smile, replied, "Little Taoist friend, you have come to Xīyóu village to exorcise demons, have you not?" Lin Fang paused, realizing that the village truly was where his second senior brother was hiding. Seeing Lin Fang's silence, the old Taoist presumed his tacit agreement and continued mysteriously, "I have a lucrative business proposition. Would you be interested?" "What proposition?" "Look, the world is filled with ignorance. A young person like you entering would surely be underestimated by the likes of Gao Taigong, a mere mortal. Why not accompany me as my disciple? We could split the reward, 3 for you and 7 for me. What do you say?" The old Taoist had been eyeing Lin Fang's appearance the entire time. With such a seemingly ethereal disciple, he would not only gain face but also elevate his status in the eyes of ordinary folk, naturally leading to increased rewards. Lin Fang glanced at the old Taoist, bemused, wondering where he derived the confidence to subdue his second senior brother. Nevertheless, he had no intention of declining. It was a perfect chance to observe his second senior brother in reality and broaden his horizons. "I'll take 4. You take 6. Lin Fang teased. The old Taoist immediately became agitated, pointing at Lin Fang and exclaiming, "You young man, how can you be so greedy? After all my hard work, you merely want to take 4 portions? This is excessive. Will you agree or not?" Lin Fang shrugged, entirely unfazed by the old Taoist's distressed expression. "Alas, this world has truly become morally bankrupt. Very well, I shall perform a good deed today. 4 portions it is," the old Taoist said with a resigned expression. However, Lin Fang clearly noticed the fleeting smile at the corner of his mouth, understanding that this was his psychological threshold. Yet, he paid little mind to it. He had merely been jesting. The treasures in Ling Xuzi's vault were not particularly abundant, but there was enough wealth for his needs, rendering the promised reward insignificant. Moreover, he realized that this reward was destined to be a futile endeavor. The old Taoist, brimming with confidence, strode into Xīyóu village alongside Lin Fang. A servant had been waiting at the entrance of the village, and upon seeing the old Taoist and Lin Fang, he joyfully approached them, saying, "Are you Master Guping from Xīyóu Temple? The elder has been eagerly awaiting your arrival." In that moment, the old Taoist shed his mercenary demeanor during the conversation with Lin Fang, adopting an air of ethereal grace. He nodded gently at the servant and said, "Lead the way." The young servant cast a glance at Lin Fang, his eyes lighting up. In this world where appearances matter, Lin Fang's image was indeed striking, particularly due to the ethereal aura he exuded, which was exceedingly rare. "Is this your disciple?" The old Taoist nodded with a smile and replied, "Indeed. I brought him here today to broaden his horizons." The young servant, intrigued, remarked, "As expected of the master's disciple, he truly possesses an extraordinary charm, not of the mundane sort." As they traversed the corridor and courtyard, they soon arrived at the main hall, where a rotund gentleman sat leisurely sipping tea. "My lord, this is Master Guping from Xīyóu Temple," the young servant announced, pointing at the old Taoist. "Ah, Master Gu, please take a seat." "Xīyóu, hurry and serve tea to the Taoist," commanded the elder, his attitude somewhat lukewarm, primarily due to the old Taoist's lack of renown. He had never heard of Xīyóu Temple. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Lin Fang, who stood behind the old Taoist, and his eyes brightened. And who might this be? The old Taoist's face flickered with pride, aware that Lin Fang's otherworldly presence had earned the young man's admiration. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, saying, "This is my unaccomplished disciple, whom I have brought out to see the world." "Ah, a highly regarded disciple of the Taoist. Indeed remarkable." Xīyóu quickly served the finest tea. "We must not keep our esteemed guest waiting." The difference between tea and fine tea was but a word apart, yet the tone was worlds apart. The old Taoist chuckled softly, stroking his beard, and discreetly revealed a look of satisfaction to Lin Fang. Observing this, Lin Fang couldn't help but smile. Realizing that the old Taoist occasionally displayed a childlike playfulness, reminiscent of a youth. While the group engaged in conversation, another young servant rushed in, his forehead glistening with sweat. However, Lin Fang keenly noticed that the perspiration was intentionally applied. The servant exclaimed, "My lord, I have brought back the Taoist from the Tianyi sect." The elder's face lit up with joy. "Really? You've truly brought back the Taoist from the Tianyi sect? Hurry, invite him in." "No. I shall go out to greet him personally." Without waiting for a response, he hurried out, neglecting to acknowledge Lin Fang and the old Taoist. A stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Upon hearing the name of the Tianyi sect, the old Taoist's expression soured instantly, as if he were muttering something under his breath. Lin Fang, noticing this, smiled and asked, "What's the matter? Do you know someone from the Tianyi sect?" The old Taoist curled his lip in disdain and replied, "Just a bunch of hypocrites." Yet, Lin Fang discerned a hint of trepidation and reluctance in his eyes, suggesting that the Tianyi sect's background was indeed noteworthy. Chapter 6. The Tianyi sect. Before long, the elder returned, accompanied by an arrogant young Taoist. As the young Taoist entered, he spotted the old Taoist seated in a chair beside Lin Fang and smirked with derision. "Isn't this the old Taoist Gu from Xīyóu Temple? I never imagined you would wade into such murky waters. Wouldn't it be better to guard your dilapidated temple than rush towards your demise?" The old Taoist's face darkened instantly. He pointed at the young Taoist and retorted, "Xianzhen, do not be so arrogant. Some things are not as glorious as they appear. You've remained the same over the years, still spouting such tedious remarks. However, it is good. Through this opportunity, I shall demonstrate to you what true power is. Lest you remain like a frog at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the vastness of the world." The old Taoist's words incited his anger, and Lin Fang found himself stifling a laugh. He had never seen the old Taoist so flustered before. Ah, who would have thought that the two Taoists were old acquaintances? "For the sake of this old man, please refrain from bickering," the elder interjected, attempting to mediate. His words provided a pathway for both parties. The old Taoist and Xianzhen begrudgingly settled down. "Old sir, please elaborate on the situation so that I may begin to exorcise the demon," Xianzhen stated as he sat, exuding professionalism that left Lin Fang astonished. "Alas," sighed the elder, "it is a tale of misfortune. I was born under an ill-fated star, destined to have no sons, only 3 daughters. The first 2 have already been promised to good families, leaving only my youngest, named Xīyóu. I thought it prudent to invite a son-in-law to support me in my old age. Eventually, a man arrived, claiming to be from Fulling Mountain, willing to marry into our family. I saw his handsome features and robust physique, thinking he could uphold the family name, so I consented to the union. Little did I know, This was the beginning of our troubles. Initially, all seemed well. He worked diligently, accomplishing the work of 5 or 6 men. Although he had a hearty appetite, his contributions rendered it bearable. However, one fateful day, after a drunken bout, his appearance transformed. His once handsome face morphed into that of a beast, with a grotesque visage that was terrifying. Only then did we realize he was a demon. Given that he is a demon, and you have discovered his true nature, he must have become quite ferocious. Yet, I observe that the villagers here appear peaceful, as if not disturbed by a demon at all. Pray tell, are you concealing something, old sir? Lin Fang interjected at an opportune moment. Regarding the second senior brother's inability to maintain his form while intoxicated, Lin Fang had his suspicions. This was likely due to an imperfect mastery of the formless state. When intoxicated, his aura would become chaotic, rendering it difficult to maintain his true form. This indicated that while formlessness was the first realm, it was foundational to cultivation and must not be taken lightly, further solidifying Lin Fang's resolve to refine this state diligently. It is not that I am concealing the truth. Although the demon appears fearsome, he is solely intent on marrying my daughter. Therefore, he has not harmed us. He merely confines her in the back courtyard, enveloping it in clouds and mist, stirring up dust and chaos, causing unrest among our neighbors and bringing disgrace upon my family. In this old estate, we can hardly hold our heads high. I implore you, esteemed Taoists, help me rid my home of this scourge and restore peace to my family. The elder's face was earnest as he spoke. Lin Fang and the old Taoist exchanged glances, realizing that the seemingly affable elder harbored a cruel heart. Though the demon was fearsome, he had not harmed them, and the elder's intention seemed to be to eliminate the creature entirely. Before Lin Fang could voice his thoughts, the old Taoist frowned and said, "This demon has been your daughter's husband for some time and has not harmed your lives. To kill him might not be wise." "Such sentimentality," Xīyóu scoffed. "A demon is a demon. We cultivators ought to take it upon ourselves to exorcise demons, regardless of whether they are good or bad." "You." The old Taoist grew agitated, seemingly ready to argue, but ultimately restrained himself, glaring intently at Xīyóu without uttering another word. Xīyóu, undeterred by the old Taoist's glare, turned to the elder with a smile. "Might I inquire where this demon resides? I shall perform a ritual to prevent any further delay." The elder, overjoyed, responded, "The demon is in my back courtyard. However, during the day, he seems to vanish. He only appears in the evening. Lead me to the back courtyard." The elder hurriedly guided Xīyóu away, leaving Lin Fang and the old Taoist behind. Lin Fang clearly understood that the old Taoist's words had displeased the seemingly kind elder, as his intentions were not merely to drive the demon away, but to eradicate it entirely. For the first time, Lin Fang witnessed the malice inherent in human nature, simply to eliminate future troubles and uphold his own pride, perhaps. As Xīyóu suggested to them, a demon was simply a demon. There was no distinction between good and evil. The old Taoist's expression was somber as he sighed deeply after a prolonged silence. Alas, what has become of this world? This question loomed large, and Lin Fang had no answer. He could only offer a smile of consolation. Perhaps this is just reality. The elderly Taoist, feeling disheartened, rose to leave Gao's village, even disregarding the bounty he had longed for. It is worth noting that the esteemed high elder had promised travel expenses regardless of success or failure in his quest to subdue the demons. "My young companion, I truly apologize for your fruitless journey," the old Taoist expressed with a hint of regret. Yet, Lin Fang, unfazed, pondered why such words had been spoken if the outcome was already foreseen. He had never intended to earn that money. Rather, he found himself intrigued by the old Taoist's choices. Perhaps it was the remnants of his youthful innocence that lingered within him. The old Taoist softly remarked, and Lin Fang could discern the stories hidden within his words, suggesting that the Taoist had experienced fascinating adventures in his youth. "Since we are here, should you not witness this fellow's demon-slaying abilities? I doubt this demon will be easily dealt with," Lin Fang said, a hint of schadenfreude in his smile. This was none other than the fallen Marshal Tianping, who, despite being reborn as a pig demon, retained his formidable power and rapidly grew stronger. To face this Taoist named Xīyóu now would be akin to courting death. Lin Fang's words instilled a moment's hesitation in the old Taoist, yet curiosity prevailed, prompting him to halt his departure. With a smile, Lin Fang strode towards the backyard. Having surveyed his surroundings prior to entering, and thus knowing the location of the courtyard well. Chapter 7. Zhu Beiji upon their arrival at the backyard. The atmosphere was abuzz with activity. At Xīyóu's behest, A ritual altar had been erected in less than half a day's time. Banners depicting the four sacred beasts fluttered in the breeze, surrounding a redwood altar adorned with incense and candles. An image of an ethereal Taoist was enshrined at the center, radiating a faint golden glow. The old Taoist recognized him as the founder of the Tianyi sect, a figure rumored to have transcended into immortality. High Elder Gao, standing below the platform, anxiously inquired, "Xianzhen, is the altar prepared? The demon is bound to arrive soon." Standing upon the altar, Xianzhen appeared even more formidable amidst the fluttering prayer flags and the incense-laden table. "Rest assured, High Elder, the altar is ready. Should that demon dare to show, he shall find no return," Xianzhen proclaimed with an air of arrogance, casting a provocative glance at the old Taoist. The old Taoist's expression darkened, yet he refrained from further comment, merely letting out a soft hum. Lin Fang, however, observed with keen interest, curious about the methods Xianzhen would employ against Xīyóu Beiji. Though present, his mind remained in a state of unbroken focus, increasingly valuing the importance of maintaining such clarity during his cultivation. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted, stirring up dust and debris against the walls, creating a cacophony that sent the villagers of Gao's village into a panic as they hurriedly shut their doors and windows. The prayer flags danced wildly in the gale, and the flames of the incense candles flickered precariously, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Yet, a surge of righteous energy emanated from the enshrined image, calming the flames and rendering them steadfast amidst the howling winds. This display of power caused High Elder Gao's eyes to brighten with hope. This Taoist seemed particularly reliable and might indeed eradicate the demon that threatened his family's reputation. A dark cloud loomed from the west, filling Lin Fang's nostrils with the unmistakable scent of demonic energy. Only those who truly embarked on the path of cultivation would possess such acute senses, easily discerning the hidden essence in the air. This was also why Xīyóu Beiji did not conceal his presence, maintaining his unbroken state. Though Xianzhen's powers were modest, the overwhelming and unabashed demonic aura was palpable, causing a shift in his previously unwavering confidence as he furrowed his brow towards the sky. A grotesque pig head emerged from the dark cloud, its bristles resembling steel needles, and its vicious tusks gleaming menacingly. This fearsome visage explained High Elder Gao's fervent desire to eliminate him. After all, this was a world that often judged by appearances. "Old man, why waste so much money? You might as well save it for me, old pig, to ensure your comfortable old age," Xīyóu Beiji taunted, gazing down at the setup below with a grin. High Elder Gao's face flushed crimson with indignation as he shouted, "You shameless demon, tarnishing the Gao family name. You deserve to die." Seeing the flustered High Elder, Xīyóu Beiji's expression morphed into one of satisfaction. High Elder Gao then turned to Xianzhen, pleading, "I implore you, Taoist, to vanquish this demon. There will be generous rewards afterwards." Provoked by Xīyóu Beiji's mockery, High Elder Gao was now determined to invest significantly, shedding his usual frugality. Xianzhen's face lit with excitement at the prospect, mentally calculating that if he succeeded, he might gain entry into the inner circle of the Tianyi sect, with a potential path to transcendence in the future. With righteous fervor, he declared, "Exorcising demons and safeguarding the righteous is our sacred duty as cultivators. Fear not, High Elder. Today I shall rid you of this fiend and restore peace to your household. Be cautious of the wind. Don't let your tongue slip." Xīyóu Beiji scoffed. Xianzhen, youthful and impetuous, was incensed by the derision and shouted, "Demon, cease your prattle and witness my prowess." Grasping a copper sword fashioned from coins upon the altar, he chanted incantations, causing the small sword, strung together by 9 coins, to transform into a beam of light that shot toward Xīyóu Beiji's head. Xīyóu Beiji, however, did not flinch or evade. With a resounding clash, the copper sword shattered into pieces, leaving no mark upon his head. Once a celestial being, despite his fall to earthly existence, his memories remained intact. Though his cultivation was limited, he was not a mere novice like Xianzhen could hope to confront. Xianzhen gazed mournfully at the shattered copper sword, a precious artifact he had painstakingly refined, now easily destroyed. He realized that this fearsome demon was indeed no ordinary opponent. Casting a glance at the image of his ancestor, he noticed the radiant glow that enveloped it and breathed a sigh of relief. He still had a trump card, and he was determined to prove that this demon could not rival the celestial beings above. "Do not be arrogant, demon," Xianzhen bellowed, stepping forward with resolve, chanting incantations as the flames on the altar blazed with brilliance. The light illuminated the image, as if bridging to a mystical realm, from which a figure clad in golden armor emerged. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the ancestor in the portrait, but lacked the ethereal grace, exuding a more martial demeanor. Seeing the divine being's descent, Xīyóu was overwhelmed with joy, promptly kneeling and fervently exclaiming, "Disciple humbly welcomes the arrival of our ancestor." The divine being walked past Xīyóu, disregarding the fervent adulation of his disciple, his gaze fixed solely upon Xīyóu. "The demon must be slain," he declared in a voice devoid of emotion, like the chilling winter wind. Xīyóu regarded the imposing figure in golden armor with disdain, retorting, "Another one of your puppet-like entities? I've had enough of this. The demon must be slain." The golden-armored deity mechanically repeated, yet his movements were remarkably agile, his power undeniably pure, charging forward with a fearless resolve as the battle commenced. From the dark clouds emerged Xīyóu's robust form, as he brandished his nine-toothed rake, aiming a fierce blow at the golden-armored deity's head. The nine-pronged rake glimmered with a chilling light, and in an instant, the golden-armored deity had his skull shattered. Yet no blood flowed. The golden figure collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a beam of golden light that vanished between heaven and earth, while the revered portrait simultaneously turned ash. Chapter 8. A Deception? How could this be? The avatar of the master could not possibly be defeated. Xīyóu stared in disbelief at the scene before him, murmuring to himself. This was an existence that had transcended to immortality. How could he falter against a mere monster? Moreover, the state of the avatar seemed amiss, leaving the young Taoist, who had only recently embarked on his path of cultivation, engulfed in confusion. Lin Fang, too, was beset by doubts. The strength of the master of the Tian-yi sect appeared woefully inadequate. Although the second senior brother was indeed formidable, he was merely a reincarnation, with strength diminished to a fraction of what it once was. Yet he had effortlessly shattered the avatar. This performance was simply incredible. However, he noticed that the old Taoist beside him seemed to grasp the situation, his face turning pale and his body trembling violently. Xīyóu, having slain the golden-armored deity, cast his gaze downward at Xīyóu, a cruel smile creeping across his face. He was no benevolent figure. Those who dared to strike at him should be prepared to meet their end. Xīyóu, confronted with the oncoming nine-pronged rake, felt an overwhelming despair. He was still in the prime of his youth, and he did not wish to perish here. At that moment, the old Taoist acted, with a flick of his sleeve. Countless white paper figures surged forth, transforming into Taoist soldiers that charged toward Xīyóu's rake. Quite an impressive spell, Xīyóu remarked with a grin. While the art of paper figures was widely known, the old Taoist was particularly extraordinary. Typical paper figure techniques were mere illusions, lacking real lethality, merely manipulating the enemy's psyche. Yet, the old Taoist paper figures exhibited formidable combat prowess, clearly cultivated through special means. Countless paper figures disintegrated into dust under the assault of the nine-pronged rake. But they successfully delayed Xīyóu's advance, granting Xīyóu a chance to escape with his life. Interesting. Since you choose to interfere, you shall leave your life here. Xīyóu declared menacingly, intent on eliminating the old Taoist as well. An overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped the entire Xīyóu village, causing the faint-hearted to quiver in fear. Enough. A cool voice emanated from the attic in the backyard, and a beautiful face emerged from the window. "If you dare to indiscriminately slay the innocent, I shall die here today," the woman threatened, gripping a pair of scissors in her delicate white hands. Xīyóu, taken aback, exclaimed, "My dear, be careful. That scissors is sharp. Do not harm yourself. Then let these people go. They have merely been caught in this turmoil because of me. If you kill them, I shall never be able to absolve my sins in this lifetime." Xīyóu pleaded, tears streaming down her face, her voice laced with vulnerability. Upon hearing her words, Xīyóu felt a pang of regret. He thought to himself that if his dear wife were to be saddened by the fate of these innocents, it would be far from desirable. He sheathed his weapon and shouted to Lin Fang and the others, "Since my wife pleads for mercy, you should hurry and leave." Lin Fang, overjoyed at this turn of events, realized this was a case of one thing overcoming another. Xīyóu, though powerful, was easily swayed by lust, and Xīyóu, despite being merely a distant glance, was indeed a beauty. More importantly, her frail demeanor easily ignited a man's protective instincts, explaining why this former marshal of the heavenly canopy was so thoroughly ensnared. He quickly pulled the old Taoist away, hastily departing Xīyóu village. While Xīyóu cast a resentful glance at Xīyóu, who had retreated to the backyard to reunite with his wife, leaving begrudgingly from the scene. Zhu Beiji noticed the resentment in Xianzhen's eyes, but paid it no heed. Were it not for Gao Zuolan's plea, he could have easily crushed such insignificant creatures with a mere finger. However, the young Taoist who had remained silent piqued his curiosity as he sensed something hidden within him. Yet, he soon dismissed the thought, merrily bounding up to the attic to comfort his wife. Lin Fang, alongside the old Taoist, ran frantically until they exited the boundaries of Gao Lao village, finally pausing to catch their breath. The old Taoist, having low magical prowess, was already panting heavily from the exertion. "Let us rest a moment. Are you trying to wear this old man to death?" he gasped. "Now you realize you're tired? Why were you not afraid of losing your own life when you acted?" Lin Fang teased. He scrutinized the old Taoist before continuing. "Is it possible that Xianzhen is your illegitimate son? You, who fear for your life, would willingly risk it for him?" The old Taoist's expression shifted slightly at Lin Fang's words, and he sighed softly. "Though not my illegitimate son, he is close enough." Intrigued, Lin Fang eagerly tugged at the old Taoist's sleeve, eager to learn the backstory, for he was notorious for his curiosity and would not let such an opportunity slip by. The old Taoist, seeing Lin Fang's excitement, shook his head before revealing the connection between himself and Xianzhen. It turned out Xianzhen was indeed the old Taoist disciple. Feeling unable to attain immortality under his tutelage, he had defected to the Tianyi sect, which explained his haughty demeanor towards the old Taoist. I can understand his choice. Ever since he was young, Xianzhen has pursued transcendence. Yet, my sect forbids disciples from seeking ascension, which led to his disillusionment and eventual departure, the old Taoist lamented. That's peculiar. I have heard that mortals strive for transcendence. Why does your sect prohibit it? It is truly strange, Lin Fang remarked. Glancing around before the old Taoist lowered his voice and said, "Our ancestor, before passing, proclaimed that transcendence is merely a deception." "A deception?" Lin Fang laughed. "Do not jest. Old Taoist, how could the ultimate goal pursued by countless cultivators throughout history be a mere ruse? If it were so, where have all those who have transcended gone? Moreover, I just witnessed the master of the Tianyi sect manifest his avatar." "Wait, the avatar?" Lin Fang suddenly gasped, his mind racing back to Zhu Beiji's dismissive words and the stiff demeanor of the golden-armored deity. Initially, he believed the lack of intelligence and rigidity was due to the avatar's nature, but if the old Taoist's words held true, the implications were terrifying. Seeing the fear etched on Lin Fang's face, the old Taoist realized he must have grasped something and slowly continued. "At first, we too were skeptical. However, after the ancestor spoke those words, the black and white enforcers of souls came to claim him at night. You must understand that only the most heinous of sinners would warrant the direct attention of these two soul harvesters. Our ancestor, who had devoted his life to virtue and cultivation, surely did not merit their involvement." After much contemplation, the only reason that made sense was his refusal to pursue transcendence and the words he left behind. Chapter 9. Witnessing injustice. From that day forth, we disciples became disheartened, abandoning the pursuit of transcendence. Several senior uncles turned to secular lives, leaving only our lineage to persist in our struggle. My disciple, upon learning of the sect's prohibition on transcendence, harbored resentment and defected to the Tianyi sect. It seems our lineage has now reached its end, the old Taoist sighed, his words steeped in melancholy. The fall of what was once a prestigious sect was indeed lamentable. Lin Fang, absorbing the old Taoist narrative, fell into a trance. The decline of such a small sect concealed such a terrifying truth. If transcendence was indeed a deception, what role did the lofty deities above play? The thought sent chills down his spine, prompting him to nervously scan his surroundings, which were desolate and silent, save for the chorus of insects weaving the symphony of nature. Suddenly, he felt something at his side, looking down to find the old Taoist handing him a weathered book. "What is the meaning of this, my friend?" Lin Fang inquired. "Alas, as I have aged and lack disciples to inherit my teachings, it would be a lamentable loss to forsake the art of paper effigies, a skill perfected over 3 generations by my forebears. I perceive that you, my friend, possess a latent power, suggesting a significant lineage. Today, as we adopt the roles of master and apprentice, I present you with this tome as a memento." The old Taoist's gnarled hands caressed the book's cover, which had accompanied him through countless seasons, witnessing his transformation from a vibrant youth to a frail elder. Alas, the moment of parting has finally arrived. Observing the elderly Taoist's weary visage, Lin Fang couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. Perhaps the old man once basked in the glow of his youth. But the passage of time had swept away all traces of his former splendor, leading him to confront the inevitability of decline. I shall cherish it well, Lin Fang replied earnestly as he accepted the book. The old man's face broke into a radiant smile, his deep-set wrinkles folding into a visage of warmth. Yet, Lin Fang discerned a fleeting sorrow lurking in his eyes. How could one not feel despondent? A lifetime spent in pursuit of immortality only to discover that transcendence is but an illusion. What a cruel fate. Perhaps the old Taoist had long hoped that his master was mistaken, but upon witnessing the fate of the founder of the Heavenly One sect, despair had settled in his heart, shattering the last vestige of his hope. Lin Fang sensed that the old man's spirit had waned. Should you find yourself at Xīyóu in the future, you will see a solitary grave beneath an ancient pine tree. That will be my final resting place. Be sure to offer incense in my honor, and do not skimp on the paper offerings, the old Taoist said with a chuckle. Lin Fang smiled faintly at the old man's attempt to maintain an air of optimism in the face of impending sorrow. Very well, the mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternal. I shall return to Xīyóu now. There is no need for farewells. With that, the old man brushed off the dust from his robes and ambled eastward along the path, his stooped figure exuding a certain nonchalance. Ah, life, Lin Fang mused, reflecting on his own journey through the passage of time, now well into middle age. Witnessing the old man's fate evoked a profound sense of the impermanence of existence. Fortunately, he had devoted himself to the righteous path, emphasizing the cultivation of both body and spirit, thus sparing him from despair over the notion of transcendence. Perhaps this is why the true teachings remain obscured while the allure of ascension flourishes. Lin Fang pondered quietly. Yet, he remained but a mere pawn in the grand tapestry of the three realms, a trifling existence in the eyes of the celestial beings. Even knowing the secrets of the universe, he felt powerless. Casting one last glance at the distant Xīyóu, he could still sense the dense aura of malevolence wafting through the wind, prompting him to shake his head slightly as he journeyed westward. As he exited the territory of Xīyóu, the population dwindled, giving way to towering mountains and dense forests teeming with predators. For an ordinary person, traversing such an environment would be perilous. However, Lin Fang, now a creature of the supernatural with a burgeoning mastery of the righteous path, encountered these challenges with ease. Strolling leisurely through the wilderness, he occasionally plucked a vibrant wildflower, inhaling its sweet fragrance, which uplifted his spirits. Wild rabbits and wolves darted past him, oblivious to his presence. For at that moment, Lin Fang had mastered the art of concealment, embodying the essence of invulnerability, a testament to his recent accomplishments. Since uncovering the truth behind Xīyóu Beiji's transformation, Lin Fang had keenly recognized the significance of this state of invulnerability, which not only bolstered his magical prowess, but also enhanced his ability to remain hidden. In a world where demons were hunted mercilessly, maintaining a low profile was of paramount importance. Fortune favored the diligent, and after relentless effort, Lin Fang had finally transformed the state of invulnerability into an inherent ability, allowing him to maintain it effortlessly. Just then, he sensed a disturbance nearby. Since his transformation, heightened by the cleansing tempest of heavenly thunder, his senses had sharpened considerably, allowing him to detect even the faintest sounds in the vicinity. Parting the tall grass, Lin Fang beheld a fleeting figure, a youthful boy, strikingly handsome, with delicate features reminiscent of femininity. His slender form sported a pair of fluffy fox ears atop his head, and a long foxtail trailed behind him, revealing his identity as a fox demon. Hot on his heels was a ravenous wolf demon, its obsidian fur and sharp fangs projecting an air of savagery. Stop running, little fox. I shall treat you with tenderness, the wolf demon growled, its voice grating on the ears. Lin Fang observed, bemused. How peculiar it was that this wolf demon was of the male variety, while the young fox, despite his somewhat effeminate appearance, was undoubtedly male. It appeared to be a creature of frivolous pursuits. Lin Fang thought to himself, surprised to discover such peculiarities within the demon realm. I will never yield to you, you filthy beast. The young fox retorted defiantly, repulsed by the wolf demon's advances. Though the fox could transform into human form, he remained inherently weaker. And as a young demon, he stood little chance against the ferocious wolf. The wolf demon, incensed by the fox's refusal, snarled, "You insolent little creature. I will make you regret this." His eyes glinted with lascivious intent as he lunged forward, his claws slicing through the air and leaving a crimson mark across the fox's elegant visage. The young fox, gritting his teeth against the pain, pressed onward, despair gnawing at his heart. He had no inkling of what fate awaited him, but the only option was to flee, for stopping meant a tragic end. As they raced past Lin Fang's hiding place, he discreetly extended a foot, effectively blocking the wolf's path. With a startled yelp, the fearsome wolf demon stumbled, crashing into the underbrush and flattening the grass around him, sending various creatures scurrying for safety. With a resounding thud, the wolf collided with a massive tree, its branches raining down and ensnaring him. The wolf demon struggled to free himself, only to spot Lin Fang chuckling nearby, which ignited his fury. "Who dares meddle in my affairs? Do you wish to perish?" Upon scrutinizing Lin Fang's features, the wolf's expression transformed into one of twisted delight. What a charming little Taoist! Truly a gift from the heavens. He drooled, his gaze filled with lewd intent, still oblivious to Lin Fang's true nature. Lin Fang felt a wave of disgust wash over him as he recognized the wolf's lascivious thoughts. "You wretched creature! Why not learn something worthwhile instead of indulging in filth? You deserve to be hung from a mountain peak to wither away. I would lament having spawned such a wretched offspring." He unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks, leaving both the young fox and the wolf demon momentarily dumbfounded. Creatures raised in the wild knew nothing of such verbal finesse, leaving them utterly astonished. "You seek death." The wolf demon, realizing the situation, was immediately engulfed by a furious rage. He was a notorious creature within a 100-mile radius, a figure so formidable that the mountain spirits and wild beasts would bow before him, suppressing their own ferocity. Never had he been subjected to such insults. His previous compassion had dissipated, replaced by a singular desire to shred the little Taoist before him into pieces. His sharp claws glinted ominously in the air, a testament to the overwhelming power that even stirred the winds around him. The little fox, wide-eyed, shouted a warning, fearing for the handsome and benevolent Taoist's life at the hands of the wolf demon. Yet, Lin Fang remained unfazed by the approaching claws. After all, he had faced heavenly thunder directly. The wolf demon's menace was trivial in comparison. With a deft step backward, he evaded the wolf demon's attack. And taking advantage of the creature's momentary fatigue, he delivered a punch to the wolf demon's head. The resounding impact echoed through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. The wolf demon's vicious head was driven into the ground, the sheer force causing fissures to spread around, showcasing the might of Lin Fang's strike. Under such overwhelming power, the depraved wolf demon fell silent. The little fox, eyes widened in disbelief, rubbed them vigorously, ensuring he was not dreaming. It was only at that moment he realized he had encountered a legendary master. However, he quickly regained his senses and urged, "You've caused a great calamity. We must flee at once." Lin Fang, puzzled by the little fox's urgency, questioned the meaning behind his words. The wolf demon was no ordinary foe. He was a subordinate of the formidable Yellow Wind Sage. Should this demon king discover their involvement, their fates would be dire. Upon hearing the name of the Yellow Wind Sage, Lin Fang suddenly realized he had encroached upon the territory of that infamous rat spirit. This Yellow Wind Sage was notoriously vicious, known for his taste for human flesh, having devoured the inhabitants within hundreds of miles. He now stationed his minions in the forest, capturing passers-by for sustenance. Many renowned creatures had fallen before him. The little fox did not comprehend the danger they were in and insisted they flee. Seeing Lin Fang's demeanor, the little fox assumed he was unaware of the Yellow Wind Sage, so he eagerly provided an introduction. Little did he know, Lin Fang was far more familiar with the Demon King than he let on. The audacity of the rat spirit to claim such a grand title was laughable. Yet it was not unusual given the trend among demons to adopt names of the 7 great saints. Nevertheless, the rat spirit's strength was not to be underestimated. Even the Monkey King had to call upon the Bodhisattva Lingji to subdue him. Yet, the circumstances surrounding that encounter were riddled with suspicion, suggesting a deliberate orchestration by the Buddhist sect, certainly a trial meant for the Tang monk. Lin Fang, uninterested in the convoluted affairs of the higher celestial beings, understood that such lowly demons ought to act discreetly to avoid drawing attention from these so-called immortals, lest they risk their lives. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, "You are right. We should make haste." His words left the little fox momentarily stunned. He had not expected his idol to concur with his suggestion to flee, and his demeanor was so unfazed, lacking any hint of embarrassment. "Why are you still standing there? Lead the way. I am unfamiliar with this area." Lin Fang's gentle words caused the little fox's lofty image of him to plummet. Finally, he nodded dazedly and guided Lin Fang down a narrow path, embarking on their escape. Not long after they departed, A patrol of lesser demons stumbled upon the wolf demon's corpse, ringing bells and stirring a multitude of concealed creatures in the forest. A tiger-headed demon swiftly approached the scene, exclaiming loudly, "What has happened here? Why the commotion? Behave yourselves, or else the king will have you regretting it. The wolf leader is dead." The little demon promptly reported to the tiger demon. "Nonsense. What strength did the wolf leader possess? How could he possibly be slain here?" The tiger demon appeared skeptical. While he had long-standing animosity towards the old wolf, he was nonetheless aware of the creature's formidable prowess. Few demons in the vicinity could easily vanquish him. The little demon, sensing the urgency, replied, "I wouldn't dare deceive you. His body lies just ahead." The tiger demon pushed through the throng, stepping forward, and immediately laid eyes on the wolf leader's lifeless form. The wolf's head was embedded in the earth, with visible cracks surrounding it, a clear testament to the force of the blow. Good heavens! It appears he was killed in a single strike. Yet, I have not heard of any powerful demons passing through this area. The tiger demon murmured to himself. However, given the wolf leaders standing with their king, it was imperative to inform him of this mysterious demise. Wasn't the wolf leader supposed to be patrolling? His territory is not in this direction, is it? The tiger demon questioned. The wolf leader came here to capture the fleeing fox spirit, the little demon sheepishly replied. Our strength is insufficient to keep pace with him. The tiger demon detected the underlying implication. He had indeed seen the exquisite little fox before, and could understand why the old wolf would be reluctant to let him escape. The little demons were aware of their leader's proclivities and intentionally refrained from following, not wanting to disrupt his pursuits. A demon so fixated on such matters. No wonder he met such an untimely end. The tiger demon spat. His disdain for the wolf's peculiar tendencies was well known, and he had only begrudgingly cooperated with him due to the king's reputation. Their responsibilities were distinct, which accounted for his delayed arrival. What shall we do now? The little demons, now in a state of panic, looked to the tiger demon for guidance. What shall we do? Simple. Hurry and carry his body away. This matter must be reported to the king, the tiger demon replied tersely. Upon hearing this, the little demons found their resolve and hurriedly lifted the thoroughly deceased wolf leader's body. The once fearsome head was now a grotesque mass, appearing gruesomely bloody. Yet, these little demons, being carnivorous creatures themselves, were not deterred by the sight of blood. Instead, it ignited their inherent ferocity. Meanwhile, nearly 100 miles from this location lay the infamous Yellow Wind Ridge, the lair of the Yellow Wind Sage. At that moment, the ruthless demon king was indulging in a banquet of human flesh within his cave. Despite his experience, he maintained an air of decorum, avoiding a gruesome scene. However, the expression on the demon king's face was far from joyful. Gazing at the human flesh before him, he pondered aloud, this shouldn't be the case. I've heard from those bald donkeys that consuming human flesh can enhance one's magical power. Why, after feasting on so much, do I not feel any increase in my prowess? And the taste is rather unpleasant. In his experience, human flesh did not compare favorably to the flavor of beef or lamb. Were it not for the belief that humans were the apex of all creatures, and that consuming their flesh would elevate his power, he would never have chosen such a diet. Just as he was lost in thought, a commotion erupted at the entrance of his lair. The ill-tempered Yellow Wind Sage was about to unleash a tirade when he noticed the tiger demon entering with a group of lesser demons, carrying something. Tiger Vanguard, what treasure have you brought in? Why is it dripping with blood? Reporting to your majesty, the wolf leader is dead, the tiger demon replied respectfully. Dead? The eyes of the great sage of the Yellow Wind widened in disbelief. The wolf commander, whom he had painstakingly promoted and intended to train for a significant role, was now brought in as a lifeless corpse. Who could be the perpetrator? The great sage's voice was imbued with a chilling severity, akin to the biting winter winds, causing the temperature within the cave to plummet. The Tiger Vanguard hastily recounted the events leading up to this tragedy. Truly useless, to be unable to capture a mere fox demon after all this time. Nevertheless, as one of my subordinates, he cannot have died without reason. I shall uncover which blind fool dared to slay my underling. The great sage fumed. It is said, one must consider the master when punishing the dog. While the wolf commander's demise was of little consequence, the great sage's pride could not be tarnished. Upon exiting the cave, the demon employed his supernatural powers, summoning a tempest that swept across the 100-mile radius of Yellow Wind Ridge. The wind howled through the mountains, causing trees to sway violently and countless beasts to flee in terror. The great sage extended his claw, thick with yellow fur, and delicately grasped the air, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. How curious. Why is it that only the scent of that fox spirit remains? How could such a frail creature have slain my commander? Yet, he did not dwell on this, for he believed that capturing this little fox would reveal the truth. The great sage rode the gale towards the source of the scent, and soon a sandstorm erupted in the lush forest, resembling a dusty curtain obscuring the woods. He concealed himself within the storm and pursued relentlessly towards the north. Before long, two frantic figures appeared before him. The great sage immediately recognized the little fox. For among the lesser demons of Yellow Wind Ridge, few possessed such beauty, and the little fox was indeed a standout. The great sage harbored no interest in a weakling like the little fox. He could not fathom that such a feeble demon could have killed his commander. Thus, the true culprit was evident, the delicate-looking young Taoist beside the fox. How foolish. To dare traverse this perilous path at such a young age, one must have extraordinary audacity. The great sage mused, for any powerful disciple of an immortal would understand the dangers of this direction. Under the manipulation of the gods, the path taken by Tang Sung was fraught with peril, and many practitioners would avoid it during their trials. Yet, Lin Fang boldly ventured forth, leading the great sage to conclude that he was no disciple of a powerful immortal, thus granting him the reckless freedom to eliminate his opponent. Stop running. Prepare to meet your end. The voice of the great sage reverberated through the air, laden with the authority of a demon king. However, the two below paid him no heed, their focus solely on their escape. Enraged by their insolence, the great sage was reminded of the detestable monks from the spiritual mountain who had once looked down on him in his days of weakness. This memory fueled his desire for strength. He longed to stand before them and relish their fear and trepidation. With this thought ignited, a murderous intent surged within the great sage. He roared ferociously and hurled his steel fork at the fleeing figures. The fork sliced through the air like a shooting star, moving with such speed that the two escapees had no time to evade its deadly strike, collapsing to the ground instantly. How dare they disregard my might? They truly do not know the value of life. As he gazed upon the fallen figures, the great sage felt a surge of satisfaction, finally releasing the pent-up frustration within him. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. The two bodies on the ground were devoid of blood. Rushing closer, he discovered that they had transformed into two small paper effigies, one adorned with a tuft of the little fox's fur, the very scent he had detected earlier emanating from it. At this moment, he comprehended that he had been led astray, tricked by a clever illusion. Fury consumed the self-proclaimed great sage as the wind swirled around him, unable to uncover the scent he sought. It became clear that his quarry had escaped far beyond his reach. Curse it! If I ever capture you, I shall tear you to shreds to quell my wrath. The great sage's thunderous roar echoed through the forest, the force of his winds shredding the paper figures into dust. Of course, when the great sage returned to the cave, he would regale the other minor demons with tales of how he had utterly destroyed those who dared challenge his authority, omitting any mention of being outwitted. For he was a creature concerned with his reputation. Meanwhile, Lin Fang and the little fox, watching the distant dust storm, exchanged smiles. I told you. There are always more solutions than problems in this world, Lin Fang remarked. You are truly remarkable, Lin Fang. To have eluded the great sage of the Yellow Wind's notice, he must be seething with rage at this very moment. The little fox exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Lin Fang waved his hand dismissively. It's no big deal. I assure you he will claim he has killed us. But it matters not, for in this world, reputation is but a chain that ensnares the soul. While his words were nonchalant, the pain within him was unshared. Those two paper effigies were not mere trifles. They were meticulously crafted from resources gathered over time, based on the teachings of an old Taoist. To fool the great sage, he had used 2 of the 5 he possessed. How could he not feel a pang of loss? Yet, to maintain his image in front of the little fox, he bore the burden in silence. After all, it was for the sake of his reputation, as he noted the admiration shining in her eyes. But those paper figures, Lin Fang lamented inwardly, reluctant to dwell on the thought, fearing it might tarnish his grand persona. By the way, where do you plan to go next? He asked, quickly shifting the topic to ease his discomfort. I intend to head west towards Pingning Mountain, where distant relatives reside. I plan to seek refuge with them. The little fox replied earnestly. Pingning Mountain. Upon hearing this, Lin Fang recalled the notorious Golden Horn and Silver Horn kings, along with their seemingly endless treasures. They indeed had a 9-tailed fox as their foster mother. Could this little fox be connected to her? A flicker of suspicion crossed Lin Fang's mind. Pondering the implications of her lineage, perhaps it could lead him to some fortuitous opportunities. With this thought in mind, his gaze towards the little fox grew warmer. Feeling slightly intimidated by the intensity of Lin Fang's gaze, the little fox instinctively tightened her clothing. Pingding Mountain is an excellent place. I happen to be passing through there as well. Would you care to accompany me? Lin Fang inquired with a smile. At this, the little fox beamed with joy, for she had previously worried about the arduous journey ahead. With Lin Fang by her side, her fears were considerably alleviated. After all, he was the one who had escaped the clutches of the great sage. Thus, the two set off together, heading westward. Meanwhile, in Zhuang, Zhu Beiji encountered his nemesis, rendered so fearful by the monkey's prowess that he dared not leave his lair. Resorting to cursing within the confines of his cave, "Damn that by Mawen and that accursed monkey. How dare they play such tricks on me, the old pig. Had I not been banished to this mortal realm, where my strength is but a fraction of its former self, I would have shown them." Yet, deep down, Zhu Beiji understood the monkey's combat capabilities all too well. Even if he were to regain his former strength, he doubted he could match that formidable foe. In a moment of resignation, he could only accept his fate and embark on the path westward. As Zhu Beiji knelt before Tang Sung, bowing respectfully to pay his respects, Lin Fang felt a sudden warm swell in his chest. It was that very journey to the west. Lin Fang instantly realized the significance of the moment. The last time he experienced such a phenomenon, he had received the teachings of the righteous path, seemingly traversing time and space to witness the transmission of the Buddha's teachings by Bodhi Patriarch. Since then, despite numerous attempts, he had been unable to bring the journey to the west back into the world. Little did he expect that today, there would be yet another response. Lacking information, he could only speculate on the cause, but deep within, he was already eager to discover what benefits this occurrence might yield. That night, in an abandoned cave, the little fox had fallen into a deep slumber, the moonlight streaming through the entrance, illuminating the cave's entrance with a soft glow. Lin Fang quietly rose, making his way outside, where he beheld a particularly bright night sky, the stars twinkling brilliantly, and a magnificent Milky Way arching across the heavens. The forest was enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic chirping of insects, a symphony celebrating life. Lin Fang exhaled gently, realizing that the moment to test his fortune had arrived. The manifestation of journey to the west felt akin to a lottery, with no knowledge of what might emerge. Hoping for something of utility. With this in mind, Lin Fang concentrated, and the journey to the west gradually materialized from his chest. The pages flipped rapidly, and soon he beheld a radiant page inscribed with words, "The gods of Snake Coil Mountain secretly bless, while the eagle's sorrow at Eagle Cry Gorge reigns." In an instant, a veil of white mist enveloped Lin Fang, and he seemed to transcend time and space, arriving at a perilous location. Before him loomed a sheer cliff, a waterfall cascading downwards, evoking memories of verses learned in a previous life. The waterfall cascades 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way were descending from the heavens. Chapter 11. The flowing sand river beneath this cliff and waterfall, a formidable monkey engaged in conversation with a bodhisattva enveloped in a halo of Buddhist light. "I won't go. I won't go? The western road is fraught with peril. How can this mortal monk ever attain anything? With such trials and tribulations, my life would be in jeopardy. How could I achieve any merit? I won't go. I won't go." The monkey shouted vehemently, gripping the bodhisattva and refusing to let go. The bodhisattva replied, "You, who once lacked humanity yet dedicated yourself to cultivation, how can you now be lazy after escaping calamity? In our path, one must attain true faith through stillness. If you find yourself in dire straits, you may call upon heaven and earth. When you reach that moment of despair, I shall personally come to rescue you. Come here, and I shall bestow upon you a gift." The bodhisattva plucked 3 willow leaves and placed them behind the monkey's head, commanding, "Transform." Instantly, they became 3 life-saving hairs, instructing him, "Should you find yourself in a time of need, you may adapt and avert disaster." This scene mirrored the moment in Journey to the West, when Sun Wukong received his life-saving hairs. However, at this moment, the mist gradually enveloped Lin Fang, and he returned to his original location, glancing at the moonlight, realizing that everything had merely been an illusion, as time seemed to stand still in reality. Was the benefit merely witnessing this plot? Lin Fang mused, a frown of disappointment on his face. Suddenly, a willow leaf flew out from the book, shimmering with light and imbued with a mysterious power. It was indeed the leaf from the willow branch in Guanin's hand. Upon seeing this, Lin Fang was overjoyed, for it was a rare treasure. The 3 life-saving hairs had played critical roles in many tales, and he never expected to obtain one through this mystical journey to the west. The willow leaf fluttered from the book, gently landing in Lin Fang's palm, transforming into a transparent jade pendant, quietly resting in his hand. Lin Fang sighed in relief. Had it transformed into a hair like the monkey's, it would have been unfortunate, as he certainly did not wish to pluck his own hair idly like Sun Wukong. He hung the pendant at his waist, his heart brimming with joy, realizing that this item could be versatile, providing him with a means to confront adversaries at this stage. However, to wield it with the same finesse as the monkey would require further effort. Returning to the cave, the little fox slept soundly, exhausted from the day's tumultuous emotions, while Lin Fang sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning his daily practice. He had long since learned to replace sleep with cultivation, unwilling to squander even a moment of training in this perilous world. The path of cultivation encompasses the stages of refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and merging the void with the Tao. Though the methods vary, they ultimately lead to the same destination. The essence of the method lies in its ability to harness the vital energies within the body, thus facilitating swifter progress through these stages of cultivation. At this moment, Lin Fang gradually refined the immense essence stored within him, transforming it into the purest spiritual energy stored within his dantian. It is often said that cultivation involves absorbing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. However, these energies are chaotic and mixed. Directly absorbing them would be akin to self-destruction. Hence the practice of refining essence into qi. Through this method, the refined spiritual energy integrates with the body, causing no harm. Yet, the balance is difficult to maintain. Should one refine too aggressively, the loss of essence could leave one weak before achieving mastery. The human body serves as the foundation of existence. Any loss is akin to a collapsing foundation, making it a futile dream to ascend the peak of cultivation. However, if one remains overly cautious and refrains from refining, progress in cultivation becomes stagnant, which is why practitioners must always maintain a clear mind. Understanding the celestial order and knowing when to advance or retreat is the essence of cultivation, as the Bodhi patriarch taught. Eliminate desire and attain tranquility. Lin Fang, being a transformed creature with innate vital blood, and having previously consumed the golden elixir, possessed a substantial accumulation of power. Thus, he was already at the final stage of transforming qi into spirit, capable of separating his soul from his body to absorb the spiritual light of the sun and moon, refining his soul. However, this did not mean he could neglect the refining of essence into qi. These 4 stages of cultivation complement each other and must be practiced daily. He refined the excess essence within him into spiritual energy, then directed it towards the purple palace, his spirit gradually strengthening under the nourishment of this energy. As the moonlight reached its zenith, his spirit suddenly leapt upward, leaving the purple palace. Atop Lin Fang's head, his mouth opened, and the moonlight flowed into him like a gentle stream, his spirit radiating a luminous glow, subtly appearing to grow stronger. Yet, separating the spirit from the body without protection rendered it vulnerable. Over time, neglect could harm the spirit, leading to lethargy. If left unchecked, it could result in a state of confusion, requiring extensive rest for recovery. Thus, upon sensing fatigue in his spirit, Lin Fang wisely ceased his practice, allowing his spirit to return, gently exhaling a breath of stale air, completing his daily training. The path of cultivation demands unwavering dedication. On the following morning, Lin Fang and the little fox continued their journey westward. Little fox, do you know where we are now? Lin Fang inquired with a smile. If those little monsters didn't deceive me, we should have arrived at the flowing sand river, the little fox replied thoughtfully. However, he too was relying on hearsay. Having lived in the mountains all his life, unable to judge the veracity of such information. The flowing sand river? Lin Fang murmured to himself. He carefully surveyed the surroundings, yet saw no sign of the river. Nevertheless, since the little fox suggested they were close, the thought of soon encountering the final member of their westward journey filled him with excitement. I've heard others say that there is a formidable river there, quite fearsome. Without a method of flying across, one cannot traverse it, the little fox recalled, a hint of worry in his voice, for he possessed no such means of crossing. A warm hand gently ruffled his ears, and Lin Fang, with a tender smile on his face, reassured him, do not fear. Where the road leads, it will surely open, and the water will flow straight when it reaches the bridge. As they continued their journey, they spotted a group of mice, carrying their families and burdens, scurrying towards them from the west, resembling humans in their hurried motion. The leader of the group, running too fast, crashed into the little fox's leg, letting out a yelp of surprise. Upon seeing the little fox, the mouse was instantly terrified, kneeling on the ground and pleading, "Great king, spare me. I did not see your greatness and accidentally bumped into you. I implore you to show mercy." The mouse's posture was impeccable, and its words were sincere, revealing itself as a seasoned surrenderer. Though not the first time Lin Fang had witnessed such a scene, he still found it quite amusing, an assembly of large mice mimicking human behavior, creating an absurdly surreal atmosphere. The little fox suspiciously inquired, "Where are you all headed with your families? With such small frames, aren't you afraid of being devoured by wild beasts on the way?" These mouse demons clearly lacked the fortune of the great sage of Yellow Wind, making them rather feeble. Any formidable beast in the mountains could easily slay them. Hence the little fox's concern. To his surprise, the mouse demon was moved to tears, its expression one of despair. "If we could survive, who would wish to leave their homeland? The dangers we face on this journey are immense, yet staying behind means certain death. We are fleeing for our lives." Upon hearing this, both the little fox and Lin Fang frowned. It seemed the path ahead would not be peaceful. "Pray, tell us the reason," the little fox urged. "We were planning to head west. We reside by the banks of the Quicksand River, having lived there for generations in peace. But recently, a water monster has emerged from the river, not only devouring humans but also forcing us little demons to do its bidding. Isn't it quite normal? We little demons must align ourselves with a powerful demon king to survive in this world, lest we be reduced to fleeing with our families. Alas, you are unaware. It is not merely work we are compelled to do, but it is a matter of life and death. The Quicksand River is perilous. Not even a goose feather can float, and this monster demands we search for shards of glass in the quicksand. The river is vast. What shattered pieces can we even hope to find in such depths? Yet, the monster was relentless. Anyone who failed to find the fragments was mercilessly killed. In just a few years, it had nearly exterminated the local demons, and now it had expanded its range. With no options left, we could only flee east. The mouse demon recounted its plight, causing the little fox to feel a chill of fear. It seemed they had barely escaped the tiger's den only to stumble into a wolf's lair. Raising his gaze, he found Lin Fang deep in thought. "If you continue east for a few days, you will reach a place called Yellowwind Ridge, where a great sage of Yellowwind, also a mouse demon, resides. You should find protection there, but I advise you to live far from the Yellowwind Cave," Lin Fang suddenly remarked. The mouse demon, hearing this, was overjoyed. "Is the legendary great sage of Yellowwind truly one of our kin? It appears we mouse demons can have such a powerful figure. Given that mice are generally a weaker species, the proportion of those who become demons is low, and those who ascend to demon kings are even rarer." So their astonishment was palpable upon learning of such a formidable individual. Lin Fang nodded slightly, but within his heart, he mused that if the great sage of Yellow Wind had not pilfered the Buddha's lamp oil, he might not have attained his current status. After all, the vast majority of precious cultivation resources in this world are firmly held by these powerful beings. With Lin Fang's affirmation, the mouse demon happily bid farewell, setting off with its family towards Yellowwind Ridge. "Lin Fang, how do you know that the great sage of Yellowwind is indeed a mouse demon?" The little fox inquired, her face a mask of confusion. After all, the great sage was renowned for his immense powers, yet had never revealed his origins. None of the surrounding demons knew his true identity. It was unexpected that Lin Fang should possess such knowledge, and at that moment, the little fox felt the air of mystery surrounding Lin Fang thickening, rendering him inscrutable. Lin Fang chuckled softly and replied, "That is a secret," seeing his mischievous demeanor. The little fox huffed and turned her head, choosing to disregard this seemingly fallen figure who only bullied lesser demons. But what of the Quicksand River? What if that ferocious water monster captures us and makes us its laborers? The little fox was at a loss. Having already incurred the wrath of the great sage of Yellow Wind, now they faced the terrifying water monster blocking their path, a true predicament. Turning back, she saw Lin Fang still smiling, seemingly unfazed by the situation. She stomped her foot and exclaimed, "You continue to laugh. For a small demon like me, I might at least survive as a laborer, but someone like you would likely have been caught and served as a fine meal." Since Lin Fang had never revealed any demonic aura, the little fox still believed him to be a kind-hearted Taoist. "Do not worry, I am quite resilient. And that water monster will likely find me unpalatable," Lin Fang replied, brimming with confidence. Observing his reckless demeanor, the little fox sighed softly, feeling her future shrouded in darkness. However, she had no alternative path to pursue. Continuing to follow Lin Fang, they had not walked half a day when the sound of rushing water reverberated through the mountains, stirring their hearts. Surely, they had reached the quicksand river. As they followed the mountain path, a wide river soon came into view. The murky waters surged relentlessly, crashing against the cliffs on either side, producing a thunderous roar. A bird flew across the sky, only to plummet into the river, where the waters voraciously engulfed it. Lin Fang and the little fox had never witnessed such a fierce river and were momentarily stunned by the sight. Is this the quicksand river? How perilous it is! How shall we cross? The little fox murmured, utterly disoriented. Ah, there appears to be a stone tablet over there, Lin Fang remarked, his keen eyes spotting a stone obscured by weeds. They hurried over, brushing aside the overgrowth to reveal an ancient stone tablet, its inscriptions worn but still legible. It bore the words, Quicksand River, followed by 4 lines of smaller text, 800 realms of quicksand, 3,000 fathoms of treacherous waters. Goose feathers cannot float. Reed flowers sink to the bottom. These brief verses encapsulated the perils of the quicksand river, indeed a place fraught with danger, historically difficult to traverse. The little fox gazed at the surging waters, her face filled with despair. At that moment, a disturbance in the water caught their attention as a formidable figure emerged, a robust demon with a fierce appearance, wielding a treasured staff and adorned with 9 skulls around its neck. This was the notorious water monster of the quicksand river, the once deposed general, Xīyóu. Upon spotting Lin Fang and the little fox, the monster's eyes glinted with malice as it charged towards them, raising its staff to strike without distinction. Chapter 12. Crossing the river. The force behind this blow was tremendous. Should it connect, Lin Fang and the little fox would surely meet their demise. Recognizing the imminent danger, Lin Fang swiftly drew his sword to defend himself. With a resounding crash, Lin Fang was propelled backward, barely managing to steady himself by driving his sword into the ground to absorb the impact. However, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Gently wiping the blood away, Lin Fang silently lamented the considerable gap in strength between himself and these beings. Even the Xīyóu, a member of the entourage that had journeyed westward, was far beyond his capabilities, stripping away the pride he had recently developed from his smooth sailing. However, before he could feel regret, Sha Sing's relentless assault began. The massive treasure staff, imbued with formidable power, came crashing toward him. This time, Lin Fang dared not confront it head-on and swiftly dodged. Yet, just as he regained his footing, another staff came hurtling toward him. Sha Sing, observing Lin Fang who had fallen victim to his attack, momentarily gleamed with satisfaction. The prolonged agony of having a sword pierced through his heart had destabilized his mind, leading him to periodically succumb to bouts of rage that could only be quelled by a bout of violence. Unfortunately for Lin Fang, he collided with Sha Sing in this volatile state. Otherwise, this former general would have merely captured them to retrieve fragments of glazed tiles, rather than attacking them with lethal intent. Nevertheless, even if captured to collect the shards, their fate would still be dire. The little fox, witnessing the scene unfold, covered his eyes in terror, unable to bear the sight of Lin Fang's potential demise. Throughout their journey, he had come to regard Lin Fang as family. Having lost his parents at a young age, he found warmth in Lin Fang's presence, fostering a deep attachment. Yet, the overwhelming strength of Sha Sing left him devoid of any rebellious spirit, and in that moment, he loathed his own weakness. Unexpectedly, when Sha Sing's staff struck Lin Fang, the gruesome image he had anticipated did not materialize. Instead, a paper effigy slowly descended from the sky. In that critical moment, Lin Fang had summoned the paper man as a decoy, absorbing the fatal blow. His true form, however, had already appeared in another direction, panting heavily. Although he had narrowly evaded disaster, a significant amount of his magical energy had been depleted. Yet, the experience of life and death invigorated the flow of energy within him, proving to be a blessing in disguise. The howling wind, a result of Sha Sing's staff whirling through the air, filled his ears. "Wait, I have news of the pilgrim," Lin Fang shouted urgently. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sha Sing's assault abruptly ceased, the crimson light in his eyes gradually fading, restoring his rationality. His voice, now tinged with a raspy curiosity, inquired, "Speak, where is the pilgrim?" At that moment, Sha Sing was devoid of his previous ferocity, his countenance now brimming with anticipation. He had waited far too long for this day, almost giving up hope. Eager to return to the heavenly realm, he began compelling the surrounding minor demons to retrieve shards from the river of sand, all in hopes of restoring the treasure that would grant him redemption and a return to the heavens. To his surprise, he heard about the pilgrim from Lin Fang, and the excitement within him was palpable. According to the Bodhisattva, if he could recover the true scriptures, he would achieve enlightenment and reclaim his place among the immortals, something he had long yearned for. If you spare us, I shall divulge the whereabouts of the pilgrim, Lin Fang said cautiously, casting a wary glance at him. It was not that he doubted Xīyóu, but rather that the monk's earlier brutality lingered in his mind, leaving him to ponder the terrifying nature of this journey to the west. Creatures like Xīyóu were merciless, treating human life as inconsequential. One could only imagine the ferocity of other demons. Provided your information is credible, I shall accept your terms. Speak quickly, Xīyóu urged, his tone brimming with urgency. Aware of his fervent state, Lin Fang felt compelled to comply, fearing that should Xīyóu's rage resurface, he might perish here. I previously encountered a handsome monk near Xīyóu village, accompanied by a monkey and riding a white horse. He claimed to hail from the Eastern Tang dynasty and was on a pilgrimage to the west to seek scriptures. Lin Fang deliberately slowed his speech, covertly observing Xīyóu's expression. Noticing his eyes brighten without a hint of malice, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this news had uplifted Xīyóu's spirits and ensured the safety of both himself and the little fox. It must be him. It has to be. The Bodhisattva surely spoke of him. Heaven has shown me mercy. I, Xīyóu Jing, have awaited his arrival by this river of sand day in and day out. At last, he has come, Xīyóu exclaimed, dropping to his knees at the riverbank, tears streaming down his face. For the first time in his life, he felt hope. If he could return to the heavenly realm, if he could attain enlightenment, if he could escape this wretched existence of being neither human nor ghost, then all his suffering would have been worthwhile. In that moment, the turmoil and murderous intent within Xīyóu Jing dissipated, replaced by a warm smile that rendered him almost unrecognizable from before. He rose, beaming, and said, "Thank you, young friend, for sharing this news. I hope you will forgive my previous transgressions." Lin Fang, overwhelmed, could only express his reluctance to accept such gratitude, marveling at Xīyóu's unwavering obsession with returning to the heavens. "Young friend, how far is Xīyóu village from here? I wish to prepare myself mentally. For years, I have yearned for the sight of the pilgrim, fearing that I had consumed 9 pilgrims, causing this one to shy away from me," Xīyóu softly inquired, his interest in the pilgrim evident as he longed to end his current plight. Xīyóu village is not particularly distant. If all goes well, one could reach it in about a month. However, the journey ahead is fraught with peril, which may cause delays, Lin Fang replied candidly. "That is of no matter. I have waited all these years, and I can continue to wait a little longer," Xīyóu said, his face alight with joy. As their conversation progressed, the atmosphere gradually softened. Perhaps buoyed by newfound hope, Xīyóu became exceedingly talkative, clinging to Lin Fang as he eagerly sought further details. Lin Fang patiently recounted everything he knew, eventually mentioning that he and the little fox intended to continue their westward journey and inquired how to cross the river of sand. In response, Xīyóu chuckled. "This river of sand is a branch of the weak water. Thus, goose feathers cannot float, and reed flowers sink to the bottom. Ordinary methods will not suffice. However, I have consumed 9 pilgrims, and their skulls can float on the surface of the water. Ever since I learned of the pilgrimage, I have been refining these skulls. They can now transform at will, but I have yet to have the opportunity to test them. You can ride on my magical artifact to cross the river, and I will ensure everything is prepared to avoid any mishaps that might harm my master." Lin Fang nodded eagerly. With Xīyóu present, he had no doubt about the safety of this magical artifact. After they reached an agreement, Xīyóu tossed the 9 skulls he wore around his neck into the water. The skulls gradually enlarged, forming a platform large enough for one person to stand upon. Xīyóu leaped onto the skull, exclaiming, "Come aboard. I shall ferry you across the river." The little fox, apprehensive at the sight of the surging waters, felt his legs quaking. Yet Lin Fang chuckled, seizing the little fox by the collar and effortlessly leaping onto the skull. The little fox, terrified, covered his eyes. But Lin Fang's voice reassured him, "It's all right. You're on solid ground now. You can open your eyes." Upon hearing this, the little fox cautiously parted his fingers, gazing at the turbulent river of sand up close and sensing the lurking danger within. He quickly covered his eyes again. Lin Fang, amused by the scene, laughed heartily. In this world, teasing the little fox had become one of his few joys. Standing on the skull, the little fox felt the ground beneath him shift unsteadily, terrified that a misstep could send him plummeting into the treacherous waters. Yet, whenever he trembled, Lin Fang was always there to steady him, gradually calming his frightened heart. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until Lin Fang's teasing voice broke through the air. Aren't you coming down? Do you intend to live permanently in the river of sand? Opening his eyes, the little fox realized they had already reached the opposite bank, where Lin Fang stood, grinning mischievously. Haha, what an adorable little fox. Young friend, perhaps you should refrain from bullying him. The monk Xīyóu let out a hearty laugh, a sound he had not uttered in a long time. Since I have brought you here, it is time for me to return to the river. Otherwise, if I stray too far, the heavenly swords may descend upon me, he remarked, gazing up at the azure sky. In that case, let us part ways. Perhaps we shall encounter each other again on the journey westward. Wait, I have some items that I can no longer use. Since we are fated to meet, I shall give them to you, he suddenly exclaimed. He produced a somewhat tattered cloth bag, patched in numerous places, and solemnly handed it to Lin Fang. What is this? Lin Fang inquired, puzzled, for he knew the monk was a miser and likely possessed nothing of value to offer. These are fragments of a glazed lamp I salvaged over the years. I had hoped to restore it, believing that perhaps I could atone for my sins and return to the heavens. However, since I am preparing to embark on a journey to the west, this item has become useless to me. It is better to gift it to you, after all. It is a celestial artifact and can serve as material for forging, the monk said with a hint of melancholy. His emotions regarding the glazed lamp were complex. It was this very lamp that had transformed him from the celestial general of the heavenly curtains into the river monster of the flowing sands. Without the Bodhisattva's compassion, he might have lived a muddled existence forever. By giving it to Lin Fang, he was reconciling with his past self. From this moment on, he would simply be Xīyóu Wujing, allowing the memories of his former glory to fade away with the wind. Lin Fang understood the significance of this gift and solemnly accepted the bag, nodding, I will make good use of it. The monk, however, smiled lightly, saying, Since I have given it to you, it belongs to you. How you choose to handle it is entirely your decision. Even if you were to discard it, I would harbor no grievances. With these words, Lin Fang knew the monk had indeed let go of his obsessions. Yet, he had no intention of discarding the fragments. As the monk had previously stated, they were celestial remnants, not mere trifles, and even in their shattered state, they could serve as valuable materials for crafting. As Lin Fang and the little fox observed the monk's figure gradually disappearing into the flowing sands, the little fox pondered, why does he still yearn to return to a place that treated him so poorly? In their earlier conversations, he had learned of the monk's background. It seemed incomprehensible that, despite being cast aside and punished for a momentary lapse, the monk still desired to return to the heavenly realm, even becoming somewhat obsessed with the idea. Wasn't it better to be a free spirit, a creature of the wild? Lin Fang gently ruffled the little fox's head and replied softly. There is a phenomenon in this world. When one remains in a relatively enclosed environment for too long, they begin to reject new external experiences, fearing the outside world. Even if life is unsatisfactory, they gradually become accustomed to it, even dependent. This is called institutionalization. The little fox did not grasp the concept of institutionalization, but sensed that Lin Fang was quite knowledgeable. In truth, he admired learned individuals from the human race, for many in the Fox clan enjoyed associating with scholarly men. Seeing the little fox's bewildered expression, Lin Fang couldn't help but chuckle. He was unsure why he felt compelled to share such insights. Perhaps the influences from his past life lingered too deeply, causing him to recall these things. Come, let us continue westward. There is still a long journey ahead, Lin Fang urged, leading the little fox onward. He cast one last glance at the turbulent flowing sands, sighing softly within. He found it difficult to assess the monk's character. He seemed to embody both a persistent kindness and an unimaginable ruthlessness, as if harboring contradictions within himself. At times, he evoked a desire for vengeance, while at others, he appeared a pitiable figure. Raising his gaze to the cerulean sky, Lin Fang felt as though he glimpsed the imposing heavenly realm hidden above the nine skies. He could not fathom what kind of place could transform a person into such a being, yet as someone from Earth, he felt a twinge of disdain for that exalted celestial domain. As they crossed the flowing sands, the terrain became more level, and the surrounding creatures diminished significantly. The little fox, whose heart had been racing with fear, began to relax. Excitedly, he chattered about the tales he had heard, many of which were exaggerated, though a few caught Lin Fang's attention. I heard there is a place further west called Wuzhuangwen, where a powerful figure named Xīyóu Daxian resides. Many demons fear to approach there, as they say that if one accidentally enters, they might never return. the little fox recounted softly. "And I have also heard that there is a fruit called ginseng fruit, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, and consuming it grants eternal life," he added. His eyes gleaming with longing, for the pursuit of immortality was a shared aspiration among beings of the three realms. Lin Fang, however, did not share this enthusiasm. While the text suggested that the ginseng fruit could indeed extend life, seeking true immortality was a delusion. Nevertheless, he was quite curious about the esteemed Xīyóu Daxian, pondering what kind of person he might be. After all he had experienced, he recognized that projecting the characters from stories and dramas onto real-life figures was a grave error. These beings were far from the benevolent figures one might imagine, and as a member of the demon race, who knew how that powerful immortal would treat him. Thus, Lin Fang was resolved to avoid the vicinity of Mount Wanshou, preferring to take a longer route rather than risk an encounter with such a formidable celestial being. After all, even the likes of the Monkey King had been captured multiple times. For a small demon like himself, approaching would be akin to courting disaster. As Lin Fang continued westward with the little fox, they came upon a picturesque mountain, its beauty striking against the backdrop of lush, vibrant trees. An oasis of tranquility amidst the rugged terrain. What a splendid place. After traversing such harsh landscapes, to find such a charming locale is a rare delight. If one could establish a manor here, it would surely be like a paradise, Lin Fang exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. The little fox eagerly followed Lin Fang's gaze and instantly fell in love with this enchanting land, dashing ahead with laughter. Lin Fang chuckled as he followed, feeling uplifted by the sight of such beauty, as if the burdens hidden within his heart were being eased. How peculiar that such an extraordinary place remains unclaimed by any demon, Lin Fang mused aloud. It was well known that demons, having grown up in the mountains, were highly sensitive to their surroundings. Such a prime location would surely not go unnoticed. Yet, within the mountain, only gentle creatures roamed, and not a single demon was in sight. Just then, a cool voice rang out, "Halt, traveler." Lin Fang looked up to see a celestial maiden clad in white standing amidst the mountains, her attire as pure as snow, her expression exuding a serene coldness. "Pray tell, to which celestial abode do I owe this honor?" "I beg your forgiveness for my ignorance," Lin Fang responded promptly. He understood that those who occupied such blessed lands along the journey to the west were not to be trifled with, and given his modest strength, he had to tread cautiously. "This is the abode of Lady Li Mountain. Which Taoist are you, daring to bring a little fox demon to this place?" The fairy was equally astonished, for she was likely aware of the perils that lay upon the journey to the west. How many powerful and ruthless demon kings occupied the mountain tops, making passage nearly impossible. Ultimately, it was her own fault. Today, while tidying the courtyard, she inadvertently damaged the core of the Great Formation. Just as it was being repaired, the blessed land manifested, causing Lin Fang and his companion to unwittingly intrude. The name Xīyóu? Lin Fang pondered this title carefully. Historically, this celestial being was quite renowned. Many famous heroines were said to be her disciples. While such notions may not hold in the world of the journey to the west, within the context of the four saints' contemplation, this immortal was regarded as the mother of Guanyin, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra, highlighting her formidable abilities and background. "Please do not take offense, esteemed elder." Lin Fang quickly apologized. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the cold fairy regarded his respectful demeanor with a measure of leniency, understanding that it was her own negligence that had caused the disruption of the formation. "Since your intrusion was unintentional, I kindly request that you depart swiftly. Should the elder return and find you here, it would reflect poorly on me." The fairy preferred to limit her interaction with Lin Fang and his companion, issuing a polite dismissal. Lin Fang, however, remained unfazed by her lofty demeanor. It was already a stroke of luck that she didn't summon her forces against them for merely encountering a demon. Yet, from her words, it was clear that Li Shanlaomu was not present at that moment. With the little fox at his side, he began to withdraw. The fox tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of the fairy abode, only to find the mountains gradually shrouded in mist, likely as a result of the Formation-S activation. At that moment, unforeseen chaos erupted. A tremendous roar echoed as a massive force descended from the heavens, hurtling directly towards the blessed land. The fairy's face contorted with fury, her willow-like brows knitting together as her voice resonated through the mountains. "You wretched creature, have you not suffered enough? And now you dare to seek your own demise once more." As her words faded, her sword soared into the air, transforming into a shimmering dragon that charged forth with its gaping maw. With a resounding crash, a figure plummeted from the sky, landing with a thud, a venerable elder wielding a wooden staff. This was a demon born of Flora, exuding a distinct aura, clad in a green robe. With verdant branches sprouting from his shoulders and arms, and a white beard reaching down to his chest. Despite his apparent age, he radiated a formidable presence, his demonic energy seemingly enveloping the entire forest. "Return, my child," the elder bellowed. The fairy frowned and replied, "How many times must I tell you? Your child is not here. Why must you persist? Were it not for the elder's discourse with the bodhisattvas on Ling Mountain, you would not dare to act so recklessly here. Nonsense. My child has gone missing right here, and you cannot feign ignorance of his whereabouts. If you do not return him today, do not blame me for disturbing your peace." Though the elder appeared frail, his imposing demeanor was more fiery than that of the young Lin Fang. "Just because you say it does not make it true. I am a disciple of the esteemed Lishan Laomu. Why would I deceive you, old demon? Do not make a scene, or I shall not be so forgiving." The fairy, unaccustomed to such threats, immediately retorted. With their words failing to align, they swiftly resorted to combat, one wielding a wooden staff and the other a sword, engaging in a fierce aerial duel that left Lin Fang and his companion in awe. Good heavens! Is this elder truly so fearless? Lin Fang mused inwardly, astonished at the elder's audacity to act so brazenly in front of Lishan Laomu. Watching the fierce clash above, Lin Fang hastily pulled the little fox away, recognizing that it was best not to involve themselves in such matters, as both combatants clearly possessed formidable prowess. In the sky, the elder continued to clash with the fairy, his staff glowing with a verdant light, causing countless vines to ensnare her. The vines shimmered with magical energy, but the fairy merely scoffed, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that instantly shattered the bindings. Sword light streaked across the sky, striking the elder, yet he remained unscathed, for a thick layer of bark had inexplicably grown upon him, absorbing the fierce strikes. The elder's staff came crashing towards the fairy's head, yet she stood her ground, raising her sword to deflect it. The two became locked in a struggle. The fairy felt a sense of constraint. Her spells were too potent, and using them risked damaging the cave. Should the elder blame her, it would be a grave misstep. Thus she fought with caution, while the elder seemed to grow bolder with each passing moment, wielding his staff as if commanding an army. "Since you insist on this, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The fairy gritted her teeth, her resolve hardening. With a thought, she summoned a luminous hairpin from the blessed land, its surface swirling with radiant symbols. Grasping the pin, she thrust it forward, unleashing a beam of light that raced toward the elder with blinding speed. The elder, unable to evade, was struck and plummeted from the sky, his fate uncertain. The fairy, observing this, let out a light huff, unconcerned with pursuing him, aware that the formation remained unrepaired and time was of the essence. As mist enveloped the area, the imposing mountain that had once been visible to Lin Fang and the little fox vanished, indicating that the formation had been restored. How impressive! When will I ever attain such strength? The little fox, reflecting on the earlier battle, exclaimed in awe. This hardly qualifies as strength. The likes of the Yellow-Wind Great Sage and Xīyóu far surpass them. Lin Fang replied dismissively. Is that so? I feel they are far more formidable. Especially that fairy sister. Her magic is truly awe-inspiring. The little fox, skeptical, could not help but compare them to the more mundane abilities of the Yellow-Wind Great Sage and Xīyóu. What do you know? That is true prowess. A single force can overpower 10 skills. If those two were to engage, their formidable magic would swiftly vanquish these opponents. While their spells may appear intricate, they are ultimately ineffective. Lin Fang scrutinized the duel closely, forming his own judgments. Overall, while the two wielded impressive spells, they lacked mastery over their own magic, allowing it to dissipate instead of achieving peak effectiveness. The fairy's final strike with her artifact was the true demonstration of power, lethal yet concealed. He surmised that if he unleashed his full strength, overcoming these two would not pose a challenge. However, he was reluctant to draw attention. In this perilous world of the journey to the west, maintaining a low profile was essential for survival. Look at that arrogant elder now. Having suffered such a severe setback, who knows if he will survive? The artifact's might seems rather profound, Lin Fang mused. Alas, it is a pity. I have yet to see what the fairy's blessed land looks like. I've heard it is filled with treasures that could enhance one's magical prowess. The little fox lamented, having never set foot in a fairy's abode. Do not dwell on it. Today was merely fortunate. This fairy is evidently kind-hearted. Had we encountered another, they might have skinned you alive for being a little demon. It is best for you to keep your distance from celestial dwellings, Lin Fang cautioned, hoping to spare the little fox from unwittingly courting danger. The little fox drooped its ears, recognizing the truth in Lin Fang's words. Most deities harbored disdain for demons. Well, what is there to be disheartened about? If the opportunity arises, I shall establish my own blessed land, which would surely be more gratifying than envying others. Lin Fang reassured the despondent little fox. It is not as simple as you suggest. Even demon kings cannot create blessed lands. Only the most powerful deities possess such capabilities. As the two walked and conversed, they arrived by a small stream, where they spotted a green figure floating above the water's surface. It was the same old demon who had previously clashed with the fairy. Lin Fang rushed to his side, only to discover a large gash in the demon's body. Yet there was no blood flowing from it. The demon's body was entwined with gray roots, drawing moisture from the stream and preserving his life. It turned out that he was a tree spirit, fortunate enough to land by the stream. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. After scrutinizing the scene, Lin Fang chuckled. Is there any hope for his recovery? The little fox, gazing at the old demon's wound, felt that the prospects were bleak. It seems fate has spared him. Having encountered me, since there's a connection, I shall generously offer my assistance, Lin Fang declared, retrieving his jade pendant and gently blowing upon it. A vibrant green light surged forth, infused with the unique vitality of willow leaves, potent enough to revive the dead. As the life force enveloped the old demon, the gash began to mend, and soon the demon opened his weary eyes, beholding Lin Fang and the little fox beside him. Who are you? The old demon inquired warily, though his tension eased upon noticing the little fox's fluffy ears. I am Xīyóu, and this is my brother Lin Fang. He is the one who saved your life. The little fox replied, beaming with joy. The old demon quickly struggled to his feet and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, immortal, for your salvation. I am eternally grateful. As fellow beings of the demon clan, mutual aid is only natural. Please, no need for such formality, Lin Fang replied. What? You are a demon? The old demon was taken aback, scrutinizing Lin Fang closely, unable to reconcile his appearance with the notion of being a demon. Lin Fang merely smiled subtly. Having cultivated in a state of purity, even immortals would not perceive his demonic aura, let alone this old demon. He then released a hint of his demonic energy, causing the old demon's eyes to brighten with realization. You truly are a demon, yet your aura is remarkably warm, drawing one in effortlessly. Chapter 14. 5 Zhuang Temple. Lin Fang's form was perfected, his spiritual power having been refined through heavenly lightning, thus devoid of any chaotic essence, emanating pure and harmonious energy. This purity made the tree spirit feel an immediate kinship. The little fox, equally astonished, circled around Lin Fang, having long believed him to be a human cultivator, only to discover he was, like himself, a demon. What a remarkable skill! With your appearance and aura, you can mingle among humans without fear of those so-called celestial beings hunting demons, mused the old demon, quickly recognizing the advantages of Lin Fang's ability. The little fox's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a fox demon, he had always yearned for life among humans, for foxes are the demons most enamored with humanity. He had heard countless tales of the human world, dreaming of the day he could behold its beauty. Observing the little fox's envious gaze, Lin Fang felt a pang of concern and said, the human world may not be as splendid as you imagine. You might find disappointment lurking there. The little fox merely pouted, seemingly unconvinced by Lin Fang's words. This time, Lin Fang refrained from discouraging or mocking the little demon. Perhaps preserving a glimmer of hope about the world was a good thing. With the revitalizing energy coursing through him, the old demon gradually regained his strength and would soon rise. He gazed intently at the distant sky, where a mountain should have stood, obscured by a formation that prevented approach. You are still not disheartened? Lin Fang queried, noting the fire in the old demon's eyes. My child is still there. No matter the cost, I must bring him back, the old demon replied resolutely, undeterred even after narrowly escaping death, determined to head toward the celestial abode. Despite knowing it belonged to a powerful immortal. Do you comprehend the might of the old mother of Li Mountain? Lin Fang inquired. I do not know, nor have I ever heard her name, the old demon answered candidly. She is an ancient immortal, of a lineage surpassing even the bodhisattvas of Buddhism, should you persist. It will lead to your demise, Lin Fang cautioned, imparting the knowledge he possessed, hoping the old demon would comprehend the gravity of his situation. The old demon paused, absorbing Lin Fang's words before finally responding. All I wish is to find my child. Lin Fang regarded him with curiosity, sensing the unwavering conviction in his voice, and sighed. Perhaps your child is truly not here. Impossible, his essence vanished in this very spot, the old demon retorted. That does not necessarily mean he was taken by the old mother of Li Mountain. She is proud and has no need to deceive a demon, Lin Fang reasoned. The old demon remained motionless, having harbored a suspicion, yet unable to accept it until Lin Fang shattered that fragile veil of denial. He lifted his gaze to the sky, his eyes reflecting despair and sorrow. He merely wished to find his child, yet the vastness of the world left him lost. The old demon sank into profound despair, his life seemingly devoid of color. Lin Fang, observing the old demon's hopelessness, was reminded of parents he had seen before, whose children had been abducted. Mirroring their own despair and helplessness, as if their lives had lost all meaning. Is your child also a tree demon? Lin Fang inquired. The tree demon race is difficult to propagate, so I cannot say what their offspring would be like. No, he is a ginseng spirit. He grew up by my side, gradually gaining intelligence and transforming into a demon. I watched him grow, and we relied on one another in the forest. The old demon lamented. I only regret having told him too many stories of the outside world, instilling in him a deep fascination for humanity. One day he slipped away, and I followed his essence only to lose track of him here. The old demon reminisced about the past, seemingly seeking to unburden his heart. Lin Fang, however, was lost in thought. Ginseng spirits were exceedingly rare, often coveted treasures. Yet, to erase the scent left by the old demon, it seemed his adversary was quite adept. In that case, why not consult the land deity? He is a being of great influence in this realm. Perhaps he possesses some knowledge, Lin Fang suggested. This idea had been inspired by a monkey, for when it came to gathering information, the mountain gods and land deities were the most reliable sources. Though many demons failed to recognize this. But the mountain gods and land deities are heavenly beings. We are but demons. They likely won't assist us. The old demon expressed his concerns. Lin Fang sighed at the old demon's naivety. Which demon on the journey to the west did not bully the mountain gods and land deities? Some even made them their servants, hardly caring about their celestial status. After all, the heavens are distant, and how could such minor deities attract the attention of the heavens? Besides, we are merely inquiring for information, harboring no ill intent. There is no need for concern. The old demon, reassured by Lin Fang's confidence, began to relax. However, the mountain gods and land deities are elusive spirits. If we lack the proper approach, we may not find their traces. I have a solution for that, the old demon replied, being a tree spirit. I am connected to the earth and can surely locate them. With that, the old demon closed his eyes, channeling his powers, as countless roots sprouted from beneath his feet, sprawling deep into the earth. After a while, he opened his eyes, exclaiming, I found them. Lin Fang smiled slightly and followed the direction indicated by the old demon, soon arriving at a small shrine adorned with the statue of the land deity. Upon their arrival at the temple, a commanding voice echoed, demanding to know the identity of the intruders daring to enter the sacred space. Lin Fang, however, merely smiled and extended his hand gently in the direction of the voice, revealing an elderly man with a white beard, who was effortlessly pulled forth by Lin Fang's magical prowess. The old man, diminutive in stature and clad in an opulent brocade robe reminiscent of a wealthy patriarch, clutched a wooden staff, his feet flailing comically in midair. For he was none other than the local deity of the land. Release me at once. Do you have no sense of public decency? Do you not understand the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? He exclaimed, wincing as he rubbed his aching back. But did you not request to be set down? Lin Fang replied with a chuckle. The land deity then scrutinized his unexpected visitors, quickly discerning their formidable nature. Especially the old creature clad in green, whose immense demonic energy suggested he was not a foe to be trifled with. Thus, he adopted a cordial demeanor and inquired, Might I ask what brings you esteemed guests to my humble temple? Observing the deity's ability to read the room, Lin Fang couldn't help but admire his adeptness at navigating such perilous circumstances. The land deity's skill in assessing situations and adapting accordingly was indeed remarkable. The saying goes, a hand raised against a smiling face is unwise, and given the land deity's amiable stance, the old creature felt a pang of reluctance to act aggressively. He then divulged his plight, pleading with the deity to recall any trace of his missing son, driven by a deep yearning. Upon hearing the old creature's words, the land deity's brow furrowed in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, under the hopeful gaze of the old creature, He murmured, I do recall a small ginseng spirit appearing here not long ago, but it subsequently vanished. However, I remember that a few disciples from Wu Zhuangguan visited during that time. Their purpose remains unknown, yet it is highly probable that your child is entangled with them. Wu Zhuangguan, the abode of the revered Xīyóu de Xian? Lin Fang muttered, furrowing his brow. The revelation that this matter intertwined with the celestial domain raised his concerns. What could the disciples of such an esteemed institution desire with a ginseng spirit? If they were mere practitioners, it might be acceptable, but the disciples of Wu Zhuangguan were not likely to lack for a small ginseng spirit. Lin Fang sensed an underlying secret within this scenario. The illustrious figure from the journey to the west, the progenitor of the earth immortals, seemed to be shrouded in an enigmatic veil, obscuring his true identity. You outsiders may not be aware, but Wu Zhuangguan routinely purges the surrounding area of demons. It is no wonder you see no traces of them here. I advise you to leave at once. Should you offend that celestial being, the consequences could be dire. The land deity cautioned. Thank you for your guidance, land deity. The old creature replied with evident trepidation, leading Lin Fang and the others away from the temple. After walking a short distance, he turned to Lin Fang and his companion, expressing, I am grateful for your assistance, but we must part ways here. Wait, Lin Fang interjected, stopping the somewhat disheartened old creature. Are you truly planning to visit Wu Zhuangguan? Indeed. Now that I know my son's whereabouts, whether he lives or dies, I must see for myself, the old creature replied softly, a resolute tone lacing his words. The Xīyóu de Xian is a being of immense power, regarded as a ruler among mortals and immortals alike. To approach his domain as a mere demon is akin to courting death, Lin Fang warned, his brow knitted in concern. I am well aware of that, yet my heart cannot find peace without knowing his fate. Alas, I shall go alone. You cannot conceal your demonic energy. In your presence, there would be tantamount to self-destruction. Allow me to investigate on your behalf, the old creature insisted. Initially, Lin Fang intended to withdraw from the matter entirely, as the thought of confronting such a celestial being filled him with trepidation. Yet, upon gazing into the old creature's eyes, he found himself unable to move. Those eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to his father's, filled with paternal love and concern, stirring memories of his own father. He pondered the well-being of his father back on Earth, contemplating how his sudden disappearance might have caused him distress. Thus, Lin Fang resolved to assist the old creature, perhaps driven by an ember of compassion still ablaze within him, for one must not betray their true heart. Absolutely not. You have acknowledged the gravity of this situation. If your life were to be lost due to our involvement, I would find no redemption, even in 100 deaths, the old creature implored, hastily attempting to dissuade Lin Fang. Yet Lin Fang had made up his mind, declaring, Rest assured, I will not act recklessly. I merely intend to ascertain the situation, not to instigate conflict. As long as I conceal my demonic essence, I can navigate Wu Zhuangguan without issue. He also understood that it would not be long before Xīyóu de Xian would be preoccupied with other matters, significantly reducing his own peril. Ultimately, Lin Fang successfully persuaded the old creature to remain hidden in the woods with the little fox, while he embarked alone on the journey to Wu Zhuangguan. The revered sanctuary lay concealed not far to the west, and Lin Fang soon discerned its location. Much like the abode of Lishan Laomu, Mount Wanshou was veiled from ordinary sight, hidden from the eyes of most. However, Lin Fang had learned from the land deity the method to gain entry. On the 15th day of each month, disciples from Wu Zhuangguan would emerge from Mount Wanshou to procure supplies from the distant kingdom of Baoxiang, presenting an opportune moment for infiltration. Sure enough, 2 days later, on the 15th, Lin Fang patiently concealed himself within the thicket, soon witnessing several disciples clad in ceremonial robes emerge from the void. In that instant, Lin Fang sensed the presence of Mount Wanshou and seized the opportunity to slip among them unnoticed. One disciple suddenly turned, glancing back toward the direction from which he had emerged. Brother, what troubles you? Nothing, I just felt a flicker of movement, the elder responded. Impossible. Surely you must be mistaken. Who would dare approach Mount Wanshou? Do you think they wish to become fodder for ginseng fruit? A younger disciple chuckled. Younger brother, best not to speak carelessly. Such matters should not be discussed openly, admonished the elder with a stern expression. Understood, brother. Yet, what is the harm? They are merely demons. Are they not worthy of such caution? The younger disciple retorted, dismissing the concern. You know not what you speak. Some matters are better left unsaid. If word of our discussions were to spread, we would find ourselves in dire straits, especially with so many eyes watching our master from above. It is prudent not to cause him any trouble, the elder cautioned. The younger disciple nodded in agreement, but added with a smile, when we return, the ginseng fruit should be ripe. Our master will surely reward us with one. At last, our years of toil shall yield fruit. Upon hearing this, the elder's demeanor softened, and a smile graced his face. The prospect of such a rare treasure as the ginseng fruit, a remarkable gift of nature, filled them with anticipation, especially given their master's extraordinary abilities to cultivate it. As they conversed, the group gradually moved further away, journeying toward the kingdom of Baoxiang. Chapter 15. The truth. Mount Wanshou, concealed between the realms, was seldom glimpsed by mortal eyes. Lin Fang surveyed the celestial mountain with curiosity, noting its extraordinary aura and abundant spiritual energy. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of aversion welled within him, a fleeting emotion that left him perplexed. He diligently concealed his presence, aware that he was virtually undetectable. Yet, being on the territory of Xīyóu de Xian, a being of immense power, raised the question of what other means might exist to unveil his disguise. Fortunately, the vast expanse of Mount Wanshou provided ample cover, allowing Lin Fang to remain hidden within the dense forest, where he felt relatively secure for the time being. He gazed into the distance, where the Wuzhuang Temple perched atop the majestic Mount Wanshou, shrouded in swirling mists, revealing only a glimpse of its ancient a.k.a. yet exuding an aura of profound Taoist essence. Lin Fang refrained from approaching hastily. The pressure from Xīyóu felt like an insurmountable mountain, dissuading him from confronting this renowned immortal of the three realms. He chose to wait patiently for an opportune moment. It was anticipated that the group on their westward journey would soon reach Huangfeng Ridge. Estimating the time, Xīyóu would soon depart for the heavenly court to listen to the teachings of the primordial supreme. Given Xīyóu's demeanor while preparing to capture the monkey and his companions, it was likely that this ritual would occur shortly. Therefore, Lin Fang preferred to wait a while longer rather than act impulsively. In the early morning, the temple bells of Wuzhuang Temple resonated throughout Mount Wanshou, seemingly possessing a purifying power for the soul. Unfortunately, this sacred mountain was scarcely visited, devoid of demons, and even the wildlife was notably sparse. In stark contrast to the clamor of the outside world, Mount Wanshou exuded an unusual tranquility, a stillness that struck Lin Fang as unsettling. From a distance, he observed the temple gates tightly shut, the mist obscuring any clear view. However, Lin Fang had other means at his disposal. He produced a jade pendant, blew gently upon it, and it transformed into a telescope. The remarkable quality of this willow leaf bestowed by Guanyin lay in its ability to change at will, conjuring whatever his heart desired. Holding the telescope, he mused, "Let us rely on science rather than sorcery." Peering through the telescope towards Wuzhuang Temple, he could discern Taoist acolytes moving about, yet Xīyóu was nowhere in sight. Further inspection revealed a massive tree extending from the main hall of the temple. Finding a comfortable spot, Lin Fang settled down, prepared for a protracted wait. Thus, he established his camp on Mount Wanshou, diligently observing the temple's activities with his telescope at regular intervals, gradually familiarizing himself with the temple's layout to prevent getting lost upon entry. If only I possessed the ability to change forms, I could transform into something small and fly inside, sparing myself much effort, he lamented. He fervently hoped that his next draw from the journey to the West Lottery would yield something as extraordinary as the 72 transformations. After several days of waiting, a turning point finally emerged. One morning, Xīyóu summoned the two acolytes, Qi Feng and Mingwei, instructing them, "I must journey to the heavenly court to listen to the primordial supreme expound upon the Tao fruit of Hunyuan. It is imperative that I do not miss this opportunity. In a few days, a monk traveling west will pass through this area. You are to dismantle the magical formation and invite him in, presenting him with 2 of the precious ginseng fruits for the elder." "Master, how can the ginseng fruits be so valuable? Who is this elder to warrant such regard from you?" Qingfeng questioned, puzzled. Their master held an exalted status, possessing profound powers, and the ginseng fruits were his cherished possessions. It was indeed strange that he would offer them to an unknown elder. Xīyóu stroked his beard and smiled. "Though this elder is presently in mortal form, he is the reincarnation of the Buddha's disciple, the golden cicada. Long ago, I attended a gathering at Ling Mountain and enjoyed a delightful conversation with him over 2 cups of fine tea. Now that he has returned in this incarnation, I must extend my hospitality." You must not treat him with disrespect, but beware of his few disciples, as they are rather unruly. Heeding Xīyóu's instructions, Qing Feng and Mingyue nodded eagerly. With all the other disciples away, they relished the tranquility of guarding the temple. Lin Fang observed a cloud of auspiciousness rising from Wuzhuang Temple, soaring into the sky, and wondered if Xīyóu had departed. He hastily retrieved his telescope, confirming that only Qi Feng and Mingyue remained. He refrained from infiltrating the temple just yet, wary of Xīyóu's potential return. After 2 days, with no sign of Xīyóu's return, Lin Fang speculated that he had indeed gone to the heavenly court for the teachings. Slowly, he emerged from his concealed position in the thick woods. This was likely the most vacant moment for Wuzhuang Temple. During these past days, he had thoroughly acquainted himself with the temple's surroundings and found it easy to navigate to the outer edges. Unfortunately, the temple walls were fortified with magical formations set by Xīyóu, preventing his entry, leaving him to wait outside. As night fell and darkness enveloped the land, the entirety of Mount Wanshou was shrouded in obscurity. Qing Feng and Mingyue, being mere acolytes, locked the temple gates and retired for the night. At that moment, Lin Fang stealthily emerged from the shadows, knowing well that the only entrance to Wuzhuang Temple was the main gate. Perhaps it was Xīyóu's overconfidence. The gate was unguarded by any magical formations. With a thought, Lin Fang transformed his jade pendant into a slender blade and slipped it through the crack of the door, gently manipulating the latch until the gate creaked open. The ease of his entry left Lin Fang incredulous. No wonder the monkey had managed to topple the fruit tree and escape on multiple occasions. The defenses were indeed lax. He mused that he might be the first creature to infiltrate Wuzhuang Temple in centuries, a thought that filled him with a sense of pride. However, he quickly suppressed such emotions, fully aware that his success was merely a result of the favorable winds from the journey to the west. Had Xīyóu not deliberately sent his disciples away, Lin Fang's own strength would not have sufficed for such an infiltration. Stifling his excitement, he quietly closed the door behind him and began his search for the small ginseng spirit. Wuzhuang Temple was neither too large nor too small, and Lin Fang had memorized its layout. He promptly headed for the side hall, for the main hall was the sanctuary of Xīyóu, dedicated to the heavenly and earthly characters, and thus could not serve as a prison for demons. Only the side hall, where Xīyóu's disciples typically congregated, could potentially house a captive demon. However, after a thorough search of the hall, he found nothing. It was utterly empty, the floor pristine as if licked clean by a dog. Yet, Lin Fang keenly sensed something unusual. A faint trace of demonic energy lingered within the hall. A celestial abode. Suffused with demonic energy, such a revelation would likely be met with disbelief. Nevertheless, the residual energy was weak, nearly imperceptible without careful attention. Following the trail of this residual energy, he soon found himself in the rear courtyard, yet there were no further traces to be found. Looking up, he beheld a small square courtyard, its gate tightly shut, within which stood a towering tree, its branches flourishing and reaching over the wall, clearly a rare spiritual root of heaven and earth. Lin Fang recognized that this must be the location of the ginseng fruit tree. Although he had yet to locate the small ginseng spirit, he thought it worthwhile to investigate this extraordinary treasure of heaven and earth, for his efforts to infiltrate Wuzhuang Temple would not be in vain. However, the gate was locked with an iron padlock, radiating a bright light that indicated it was a magical artifact. Forcing it open would surely alert Qing Feng and Mingyue, making escape impossible. Furrowing his brow, Lin Fang pondered for a long while before devising a rather dubious plan. He produced a paper cat and blew gently upon it. The paper cat rolled twice on the ground and miraculously transformed into a fluffy white cat. Lin Fang gently stroked its head and said, "It's up to you to help me gain access to this extraordinary treasure." With a light push, the cat sprang to life, dashing into the courtyard, quickly locating the key's whereabouts. It turned out that the 2 young acolytes, wary of potential losses, had stationed one beside the key, which hung next to a golden object, about 2 feet long and as thick as a finger, likely the legendary golden hammer. Lin Fang breathed gently, and the white cat let out a soft meow, startling Qi Feng from his slumber. He quickly glanced at the key and the golden hammer, relieved to find both in place. Where does that cat's meow come from? There has never been a cat herd in the Wanshou Mountain, Qi Feng murmured to himself. After all, he was still a child at heart. Upon hearing the sound of the cat, a surge of curiosity welled up within him, compelling him to investigate. It should be fine to just take a look, he reassured himself. Upon opening the door, he indeed spotted a white cat that darted past him. He hurriedly lunged forward to catch it, but to his surprise, it was remarkably swift, vanishing from view in the blink of an eye. Returning to his room, he noticed the key and the golden talisman were still there, calming his heart, and he decided to continue sleeping, albeit with plans to search the mountain thoroughly the next day, hoping to capture that elusive white cat. Unbeknownst to him, during this brief moment, Lin Fang stealthily entered the room and quietly took the key. He dared not touch the golden talisman. The ginseng fruit was far too precious. Regarded as the heart's delight by Xīyóu, if he were to take even one, it would surely arouse suspicion. These immortals were adept in divination. It was prudent to exercise caution. Thus, he quietly took the key and transformed a jade pendant to resemble it, hanging it on the wall before leaving the room. Once Qin Feng fell back into slumber, Lin Fang approached the courtyard door again and slowly opened it. A vibrant fruit tree came into view. The tree was exceedingly lush, with leaves resembling banana fronds that shaded the sky, and on its branches hung ginseng fruits, appearing remarkably like 3-year-old children, complete with features resembling those in a loving embrace. This was indeed the fabled spirit root of heaven and earth, the ginseng fruit tree. Lin Fang, upon first sight, was taken aback. No wonder Tang Sung dared not consume it, for its appearance was too reminiscent of a child. As he drew closer, a fragrant aroma wafted toward him. The unique scent of the fruit, which eased his initial trepidation, confirming it was indeed a fruit and not a child. With a gentle inhalation, he felt a surge of pure magical energy coursing through his veins, invigorating his very being. Savoring this newfound vitality, Lin Fang gazed fervently at the ginseng fruit tree, recognizing it as a rare treasure of the heavens. The mere act of inhaling its fragrance had such an effect, he could only imagine the power gained from consuming it. Alas, the fruit's owner was formidable, otherwise, he would have savored its flavor that very day. After appreciating the fruit tree, Lin Fang recalled the purpose of his visit and began to scrutinize the courtyard for clues. Suddenly, he noticed a splash of vivid red beneath the ginseng fruit tree, glowing like a lantern in the darkness. Approaching cautiously, he picked it up, detecting a strong scent of blood. As he circled the tree, he discovered several patches of blood-stained soil. A chill ran down his spine as he raised his head to see the ginseng fruits swaying in the breeze. Yet his heart was filled with dread. Each fruit, resembling an infant, seemed to have opened its eyes, greedily fixated on Lin Fang's body, sending shivers down his spine. Rubbing his eyes, he found everything appeared normal, as if the previous scene was merely an illusion. With a heart full of apprehension, he resumed his search around the roots of the ginseng fruit tree. There, intertwined with the soil, was a small wooden carving depicting a charming child, surrounded by a refreshing aura that Lin Fang recognized as the essence of the old demon. At that moment, understanding dawned upon him. He quickly concealed the carving in his cloak and hastily departed the courtyard. The once magnificent treasure of heaven and earth now seemed to him like a ferocious beast, one to be avoided at all costs. He promptly secured the courtyard door, casting one last glance at the ginseng fruit tree, which now appeared as a malevolent entity, poised to devour him. Returning to the room where the Taoist apprentice rested, he found the night watch had already been replaced by the bright moon. Following the same procedure, Lin Fang successfully returned the key. He then hurriedly left Wuzhuang Temple, only feeling a sense of relief once he reached the foot of Wanshou Mountain. Looking back at the temple, in the cloak of darkness, the celestial dwelling appeared as a colossal beast sprawled across the mountainside, instilling a sense of dread. Lin Fang understood then, gently caressing the small figure he had carved. A horrifying vision flashed through his mind. Innocent demons captured within Wuzhuang Temple, their lives and blood nourishing the ginseng fruit tree, sustaining this so-called treasure of heaven and earth. This was why the Taoists of Wuzhuang Temple routinely hunted demons. It was all at the expense of the lives of these creatures. What a ginseng fruit tree! What a master of Xīyóu! Lin Fang clenched his teeth, vowing never to linger in that place again. Chapter 16. Demons outside Wanshou Mountain. A white paper figure lay concealed within an abandoned bird's nest. It lounged, crossing its legs in a relaxed manner. If it had features, one might think it was about to whistle. A green venomous snake slowly slithered to the edge of the nest, baring its sharp fangs. Having spotted a peculiar prey, the white, unknown creature appeared delectable. Like an arrow, the snake lunged, mouth agape, aiming for the paper figure, its glistening fangs reflecting a sinister light, its eyes shining with the thrill of the hunt. Just as the snake was about to strike, the lazy paper figure suddenly sprang from the nest, delivering a swift kick to the snake's head, leaving it dazed. The ensuing flurry of movements left the snake defenseless, ultimately rendering it unconscious. The paper figure was adept in martial arts. None could withstand its prowess. At that moment, a sudden force surged forth, revealing a young Taoist clad in robes, his features delicate, appearing disheveled. Lin Fang, who had ventured to Wuzhuang Temple to gather information. Curiosity danced across Lin Fang's face as he observed the paper figure. To navigate the external space, he had intentionally left this paper figure behind, embedding a fragment of his soul within it, yet he had not expected it to be so irreverent. Lin Fang gently lifted the small paper figure, which struggled vigorously. But despite its efforts, it could not escape Lin Fang's grasp. The more he examined the figure, the more he felt something was amiss. It seemed to have developed a hint of sentience. He had only left a fragment of his soul, yet this paper figure exhibited potential for further growth. At this moment, he felt a connection with the paper figure, as if it were an extension of himself, possessing only the faintest awareness but displaying an exuberant spirit. Lin Fang stroked his head, pondering the possibilities if this entity were to grow strong. He would possess a true doppelganger. Curiously toying with the figure, he found it rather weak and seemingly of little use. Contemplating further, he decided to stow it away, determined to keep it from danger. Intrigued by what it might become in the future, after securing the paper figure, Lin Fang turned his attention to the unfortunate snake. After some thought, he chose not to kill it. After all, he too hailed from serpentine origins, and there was no need for such haste. Thus, he tossed the snake high into the air, watching as it quickly vanished from view. The dazed snake caught sight of this act, staring at Lin Fang with wide eyes. If it could speak, it would have cried out in disbelief, feeling as though its life was being risked by such a toss. Feeling a sense of satisfaction for his good deed, Lin Fang remarked to himself, "It is important to perform acts of kindness." Following the essence of the old demon, Lin Fang arrived at their hiding place, where he found the anxious old demon and the bored little fox. The old demon's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Lin Fang, but as he glanced behind him and found no one, his expression shifted to one of disappointment. His eyes reddening. "Speak. I can accept any outcome." The old monster sighed, his words steeped in despondency. Lin Fang remained silent, gently handing over the wooden figurine he had discovered. The old creature extended his frail, aged hand, trembling as he accepted the polished wooden figure. Overwhelmed by sorrow, tears streamed down his cheeks. "Why did you not obey? Why did you run away from home? I should not have told you those tedious stories. It is I who have wronged you." The old monster cradled the figurine in his arms, weeping uncontrollably. Lin Fang and the little fox stood silently by his side, aware that he needed to express his grief. The old monster's cries echoed, sapping his vitality, deepening the lines on his face, making him appear significantly older in an instant. After a while, his sobs subsided into intermittent weeping. He lifted his head, his eyes, now red from crying, fixed on Lin Fang as he inquired, "Where did you find him?" Lin Fang recounted his experiences at Wuzhuang Temple, shocking both monsters who simultaneously gazed into the distance towards the temple's direction. A chill surged from their feet, prompting involuntary shivers. "Aren't they deities? Can deities commit such acts?" The little fox asked, visibly agitated. He could not comprehend why deities, who were supposed to embody kindness, would perpetrate such cruelty, shattering his understanding. Lin Fang, with a solemn expression, replied, "They are indeed deities. But that does not mean they are all benevolent. They are merely the architects of this world's rules." Lin Fang, having traversed through time, had come to realize this truth. The so-called compassion of immortals was but a deception to mislead humanity. These deities, exalted and distant, regarded mortals as mere insects. Indifferent to their lives and deaths, their protracted lifespans had long extinguished their humanity. The old monster, now calm and composed, refrained from speaking. He recognized the futility of avenging his child against the earth immortal, a being of immense power beyond his own capabilities. Thus, he gazed toward Wuzhuang Temple, gritting his teeth, uttering Xīyóu before turning to leave. Lin Fang hastily called out, "Where are you going?" "North," the old monster replied softly. "In North Xīyóu Prefecture, there is a great king, the king of Dejuan, who will shelter the homeless monsters. I shall wait there for the day when the gods decline. This land has long been divided between Buddhism and Taoism. It is exceedingly difficult for our kind to survive here. If one day you also grow weary of this place, come to North Xīyóu Prefecture. Though the climate is harsh, it remains a paradise for our kind." After saying this, a green luminescence enveloped him, and a branch sprouted from his shoulder, two pink buds blooming into peaches. The old monster, now somewhat weakened, offered the peaches to Lin Fang and the little fox, stating, "Thank you for everything you have done. I can only repay you with these peaches, which I have conjured with my magic. They can enhance your power and prolong your life." Without looking back, the old monster departed, his lonely silhouette gradually vanishing into the dense forest. Lin Fang and the little fox held the peaches in hand, staring vacantly at the retreating figure, a wave of sorrowful emotion enveloping them. Lin Fang pondered that this old monster, having transformed into a tree spirit, might forever dwell in hatred, watching the deities in the sky, awaiting their downfall. Yet, would such powerful deities ever meet their end? They had dominated this world for countless years, showing no signs of weakness. Perhaps the old monster would never witness that day. "Let us go," Lin Fang said, tousling the distracted little fox's hair, making it a mess. However, the little fox did not resist or complain as usual. Instead, gazing blankly in the direction where the old monster had departed, finally grasping the profound darkness of this world. Having left the vicinity of Xīyóu Mountain, Lin Fang continued westward with the little fox. The journey through the rugged mountains became increasingly treacherous, yet the little fox gradually regained his spirits. After all, he was young. Sadness came swiftly and left just as quickly, and soon, his lively laughter echoed through the mountains once more. Seeing the little fox's renewed vivacity, Lin Fang smiled knowingly. In this dark world, there still existed brilliant sparks that could warm a battered heart. A warm current flowed within him, enhancing his already potent physique with each pulse. An unadulterated vitality gifted by the old monster. The peaches, imbued with the essence of the old monster's life force, contained formidable vitality. Though they could not compare to ginseng fruit, they were remarkable in their own right. Since consuming them, this life force had continuously refined his body, making Lin Fang stronger. At this point, Lin Fang cast a glance at the little fox, who, despite his efforts, had not yet grasped the secret of the unblemished door. The little fox had wasted much of the peach's benefits, which seeped away through his fur, yet even so, he had reaped significant rewards. He was no longer just a timid creature fleeing at the first sign of danger. "Brother Lin Fang, why is there not a soul in sight here?" The little fox inquired, wielding a green vine and playfully whipping the nearby plants. In such deep mountains and forests, how could anyone reside here? Not to mention the mountain spirits and wild beasts. Even wolves and tigers could take our lives, Lin Fang replied, gazing into the distance. However, reality often delivers unexpected surprises. Almost immediately after Lin Fang spoke, they spotted a young man sprinting toward them, panic etched across his face as he stumbled forward, glancing back in fear as if pursued by something dreadful. "Someone is coming. Quickly, hide your ears and tail," Lin Fang whispered, attempting to divert his own embarrassment. The little fox beamed and promptly tucked his ears away, making them vanish from sight. Simultaneously, he skillfully concealed his tail behind him. This was a skill he had acquired after consuming the peach. He had successfully learned to hide his true nature, ensuring he would not be easily recognized as a monster. Soon, the terrified young man reached Lin Fang, and upon seeing the Taoist robe Lin Fang wore, he seemed to grasp at a lifeline. He lunged and clutched Lin Fang's leg, exclaiming, "Taoist, help me. Save me." Lin Fang attempted to free his leg, but found himself firmly grasped by the young man, who showed no signs of letting go. "My dear brother, please share your troubles slowly, but first, kindly release my leg," Lin Fang said gently, subtly imbuing his words with a touch of magic to instill calm. The effect was immediate. Under the influence of his magic, the young man quickly settled down, loosening his grip and awkwardly rising to his feet. "Apologies, Taoist. I was terrified, most disrespectful," he stammered, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. "Not to worry. It is only human nature. But what pursues you that incites such fear?" Lin Fang inquired. "It seems the demon is no longer in pursuit," the young man replied, his embarrassment growing. "What demon? Please elaborate," Lin Fang urged. "You may not believe me, but the demon is actually my sister," he said slowly, a flicker of fear crossing his face. "My family resides less than 100 miles from here in Xīyóu, a small village with fewer than 10 households, all of whom are refugees. Recently, life has improved with favorable weather and no harsh taxes, but then something happened. In the village, the old man Li's cattle met an inexplicable demise, seemingly drained of their lifeblood by some unknown force. The terror escalated as more lives were lost, prompting many villagers to flee. Yet my father remained steadfast, for we are hidden folk. Venturing into the outside world could lead to our capture by authorities, and we have no relatives to turn to. Thus, We braved the danger and chose to stay. Our livestock are vital laborers, and my father and I kept vigil, determined to uncover the source of the attacks. On the night it was my turn to watch, I dozed off atop a beam in the darkness. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence. It was my sister. She called my name, but in my sleepy days, I failed to respond immediately. To my horror, she revealed a sinister smile. Leaning over the neck of our cow and voraciously drinking its blood, I was frozen, unable to move, as I watched the life drain from the animal. After quenching her thirst, my sister wiped the blood from her lips and departed the house, leaving me terrified. I slipped down from the beam and fled into the night, haunted by the sight of her eerie smile. The young man recounted the harrowing tale to Lin Fang, pleading for mercy to save the villagers. Lin Fang pondered the situation. Sensing that this creature was not entirely as it seemed, it appeared to have transformed from human to demon, and its concealment from even those nearby suggested a recent metamorphosis. Such an adversary did not instill fear in him, and he was intrigued to learn more about this unusual entity. Pondering what to call it, surely not a mere demon or monster. Lead the way, Lin Fang instructed softly. The young man, filled with newfound hope, eagerly guided Lin Fang and his companions toward By Family Village. Chapter 17. The Corpse Demon. By Family Village, a diminutive hamlet nestled deep within the mountains, was established by those who had fled from hardship. At that moment, the village lay in eerie silence, devoid of life, an unsettling stillness that sent chills down the spine. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the village entrance, revealing the figures of Lin Fang and his companions. We have arrived, the young man announced, pointing toward By Family Village. Lin Fang surveyed the desolate village, sensing an overwhelming presence of death in the air, tinged with a faint scent of blood, an indication that its inhabitants had met a gruesome fate. The young man, sensing something amiss, hastened into the village, urgency in his stride. Inside, the silence was suffocating, the absence of any living sounds deepening the young man's sorrow. He had arrived too late. The wicked demon had already struck. Lin Fang followed closely, attuned to the surrounding energies, noting the pervasive aura of death and blood, yet curiously devoid of any demonic essence. This revelation furrowed his brow. According to the young man's account, a demon was indeed responsible, yet the absence of its aura perplexed him. He did not believe such a creature could achieve absolute stealth. The young man rushed home, finding the door ajar. He entered, calling for his parents, but received no answer. Overcome with grief, he knelt, striking the ground in frustration, lamenting his own weakness and the cruelty of the demon. "Brother, you've come." A soft voice interrupted his despair. Startled, he looked up to see a slender yet striking young woman clad in a beautiful red dress, smiling warmly at him. "Who are you?" he demanded, anger bubbling within him. The woman, perplexed, replied, "Brother, are you unwell? I am your sister. Do you not recognize me?" Her expression bore no hint of deception. "You truly are his sister." Lin Fang interjected, intrigued by her beauty. "Are you my brother's friends?" "I do not recall ever meeting you," she queried, her brow furrowed in confusion, as she seemed unaware of their presence in her brother's life. "Indeed, I am Lin Fang," he introduced himself with a warm smile. "Oh, please, sit down while I prepare a meal for you," she offered cheerfully. The young man, bewildered by his sister's apparent normalcy, began to wonder if the night's terrors had merely been a dream. "What of father and mother?" he inquired. "Brother, surely you jest. They are working in the fields at this hour. What troubles you? You seem quite strange today," she observed with concern. "Nothing. Just go prepare the meal. I will entertain our guests," he replied, attempting to dismiss his unease. As she entered the kitchen, the young man led Lin Fang into their modest home. The room, while simple, was meticulously arranged, with a humble wooden table set with ceramic bowls. As the young man surveyed the space, he turned to Lin Fang, asking, "Have you discerned anything?" Deep within him, he harbored a wish that everything he had seen was an illusion, that his sister was indeed fine and his parents were laboring in the fields. Yet, the grim reality of the village weighed heavily upon him, and he yearned for clarity. Lin Fang shook his head, stating, "There is no trace of demonic essence on her." "Is my sister truly normal?" the young man asked, a flicker of hope igniting in his chest. "While I cannot detect any demonic aura, the overwhelming scent of blood cannot lie. What you witnessed is likely the harsh truth," Lin Fang replied gently. At this, the young man was rendered despondent, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down his rough cheeks as he murmured, "Is it true? Then mother and father must have fallen victim to her as well." Unbeknownst to him, his sister was in the kitchen sharpening a stone, her mouth widening, her teeth elongating into razor-sharp fangs. As she honed her teeth, an eerie sound filled the air, and she muttered, "Brother, just a moment longer. I will have the meal ready soon, as I am quite hungry myself. A small, white paper figure observed this bizarre scene, filled with terror at the unfolding events. It covered its mouth, though it had none, and leaped down, bouncing toward Lin Fang and the others. Lin Fang, sensing the presence of the paper figure through their mental connection, turned to glance at the kitchen, realizing that the demon was likely coming to confront them. "Brother, the meal is ready. I will bring it to you," she called from the kitchen. She emerged carrying a spread of dishes. But the young man was taken aback upon seeing the fare, a platter of writhing serpents and a jar filled with croaking toads. "Brother, eat quickly. This is a feast I prepared just for you," she urged, her eyes fixated on Lin Fang and the others. When they remained unmoved, she pressed on. "It would be a shame to waste the meal I worked so hard to prepare." As her words faded, she opened her mouth wide, revealing her terrifying fangs. Lunging towards Lin Fang, witnessing the scene, wasted no time and struck with a powerful punch, sending the demon hurtling against the wall. The immense force caused the wall to collapse, raising a cloud of dust. The demon crawled up from the debris, its appearance drastically altered. The flesh on its face vanished at an alarming rate, transforming into stark white bone. 2 fiery orbs glowed in its eye sockets. As its long hair swirled in the air, resembling tentacles seeking to ensnare its prey. A corpse demon? A memory flickered in Lin Fang's mind of what an old Taoist had once described. These demons, born from human corpses, possessed a faint demonic aura, making them difficult to detect when concealed by flesh. Chapter 18. The Bone Demon. The more Lin Fang observed this demon, the more it resembled the fabled corpse demon. However, it was evident that this woman had only just transformed, indicating that there were others lurking behind her. As he pondered this, the corpse demon lunged again. Seemingly bereft of reason, resembling an enraged beast driven solely by a thirst for bloodshed. A newly formed corpse demon would not instill fear in Lin Fang. He struck her squarely in the face, the tremendous force causing cracks to form in her bones. The excruciating pain made the flames in her eye sockets flicker wildly, emitting a strange, piercing scream that echoed into the sky, reverberating through the village. Unbeknownst to Lin Fang and the others, a dark cloud swept in from the eastern mountains. Hastening towards the source of the commotion, the young man gazed at his sister, now fully transformed into a demon, his eyes filled with sorrow. In this vast world, he was left utterly alone. Memories of their once happy family life flooded his mind, and he knelt, lamenting, "Why has this happened? Sister, how could you become like this?" Haunted by recollections of their joyous past, he recalled how she had always been the family's darling, cherished due to being the long-awaited daughter. Yet now, the sister who once called out brother with sweet innocence, the one who would cry with red eyes searching for him, had become this abomination. He knelt, weeping profusely, as if to release the heavy sorrow within, calling her name repeatedly, yet receiving no response. The battle between Lin Fang and the corpse demon continued. It was evident that this fledgling demon was no match for him, being pushed back relentlessly and covered in wounds. At that moment, a dark cloud overshadowed the sky, and a colossal skeleton emerged from within, its fiery eye sockets radiating an intimidating presence. "Who dares harm my lady?" the skeleton roared. Lin Fang, seizing the nearly defeated corpse demon, cast her aside to prepare for the impending challenge. "You truly seek death, little Taoist," the skeleton demon spat bitterly. Lin Fang, uninterested in engaging in idle banter with such a demon, charged forward, wielding his sword, and the two became embroiled in a fierce combat. The skeleton demon unexpectedly drew a bone whip from its spine. Their figures danced amid the dark clouds, rendering them indistinct to those below, as the winds of battle gradually dissipated the clouds, revealing the brilliant sunlight. With another thunderous sound, Lin Fang and the skeleton demon separated in the sky. The latter fixated on Lin Fang's visage, surprised that such a formidable opponent had appeared in this place. Lin Fang, however, wore a smile. This demon was nothing extraordinary. Feeling reassured, he accelerated the speed of his swordplay, which flowed seamlessly like a gentle rain, relentlessly driving the skeleton demon back. In a matter of moments, significant gashes appeared on the skeleton demon's body, instilling a sense of trepidation in the once dominant fiend. Lin Fang grew increasingly exhilarated throughout his journey. The demons he encountered were either pathetically weak or terrifyingly strong, and he had yet to properly hone his combat abilities. He would not let such a prime opportunity slip away, closing in and denying the demon any chance to breathe. The skeleton demon internally lamented. This relentless scourge seemed to possess boundless strength within its small frame, prompting thoughts of retreat. With every ounce of energy, it deflected Lin Fang's assault, and then, to Lin Fang's astonishment, the demon expelled a dark, malevolent aura, infused with the fear and resentment of the living, directly towards Lin Fang's face. Caught off guard, Lin Fang was struck squarely, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Fortunately, his body remained impervious, his spirit clear, and his magical power robust, although slightly disoriented. His combat prowess remained unyielded. The demon, realizing it was no match for Lin Fang, seized the opportunity to conjure a whirlwind, carrying the fallen corpse demon away into the distance. Lin Fang, regaining his composure, shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" and hurriedly pursued. Their chase quickly vanished into the mountains, leaving the young man and the little fox exchanging glances, unable to follow due to their lack of flight capabilities. Standing there in bewilderment, the demon fled desperately ahead, while Lin Fang closely trailed, showing no intention of relenting. Infuriated, the skeleton demon contemplated engaging Lin Fang, but recognized its inferiority. It emitted a strange cry, summoning a swarm of bats that filled the forest like a dark cloud, enveloping Lin Fang completely. Irritated by the bats, Lin Fang bellowed, unleashing a torrent of flames, no ordinary fire, but the heart's flame of a practitioner. This fire, seemingly ethereal, possessed the power to incinerate all, and when mastered, could transform into the true fire of samadhi. The blazing inferno quickly reduced the swarm of bats to ashes. Yet Lin Fang found no trace of the demon. Given his flight speed, it was improbable they could hide far. The newly formed corpse demon had only just cried out. And soon after, the demon arrived, indicating its lair was nearby. Lin Fang murmured to himself, formulating a plan. He descended from the clouds and sought the local earth spirit, inquiring, "Is there a place in this mountain where the bone demon hides?" The earth spirit, appearing as a scholarly young man, respectfully replied, "Esteemed immortal, there exists a place known as the Bone Cave, home to a demon claiming the title of Bone King." Lin Fang's face brightened upon hearing this. Indeed, he would need the assistance of these beings, for searching alone would take an eternity. Once the earth spirit pointed out the direction, Lin Fang wasted no time and headed straight for the demon's lair. Meanwhile, the demon, transformed into a bat, slowly entered a cave, its walls inscribed with countless characters. Upon landing, it reverted to its bone demon form. Beside it lay the newly formed corpse demon, glaring at the demon in fury. "Ha! Finally regained your senses. After so many years, I have awaited this moment," the demon exclaimed with joy, gently caressing the corpse demon's body with its pristine bone claws, a look of obsession crossing its face. "How perfect you are! We are truly a match made in heaven. Those mindless creatures cannot compare to us." Chapter 19. The Bone Mistress, you scoundrel. The voice of the woman emerged from the corpse demon, laced with deep-seated hatred. "Why be so angry? What is so great about being human? Being a demon is far more comfortable. Just look at how perfect you are now, far superior to that frail body." The bone demon replied with a grin. "I refuse to become an ugly monster." "Ugly? What does it matter? Do you see the inscriptions on this wall? They contain the most profound techniques in the world. Master them, and you can become whatever you desire." The bone demon gestured to the densely inscribed wall, continuing to smile. The corpse demon remained silent, while the skeletal monster, brimming with pride, gently caressed the pristine bones of the corpse demon and spoke with a smile. "Living alone in this cave has been far too lonely. I yearn for companionship, but alas, the conditions for the emergence of a corpse demon are exceedingly stringent. Over the years, I have not encountered a single one. Thus, I pondered, if none exist, why not create one myself? Unfortunately, despite numerous attempts, I have been unable to forge a corpse demon akin to myself. Most are merely mindless beasts, unworthy of my companionship. Until I beheld you, I felt you were the one I had long sought. Fate has decreed our meeting, and thus, it is destined for you to become my lady." The skeletal monster's bony claws glided over the corpse demon's bones as it softly spoke. "As expected, you swiftly regained your senses and transformed into a creature of this world akin to myself. If it weren't for that meddlesome little priest, you would have fully metamorphosed into a corpse demon after slaying your brother. But fear not, I possess other means." Suddenly, the corpse demon emitted a piercing scream. For the skeletal monster had moved its bony claws to her spine, forcefully inscribing the characters for Lady of Bones upon her. In an instant, a potent wave of resentment erupted, and the remaining flesh upon the corpse demon vanished without a trace, leaving only a gleaming white skeleton. "This is it. It is simply perfect. I knew you could achieve this. The skeletal monster appeared somewhat weakened after inscribing those words. It seemed that the act had not been effortless. You appear a bit fatigued. The newly christened Lady of Bones inquired with concern. It is nothing, merely a slight drain of my magical energy. That skirmish with the little priest exhausted much of my power, nearly preventing me from carving those characters, the skeletal monster replied, taking a breath. It then embraced the Lady of Bones, murmuring, "From now on, I shall no longer be alone. Indeed, we shall be one," the Lady of Bones affirmed. A united couple. Your words are truly splendid, the skeletal monster praised, increasingly convinced of its discerning taste in a partner. Such a wife was truly rare to find. The Lady of Bones gently stroked the somewhat weakened skeletal monster. As her hand cradled its head, she suddenly pressed it against her face, and an immense suction emanated from her mouth. The skeletal monster attempted to break free, only to realize that the Lady of Bones clung to him with unwavering tenacity. Even as her body began to disintegrate from the strain, countless sources of power hidden within the bones were gradually drawn into the Lady of Bones' body, replenishing her damaged form. At that moment, the weakened skeletal monster could no longer resist this force. As multitudes of source power were absorbed, the skeletal monster grew increasingly feeble. The flames in its eye sockets dimming. This was a unique ability possessed solely by corpse demons that could devour each other's essence, thereby amplifying their own strength. This was also why the appearance of a second corpse demon in any location was exceedingly rare. With the continuous loss of essence, the skeletal monster's aura waned until, ultimately, when all source power was fully consumed, the Lady of Bones callously discarded it at her feet. She gazed upon the skeletal monster, whose soul fire had entirely extinguished, and suddenly erupted into a maniacal laughter that echoed ominously throughout the cave. Fixated on the inscriptions upon the wall, she endeavored to memorize every word. Just then, a bat hurriedly flew in from outside, approaching the Lady of Bones, having mistakenly assumed she was the deceased skeletal king due to her consuming the essence. In her mind, a vision materialized. A young priest, guided by the land spirit, was approaching. Having witnessed Lin Fang's combat prowess, she understood that she could not contend with him. Within the memories of the skeletal king, there existed a hidden backdoor to this cave. Without hesitation, the Lady of Bones swiftly inscribed the spell and hurriedly fled through the backdoor. When Lin Fang stormed into the cave, he found only the thoroughly lifeless skeletal king. This fellow is dead. Lin Fang approached the bones and scrutinized them closely, noting the absolute stillness. Confusion clouded his thoughts. He distinctly remembered the creature being weak, but not on the brink of death. It was drained of its essence. The land spirit spoke gravely. Having been neighbors with the skeletal king for many years, he was aware of certain secrets. After all, who would guard against those concealed below? The land spirit disclosed all he knew about the peculiarities of corpse demons, and Lin Fang finally understood. It was evident that the creature had been drained by the transformed corpse demon, the Lady of Bones. Doesn't this count as poetic justice for the fool? Lin Fang pondered for a moment but arrived at no conclusion. He then noticed the inscriptions on the surrounding walls and was suddenly taken aback. This cave once served as a refuge for a celestial being who had descended from the heavens, later occupied by the skeletal king. I had refrained from investigating. Yet these inscriptions may very well be the remnants left by that immortal, the land spirit speculated. Chapter 20. The Black Pine Forest. Lin Fang eagerly read the inscriptions, which detailed the legendary art of transformation. Regrettably, only 18 variations were recorded, far fewer than the myriad transformations of the Monkey King or the Heavenly Master Xīyóu, rendering it a concise version. However, even this was enough to bring Lin Fang great joy. Although he had acquired the righteous methods of cultivation from the enigmatic journey to the west, he lacked effective means of self-defense. The only technique he had developed, the heart fire technique, had been a result of his own efforts. The transformation art, however, was something he could never have conceived without guidance. As he joyfully committed the cave's inscriptions to memory, an unexpected tremor shook the ground. It turned out that the Lady of Bones had triggered the energy of the earth as she fled, attempting to bury Lin Fang entirely. Fortunately, the land spirit was quick-witted and pulled Lin Fang into the earth, allowing them both to narrowly escape disaster. Curse it! Lin Fang spat out the dirt in his mouth, gritting his teeth in frustration. Ultimately, he had succumbed to his own greed and fell victim to the demon's scheme. Had it not been for the land spirit's timely intervention, he would have met his end. This served as a stark reminder that in this perilous world of journey to the west, one misstep could lead to death and annihilation. Lin Fang silently vowed to exercise greater caution in the future. Land spirit, is it possible for you to track this demon? Lin Fang inquired. The land spirit shook his head slightly and replied, I am merely the spirit of this locality. Once she departs from this region, she is no longer under my purview, and I cannot trace her. Lin Fang cast a glance at the land spirit, understanding that he was not entirely truthful. After all, everyone tends to guard their own interests. Now that she had escaped his domain, the land spirit was reluctant to involve himself further. Without the land spirit's assistance, capturing the cunning demon would prove impossible. Very well. Consider it her good fortune. Lin Fang, with a heavy heart, shook his head and remarked that in this vast world, the likelihood of encountering such a situation again was slim, and there was no need to waste time here. After all, once the monk from the west arrived, the nearby demons would surely be cleansed by the Buddhist order, and she could hardly escape this calamity. Upon returning to the village, the young man and the little fox were anxiously waiting in the courtyard. Seeing Lin Fang descending from the clouds, they hurried to greet him. Taoist, how did it go? The young man asked, his expression a mixture of emotions. He was uncertain of his own feelings on one hand. He wished for the Taoist's formidable powers to vanquish the demons. Yet on the other hand, she was his sister, and as long as she meant no harm, it would be well enough for her to live. Lin Fang recounted the events, and the young man, upon hearing the tale, seemed to release a great weight from his heart and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Taoist, for your assistance. Otherwise, my life would have been lost to the demons, and my poor parents would have suffered a tragic fate. As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. Despite the vastness of the world, he found himself utterly alone. He surveyed the remnants of what was once a joyful home, memories flooding back, yet too painful to revisit. Please accept my condolences, Lin Fang gently patted his shoulder. In this world, he had long grown accustomed to various tragedies, as all beings sank into the sea of suffering. Thinking back to the new year, when our family was together, my sister smilingly urged me to marry. Now, the family is shattered, and I finally understand the elder's words about the impermanence of life. The young man lamented, tears streaming down his face. What are your plans now? Lin Fang inquired. I shall leave this place and wander the world. Perhaps I will learn some skills, like you, Taoist, to subdue demons, the young man replied, setting a goal for his life. Observing his resolute gaze and sorrowful expression, Lin Fang inexplicably felt a connection to the elderly Taoist in his mind. If you wish to learn some methods for capturing demons, I can recommend a place, Lin Fang suggested after a moment's thought. The young man's eyes brightened with excitement at this prospect. To the east lies a place called Xīyóu Temple. There is an elderly Taoist named Guping, who possesses considerable skills. You may visit him and mention that Lin Fang referred you. Meanwhile, far away at Xīyóu Temple, the elderly Taoist Guping was lamenting by his stove, suddenly sneezing loudly. Is someone thinking of me, the old Taoist? He mused to himself, rubbing his nose and gazing at the scant rice remaining in the pot. Life is hard. It seems I must find a diligent disciple, or else I shall struggle to get by. As Lin Fang took his leave, he glanced back at the young man, who appeared joyful, as if he had discovered a purpose in life. A twinge of regret stirred within him. He wondered if introducing this young man to the unreliable Goping was a wise decision. Well, it's his fate, he thought, shaking his head. After all, despite Goping's unreliability, he did possess some knowledge of spells. With that, Lin Fang continued his journey westward with the little fox. After departing from Baijia's Wang, the path remained mountainous, but as they walked, the surrounding flora transformed. Looking up, they beheld a vast, dark forest ahead, resembling a thick cloud enveloping the earth. The little fox, feeling frightened, moved closer to Lin Fang, for he had never encountered such an environment in his life. Lin Fang smiled and ruffled his fur, leading him onward, knowing well that this was the territory of the yellow robe monster, and common demons would not dare to wreak havoc here. Besides, that monster was quite homebound, likely tending to his family in the cave of the moonlight. The dense black pines obscured the sun, casting a shadow that rendered the forest somewhat eerie. Due to its remoteness, a thick layer of leaves had accumulated on the ground, making each step feel as though one were treading on cotton. Once we pass through this forest, we should arrive at Baoxiang Kingdom. You've always wanted to see the splendor of the human world, haven't you? I shall show you around when we get there, Lin Fang said with a smile. At the mention of this, the little fox's ears perked up with excitement as he jumped up and gazed into the distance. However, the dense pines obstructed his view, preventing him from spotting Baoxiang Kingdom. Oh dear, I wonder how far it is. I wish we could arrive right now. But I must warn you in advance, When we reach the city, you must carefully conceal your foxtail. Do not let it show. Or I will pretend not to know you, Lin Fang cautioned. Fear not. I've been diligently practicing recently. I shall not reveal my tail, the little fox replied boldly. Yet, he then pointed excitedly. Look, there's a pagoda. How magnificent. Following his gesture, Lin Fang indeed spotted a towering 9-story pagoda, gleaming with golden light, dazzling to behold. Chapter 21. Entering the city, I have long heard from the little demons that the human race's pagodas are quite splendid. Seeing one today confirms it. Shall we go take a look together? The little fox eagerly invited Lin Fang. However, Lin Fang shook his head slightly, responding, I shall not go. Why not? Because I do not wish to be captured by the demon king and forced into servitude, Lin Fang replied, casting a glance at the overly excited little fox. What? In this desolate wilderness, which monk would construct a pagoda? It is clearly an illusion created by a demon king to lure unsuspecting travelers for his own enjoyment. Lin Fang retorted, somewhat exasperated. The little fox suddenly understood, realizing that the current demons were indeed quite cunning. Lin Fang thought to himself. This Xīyóu wolf was a celestial being accustomed to schemes and deceptions. Such petty traps were child's play for him. He had no intention of confronting this demon king, as there was nothing to gain from it. Instead, he preferred to explore Baoxiang Kingdom first. Since his arrival in this world, he had yet to visit a human city, and the thought excited him. Ignoring the seemingly closed pagoda, Lin Fang continued onward with the little fox. Yet, just as they were about to leave, 2 small demons sprang from the woods. One was a standing toad, brandishing a pitchfork that appeared to have been stolen from a farmer. The other was a centipede spirit, wielding an axe and looking shabby, clearly not an elite demon. Big brother, we have meat delivered right to our door. Wait, how is it a fox spirit? The toad lamented, noticing the little fox's furry ears. Who cares? If it's human, we eat it. If it's not human, we rob it. We cannot return empty-handed. The centipede spirit declared. Why is that? Fool, haven't you heard that thieves never leave empty-handed? The centipede spirit scolded, striking the toad on the head in frustration. Lin Fang couldn't help but laugh at this scene, provoking the ire of both small demons. Who is this Taoist, so pale and tender, daring to mock our great king? The centipede spirit said, puffing up with indignation. It's nothing. I merely meant to say that what you are doing is called robbery, and it has nothing to do with thieves not going away empty-handed. That saying refers to thieves, Lin Fang explained. Is that so? Big brother, you were mistaken. The toad quickly chimed in. The centipede spirit, infuriated, smacked the toad's head again and shouted, You fool! Can't you see that he is making fun of our stupidity? Besides, thieves and robbers are 2 sides of the same coin. The toad glared at Lin Fang, clutching his head. It's all your fault, you wretched Taoist. You've got me beaten. I shall eat you. Yet Lin Fang showed no sign of fear, a smile gracing his face as he replied, Why must you eat humans? Do you not think that cruel? It is only natural for demons to consume humans. Our king has decreed that it increases our cultivation. Wait. Why am I telling you this? The centipede spirit retorted, somewhat annoyed. Lin Fang looked at the 2 dim-witted little demons, feeling quite amused. And a smile spread across his face. In the eyes of the 2 little demons, this smile seemed to be a grand mockery, instantly igniting their pent-up rage, compelling them to rush forward with the intent to slay Lin Fang. Before long, the 2 little monsters, their heads swollen and dark circles under their eyes, returned to the moonlit cave, kneeling before the yellow-robed monster and recounting the entire tale. It was like this, he struck us. Their swollen faces made their words slightly incoherent. The yellow-robed monster, however, waved his hand, dismissing them, and after a moment of contemplation, murmured to himself, a curious Taoist. Yet it appears he is not a lackey of the celestial court. Nevertheless, the thought of the omnipresent spies of the celestial court caused the demon king to furrow his brow as he gazed upwards, feeling the suffocating weight of the celestial realm pressing down upon him. Meanwhile, behind the cave, Bai Huaxiu tightly clutched her handkerchief, filled with regret. If only this Taoist could come to the cave, perhaps he could send a message for her. Unbeknownst to Lin Fang, the couple of the yellow-robed monster were in a foul mood due to his actions. At this moment, he was in high spirits, setting off towards the kingdom of Baoxiang with the little fox, thinking to himself that indeed, people require an outlet for their stress, after having dealt with 2 foolish demons. His mood had lightened considerably. Before long, they emerged from the black pine forest, and the city of Baoxiang came into view. The formidable and towering city walls immediately captured the attention of the little fox. Is this the city wall? How impressive. It's like a great mountain, she exclaimed. Lin Fang, however, could not help but smirk internally, thinking that she had yet to witness the ancient cities on Earth, which were far more magnificent. To be honest, Lin Fang felt somewhat disappointed with the scale of the kingdom of Baoxiang. It was rather small, and he was astonished that such a diminutive city could be the capital. As he approached the city gate with the exuberant little fox, the first thing he saw was a notice from Bai Huaxiu searching for someone. He was taken aback to realize how dearly his father cherished her. Even after all these years, she was still searching. Esteemed Taoist, do you know the person depicted in the painting? Inquired the gate officer eagerly. I do not know him. I am merely curious, Lin Fang replied. The gate officer's expression immediately soured. If you do not recognize him, then do not gawk. A Taoist should return to the mundane world sooner rather than later if he still harbors worldly desires. If you wish to enter the city, you must first pay the toll. Lin Fang gazed at the gate officer, who resembled a chameleon in his ability to change demeanor, and reflected that no matter how times changed, such duplicitous individuals would always persist. He gently extended his hand to the little fox, who promptly retrieved a handful of silver coins and handed them to Lin Fang. The gate officer's eyes widened in anticipation as he rubbed his hands together, awaiting Lin Fang's generosity. Naturally, Lin Fang, in a fit of extravagance, presented the coins to him, as they were merely illusions conjured by the little fox. After Lin Fang and the little fox were granted passage, the gate officer, watching their departing figures, revealed a glint of greed in his eyes. He discreetly summoned a subordinate, instructing him to follow Lin Fang and ascertain their whereabouts. How long can your illusion last? Don't worry, they won't notice until nightfall, the little fox replied confidently. Do not misuse this illusion. I have ample money on hand. We shall exchange some for silver coins shortly, Lin Fang cautioned the little fox, for he felt that using illusory coins to purchase goods would be deceitful. There were enough unfortunate souls in the world without adding to their burden. He had no shortage of silver himself. However, he soon sensed someone trailing behind them and smiled at the little fox, saying, It seems we have someone bringing us silver. Chapter 22. The monk. The naive little fox was oblivious to human scheming, yet Lin Fang was acutely aware of human greed. A group of individuals stealthily followed Lin Fang and the little fox, and he deliberately led them to a secluded spot. Upon reaching a quiet alley, these individuals finally revealed their true colors, grinning menacingly as they declared, Kid, hand over the silver in your possession. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you off. Otherwise, don't blame me if you lose an arm or a leg. Lin Fang regarded the thugs armed with weapons without a trace of fear on his face. The sounds of fists colliding echoed through the alley, causing many passers-by to avert their eyes. An elderly woman glanced towards the alley with a sigh. Those rascals. I wonder how those two young lads are faring. Let us hope it doesn't end in tragedy. Sigh. Those two boys should know better than to wander into such secluded places. After a while, someone burst from the alley. The onlookers soon recognized it was Wang Er and his gang, each one sporting bruises and looking utterly disheveled. You little rascals dared to provoke us. I'll make it impossible for you to survive in the kingdom of Baoxiang. Wang Er, clutching his swollen eye, shouted threats from a distance, and upon catching sight of Lin Fang, he fled in haste. Lin Fang, weighing the silver in his hand, muttered, What a bunch of paupers. They truly tarnish the reputation of robbers. Brother Lin, didn't you say that the most important thing about living among mortals is to persuade with reason? Why resort to fists? The little fox asked, puzzled, for he had studied extensively to better navigate the human world. Lin Fang raised his fist and gently exhaled. This is the rationale. The little fox suddenly understood that reason equated to strength and resolved to adopt this approach in the future. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the onlookers, Lin Fang hummed an unknown tune as he and the little fox walked towards the most bustling street of the kingdom of Baoxiang. Meanwhile, Wang Er and his bruised companions had reached the city gate, where they vented their grievances to the gate officer. Brother, your information is unreliable. That pretty boy is quite formidable. Look at what he did to my brothers. Wang Er complained, shielding his eyes. The gate officer glanced at the group, viewing them as a ragtag bunch, each bearing injuries that, while not severe, would still bring pain for days. Could it be that the kid has accomplices? You all couldn't handle him alone. There was no help. It was just him who took us all down. That kid is something else. Exactly. He struck with such swiftness, I couldn't even see how he moved. Wang Er and his gang clamored, recounting the events like a cacophony of ducks quarreling at the city gate, drawing the attention of countless passers-by. Enough, enough. We'll discuss this later. I have serious business to attend to. If that kid is so strong, it's best you don't provoke him. Otherwise, trouble will surely come your way. The gate officer suddenly recalled the legendary figures and inwardly lamented having bitten off more than he could chew. As he raised his head, he noticed a young monk entering, and quickly stopped him, saying, "From where do you hail, monk? Do you not understand the rules? Don't you know you must pay a tax to enter the city?" The monk, appearing very youthful, was clad in a robe, holding a staff in one hand and a bowl inscribed with scriptures in the other. "Amitabha, I am but a humble monk, devoid of wealth. How could I pay any tax? I beseech you to grant me passage, kind sir," the monk spoke softly, his words imbued with a sense of compassion. "You foolish monk, have you not heard what my brother said? Pay the tax to enter the city. Even the King of Heaven cannot alter this rule," Wang Er exclaimed, puffing up with self-importance as if he had transformed into the divine gate officer. "Indeed," echoed his gang of followers, their battered appearances rendering them comically out of place. "Master, your words put me in a difficult position. Just moments ago, a Taoist passed by, also a man of the cloth, and he paid his tax without hesitation. Surely, the Buddha cannot be less esteemed than the Taoist." The gate officer feigned difficulty in his tone. "Amitabha, but I truly possess no wealth. It matters not. I too am a follower of the Buddha and cannot bear to see a monk suffer. Let us do this. You may leave your begging bowl with me for now, and when the time comes for you to gather alms in the city, you may return to reclaim it. Would that be agreeable?" The monk pondered for a moment, then truly relinquished his bowl, clasping his hands together and saying, "Since you have spoken thus, I shall leave my bowl here for safekeeping, and I will return shortly to redeem it." The gatekeeper smiled as he accepted the monk's bowl, weighing it thoughtfully before assuring, "Rest assured, master, I shall guard your treasure well." The monk uttered a Buddhist chant and, staff in hand, entered the capital of Baoxiang Kingdom. "My brother, you possess a remarkable talent. With just a few words, you have persuaded this monk to part with his cherished possession," Wang Er exclaimed with admiration. He turned to his group of followers, urging, "Everyone, take note. This is true skill." The gatekeeper, already immune to Wang Er's flattery, pulled him aside and said with a serious demeanor, "Take this bowl to the pawn shop in the city and inquire about its worth. Tonight, I shall treat all of you to a feast." Upon hearing this, everyone cheered, and Wang Er, beaming with delight, replied, "Do not worry, my brother. This matter is in my capable hands. I shall ensure that the pawn shop does not cheat us." With that, Wang Er, accompanied by his band of followers, marched off toward the pawn shop. Meanwhile, the little fox and Lin Fang were reveling in the splendors of the city. Emerging from the mountains and witnessing the vibrancy of human life filled the little fox with a sense of awe. He felt that the world was a wondrous place, though it would be even better without the bothersome bandits. Nonetheless, he resolved to learn from Lin Fang how to reason with such individuals the next time they crossed paths. "Brother Lin Fang, what is that? It looks quite delicious," the little fox inquired, pointing at the candied hawthorn skewers on the street. "That is called candied hawthorn. It is quite delightful," Lin Fang replied. Since arriving in the world of Journey to the West, he had not tasted candied hawthorn in quite some time, and upon seeing it, he felt a pang of longing, immediately reaching for money to buy too. As they savored the candied hawthorn, they strolled contentedly along the bustling avenue. Lin Fang had already changed from his Taoist robe into ordinary attire to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Chapter 23, The Begging Bowl. Gazing at the lively shops on either side, Lin Fang felt the essence of humanity for the first time. For practitioners, such a place, rife with desires, is ill-suited for cultivation, as it can disturb the mind and make it difficult to find tranquility. Yet, for leisure, the world offers countless wonders. As they enjoyed their treats, fascinated by the surrounding scenes, the industriousness of humanity indeed left them in awe. At that moment, a monk appeared before them, staff in hand, draped in ropes, seemingly on a careful quest for alms. However, it was apparent that the number of Buddhist followers in Baoxiang Kingdom was sparse, and thus his efforts often met with failure. Nevertheless, the monk maintained a tranquil demeanor, unaffected by the difficulties he faced. Lin Fang nodded inwardly, recognizing that this monk bore the hallmarks of a true sage, unperturbed by praise or blame. This monk was the very one who had been extorted at the city gate, and now he was striving to reclaim his bowl. Upon seeing Lin Fang and the little fox, a gentle smile spread across his face. "Amitabha, good sir, might you spare some wealth for a humble monk?" he inquired with solemnity. Lin Fang chuckled lightly. "Monk, do not ascetics regard material wealth as trivial? Why then do you seek alms?" "To speak frankly, My bull has been withheld by the gatekeeper due to my inability to pay taxes, the monk replied with a calm expression, showing no sign of embarrassment. Lin Fang smiled and gestured for the little fox to give the monk some silver. Just then, the monk's expression shifted dramatically. He seized the little fox's hand, eyes narrowing fiercely. I can see at a glance that you are no ordinary being. What sort of demon dares to cause mischief in the human realm? The little fox was taken aback, unable to fathom how such a seemingly benevolent figure could suddenly turn hostile. Lin Fang was equally astonished. The monk's transformation was too drastic, akin to a split personality. Monk, you must be mistaken. Where would a demon come from here? Lin Fang replied with a smile. You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me, the monk declared with unwavering confidence, his fierce gaze fixed upon the little fox. You cannot be mistaken? My eyes do not deceive me, the monk asserted firmly. Is that so? Lin Fang's voice echoed ominously, and the monk suddenly felt a powerful aura emanating from him, pure yet unmistakably demonic. The monk widened his eyes in disbelief. This young man appeared entirely human, yet he exuded the essence of a demon. Such a contradiction defied logic. In that moment of shock, Lin Fang's fist struck him, sending the monk hurtling into a nearby river. Lin Fang quickly grasped the little fox's hand, and their figures vanished into the bustling streets. The monk leapt from the river, but Lin Fang and the little fox had already disappeared from view. A golden light radiated from him, evaporating the water, leaving him to lament his fate. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Lin Fang and the little fox indulged in a lavish feast at a tavern. The delectable food made the little fox forget his previous unease, and a radiant smile returned to his face. Brother Lin, what was that monk's issue? I have done nothing wrong. So why did he harbor such animosity toward me? The little fox asked, his mouth full of food. In the stories, humans are supposed to cherish their kind. Pay him no mind. He's a lunatic, and who knows what his problem is? Lin Fang replied dismissively. As he observed the little fox's lingering indignation, Lin Fang suddenly conceived a clever idea. That monk lost his bowl, did he not? Let us retrieve it as a form of retribution. The little fox, still youthful and mischievous, eagerly agreed, his face lighting up with excitement. Lin Fang led the little fox to the gatekeeper's office, where they quickly learned the bowl's whereabouts, as many had witnessed the earlier incident, and they proceeded toward the pawnshop. On their way, they encountered Wang Er, brimming with joy, along with his band of brothers, all laughing heartily. It seemed their visit to the pawnshop had yielded satisfactory results. Boss, who would have thought this bowl was so valuable? The owner is a well-known merchant and was willing to pay a handsome sum. One of his followers praised. Wang Er, shedding his earlier gloom, puffed out his chest and declared, of course. Do you not see the caliber of our brother? The things he values are never cheap. But what will we do when the monk comes looking for it? Someone asked, concern etched on their face. What do? We simply inform him that it is at the pawnshop, and he can redeem it himself. It will no longer concern us, Wang Er replied with a sly grin. The group promptly raised their thumbs in approval, praising Wang Er's wisdom. As he reveled in their admiration, Wang Er suddenly spotted a familiar figure, his laughter abruptly ceasing. It's you. Wang Er's group immediately tensed, recalling the pain they had suffered, their expressions wary as they gazed at Lin Fang and the little fox approaching. Lin Fang, surprised by the serendipity of encountering them again, greeted them cheerfully, only to watch as they fled in panic like frightened animals. After inspecting himself for any discrepancies, Lin Fang could only shake his head, thinking these fellows lacked courage and were hardly fit to be bandits. The largest pawnshop in the kingdom of Baoxiang is situated along the main road to the west of the city. Each day, numerous individuals facing financial hardships enter its doors, pawning their possessions for some much-needed funds. The astute proprietor excels in the art of buying low and selling high, and within a few short years, he has amassed considerable wealth, becoming a prominent figure in Baoxiang. Today, the proprietor is in exceptionally high spirits, gazing with delight at a purple gold bowl. Almost pressing his face against it, he exclaims in wonder, indeed, it is pure purple gold. Such a sizable piece must be worth a fortune. Not to mention the priceless scriptures inscribed upon it. Is this bowl truly that valuable, boss? Inquires a perplexed assistant, who has not witnessed such a countenance from his knowledgeable employer in quite some time. What do you know? This bowl is clearly blessed by a revered monk, a treasure enriched by years of Buddhist teachings. If sold to the devout, they would gladly pay a handsome sum, the proprietor boasts, his pride evident. Unbeknownst to him, a prodigal from somewhere has foolishly entrusted such a treasure to the scoundrel Wang Er. At that moment, footsteps echo outside, prompting the proprietor to wave his hand. Go see who has arrived. We have a customer. The assistant swiftly steps outside and immediately spots Lin Fang and his companion, his eyes lighting up. As a seasoned veteran in this trade, he can easily discern the presence of wealth. The little fox, naive to the world, lacks any concept of monetary value, while Lin Fang, with a soul from another realm, regards much of this world's material offerings with indifference. After all, his previous era was one of abundant resources, and the advancements of the internet have exposed him to myriad wonders. His air of nonchalance to the assistant is the hallmark of affluence. A poor person would not exhibit such confidence. Welcome, esteemed guest. What brings you here? The assistant greets with a broad smile. I have heard your master has acquired a Buddhist treasure. My elderly matriarch is a devout follower, and with her birthday approaching, I wish to purchase it as a gift. Lin Fang replies, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. The assistant recognizes a significant buyer has arrived and quickly responds, please wait here. I shall fetch the master. The proprietor, engrossed in examining the bowl, is taken aback to learn of a buyer for the Buddhist artifact. Such keen information. I have only just acquired this treasure, and already someone seeks it. When did our kingdom of Baoxiang gain such a noble gentleman? He muses. Yet knowing the temperament of the influential, he does not dare to be remiss. He promptly steps outside and spots Lin Fang, who is curiously surveying his surroundings. Oh, it is clear you are no ordinary person. You must be either wealthy or of noble birth, he thinks to himself. With a jovial grin, he approaches Lin Fang, saying, I apologize for not welcoming you properly, esteemed sir. Please, allow me to offer you some tea. My name is Lin. Tea is unnecessary. I believe you are aware of my purpose here, Lin Fang responds, his tone somewhat haughty. The assistant is taken aback by Lin Fang's imposing demeanor, astonished that he possesses such capabilities. To think, Mr. Lin, you are so well informed. I have only just acquired this treasure, the proprietor remarks with a smile. Yet in his mind, he mentally catalogues all the influential families in Baoxiang bearing the surname Lin, failing to identify Lin Fang's exact lineage. You need not concern yourself with my sources. Knowing too much can be detrimental, Lin Fang replies. Indeed, you speak wisely. May I inquire how much you are willing to offer? The proprietor quickly nods, his tone laced with respect, recognizing he cannot afford to offend such a privileged individual. For the repercussions could be dire. Rest assured, I do not intend to leverage my status. My family maintains strict governance. Simply present your price, and I shall see if it is acceptable. If so, I shall make the purchase as an act of filial piety, Lin Fang states. The proprietor's expression shifts momentarily, cautious, as he carefully articulates a figure. Is that all? I must admit, I find it rather surprising, Lin Fang remarks, causing the proprietor's heart to skip a beat. He had not anticipated such boldness from this nobleman, as the figure he had quoted was already substantial. As Lin Fang instructs the little fox to place a gleaming piece of gold on the table, the proprietor's eyes widen in astonishment. Is this sufficient? Lin Fang asks with a smile, gesturing towards the gold. The proprietor's face lights up with unrestrained joy, his gaze fixated on the gold. This is indeed pure gold. Yes, it is more than adequate, he exclaims. Excellent. Now, may I have the Buddhist treasure? Lin Fang requests. The proprietor quickly instructs the assistant to retrieve the bowl. As the little fox approaches to take it, he is suddenly overcome with trepidation, sensing a mysterious power emanating from the bowl. Useless fool. You cannot even manage this simple task. This treasure is a gift from my ancestor. If something goes awry, I shall demand your life, Lin Fang asserts, his domineering presence silencing the proprietor. Upon acquiring the bowl, Lin Fang discreetly channels his magical energy to seal it, then smiles contentedly. Indeed, it is a Buddhist treasure. I wonder what they will contest me with at the birthday celebration. With that, he and the little fox exit the pawnshop. The proprietor wipes the sweat from his brow, shaken by the encounter. What formidable influence Mr. Lin wields. I wonder from whence he hails, he ponders, watching Lin Fang's retreating figure, unable to ascertain his background. Shaking his head in resignation, he returns to his shop, eager to examine the substantial piece of gold he had yet to appreciate fully. That night, a band of robbers stealthily infiltrated the proprietor's residence. The typically greedy owner gazes in horror at the carnage in his yard, the blood-soaked ground robbing him of all courage as he collapses, pleading for mercy. The robbers, familiar with the premises, swiftly locate his hidden stash of gold and silver, stripping him of his life savings. In a moment of terror, he realizes one of the thieves is none other than his own assistant. You ungrateful wretch. I have supported you, and yet you conspire with outsiders to betray me. The proprietor, consumed by rage from the assistant's treachery, points an accusatory finger, disregarding the bloodied ground beneath him. Enough. You took me in only because I worked diligently for you, and you begrudged me every penny. How dare you speak? If it were not for my efforts to uncover your treasure's location, would I have plotted so meticulously? You treat me like a servant, and for what little silver? Do you think it easy for me? The assistant retorts disdainfully. In that moment, the proprietor comprehends that he has been ensnared in a conspiracy, having invited a wolf into his fold. I will not tolerate this. He shouts in fury, lunging at the assistant with outstretched hands, only to have a sharp blade pierce him from behind. Blood spills onto the ground as a one-eyed thug impatiently interjects, "Enough, old three. Do not complicate matters. Let us leave before the authorities arrive." Unbeknownst to Lin Fang, his actions have precipitated the assistant's betrayal, leading to the proprietor's demise overnight. When the bandits later tally their loot, they find no trace of the gold, only a stone mysteriously hidden deep within the chest, an anomaly that the proprietor had meticulously concealed. Meanwhile, Lin Fang has retreated to a secluded corner of the city, examining the bowl with great interest. What a marvelous treasure! This monk is quite generous to part with such a thing. However, it bears his mark, ensuring he can locate it no matter where it is. Lin Fang muses to himself. What if that monk comes searching for it? The little fox inquires, her anxiety palpable. Fear not. Once I shield his senses, he will regret his actions, Lin Fang reassures her. Lin Fang revealed a confident smile, gently brushing his hands over the alms bowl, through which his mystical energy transformed into a delicate veil, enveloping it. This was a subtle technique he mastered after achieving a state of flawlessness in his cultivation, demanding an exquisite command over his powers. Meanwhile, a monk who was roaming the city for alms suddenly sensed this occurrence. His previously serene expression shifted to one of astonishment as he hurried towards the city gate, severing his connection with the bowl at that moment. At the city gate, Wang Er was exuberantly recounting the profits from the previous day, having sold that very bowl for a considerable sum. Yesterday, everyone indulged in lavish drinking at the city's most expensive tavern. Who would have thought that such a modest bowl could fetch such a price? Wang Er was flattering the city gate official, but to his surprise, the official showed no sign of delight at such praise. Instead, his face darkened as he reprimanded Wang Er. "Shut your foul mouth. This matter must remain buried within your stomach. Do not let it escape." "Brother, what is wrong?" Wang Er keenly detected the unusual demeanor on the official's face and felt a surge of anxiety. Last night, the pawnbroker's family was slaughtered by robbers. Not a single member of the dozen survived. It is said that blood stained the entire courtyard, resembling a ghostly scene, the city gate official whispered. Wang Er felt a chill run down his spine. He had indulged in drink until the sun was high, and had not yet gathered news from the city. He never imagined such a grave incident had occurred. My goodness, this is a significant matter. Our Baoxiang kingdom has not seen such a case in a long time. Wang Er exclaimed, his face pale with fear. They often roamed the city, engaged in many reckless deeds, yet they usually exercised restraint, rarely leading to fatalities, let alone the extermination of an entire family. This incident has reached the sovereign, who is furious and has ordered a thorough investigation. You must keep your mouths tightly shut. If word leaks out, you may find yourselves languishing in prison for several days. Wang Er nodded vigorously, but inwardly wondered if the pawnbroker's massacre was related to the bowl he sold yesterday. He often heard the monks speak of karma. Could this be the consequence of desecrating a Buddhist relic? The more he pondered, the more fear enveloped him, and he wished to find a temple to pray for peace of mind. Turning back, he noticed his group of companions staring ahead in terror, only to see a monk draped in a robe approaching. "Where's my alms bowl?" the monk demanded, fixing his gaze on the city gate official. The official, momentarily flustered, realized this monk seemed markedly different from the previous day, his aura exuding an intimidating presence. He quickly forced a smile, saying, "Ah, it is you, master. Have you gathered the funds? Where is my alms bowl?" The monk's brows furrowed, like a beast ready to pounce. "Forgive me, master. I secured the bowl yesterday, intending to return it to you after your alms collection. However, my brother, having squandered his money in gambling, harbored thieving intentions and exchanged your bowl for cash." The city gate official said innocently, his eyes fixed on the monk's face. "You are lying." Upon uttering this, the imposing official fell to his knees, pleading desperately. "I beseech your forgiveness, master. My greed was my folly, but the bowl is indeed not in our possession." He then discreetly gestured to Wang Er, who quickly stepped forward to explain the situation regarding the pawnbroker. The monk fell silent, realizing that the bowl had likely fallen into the hands of thieves. Yet, how could these mere mortals erase the marks left upon it? Take me to the pawnbroker's residence, the monk stated coldly. Master, there has just been a murder there. Wang Er cautioned in hushed tones. Lead the way. Gazing at the monk's expression, Wang Er felt a wave of trepidation as he led the way. They navigated through winding paths until they arrived at the pawnbroker's home, where a strong scent of blood filled the air. The monk frowned, attempting to enter, only to be stopped by soldiers who barked, "This is a crime scene. No one is allowed entry. I am F.A. Ming from Ling Mountain. This proprietor has taken my alms bowl, and I have come to seek it," the monk announced with hands clasped. "F.A. Ming, it is not that I refuse you entry, but all valuable items have been cleared out. Your bowl is likely among them, and entering would be futile," one soldier advised kindly. "That is of no consequence. I have my methods," the monk replied confidently. The soldiers exchanged glances, and after a moment's contemplation, they allowed a few of them to enter, warning, "Do not touch anything, lest you disturb the scene." As they departed, one soldier remarked to another, "You have quite the audacity, not fearing any mistakes that may incur the wrath of our superiors. This case clearly involves collusion between that clerk and outsiders, yet this individual's origins are unknown, and the documentation is likely false. They are probably vicious bandits from nearby, and preserving the scene merely prevents panic. I perceive a certain gravitas in the monk. He may possess some capability. If he uncovers even a hint of evidence, it could be our achievement." F.A. Ming led Wang Er and the others into the courtyard, where numerous corpses lay sprawled, each bearing evident signs of blade wounds. And the ground was soaked in blood, resembling a scene from a nightmare. Wang Er, unaccustomed to such gruesome sights, immediately retched, while F.A. Ming remained composed, softly chanting scriptures, seemingly seeking to guide the souls of the departed. Golden light radiated from him, imbued with a sense of compassion and authority, soothing the collective terror of those present and dispersing the chilling atmosphere that enveloped the area. After a while, F.A. Ming opened his eyes and turned to leave. "Master, are we leaving just like this?" Wang Er questioned, puzzled, for they had come in search of clues, yet why depart after merely performing a rite? Since the truth is now known, why linger? F.A. Ming replied softly. Wang Er paused, realizing the depth of F.A. Ming's words. A simple rite had led to the revelation of the truth. This monk was indeed extraordinary. Upon exiting the estate, several soldiers curiously inquired, "Did the monk discover anything?" "I am unaware of the whereabouts of the Black Tiger stronghold," F.A. Ming answered cryptically. "The Black Tiger stronghold, so it is them. I suspected there was no one else capable of such a heinous act," he mused. "The Black Tiger stronghold lies northwest of Baoxiang Kingdom, in a perilous terrain, where the bandits are notoriously brutal." The soldiers shared what they knew, and F.A. Ming expressed his gratitude before making his way toward the outskirts of the city. "Master, wait. The Black Tiger stronghold is easily defendable and the bandits fierce. The government has attempted to subdue them multiple times and failed. You would be walking into certain death. It is better to await the Imperial Army's mobilization," one soldier cautioned sincerely. F.A. Ming smiled, replying, "Ba, you are a good person and shall be rewarded in days to come." Upon concluding his words, a cloud of auspicious light enveloped F.A. Ming, lifting him skyward towards the northwest, causing the surrounding populace to bow in reverence, exclaiming praises to the Buddha. Wang Er gazed after F.A. Ming in a daze, muttering, "My goodness, it truly is the Buddha incarnate. I am doomed. Having desecrated the Buddha, my fate is sealed for hell." Regardless of Wang Er's disoriented thoughts, Lin Fang, upon witnessing F.A. Ming ascend, could not help but smile faintly, stroking the head of the little fox beside him, saying, "It is time for us to depart. Otherwise, that monk may come after us. But where shall we go?" "To the place where you saw the pagoda," Lin Fang replied with a gentle smile. He caressed the alms bowl in his hand, feeling that this experience had been immensely rewarding. Though the bowl itself was not an extraordinary relic, it concealed something remarkable within. I wondered why the Buddhist sect was so eager to spread their faith to the Tang. It seems they have harnessed the power of belief to such an extent. Lin Fang mused to himself. The celestial forces have merely harnessed the power of faith to shape deities, yet due to the overwhelming strength of the immortals, this path of incense has not gained significant traction. In contrast, the Buddhist sect has forged an alternative route, nurturing treasures through the power of belief, thereby greatly enhancing the utilization of faith. The alms bowl is their latest method of cultivation. Through it, Lin Fang can glean insights into the secret techniques of Buddhism. However, it is unfortunate that this method has only recently emerged, making this artifact one of the initial experimental pieces, allowing Lin Fang a glimpse into its mysteries, which may become increasingly elusive in the coming years. He concealed the little fox near the Xīyóu cave, carefully masking their presence, preparing to deeply contemplate the intricacies of Buddhist artifact refinement. At this moment, Fa Ming had already arrived above the Black Tiger village. As he approached, he was met with an overwhelming aura of malevolence, indicative of the brutality of its inhabitants. Fa Ming descended from the clouds, slowly walking towards the village gate, soon attracting the attention of sharp-eyed bandits who aimed their arrows at him. Who dares to approach our Black Tiger village? Depart at once, monk. The bandits exhibited a reluctance to slay a monk, instead urging him to leave. However, the commotion had already roused their leader, a robust figure with an exposed torso, his muscles adorned with scars. Awakened, he pushed aside the bandit who had called out, muttering, "If he seeks death, why stop him? My hands are itching. Last night's victims were insufficient for my amusement. Today, this monk has conveniently arrived at my doorstep. I shall relish this opportunity." He cracked his neck, a savage expression crossing his face, causing the surrounding henchmen to reveal expressions of fear. This man, known as Wang Feng, bore the moniker the Gut Ripper, notorious for his cruelty and penchant for torture, ensuring his satisfaction through regular acts of brutality. In that moment, the guards at the gate silently mourned for the unfortunate monk, as falling into the clutches of the Gut Ripper was tantamount to a fate worse than death. "You monk, have you come to beg for alms in our Black Tiger village?" Wang Feng laughed heartily. "Amitabha, I seek information regarding a certain lost item," Fa Ming replied, maintaining his composure. "How bold of you, monk. We have no dealings with you. What makes you think we possess what you seek? Even if we did, it would belong to us," Wang Feng retorted, his arrogance palpable. As he descended from the gate, fists clenched, he prepared to deal with this monk. Fa Ming observed Wang Feng's malevolent demeanor and sensed the intent to kill. Frowning, he stated, "The item I seek is beyond your capabilities to possess. I merely wish to know who has taken it." "If you wish to know, you might as well inquire with your Buddha in the West," Wang Feng sneered, throwing a punch towards Fa Ming. However, he deliberately avoided targeting any vital areas, for delivering a fatal blow would rob him of the pleasure of tormenting the monk. In an instant, images of various torturous methods flashed through his mind. He intended to fully enjoy this encounter. Yet, when his fist struck Fa Ming, it felt as though he had hit solid steel. The excruciating pain surged through his mind, prompting him to instinctively retract his fist, only to find the monk before him unblinking, leading Wang Feng to realize he had struck a formidable opponent. Fa Ming retaliated with a gentle punch to Wang Feng's abdomen, unleashing a tremendous force that seemed poised to rupture his internal organs. The once fearsome figure could no longer endure and collapsed unconscious. This spectacle left the guards at the city gate in stunned silence, prompting frantic shouts of "Fire! Quickly fire! We are under attack!" In an instant, the ferocious beast that was Black Tiger Village sprang into action, countless bandits seizing their weapons and charging towards the gate. A volley of arrows rained down, yet a golden light enveloped Fa Ming, deflecting all the deadly projectiles as he walked steadily towards the village. "Beware, this demon monk wields sorcery," someone cried in terror. "What is there to fear? We have slain demons before," a burly man with an eye patch bellowed, quickly restoring order among the panicked ranks. This man was none other than the village chief, known as Xīyóu, the Heart Ripper. Armed with a large blade, he approached with the ferocity of a bandit, frowning at the monk's slow advance. "Who are you to dare be so brazen in my Black Tiger village?" "I am Fa Ming, here to retrieve my belongings," the monk declared. "What a joke. Someone dares to seek something from me. Xīyóu? Clearly, my reputation has waned," Xīyóu replied with a sinister grin. Yet, within mere moments, all the bandits of Black Tiger Village lay sprawled upon the ground, breathless, while Xīyóu himself was left in disarray, his body stained with blood and bruises. In stark contrast, Fa Ming remained pristine, his garments untouched by dirt. Chapter 25, Confrontation Now. "Can anyone tell me where my belongings have gone?" Fa Ming inquired with a smile, though to the bandits of Black Tiger Village, it resembled the grin of a demon. Nevertheless, having witnessed Fa Ming's strength, they dared not conceal the truth and recounted everything that transpired in the pawnshop. As he listened, Fa Ming furrowed his brow. The enigmatic Master Lin, a gift for an elder's birthday. This lead seemed to terminate here, amidst this vast sea of humanity. How was he to locate this unknown Master Lin? Furthermore, the ability to obscure one's awareness of the alms bowl indicated that this individual was no ordinary person. Yet, at this moment, he found himself at a loss. With no fruitful thoughts, Fa Ming began to sit cross-legged within the confines of Black Tiger Village, chanting scriptures. A radiant light of Buddhism enveloped him, and the rhythmic chants resonated throughout the valley. The bandits gazed curiously at the monk, puzzled by the purpose of his recitation. However, they soon felt a profound cleansing of the mind and spirit, realizing that their lives had been squandered for years, and that their youthful days should be devoted to serving the Buddha rather than wasting time. One by one, the once fearsome bandits, filled with murderous intent, transformed into fervent believers, kneeling and loudly chanting the names of the Buddha. Fa Ming observed the bandits, witnessing the fervor in their eyes, which left him somewhat unsettled. This method of salvation was taught to him by his master, yet those who underwent such transformation often became zealous adherents of Buddhism, a reality that made the young monk uncomfortable. Nevertheless, considering these bandits were guilty of heinous crimes, his actions were indeed alleviating their sins, bringing some solace to his heart. Amitabha, lay down the butcher's knife, and one shall become a Buddha. Fa Ming joined his hands in prayer. Namo Amitabha, the crowd echoed, following suit with their hands clasped in reverence. From that moment forth, the once infamous Black Tiger Village vanished from existence, replaced by a new temple named Tiger Subduing Temple. The once ruthless bandits transformed into devoted monks, becoming the stuff of legend in this region. Lin Fang remained oblivious to Fa Ming's deeds. Otherwise, he would surely regard the Buddhist sect with newfound admiration. Such a method was truly formidable. Should the Buddhist sect desire it, they could swiftly convert the world into a realm of followers. Meanwhile, Lin Fang continued to meticulously observe the alms bowl, intent on learning how Buddhism wielded the power of faith. This was an incredibly valuable artifact. Most innate treasures within the three realms had already found their owners, while acquired treasures were often limited by their materials and could not advance further. However, the power of faith transcended these limitations, granting artifacts boundless potential. It was no wonder the Buddhist sect was so intent on spreading their teachings to the eastern lands. With a vast reservoir of faith, the power of the Buddhist sect could undergo a monumental transformation, potentially altering the current dominance of the celestial realm. Lin Fang gazed skyward, a smirk gracing his lips. While the deities of the celestial realm were embroiled in their struggles for power, the Buddhist sect had already begun to lay the groundwork for their dominion. When the grand scheme reached fruition, Lin Fang was certain that significant events would unfold across the three realms. He seemed to perceive an invisible wind sweeping through the surroundings, leaving him to ponder what role he would play in it. Lin Fang was uncertain and still engulfed in confusion regarding his future. For now, however, he was determined to explore the application of this newfound power of faith, lest he be ensnared in prolonged uncertainties. After all, no one could ascertain whether the Buddhist sect had any hidden strategies remaining. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Fang concealed himself in a cave near the Wave Moon Cave, tirelessly studying the bowl in his hands. Finally, he exhaled deeply, feeling he had gleaned some insights over these days. He decided it was wise to halt further inquiries, as delving deeper would only entangle him further with Buddhist doctrines, and he had no intention of becoming a monk. "Brother Lin Fang, have you completed your cultivation?" inquired the small fox, who had remained quietly by his side, now brimming with excitement. "Yes, indeed, I've gathered some understanding. As for further study, it may be best to refrain, lest I unknowingly be led astray," Lin Fang replied softly. "Has there been any disturbance lately?" "Rest assured, I have been vigilant and have seen nothing amiss. Just a few minor demons passing by, none of whom detected our presence," the small fox proudly assured him, patting its chest. "Excellent work." The joy of praise transformed the little creature, elevating its spirits as if it had accomplished something of great significance. "Shall we return the bowl to that monk?" the small fox asked. Lin Fang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That blockhead screams for blood whenever he sees a demon. If we return it, we might find ourselves pursued. I find this material quite promising. Perhaps we should smash it," Lin Fang exclaimed suddenly, inspiration striking him. With the purple gold and the shards of glass gifted by the Sandy Monk, he had sufficient resources to forge a magical artifact. He then instructed the little fox to hide far away, understanding that the bowl clearly had other uses, possibly entangled in the machinations of the Buddhist sect. Destroying it would likely draw the monk's attention, and he would not be able to flee quickly with the little fox in tow. The small fox appeared exceptionally obedient. departing the cave and scurrying westward, keeping Lin Fang's advice in mind. The farther away, the better. Lin Fang focused on the bowl in his hands, estimating that the little fox had run far enough, and began his reckless endeavor. The jade pendant in his grasp shimmered gently, transforming into a massive hammer. Without hesitation, he raised the hammer and struck down fiercely. The bowl erupted with an immense light, illuminating the entire cave. Within that radiant light, a figure resembling an arhat opened its eyes, a mysterious force instantly enveloping the bowl, attempting to thwart the descent of Lin Fang's hammer. However, this hammer, forged from the willow leaves of the guanine bottle, was far from ordinary. It pierced through the luminous barrier and struck the bowl with a thunderous crash that echoed through the heavens, shattering the magnificent bowl into fragments and extinguishing the brilliant light. Lin Fang wasted no time, collecting the shards and employing his flying technique to swiftly vacate the cave. Meanwhile, an enraged roar reverberated through the sky as Fang sensed the bowl's destruction. Consumed by fury, he realized that the bowl was a treasure of the Buddhist sect, a safeguard during his teachings in the kingdom of Baoxiang, and a future artifact meant to suppress temples. Now it lay shattered at the hands of a mysterious assailant, leaving him to ponder how he would explain this to his master. In a flash, he darted from the Black Tiger village, arriving above the cave where Lin Fang had hidden, an ominous aura emanating from him. Fang's seething rage erupted as he bellowed, "You demon, how dare you!" His voice, infused with the unique lion's roar of the Buddhist sect, resonated through the mountains, causing countless birds to plummet from the sky, unconscious upon impact. The earlier thunderous sound had already alerted the yellow-robed monster, who had been resting in the Wave Moon Cave, igniting his fury as he prepared to seek out the source of the disturbance. Just then, he heard Fang's furious shout. Donning his armor, he emerged from the cave. Spotting the fuming Fang and expressing his irritation, "Which monk dares to cause chaos in my Wave Moon Cave? Are you seeking a swift death?" Upon seeing the yellow-robed monster, Fang's eyes reddened as he mistakenly identified him as the one who had damaged the Buddhist treasure. Without further ado, he launched an attack. His palm enlarged mid-air, imbued with formidable power, aimed directly at the yellow-robed monster. Such audacity! Today, I shall capture you and feast upon you, declared the yellow-robed monster, a renowned star lord in the heavenly court, unafraid of a mere monk. With a swift strike of his treasured blade, he shattered Fang's palm and dashed forward like lightning. Fang remained unfazed, his robes billowing as he seemed to transform the fabric into a gust of wind that swept across the area. The fierce gale uprooted trees. Yet the yellow-robed monster remained unperturbed. "Little monk, if this is all you possess, you shall become my meal today," the yellow-robed monster sneered. As the blade came crashing down, Fang raised his staff to block the attack, feeling an overwhelming force that made even his sturdy body tremble. Surprised, he thought, what kind of demon possesses such strength? The yellow-robed monster grinned, sending Fang hurtling backward, crashing into the mountainside and creating a large crater, dust billowing up and obscuring vision. "Bodhi Buddha, Bodhi Dharma." The voice emerged from the dust, and a Buddhist seal shot forth toward the yellow-robed monster. The yellow-robed monster's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he realized the significance of the incoming golden seal. Sensing the power it contained, he steeled himself, allowing his formidable demonic energy to envelop the surroundings, transforming into dark clouds that obscured the sky. His form seemed to swell, fangs bared and a fearsome demeanor displayed as he roared, "Receive my blade." The thunderous clash echoed throughout the Wave Moon Cave, the resulting shockwave wreaking havoc on the surroundings. Lin Fang, witnessing the commotion from afar, could hardly believe his eyes, exclaiming, "Goodness, what formidable beings! This monk is quite impressive." He had initially thought the monk would be severely punished by the yellow-robed monster, but the spectacle unfolding was beyond his expectations. Best to avoid confrontation. "I must make my escape," he muttered, hastening away, not daring to linger a moment longer, uncertain of whether the two would notice his presence. As the battle between Fang and the yellow-robed monster intensified, their clashes grew increasingly fierce. Yet, the yellow-robed monster was no ordinary foe, a seasoned star lord. His prowess became evident as the duel progressed. His treasured blade transformed into a fierce dragon, relentlessly assailing Fang. Fang, now appearing somewhat beleaguered, bore several wounds, his robes punctured in multiple places, blood seeping from his injuries. Yet, his eyes remained resolute, devoid of fear or despair. With a resounding crash, Fang descended from the heavens, landing with a tremendous impact that left a human-shaped crater. Though his spirit yearned to continue fighting, his body could no longer sustain him. In contrast, the yellow-robed monster, though slightly winded, remained unscathed, raising his blade to claim Faming's life. A powerful roar erupted, stirring a tempest that blocked the yellow-robed monster's strike. Amitabha, great king, spare the life of my young disciple. A commanding voice resonated, striking a chord of familiarity within the yellow-robed monster. Turning, he beheld a monk riding a fierce tiger emerging from the forest. Fuwa Arhat. The yellow-robed monster gasped, astonished that this revered figure from the Buddhist sect had arrived. The Fuwa Arhat, surprised to be recognized by the demon king, realized that the creature before him had some formidable connections. Please, spare my unworthy disciple, the demon king's subordinate said, but the yellow-robed monster merely scoffed. He harbored no fondness for the Buddhist sect. In fact, many deities in the heavenly court shared his sentiments. This resentment stemmed from the rivalry between Buddhism and Taoism, as well as the ongoing conflict between the eastern and western heavens. The heavenly court, having established itself over a long period, regarded itself as the sovereign of the cosmos. Who would have anticipated that Buddhism would rise unexpectedly, establishing Lingshan right beneath their noses, thus rendering the western heaven beyond their jurisdiction? If not for the fact that the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Buddhism were formidable beings of the three realms, the Jade Emperor would have long since mustered an army against them. How could a ruler of the three realms be willing to share supreme authority with others? Consequently, the eastern and western heavens appeared harmonious on the surface, but in truth, most individuals remained at odds, save for a select few with extensive connections. What if I refuse? The yellow-robed monster challenged. Then this humble monk shall have to seek counsel from the demon king. Thus, a fierce battle ensued, with a terrifying aura engulfing the heavens and earth, as the radiance of Buddhism clashed with the malevolence of demons, igniting sparks in their energetic confrontation. The fierce tiger Arhat, boasting one of the most formidable physiques in the western heaven, showcased his prowess in combat against the yellow-robed monster, leaving the latter secretly astonished. The Buddhist sect, seemingly silent, was indeed home to numerous skilled practitioners. He had underestimated his opponent. The battle raged on into the night, from the heavens to the underground, with neither side gaining the upper hand. At this juncture, both combatants had lost their will to fight, for a stalemate bore little significance. Although the yellow-robed monster contemplated unleashing his full strength, he feared revealing his true abilities to the Jade Emperor, which could lead to his capture. After careful consideration, he decided to relent, allowing the fierce tiger Arhat to escort Fa Ming away from the moonlit cave. Upon awakening, Fa Ming found himself in Lingshan, facing his solemn master, the fierce tiger Arhat. He quickly knelt, filled with remorse, exclaiming, "Disciple is ashamed. I have failed to fulfill my master's expectations. Do not be troubled." The fierce tiger Arhat replied with a reassuring smile. The yellow-robed monster possesses extraordinary strength. Even I am not his match. You have done well to exchange a few blows with him. However, the destruction of the Buddhist relic was indeed your fault. Your obstinacy led to this misfortune, he chastised. With his head bowed, Fa Ming felt disheartened. This incident was a severe blow to him. He had hoped to elevate Buddhism during his journey to the kingdom of Baoxiang, only to achieve nothing and ruin a sacred relic instead. Sensing his disciple's turmoil, the fierce tiger Arhat continued, "Do not fret about the relic. Our sect still possesses plenty of reserves. But do you have any leads on the one who destroyed it? Was it not the yellow-robed monster?" Fa Ming asked, astonished. "Since he recognized me, he cannot be an ordinary demon. He is likely a deity from the heavenly court covertly descending to the mortal realm. However, I cannot ascertain his identity. Such individuals are often proud and arrogant, unlikely to destroy a sacred relic. There must be another culprit," the fierce tiger Arhat speculated. Fa Ming's anger flared. He had firmly believed the yellow-robed monster responsible for the destruction, which had led to their fierce confrontation. Now, hearing his master's words, he felt humiliated and furious, wishing to exact revenge on the true mastermind. Though he considered Lin Fang, he was certain that with Lin Fang and the little fox's abilities, they could not have destroyed the relic, leading him astray. Meanwhile, after the destruction of the relic, Lin Fang hurriedly reunited with the little fox. They dared not linger in the area, having stirred up such trouble, and promptly set off westward. As they journeyed, the landscape grew sparse, the path rugged, and wild beasts occasionally leaped from the shadows, while mountain spirits lurked in the darkness. Lin Fang could not help but reflect on the arduous nature of the Tang monks' westward journey. Only the resilient could endure. The little fox, however, felt a sense of unease. Having never ventured to this place before, he was uncertain how his so-called relatives would regard him. Thus, He nervously kicked at small stones beneath his feet, his eyes filled with trepidation. At that moment, a warm hand gently rested on his head. Looking up, he saw Lin Fang's comforting face. "Do not worry. If they treat you poorly, I shall take you to roam the world." How does that sound? The little fox's eyes brightened at his words, and he looked at Lin Fang with newfound determination, nodding vigorously. "But I must change my appearance before we arrive at your home." Lin Fang transformed back into his serpent form, a faint aura of demonic energy emanating from him. "This form? My human guise resembles that of a human too closely, making it difficult to conceal myself among demons. This is much better," he remarked. However, it had been a while since he had walked on his tail, and he found it somewhat uncomfortable. He preferred walking on two legs. As they walked, they spotted a towering mountain peak, its summits cascading like waves, yet the top was remarkably flat. Lin Fang paused to ponder, ultimately deciding to circumvent the mountain with the little fox. "Big brother Lin Fang, why are we taking a detour? Is there something wrong with that mountain?" The little fox inquired, puzzled. "If I am not mistaken, that mountain is known as Flat Top Mountain. There is a lotus flower cave atop it, home to two powerful demon kings. If we recklessly ascend, we may fall into their clutches," Lin Fang replied solemnly. "What should we do then? My grandmother resides nearby. She won't come to harm, will she?" The little fox pressed anxiously. "Rest assured, she is safe. I know well that the fox spirits here have not suffered harm. Rather, they have received powerful allies, and the golden horn and silver horn have even adopted the old fox as their godmother. By the way, what are your relatives' names? How shall we find them once we reach the mountain?" Lin Fang suddenly remembered he had never inquired about the little fox's relatives. "My grandmother's name is Suchan, the owner of the dragon-pressing cave." Lin Fang regarded the little fox with newfound respect. He had not expected this little creature to have such an illustrious lineage. The old fox of the dragon-pressing cave was indeed the godmother of the golden horn and silver horn, possessing bestowed treasures like the golden rope of deception. However, she had fallen victim to a monkey's trickery and met her demise. After leading the little fox around Flat Top Mountain, they soon caught sight of a dark wood not far away. "Stop! Which demons dare to intrude upon the dragon-pressing cave?" A sultry voice called out. A graceful and beautiful fox spirit wielding a narrow sword appeared, eyeing them warily. "Fair maiden, do not be alarmed. We have come to the dragon-pressing cave to seek family." Lin Fang quickly bowed, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications at this critical moment. The fox spirit regarded them with surprise, but upon recognizing the little fox, her eyes widened in shock, and she hurriedly retreated into the cave. Inside, the silver-haired old fox, Suchan, lay upon her couch, resting. Since adopting the golden horn and silver horn as her sons, her status had risen significantly. Nearby demons treated her with utmost respect, not daring to show any negligence. Suddenly, the hurried footsteps at the cave entrance roused her from her reverie. Opening her eyes, she saw a flustered maid rushing in. "What is the matter? Why are you in such a flurry? Have you forgotten the etiquette I taught you regarding human visitors?" the old fox asked, somewhat displeased. "Grandmother, it is not disrespect. There is a visitor seeking family at the cave entrance," the maid replied, still panting. "A visitor? Do we have any distant relatives arriving?" Suchan scanned the room, observing the small demons lowering their heads, yet none answered. "Grandmother, that young man's appearance bears a striking resemblance to the young lady." Upon hearing this from the maid, the old fox sprang up from the bed with a start, seizing the maid's hand and inquiring, "Are you certain of what you saw?" The maid, feeling the pressure of his grip, quickly replied, "I dare not deceive you. I am absolutely sure. His features are 7 parts similar to the young lady, though his eyes resemble that of a man." Despite the discomfort from her hand being squeezed, she did not dare to show any signs of hesitation. "Quick, bring the child in so I may see him. Could he truly be Xīyóu's child?" The old fox's face was etched with urgency. Soon, Lin Fang and the others were respectfully ushered into the cave by the female soldiers. The old fox's gaze swept over Lin Fang, but rested upon the little fox's face. With just one glance, she was convinced this was her grandson. The resemblance to her daughter was uncanny. "Come closer, dear child. Let me take a good look at you," the old fox said with a warm smile, beckoning the little fox to her side. The little fox obediently approached her. The aged creature, showing signs of weariness, slowly raised her hand and gently caressed the little fox's face, her eyes shimmering with sorrow. "What is your name?" she asked. "I am Xīyóu," came the reply. "And do you know who I am? You are my grandmother." Hearing this, the old fox's face lit up with joy as she embraced the little fox, exclaiming, "Indeed, I am your grandmother. Your heartless mother abandoned me here, running off with a wild man, and it has been so many years without a word. I had thought her lost to the world. Who would have thought I would see my little grandson again? Where is your ungrateful mother? After all these years, she has not even come to see me." The little fox lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke sadly. "My parents are both dead." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down the old fox's face. Though she had been prepared for such news, the sudden revelation still struck her with profound grief. The two of them embraced and wept, and the others around them were moved to tears as well. After a long while, they managed to calm their sorrow, and the old fox began to inquire about the little fox's experiences. After the little fox recounted her story in detail, Lin Fang became quite the favored guest in the cave. Being Xīyóu's benefactor, he was naturally treated with great hospitality by the old fox. The night in the cave was bright with lanterns. Laughter and cheer echoed within, creating an enchanting atmosphere against the tranquil night sky. To entertain Lin Fang, the old fox had prepared a sumptuous feast, making the little demons in the cave envious. Lin Fang sighed with relief upon seeing the spread, grateful that the old fox did not seem to have a penchant for human flesh. As the revelry continued, Lin Fang was escorted to rest in the cave, and he enjoyed an undisturbed slumber for the first time in a long while. When he finally opened his eyes again, the sun was high in the sky, and the little fox, now clad in a fresh outfit, was waiting outside for him to awaken. Stretching lazily, he smiled and remarked, "Waking up so early is unusual for you." Though he spoke lightly, he understood that the little fox was anxious he might leave quietly, hence her early arrival. Sensing the little fox's reluctance to part, Lin Fang assured her with a smile, "Rest easy, I have no intention of leaving just yet, as I have matters for you to assist me with." The little fox's eyes brightened at his words, her previous sadness forgotten, and she hurried to his side. Lin Fang whispered to her for a while, and she displayed a range of expressions from realization to excitement. Once he finished speaking, she thumped her chest and declared, "You can count on me. This matter is in my hands." That day, while conversing with her grandmother, the little fox inadvertently expressed her desire to see her grandmother's treasures. The old fox chuckled, patting her back. "You little rascal, I may not have much, but I do possess one treasure, a gift from your two uncles. It is called the golden binding rope, and once unleashed, even immortals would be ensnared by it." With that, the old fox produced the rope from her waist, revealing a shimmering golden thread that, upon closer inspection, bore mysterious symbols that flickered. After repeated assurances, the old fox agreed to lend the golden binding rope to her for a couple of days, with the condition that it must not leave the cave. That night, Lin Fang was thrilled to finally behold the golden binding rope. "Look, I'm quite impressive, aren't I?" With just a word, my grandmother brought out this treasure. The little fox beamed, showcasing her triumph. "Indeed, Xīyóu is truly the cleverest little fox. I am in awe," Lin Fang replied, playing along. The little fox laughed heartily as she placed the golden binding rope in Lin Fang's hands, cautioning, "Brother Lin Fang, you must be careful. My grandmother treasures this item dearly." "Fear not. I merely wish to explore the crafting techniques. There will be no issues," he reassured her. "Keep watch for me while I ponder the intricacies." With that, Lin Fang closed his eyes, preferring to delve into the mysteries through his spirit rather than his eyes. Crafting, akin to alchemy, is profound and complex, requiring immense dedication to master. However, Lin Fang found himself in a precarious situation, with little opportunity for tranquil practice. Fortunately, amidst the dangers of the journey, there were also many opportunities, such as the treasures found atop the Pinging Mountain. Of course, he would never dare to take anything belonging to Taishang Laojun. However, studying the crafting techniques was well within reach, as this was the pinnacle of crafting in the three realms, and even a glimpse would be beneficial for him. For several days, Lin Fang devoted himself to understanding the crafting method of the golden binding rope. His spirit transcended his physical form, observing the rope in his hands. The vision from his spirit was entirely distinct from that of his body. What appeared merely as a golden thread now revealed itself to be adorned with intricate golden symbols. These symbols were arranged in an extraordinarily complex manner, culminating in a unique force. This was the essence of the crafting techniques taught by the Old Lord. However, the symbols seemed endless, each imbued with a special power. After only a short while of observation, Lin Fang felt dizzy, realizing he had exhausted his mental faculties. His spirit quickly returned to his body, and he exhaled slowly. "Brother Lin Fang, how is it?" The little fox inquired with concern. "Indeed, it is a splendid treasure. Vast and profound, not something one can grasp in a day," Lin Fang replied softly, but without a hint of discouragement in his tone. The more difficult it was to learn, the more it attested to the power of the symbols. He had already resolved to master the crafting techniques. Asking the little fox to procure paper and ink, he began to confront the golden binding rope directly. He did not expect to grasp it all at once, but opted to start with the details, learning one symbol at a time. Whenever his spirit could no longer endure, he would return to his body to recover, using that time to slowly transcribe the symbols he had memorized onto paper. In less than a few days, Lin Fang had compiled a thick stack of paper filled with various mysterious symbols. His life had become exceptionally regimented, as he secluded himself in the cave, much to the surprise of the old fox, who marveled at the little demon's remarkable concentration. However, one day, the commotion in the cave roused the absorbed Lin Fang from his studies, and he curiously peered outside. Chapter 26. The Peach of Immortality. Inside the cave, lanterns were hung, and all the female soldiers were brimming with joy, engaged in laughter and chatter. Is there a great celebration underway? Lin Fang inquired with a smile as he observed the lively atmosphere among the soldiers. Unbeknownst to our guest, it is because our esteemed elder brothers are coming to visit the young master, one of the soldiers replied, her face glowing with delight. In the demon realm, there has always been a reverence for the strong and mighty demon lords like Xīyóu and a.k.a. are ideals cherished by many female demons. Lin Fang gazed outside, not seeing the two demon kings. It seemed they had yet to arrive. He was quite curious about these two creatures. It was rather inconceivable that a disciple of the esteemed Taishang Laojun from the heavenly court would willingly acknowledge a fox demon as his mother. As Lin Fang pondered this, a commotion erupted outside, and the female soldier conversing with him suddenly displayed excitement on her face, exclaiming, "It appears the esteemed lords have arrived." Without further ado, she dashed out joyfully, leaving Lin Fang to smile and shake his head. He could easily surmise her thoughts. As a female demon, her inclination was to attach herself to powerful beings. After all, the two lords, Xīyóu and a.k.a, were undoubtedly formidable, with numerous subordinates at their command. If she could marry one of them, it would be a remarkable ascent to prominence. However, Lin Fang couldn't help but consider that these two were still pure, which raised the question of whether such pursuits by the female demons were entirely appropriate. Soon, he observed a throng of female demons surrounding two burly men entering through the door, their fierce appearances accentuated by their distinctive golden and silver horns. Upon entering the cave, the two immediately knelt before the old fox, bowing their heads in reverence. "We, your sons, pay our respects to mother. May you be well." "Very well. Rise quickly. I have arranged for food and drink," the old fox said with a warm smile as she helped the two demon kings to their feet and instructed her servants to prepare a feast. The trio slowly ventured further into the cave, followed by a host of small demons belonging to the Lotus Cave. These smaller demons seemed quite familiar with the Yalong Cave, quickly seeking out various individuals to chat with. "Which demon are you, looking so unfamiliar?" inquired a diminutive creature with the head of a wild cat, clearly taken aback. Lin Fang turned and realized that this small demon was indeed quite peculiar. "I am a guest of this cave. What about you?" he replied. "I am Bashan, a commander under King Xīyóu," the small demon proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Lin Fang scrutinized him, finding it difficult to associate him with a tiger. Noticing Lin Fang's gaze, Bashan immediately grew displeased, saying, "What? Do you think this commander lacks majesty, that I do not resemble a tiger?" Lin Fang merely smirked, wishing to convey to this overly confident little demon that he appeared more akin to a cat than a tiger. However, Bashan, who misinterpreted Lin Fang's expression as fear, and thus playfully patted his waist, saying, "I find you quite agreeable. How about following me? You bear a striking resemblance to one of my brothers." "Oh, may I inquire about the name of your brother?" Lin Fang asked, sensing that the small demon's response would be amusing. "My brother is named Xīyóu, quite an imposing name. I assent it," Bashan boasted. Lin Fang noted the irony. While Bashan was a cat, Xīyóu was a serpent. Indeed, a fitting pairing. As they exchanged pleasantries, the voices of Xīyóu and a.k.a. echoed from within. "May I ask who is escorting our nephew, Lin Fang?" Lin Fang hurried out and respectfully bowed. "I am Lin Fang, the little demon." Xīyóu and a.k.a. observed Lin Fang, noting his dignified demeanor and the tranquility of his aura, which set him apart from ordinary demons. His presence bore a striking resemblance to the grand figures of the Doshui Palace, prompting them to regard him with greater esteem. "Indeed remarkable. No wonder you could accompany my little nephew through mountains and rivers. Might you share the tales of your journey?" King Xīyóu praised, his tone filled with admiration. Lin Fang readily obliged, recounting the sights and experiences of his travels. His eloquence captivated the audience of demons, although he cleverly withheld certain details. You encountered the one seeking scriptures? King Xīyóu's face lit up with delight. Lin Fang nodded with a smile, recognizing that he had piqued their interest. Haha, dear brother. Fortune smiles upon us. I had been contemplating how to gather news of the scripture seeker, and lo, it has presented itself. However, the old fox seemed momentarily confused. Inquiring of King Xīyóu, my son, what is it about this scripture seeker that brings you such joy? Mother, you may not know, but I have heard that the seeker is a person of great virtue, and consuming even a morsel of their flesh grants eternal life, King Xīyóu explained, causing the eyes of the surrounding demons to ignite with fervent desire. The allure of immortality, the ultimate pursuit for all beings, could seemingly be achieved with a single bite of Tang Xing's flesh. How could these demons not be stirred by such a prospect? Yet, Lin Fang mused, the journey was fraught with countless demon kings. The seeker, a mere mortal, would likely be devoured before reaching this place. After all, the flesh of Tang Xing was not so easily obtained, especially with the formidable monkey, Sun Wukong, protecting him, an entity who had once wreaked havoc upon the heavens, proving to be indomitable even against 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Given Sun Wukong's prowess, my child, do not act impulsively, the old fox advised, contemplating the dangers of pursuing Tang Xing's flesh. Though she too desired it, she was wary of provoking such a powerful figure. Fear not, mother. Although that monkey possesses great strength and skill, my brother and I are unafraid of him. If he does not come, all the better. Should he come, he shall not return. King Xīyóu declared through gritted teeth. The memory of that accursed monkey, who had stealthily infiltrated Doshui Palace and absconded with the elixir of life, gnawed at him, filling him with rage. Now that they had caught wind of the scripture seeker, King Xīyóu's gaze upon Lin Fang grew even more intense. He softly inquired, since you have seen the scripture seeker, could you perhaps draw their likeness? Lin Fang smiled slightly. This is no challenge at all. Very well. If you can depict their appearance, I shall grant you a request, King Xīyóu promised. Without hesitation, Lin Fang requested paper and ink, promptly beginning to sketch. In no time, the images of Tang Xing and his disciples sprang to life on the page. Though somewhat abstract, such was the style of portraits in this era. Even so, it was sufficient to bring joy to Xīyóu and Xīyóu, who eagerly accepted the drawing, praising Lin Fang for his talent. Remarkable. I had no idea such a gifted individual existed among the little demons. In that case, feel free to express your desires, they encouraged. Lin Fang had long admired the celestial beings above, particularly those with formidable treasures, having heard tales of the rare artifacts owned by the two kings. He inquired if he might have the chance to observe them. King Xīyóu was somewhat taken aback by Lin Fang's request. Yet he considered that while the treasures were indeed precious, they were not easily claimed by just anyone. Typically, they were stored in the treasury. But allowing Lin Fang a glimpse would pose no issue. You may look at the treasures, but you can only view them within the treasury. You cannot take them out, King Xīyóu stipulated. Lin Fang promptly agreed, having no intention of stealing the treasures. After all, they belonged to Taishang Laotun. To take them would be akin to claiming a life and death talisman. What he sought were the runes and principles of the formations within those treasures. Possessing that knowledge would grant him power akin to the artifacts themselves. Thus, Lin Fang successfully negotiated the opportunity to observe the magical treasures daily in exchange for sketching the two kings, unlocking a new door of possibilities for himself. In the following days, Lin Fang traveled frequently between Yalong Cave and Lotus Cave, continuously enriching his knowledge. The runes inscribed upon the artifacts were vast as the ocean, and he greedily absorbed the knowledge they contained. One by one, he deciphered the mysterious runes, gradually understanding the essence of artifact crafting. The so-called crafting was, in essence, the act of inscribing runes onto treasures with one spiritual energy as the pen. The strength and composition of the runes would yield varying effects and qualities. Lin Fang speculated that the origins of artifact crafting could be traced back to Taishang Laojuan's observations of the treasures of heaven and earth, and by mastering these, he would grasp the path to transcendence. One night, Lin Fang emerged from the treasure house of Lotus Cave, rubbing his forehead, only to encounter the bored expressions of Ba Shan-hu and Xīyóu waiting for him. As the Ba Mountain Tiger remarked, Xīyóu is a serpent demon. Though his transformation is rather crude, apart from possessing a human form, his tail and head still resemble those of a snake. Ever since encountering Lin Fang, this little demon has exhibited an immense eagerness towards him, as Lin Fang's transformation represents the direction he has long desired. Consequently, he persistently clings to Lin Fang, hoping to receive some guidance. Lin Fang, being a paragon of transformation, does not withhold his knowledge. His understanding of the art of metamorphosis far exceeds that of these lesser demons, and even a few casual pointers from him can greatly benefit them. Soon, the two became Lin Fang's loyal companions, spending their days revolving around him, almost forgetting their responsibilities in the Lotus Cave. Lin Fang, you finally emerged. We saved you some food. Today's offerings are quite splendid. Rest assured, it does not include human flesh, Xīyóu said with a smile. Aware of Lin Fang's aversion to such delicacies, Lin Fang greeted them warmly, partaking in the meal they had brought. To be honest, the food was rather ordinary. Yet it was considered quite good among demons, perhaps due to the fact that Xīyóu and Xīyóu did not relish human flesh. However, unless one occupies an entire kingdom like the three demons of Lion Camel City, encountering humans is quite rare. Most demon dwellings are in remote areas, only able to capture a few wandering travelers, and typically, humans would avoid such densely wooded paths, making it akin to winning the lottery for a demon to catch one. Only the demon kings have the ability to traverse the winds and clouds, allowing them to venture far and hunt for human flesh. Under the full moon, Lin Fang strolled out of the Lotus Cave, meandering atop the flat-topped mountain. The summit was adorned with a riot of wildflowers, resembling a myriad of twinkling stars. And as a gentle breeze swept through, the hidden fireflies among the blossoms illuminated the sky in a verdant glow. Although Lin Fang gazed upon this exquisite scenery, his heart could not settle. It burned with the allure of a mysterious tome. Seeking a secluded spot, Lin Fang summoned the journey to the west, and as the pages flipped, he soon arrived at the scene of the great sage stealing the elixir from the peach garden, where the deities of the heavenly palace captured monsters. Amidst the swirling mist, visions gradually materialized before Lin Fang, revealing 7 fairies in vibrant celestial garments, gracefully approaching a mansion with the grand inscription Xīyóu Mansion. Once they entered the peach garden under the guidance of the Earthbook clerk, the scene of the monkey immobilizing the 7 fairies unfolded. Lin Fang, witnessing this, felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that a fairy might be extracted for him? Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, but instead of the 7 fairies, it was a gigantic peach from a nearby peach tree that soared into the air, gradually emerging from the mist and landing in Lin Fang's hands. As the white mist dissipated, the scene faded into nothingness, and the journey to the west, which had been floating in the air, lost its brilliance and vanished into Lin Fang's chest. Holding the ripe peach, Lin Fang sighed. He truly believed a fairy would descend from the heavens, yet it seemed that the tome could not conjure its characters into reality. Gazing at the perfectly ripened peach, its fragrant aroma made Lin Fang's mouth water incessantly. The surrounding wildflowers, influenced by the peach's essence, began to grow wildly, leaving Lin Fang utterly astonished. No wonder the deities in the heavens flocked to the peach banquet. This truly is a remarkable treasure, Lin Fang remarked. Not daring to delay, he swiftly consumed the peach, and an overwhelming surge of vitality began to nourish his entire being. Lin Fang, refusing to be complacent, promptly initiated his cultivation technique, converting the abundant life force into magical power that coursed through his body, nurturing his spirit. As his spirit grew stronger, with a mere thought, it leapt from his crown, eagerly absorbing the moonlight's essence. Countless beams of moonlight entered his spirit, which had previously been somewhat ethereal, becoming increasingly solid, indistinguishable from his physical form in mere moments. Lin Fang could sense that his spirit, now free from the constraints of heaven and earth, roamed freely. With a gentle leap, it slipped into the trees, cautiously peeking out, presenting an eerie spectacle. This was the marvel of the spirit. Once separated from the body, it could traverse through physical objects unimpeded and even invade another's body, usurping and seizing control. Refining essence into qi, and qi into spirit, had now reached its pinnacle, with a touch of pure yang. The spirit could transform into a yang divine body, touching upon the path of refining spirit and transcending the void. At that point, he could grasp the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, the laws of all things, and thus develop various divine abilities, ultimately being recognized as a true immortal. After playing with the intricacies of spirit projection and mastering its nuances, Lin Fang leapt back into his own body, his entire being radiating moonlight, appearing extraordinarily mysterious. At last, I have reached this stage. Once I attain pure yang, I too shall be considered among the immortals, Lin Fang mused joyfully. Chapter 27. Farewell. Having reached this level in his cultivation, Lin Fang finally felt a sense of confidence in surviving in this world. He gazed up at the radiant moonlit sky, his heart filled with joy. Looking at the remaining peach pit in his hand, Lin Fang couldn't help but exclaim, "The efficacy of the peach is remarkable. No wonder the celestial beings rush to the peach banquet, and why the monkey is so reluctant to leave the peach grove." With his cultivation advancing significantly, it was time to prioritize the crafting of magical artifacts. Now possessing fragments of a glass lamp and a golden bowl, he had ample materials for artifact creation. The only thing lacking was experience in the crafting process. After all, such materials were rare in the mortal realm, and failure meant there would be no second chance. Fortunately, he had not yet fully mastered the art of artifact forging, and there was still some time before the group heading west arrived, providing him ample opportunity to learn. On a fine day, while Mountain Tiger and Xīyóu wandered aimlessly in the mountains, their small forms blending seamlessly into the dense underbrush, Xīyóu unfurled a scroll depicting 4 distinct monks. Where are the seekers of the scriptures? Why haven't they arrived yet? Being sent by the king to patrol the mountains all day is utterly tedious, Xīyóu lamented, his voice startling numerous birds which soared overhead. "Be quiet. Haven't you heard what the boss said?" While Mountain Tiger grumbled, digging into his ears. Xīyóu quickly silenced himself, casting a wary glance around before whispering, "Is Sun Wukong really that terrifying? A figure who caused chaos in the heavenly palace? One that even 100,000 heavenly soldiers couldn't contend with. How could he not be fearsome? I believe even our 2 kings are no match for him." Ever since hearing tales of the monkey, Mountain Tiger had turned into a fervent admirer of him. "Don't forget the treasures in the hands of our king. Although Sun Wukong is formidable, defeating our 2 kings would still require consideration of the artifacts they possess," Xīyóu countered skeptically. "But Sun Wukong has 72 transformations," Mountain Tiger retorted. The 2 soon began to argue over who was more powerful, the monkey or their king. Just then, a vibrant tiger suddenly lunged out from the jungle. Such a fierce beast feared not the likes of little demons like Mountain Tiger. To them, they were merely prey. At that moment, a bright flash appeared at Mountain Tiger's waist, and a gleaming rope shot forth, binding the tiger that had leaped into the air tightly. The ferocious tiger, mid-leap, seemed bewildered by the sudden turn of events, its eyes filled with confusion as it plummeted to the ground. Alas! The treasure crafted by the boss is excellent in every aspect, but it lacks durability. It has already failed after just 1 use, Mountain Tiger lamented regretfully. "Just enjoy your little victory. That item is merely a replica of the treasure the king gifted to the old lady. If you want to reuse it, why not just fly to the heavens?" Xīyóu scoffed, seemingly unable to tolerate Mountain Tiger's greed. "True. Who would have thought that we little demons would possess such treasures? When we return, I shall ask the boss for more," Mountain Tiger chuckled. At this moment, Lin Fang, whom they spoke of, was still engrossed in the study of runic knowledge, tirelessly dedicating himself to his studies. During this time, the enigmatic journey to the west had manifested itself twice more, bestowing upon him a precious stabilizing pearl preserved by Tang Seng's father, as well as the giant transformation divine ability from the giant spirit god. However, the so-called giant transformation was a far cry from the legendary heavenly law and earthly phenomena. The thought of it made Lin Fang unable to suppress his urge to scoff. The 2 abilities were worlds apart. The giant transformation merely allowed him to transform into a giant of 5 or 6 zhang in height, which was laughable when compared to the grandeur of the heavenly law and earthly phenomena, akin to comparing a mountain chicken to a phoenix. As for the stabilizing pearl, it was even more useless, for he had no need to preserve anyone's corpse. Nevertheless, he understood that not every draw would yield the most valuable items. He felt a sense of relief that his first draw had indeed been a method of cultivation. Through these experiences, Lin Fang gradually discerned the pattern of the journey to the west. It appeared that whenever Tang Seng and his disciples overcame a challenge, and he had established a causal connection with them, he would receive an opportunity for a draw. However, both the items and abilities were random. He might draw something extraordinary or merely a pile of rubbish. Alas, he detested such tests of fortune. During this period, he had begun to grasp the principles of weapon forging. Though the art is vast and profound, one could spend a lifetime without fully comprehending it. Fortunately, Lin Fang firmly believed that a good memory could not compare to a poor pen. Thus, he diligently recorded the runes he observed on paper, waiting for a later time to ponder them deeply. Estimating the time, Lin Fang surmised that Tang Seng and his disciples would soon arrive at the kingdom of Baoxiang. Therefore, he bid farewell to Xīyóu and Xīyóu. "Lin Fang, think it over," Xīyóu urged. The scenery at Pingding Mountain is delightful. Why not join us and revel in the pleasures of ruling the mountain together, instead of enduring a solitary life outdoors? Xīyóu, somewhat reluctant, found Lin Fang's temperament endearing, feeling a resemblance to their celestial lord, and thus tried to persuade him to stay. "Thank you, my lord, but alas, I am destined to be a wanderer and cannot linger," Lin Fang replied, resolute in his decision. It was a jest, for while the two were naive, he was far from innocent. With the protection of the old lord, those two would suffer no harm, but as for himself, he had no desire to perish without cause. When that monkey unleashed its chaos, it would not concern itself with innocence. A single iron rod could spell doom. The image of blood splattering flashed through his mind, causing a shiver to run down his spine. "I cannot provoke that," he thought. "Brother, since Lin Fang has made up his mind, we shall not detain him." "Everyone has their own aspirations," Xīyóu remarked, exhibiting a maturity greater than that of his brother. "What a pity you shall miss out on Tang Xing's flesh," Xīyóu lamented. Lin Fang chuckled and shook his head, recognizing that only these two Na'vi beings would believe such tales. Who was Tang Xing? A disciple of the Tathagata, and the journey to the west was merely a plot devised by the Buddhist sect over many years to prevent demons from succeeding, using this as a pretext to extend the influence of Buddhism. After partaking in a farewell drink, Lin Fang set forth on his journey. Just a few steps outside the cave, he spotted two small figures darting out from the bushes. "Big brother." It was the little demons Ba Shanhu and Xīyóu, each carrying a large bag, looking at Lin Fang with eager anticipation. "Have you decided?" Lin Fang inquired with a smile. "I've made up my mind. I want to follow Big Brother and become a powerful demon king," Ba Shanhu declared proudly, patting his shoulder. Xīyóu, though silent, nodded vigorously in agreement, demonstrating a rare moment of harmony between them. Lin Fang gazed at the two little demons, feeling deeply touched. Following him meant relinquishing a stable life, embracing uncertainty, and possibly enduring hunger. Remaining behind, they would enjoy a comfortable existence under the protection of two demon kings. Yet these two little demons chose to follow him without hesitation. However, this was also their fate. Soon, a calamity would befall Pingding Mountain with the arrival of the monkey bearing the attribute of doom. Most of the little demons who remained would likely meet a tragic end, as Lin Fang recalled that these two had perished beneath the monkey's iron rod. With a radiant smile, Lin Fang exclaimed, "Let us go and fetch the little fox." The trio made their way toward the Dragon Press Cave, and as they approached the Wumu forest, they spotted the little fox waiting there. "Big Brother Lin." The little fox waved its arms excitedly, and Lin Fang responded with a joyful smile. "Did you speak with your grandmother?" he gently asked, stroking the little fox's head. The little fox nodded, though a trace of sadness crossed its face as it replied, "Grandmother still does not believe me, but she agreed to go out and avoid trouble." Lin Fang comforted it softly, "Do not worry. As long as your grandmother listens, nothing will happen." He chose not to visit the old fox in the Dragon Press Cave, but instead led the three little demons northward, for he was about to forge his own magical treasures. Crossing mountains and rivers, they finally beheld a volcano. Lin Fang's eyes brightened as he pointed to the volcano, which occasionally belched flames, declaring, "That is the place." The three little demons turned pale at the sight. Even from a distance, they could feel the intense heat, wondering if they would survive if they got too close. Lin Fang, noticing their expressions, smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. You shall wait for me in this cool place." After settling the three little demons, Lin Fang soared to the summit of the volcano. There, he beheld the surging magma exuding an intense heat, flames periodically erupting into the sky. Lin Fang nodded in satisfaction. This fiery essence was crucial for forging treasures, as precious materials are often exceedingly sturdy and cannot be melted by ordinary flames. Although Lin Fang possessed the heart fire technique, its flames were not enduring enough for forging. While effective in battle, they could not sustain the forging process. The earthly fire here was just right, and its remote location ensured that any disturbances would not incite panic. An ideal scenario indeed. Resolute in his decision, Lin Fang sat cross-legged atop the volcano, preparing to forge his treasures in the best possible state. As the moon rose high in the sky, Lin Fang finally opened his eyes, his entire being brimming with surging magical energy, radiating brilliance from his eyes. He had adjusted himself to the optimal condition. Gazing at the luminous moon, Lin Fang murmured, "The time has come." He then produced the materials he had collected, casting them into the air. Reciting the incantation, a torrent of flames erupted from the volcano, enveloping the materials instantly. However, these were no ordinary items, and after a considerable time, they showed no signs of melting. Lin Fang remained unperturbed, fully concentrating on controlling the flames. His experience from refining elixirs had honed his mastery over fire, allowing him to command the roaring flames as if they were docile sheep. Continuous waves of searing fire erupted from the volcano, replenishing the flames in the sky, and the materials gradually began to melt, albeit slowly. Observing this, Lin Fang produced a banana leaf fan and gave it a vigorous flap. A tempestuous wind surged forth, causing the flames to swell dramatically. As Lin Fang engaged in his old craft, this fan was no ordinary item. It was a replica of the banana leaf fan belonging to Xīyóu. While it lacked the original's ability to conjure divine fire from thin air, it excelled at fanning flames. With Lin Fang's vigorous waving, the fire grew ever larger, its searing heat sweeping through the surroundings, prompting the local fauna to flee and retreat. The little fox shielded its eyes with its hand, gazing anxiously in Lin Fang's direction. I wonder if Big Brother can withstand such intense heat, it thought. Rest assured, young master, our leader is no ordinary being. Such flames pose no threat to him. Ba Shanhu assured, brimming with confidence in Lin Fang. I am filled with frustration over my meager abilities, feeling utterly incapable of assisting Brother Lin, constantly hindering his progress. The little fox lamented, a hint of desolation in his voice. Once merely a small creature, he had never encountered the vastness of the world. The strongest beings he had known were merely nameless demon kings residing in the mountains. It wasn't until he journeyed alongside Lin Fang, traversing countless mountains and waters, that he began to grasp the enormity of existence. In that moment, he realized his own insignificance. Perhaps, in the eyes of those legendary immortals, he resembled nothing more than an ant, while Brother Lin held the potential to rise to their ranks. Do not lose heart, young master. Ba Shanhu chimed in with enthusiasm. We are here for one another. Together, we shall grow stronger and, in time, lend aid to our leader. I too aspired to become a formidable demon king, earning the respect of all. His excitement was palpable as he envisioned his future prowess. Just wait until I prove them wrong when they call me a meerkat. I'll have them searching for their teeth. Stop daydreaming. No matter how much you train, you'll always remain a cat, never transforming into a tiger. Xīyóu interjected, mercilessly puncturing Ba Shanhu's aspirations. Silence. What do you know? Did our leader not say that without dreams, one is no different from a salted fish? But what is a salted fish, anyway? It sounds quite delectable, retorted Ba Shanhu. Observing the banter between Ba Shanhu and Xīyóu, the little fox felt his spirits lift considerably. He agreed with Ba Shanhu. He must strive diligently to ensure he did not hold Brother Lin back. Gazing at the luminous moon above, he disregarded the squabbling duo and settled onto the ground to begin his cultivation. He raised his eyes to the bright moon, continuously absorbing its ethereal light. This was a secret method of the Fox clan, allowing one to attain greater magical prowess through lunar worship. Seeing the little fox diligently practicing, Xīyóu and Ba Shanhu ceased their playful antics and joined in the cultivation. Though still weak, Lin Fang had sown a seed of hope within their hearts, urging them toward strength. The forest fell into a profound silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of flames echoing through the mountains. Time swiftly passed, and after 49 days, the materials above Lin Fang's had finally melted away, coalescing into a radiant, liquid form. A smile graced Lin Fang's face as he gazed at the fully melted materials, contemplating that he was about to reach the most critical stage. Chapter 29. The Glazed Tower. Lin Fang had long since decided what kind of magical artifact he would forge. With fluid gestures, he began to form the liquid in the air into shape. It took the form of a 9-tiered tower, the base crafted from purple gold, radiating a glass-like hue, adorned with windows, railings, and elegantly curved eaves, resembling a magnificent work of art. Pleased with the flawless exterior, Lin Fang proceeded to inscribe runes upon it. Using his soul as a brush and his magical power as a chisel, he meticulously etched mysterious symbols onto the glazed tower. Combining them in an arcane manner, the tower immediately burst forth with brilliance, emanating a sense of the extraordinary. However, Lin Fang did not allow himself a moment of complacency. This was merely the first step of a long journey. He needed to lay a solid foundation for this artifact from the outset, ensuring ample space for future advancements. Days slipped by, and the glazed tower shone brilliantly, illuminating the vicinity of the volcano, when suddenly a dark cloud materialized overhead, enveloping the volcano. Is this a heavenly tribulation? Lin Fang murmured, gazing at the heavy cloud above. Whenever a treasure is born, it inevitably attracts the jealousy of heaven, resulting in a tribulation as a test. In the past, Lin Fang had never encountered such tribulations during his artifact forging, as he had only crafted inferior replicas unworthy of divine scrutiny. As he pondered, a surge of destructive energy swept through the air, unmistakably the presence of the heavenly tribulation. Creatures of the forest trembled in fear, sensing the impending doom. As thunder rumbled ominously, heralding the annihilation of all, the three little demons quaked with terror, unable to stand. This was an instinctual fear. Unless one had faced the thunder as Lin Fang had, remaining composed in its presence was nearly impossible. A bolt of violet lightning tore through the sky, carrying with it an aura of destruction, striking the newly formed glazed tower. The brilliant light enveloped the tower, rendering it even more translucent. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soon, more formidable bolts of violet lightning erupted from the cloud, relentlessly striking the tower. Lin Fang stood beside the glazed tower, bracing himself against the onslaught, welcoming the divine punishment with his own flesh. The tribulation for this artifact paled in comparison to the transformation tribulation, but was perfect for tempering his body. The violet lightning coursed through him, wreaking havoc upon his physique. Lin Fang endured the agony, continuously nourishing his body with magical energy, gradually fortifying it, while the might of the heavenly lightning expelled impurities from his form. Simultaneously, the destructive force of the lightning awakened a latent vitality within him. Remnants of the peach elixir he had consumed. Suddenly, a surge of vibrant life erupted from Lin Fang's body, radiating a terrifying aura of vitality. Fortunately, he remained ever vigilant, containing this power within himself, nurturing his corporeal form. As he adapted to the lightning, Lin Fang glimpsed a thread of white light concealed within it, intensely hot, pure, and brimming with a longing for life. With a flash of inspiration, Lin Fang released his soul, allowing the thread of light to merge with it. A single spark of pure yang entered his soul, presenting Lin Fang with the opportunity he had long awaited. Each person's method of awakening pure yang differed, making this step impossible to shortcut. Many remained trapped at this juncture, unable to break through. As the pure yang infused his soul, it enveloped him in a searing white light, visibly enhancing his essence. This was not merely an increase in power, but a qualitative leap. Lin Fang felt his soul becoming incredibly dense, as if it had taken on a new form. At this moment, his soul bore no weaknesses. No longer vulnerable when separated from the body. This was the culmination of the transformation from qi to spirit. Just as Lin Fang was deeply attuned to his transformation, the heavenly lightning continued to strike. Waves of violet lightning relentlessly bombarded the glazed tower, illuminating the entire realm in a spectacle of electric brilliance. Yet, despite the ferocity of the storm, the seemingly fragile glazed tower remained unscathed, its form growing increasingly translucent and radiating dazzling light. The tempest of thunder appeared to celebrate the tower's birth. Lin Fang beamed with satisfaction, proud of his meticulously crafted artifact. When the final bolt of lightning struck, the heavy clouds dissipated, revealing a clear sky. Sunlight bathed the floating glazed tower, enhancing its clarity and making it truly captivating. Lin Fang smiled gently, extending his hand as the glazed tower gracefully descended into his palm, dimming its radiance. He floated down, landing before the three little demons. "Congratulations, boss. Cheers to our leader." Ba Shanhu and Yihai Long exclaimed joyously. The little fox, bouncing with excitement, scampered to Lin Fang's side, curiously admiring the crystalline tower that had captured his affection. Lin Fang smiled softly and said, "Let me show you its power." As soon as the words left his lips, the three felt the world spin around them. When the sensation stabilized, they found themselves in a peculiar place, standing on a hexagonal ground not particularly spacious, with walls that shimmered in the light of the sun. Just as they began to explore their surroundings, a colossal eye appeared before them, startling Ba Shanhu into a leap. "Be boss." The still-shaken Ba Shanhu recognized the eye's owner and calmed down. "We've become smaller," he muttered in disbelief, finally realizing that he had entered the glazed tower. Soon, Lin Fang's figure also appeared in this place. Looking at the three little demons with faces full of excitement, he smiled and said, "How is it? Fun, isn't it?" Observing the eager nods of the little demons, Lin Fang felt a wave of contentment wash over him. He carefully surveyed his surroundings and found that the scenery within the tower was exactly as he remembered. The only difference was that the spot where a Buddhist statue should have been was entirely empty. After all, Lin Fang was not a Buddhist and had no intention of placing a statue there. At that moment, a little paper figure wobbled out from his sleeve, persistently crawling toward the place where the Buddha statue should have been. After much effort, the little paper figure finally reached its destination, skillfully sitting in the designated spot. its countenance solemn and dignified, resembling a Buddha statue awaiting the worship of the world. However, Lin Fang could not shake the feeling that this paper figure was utterly unreliable, especially with its sneaky demeanor, which was worlds apart from the legendary Buddha. What is this? Self-worship? Lin Fang murmured. Chapter 30. The a.k.a. This peculiar little paper figure contained a fragment of his soul. In a certain sense, it was his avatar. Observing the little paper figure, which had no intention of moving from its chosen spot, Lin Fang felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. This creature clearly regarded the place as its domain. Gently lifting it with his finger, the irate little figure retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks, its white arms striking against Lin Fang's finger, producing a ticklish sensation. Casually tossing the little figure aside, Lin Fang curiously examined the spot it had just occupied, realizing that it must have chosen that place for a reason. Upon closer inspection, he understood that due to his earlier infusion of Buddhist faith into the artifact he was refining, this place had become a center for gathering faith. Should anyone offer worship to this tower, the power of belief would continuously flow into this space. You are quite the opportunist, Lin Fang remarked to the little paper figure. Unfazed, the paper figure persisted in its efforts, soon returning to its previous position. Brother Lin, what other secrets does this artifact hold? Please, share them with us. The little fox inquired, trailing beside him. This treasure, infused with the runes of a purple gold-red gourd and a jade bottle of sheep fat, can summon individuals. At the very bottom of the tower lies a prison cage that can confine those summoned, allowing me to absorb their magical power for my own use. Additionally, inspired by the golden rope, this artifact possesses a suppressive effect. When suspended above someone, it renders them immobile. Due to the inclusion of shattered pieces of the glazed lamp in its materials, this treasure can absorb sunlight and condense it into a blazing fire, capable of igniting anything with its overwhelming force. As for the spot occupied by this little creature, it can receive worship from all beings, absorbing the power of faith to bolster the treasures above it. Lin Fang detailed the characteristics of his artifact, causing the little demons to gaze in awe. Clearly impressed by the marvelous creation he had meticulously crafted, there was, of course, another function of which Lin Fang did not speak. This artifact also served as an excellent storage space, allowing him to stow away various miscellaneous items. Calculating the time, he estimated that Tang Sing and his disciples should have reached Flat Top Mountain by now, only to turn around and find the little fox wearing a worried expression. Concerned about your grandmother? The little fox nodded, and Lin Fang contemplated before saying, in that case, I will take you to see her. But let it be known that you must all follow my lead. The group quickly nodded in agreement, with Ba Shanhu feeling particularly excited at the prospect of meeting his idol. Lin Fang gathered everyone into the glazed tower, and with a thought, the tower burrowed into his dantian, nourished by his magical power. Reciting a mantra, he soared through the clouds, heading straight for Flat Top Mountain. At this moment, he had reached the realm of refining the spirit and returning to the void, able to comprehend the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, employing the methods of the 5 elements to accomplish feats that defied reason, just as the teachings of the Bodhi patriarch proclaimed, capable of planting a golden lotus in the fire. In this world filled with celestial beings, demons, and spirits, he had managed to secure a modicum of self-protection, provided he did not provoke the formidable powers of the 3 realms. Lacking specialized techniques for cloud riding, Lin Fang's speed was somewhat lacking, akin to comparing a bicycle to an airplane when set against the Monkey King's somersault cloud. Wobbling precariously, Lin Fang finally arrived at the territory of Flat Top Mountain. From a distance, he could see flames reaching the sky, and the air was thick with the scent of blood, faint traces of Buddhist light emanating from afar. Judging by the situation, the monkey had already left, and it seemed the Buddhist soldiers were conducting a sweep. Lin Fang quickly grasped the scenario. Without their demon king, the little demons were scattered and vulnerable, facing the formidable Buddhist soldiers with no chance of survival. Watching the little demons struggling amidst blood and fire, Lin Fang sighed and shook his head, turning toward the dragon suppression cave, hoping that the old fox would heed his counsel. Otherwise, it would likely end in tragedy. Upon reaching the dragon suppression cave, he found no discernible anomalies. Everything was eerily quiet, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Fang released the little fox, who promptly dashed to the cave entrance. 2 female demons emerged from within, their faces lighting up upon seeing the little fox. Young master, you have returned. Grandmother has been waiting for you for quite some time. The little fox beamed with joy. As long as grandmother is safe, that is all that matters. However, Lin Fang furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. The female demons, who typically regarded the little fox with warmth, now seemed oddly cold. He instinctively heightened his vigilance. The two female demons, with expressionless faces, led Lin Fang and the little fox into the cave. Everything appeared unchanged, which offered Lin Fang a slight sense of relief. "My little monkey, you have finally returned." The old fox's voice resonated with kindness. The little fox leaped into her embrace, joyfully calling out for his grandmother. "Lin Fang, you have worked hard escorting the young master," the old fox said to him with a smile. "No need for formality. It is my duty," Lin Fang replied. "That will not do. I must properly thank you. Come here. I have a treasure for you as a token of gratitude." Lin Fang, however, revealed a knowing smile and replied, "I think I will pass. I fear I might lose my life if I approach." No sooner had he spoken than the old fox's expression darkened. With a cold laugh, she replied, "You are indeed a blasphemer. Grandmother, what are you saying?" The little fox gazed at his grandmother in shock, sensing that this beloved relative had transformed, her gaze filled with fervor and ice. "Xīyóu, let us serve the Buddha together. It is our honor. Only by taking refuge in the Buddha can we attain bliss." Reflecting on the past, it all seems like a fleeting dream. In that moment, the old fox appeared transformed, resembling a venerable monk who had practiced the Buddhist path for years. Yet her coldness held no trace of compassion. The little fox leaped from his grandmother's arms, scanning the surroundings and discovering that all present had adopted the same demeanor as his grandmother, faces adorned with a facade of compassion, yet their eyes betrayed a chilling coldness. "Amipa!" A voice echoed from the depths of the cave, revealing a monk clad in robes, adorned with colorful ribbons, stepping forward. "Is it you who has destroyed my Buddhist treasure?" Lin Fang glanced at his attire, somewhat puzzled, and inquired, "Are you the guardian a.k.a.? To my surprise, this demon possesses a degree of discernment, recognizing my identity. Quickly take refuge in the Buddha, and you shall attain a golden body and righteous fruit," the guardian a.k.a. replied with a smile. "And then become like them, merely extolling the virtues of the Buddha while losing all sense of self?" Chapter 31. Battle. Lin Fang pointed at the surrounding demons, a hint of disdain lacing his words. To devote one's life to serving the Buddha is indeed a great honor for them. Do not remain obstinately ignorant, benefactor. It is you who remain obstinately ignorant. Never expecting that the compassionate words of the Buddhist realm would conceal such methods, Lin Fang remarked with a hint of melancholy. The world is rife with ignorance. Unable to recognize the profound teachings of Buddhism, the sea of suffering is boundless, and all beings are engulfed in sorrow. Only through this path can one attain salvation. Our Buddha is compassionate. As Lin Fang gazed at the resolute Kalen, a chill coursed through him. He sensed that Kalen spoke from the depths of his heart. A true zealot whose lifelong pursuit had become the propagation of Buddhist doctrine, unafraid of death. He wondered whether Kalen was an anomaly or if the majority of Buddhists had transformed into such fervent devotees. If the latter were true, it would be utterly terrifying. Those who follow different paths do not conspire together, Lin Fang declared coldly, unwilling to become a mad and consumed by blind faith. The protector Kalen shook his head slightly, seemingly lamenting the ignorance of sentient beings, though his eyes were already filled with an icy demeanor. "Amitabha, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore." The endless chant of Zen echoed through the dragon suppression cave, incessantly disrupting Lin Fang's spirit. The recitations transformed into an extraordinary Sanskrit, descending with the power to control the soul. Effortlessly, it penetrated the barriers of his body and reached his spirit. In that moment, a powerful impulse surged within Lin Fang, compelling him to prostrate before Kalen and chant the scriptures aloud. The eerie Sanskrit, like a venomous serpent, gradually enveloped Lin Fang. He understood that once this Sanskrit fully occupied him, his mind would be controlled, rendering him a fanatic devoted solely to serving the Buddha. "Get away from me!" Lin Fang shouted vehemently. Kalen merely regarded the struggling Lin Fang with compassionate eyes, seemingly awaiting the birth of a fellow disciple. At that instant, a glimmer of light shone within Lin Fang's soul, radiating pure brilliance, illuminating the mountains and rivers. It was the pure yang energy, the most unadulterated force in existence. Under its illumination, the strange Sanskrit began to ignite, visibly shrinking yet remaining remarkably resilient, as if it would never be extinguished. Suddenly, a white arm reached into his soul. Seizing the Sanskrit, Lin Fang was startled, but upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. It was the paper figure seated within the glass pagoda, utilizing their shared connection to retrieve the Sanskrit, then revealing a wide mouth to swallow it whole. "Hey, don't eat recklessly," Lin Fang admonished this audacious being. only to see the little paper figure expertly burp and slowly rub its belly, then lie down in a rather despondent manner. This creature. Lin Fang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, for this being was akin to his doppelganger, in a certain sense. Everything the little paper figure did was a reflection of his innermost choices. Of course, Lin Fang would never admit to embodying such a form. All of this was the little paper figure's own doing. Indeed, that was the case. Kalin quietly recited scriptures, his gaze fixed on Lin Fang, whose expression fluctuated between hope and despair. After a long while without observing any inclination from Lin Fang to convert, Kalin furrowed his brow. After reciting for so long, "It is time to rest," Lin Fang suddenly opened his eyes and stated coldly. With that, he darted beside Kalin, raising his fist and delivering a powerful blow. Kalin appeared astonished, seemingly not anticipating that Lin Fang would remain unaffected. A golden light flashed around him, and a bell-shaped shield enveloped him. Lin Fang's fist struck the shield, unleashing a tempest that sent the fervent female demons reeling. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered, the immense force causing both Lin Fang and Kalin to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fang swiftly gathered the little fox into the pagoda and activated his escape technique. The area had already been seized by the Buddhist realm, and lingering would spell danger for him. Bursting forth from the cave, he was met by a throng of Buddhist soldiers awaiting him. Lin Fang wasted no time. Unleashing his Fire technique, and raging flames ignited in the dark forest. Yet, these soldiers, fervent and undaunted by death, charged forward regardless of the fearsome flames. "Demon, where do you think you're going?" Kalin's voice echoed as he approached, wielding a steel whip with fierce determination. Lin Fang employed his giant transformation technique, becoming a towering figure wrapped in roaring flames, carving a bloody path through the throng of monk soldiers. Kalin, however, pursued relentlessly, his steel whip transforming into a dragon, incessantly biting at Lin Fang. Lin Fang retaliated with a punch that sent Kalin flying backward. With a fierce gaze, Kalin swore to capture this audacious demon who dared to defile the Buddhist realm. He hurled the steel whip into the air, transforming it into a golden dragon that lunged at Lin Fang. Lin Fang grasped the flying dragon and hurled it mightily, creating a thunderous explosion that echoed across the sky as the massive dragon crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater. The resulting gale forced the Buddhist soldiers to retreat, and Lin Fang seized this moment to soar into the air, summoning the glass pagoda. Bathed in sunlight, the pagoda radiated blinding brilliance. The light was so intense that everyone was compelled to close their eyes. When the radiance dissipated, Lin Fang had vanished. As Kalin surveyed the charred remnants of the dark forest and the wounded Buddhist soldiers, he slammed the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! How could this demon escape?" Lin Fang ran with fervor, finally pausing in a dense thicket to glance back. The soldiers had long since disappeared, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. What a wretched world this is. I have been cautious enough. How could I have exposed my whereabouts? Lin Fang murmured to himself. Ever since he traversed this world of journey to the west, he had been vigilant, yet he had still attracted attention. Fortunately, the Buddhist realm had been careless, merely dispatching one protector Kalin and a bunch of soldiers. Otherwise, he would have likely met a grim fate, perhaps transformed into a madman fervently praising the Buddha. This place was no longer safe. The intentions of the Buddhist realm were clear. Seizing the opportunity while the Demon King was captured and the demon horde leaderless, they intended to sweep through and claim dominion over this land. I might as well collect the 2 rewards I've accumulated before leaving. If I draw a fortune or something like the Five-Finger Mountain, I could soar to new heights. Ever since the last time, he had realized that if he did not draw rewards, the opportunity would remain available. Chapter 32. Harvest. Originally planning to gather 10 draws for a chance at fortune, it now seemed wiser to draw early. This world was indeed terrifying, and he could be targeted by the Buddhist realm at any moment. After a while, the journey to the west materialized and vanished from Lin Fang's chest. He gazed at the 2 glowing items before him, uncertain whether to deem himself fortunate or unfortunate. One was a golden pill, the other a relic. These were the fruits of his 2 recent endeavors, lacking the miraculous powers he had envisioned, yet nonetheless valuable. This golden pill was a 9-turn golden pill, which would greatly enhance his magical power, allowing him to more easily comprehend the principles of heaven and earth. The relic, a fine treasure in its own right, could ward off evil and avert calamity, and most crucially, it could shield him from karmic retribution, precisely why the yellow robe monster carried it, for only in this way could it evade the celestial scrutiny. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fang swallowed the golden pill. Instantly, a powerful surge of magical energy coursed through his body, yet this force was remarkably gentle, as if harmonizing with all living beings. Soon, after circulating through Lin Fang's meridians, it transformed into his own magic power. At this moment, Lin Fang's aura surged dramatically, the overwhelming magical energy even causing a faint pain in his meridians. Had he not consistently attended to his physical training, he would have been unable to maintain this state of balance, resulting in wasted potential. Lin Fang dared not to relax for a moment. He hastily channeled his energy, transforming qi into spirit. The continuous strengthening of his soul propelled him into a profound state of enlightenment. In this realm, he could distinctly perceive the essence of the Tao embedded within all things. Even among the stones and trees, he discerned what appeared to be runes. A phrase flashed through his mind: man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. This path of refining spirit and transcending the void consumed spiritual energy, allowing one to comprehend the grand principles of the universe and thereby achieve a leap in life. In this state, Lin Fang's mind was extraordinarily clear, and many of his previous cultivation difficulties were easily resolved. The key lay in observing the circulation of the 5 elements and grasping the rules of nature. This was the essence of true power. After a considerable time, the surging energy within Lin Fang gradually waned, and his spirit began to feel fatigue. He understood that it was time to cease. Continuing would risk damaging his soul. For the path of cultivation abhors haste. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Lin Fang felt remarkably rejuvenated. The previously hazy world around him began to clarify, as if a mysterious veil had been lifted. With a shift in his form, he arrived at the Xīyóu Tower, where upon entering, he saw the little fox and its companions kneeling devotedly on the ground. Upon raising his gaze, he was nearly startled out of his wits. The table before him bore the image of a Buddha, resplendent and radiating golden light. Lin Fang's first instinct was to flee, thinking that the Buddhist sect had come for him, but he halted his steps and, upon closer inspection, realized that it was not a Buddha at all. Within the radiance was the familiar lazy little paper figure. At that moment, it sat cross-legged, a mysterious Sanskrit script glowing brightly on its chest, enveloped in golden light. If one did not scrutinize closely, it would be unrecognizable. Understanding the truth, he could not help but rush forward, lifting the pretentious little paper figure. Just moments ago, it had exuded an aura of solemnity, resembling a venerable monk, but now it protested with a flurry of punches and kicks directed at his fingers. "What mischief are you up to now?" Lin Fang inquired, exasperated, as he gazed at the spirited little paper figure. The paper figure, unable to speak, continued to flail its tiny arms, persistently attacking Lin Fang's fingers. "Brother Lin, boss," the trio of small creatures exclaimed in delight. Earlier, the little fox had informed its companions of their current predicament, and knowing the might of the Buddhist sect, they were filled with dread, helplessly resorting to prayer. It was at this moment that the little paper figure revealed its golden light, prompting the small creatures to venerate it. "Fear not, all is well," Lin Fang reassured them with a smile, aware that the earlier situation had frightened the little creatures. "However, we cannot remain here. I estimate that within a few days, Buddhist soldiers will arrive, and all nearby creatures may face calamity." Lin Fang spoke gravely. He was well aware of the measures employed by the Buddhist sect. The mysterious scriptures could manipulate souls, turning all creatures into fervent devotees, with the ceaseless flow of faith serving to sustain the Buddhist treasures. Lin Fang could almost envision the burgeoning power of the Buddhist sect under these two strategies, yet he felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with anticipation. For if the sect continued its reckless expansion, it might provoke the interest of the celestial court, inevitably leading to a conflict over dominion in the 3 realms. He, too, could potentially profit from the ensuing chaos. However, that was a concern for the future. For now, he needed to focus on enhancing his own strength, laying a solid foundation to thrive amidst the impending turmoil of the 3 realms. "Brother Lin, what about my grandmother?" the little fox asked, tears glistening in its eyes. It was terrified of receiving despairing news from Lin Fang, as she was the only family member it had managed to find. "Your grandmother is safe. She has been converted by the Buddhist sect and has become one of them. Thus she will not face any reproach, merely devoting herself to the Buddha," Lin Fang replied. "But can she ever return to her former self?" The little fox pressed, knowing that its grandmother would not wish to spend her remaining days in such a manner, especially given her strong aversion to the Buddhist sect. Lin Fang glanced at the mysterious Sanskrit on the little paper figure and felt that this method was not infallible. With careful study, there might indeed be a way to unravel it. Yes, it is certainly possible. While the methods of the Buddhist sect are profound, all things in the world are interconnected. No technique is without a solution. It is merely that our strength is currently too low. We must lie in wait and seize the opportunity when it arises, a chance that could alter the very fabric of existence. Lin Fang's eyes sparkled with determination. And as he spoke, it was as if he were inscribing his fate, prompting the three little creatures to exclaim in awe at his brilliance. In the midst of their conversation, the little paper figure wriggled free from Lin Fang's grasp and returned to its favored position, the golden light flaring once more. However, this time, Lin Fang detected a new scent emanating from it, the essence of faith. It seemed that the paper figure, having absorbed the Sanskrit, had acquired the ability to absorb the power of belief. Could it be that you truly can cultivate into a Buddha? Lin Fang mused, gazing at the resplendent little paper figure. Chapter 33, Shangtan Village. Nevertheless, as Lin Fang observed the little paper figure, he felt that this outcome was indeed plausible. Well then, it is up to you and your own fortune, he said softly, choosing to disregard the still pretentious little paper figure and proceeding to the second level of the Liuli Tower. The layout of the second level was quite similar to the first, save for the fact that the offering table was entirely empty. Lin Fang pondered for a moment and placed the relic he had obtained upon it. The relic radiated brilliantly, seemingly illuminating the Liuli Tower, and a unique aura began to swirl around it. Lin Fang understood that the relic's capacity to obscure karmic ties had activated. With this relic, it will not be easy for the Buddhist sect to find my whereabouts, Lin Fang remarked with a slight smile. He finally felt a heavy burden lift from his heart, for he had been greatly troubled by the inexplicable leaks of his movements. The methods of the Buddhist sect were indeed insidious. At the moment he placed the relic down, in the Western paradise, a Buddha opened its eyes in surprise, murmuring, "Strange, the karmic connection has been severed. Could it be that this demon has been slain by the temple?" His curiosity caught the attention of a fellow practitioner nearby, who inquired, "Xīyóu Buddha, has the demon been vanquished?" Xīyóu Buddha shook his head slightly. "The karmic connection is merely severed. It may be that he was killed, or perhaps he has discovered a method to shield himself from karmic ties. It appears this little demon is quite extraordinary. No wonder he was able to outmaneuver Famings. It seems we have underestimated him." Fuhu Arhet chanted, Amitabha, pondering, "We know not the origins of this demon, yet he possesses such capabilities. The three realms are vast. We cannot hope to comprehend it all. It is no secret that powerful beings may be concealed in the realm beyond." Xīyóu Buddha sighed softly. "Indeed, we must take it upon ourselves to propagate the Buddha's teachings and rescue sentient beings from suffering." Amitabha. Meanwhile, below them, countless monks and converted demons chanted the Buddha's name in unison, their expressions fervent, their hearts filled with zeal for dedicating themselves to the Buddhist cause. Shangtan Village is a small settlement within the kingdom of Wujig, situated beside the serene Qing Lake. As the saying goes, one lives by the mountain, eats from the mountain. One lives by the water, eats from the water. Thus, the villagers of Shangtan rely heavily on fishing for their livelihoods. The waters of Qing Lake are pristine, teeming with delicious fish and shrimp, a delicacy much favored by the city's elite, which has resulted in a prosperous life for the villagers. However, 2 years prior, a calamity befell the village. It is said that they may have offended the deities, as every time a boat set sail, monstrous waves would arise, ultimately leading to the destruction of vessels and loss of life. Survivors claimed that a demon was the cause of the tumultuous waters, wreaking havoc upon the ships. The villagers, deprived of their means of sustenance, found their lives becoming increasingly difficult. They had no choice but to seek the help of masters to exorcise the demons. However, in this world, the genuine practitioners of the Tao dwell in seclusion within the mountains, while the charlatans and frauds roam freely in the mortal realm. Over the past 2 years, the villagers have expended a considerable amount of their wealth, yet they have reaped no rewards. Many so-called masters have met their demise at the hands of malevolent creatures, which has led the villagers of Shangtan to shun the masters mentioned by those who speak ill of them. For even the promise of substantial payment does not entice them to return. Today, every villager in Shangtan stands at the village entrance, anxiously gazing into the distance. For they have finally managed to invite a renowned Taoist priest, who they hope will aid them in vanquishing the demons. Yet, as they wait, no sign of him appears. "Village chief, could it be that the Taoist dares not come?" An elderly man asked with a furrowed brow. "That should not be the case. This priest is a well-known demon slayer in our country of Xīyóu, possessing immense powers. I have heard that many dignitaries in the city have sought his services." He would not have agreed to come unless we paid a hefty sum, the village chief replied, though his words lacked conviction. He could only crane his neck and say, "Let us not jump to conclusions, let us wait a bit longer." Unbeknownst to them, a young man from Shangtan was anxiously waiting in a Taoist temple, peering in intermittently. But the towering structures obstructed his view. "Brother Dazhuang, why hasn't the priest emerged yet? Wasn't he just going to the restroom?" Don't worry. Just wait a bit longer," Dazhuang reassured him. At that moment, a panicked voice echoed from afar. "Brother Dazhuang, it's bad. The priest has fled." A lean man rushed back from another direction of the temple, panting heavily. "What? That scoundrel deceived our village and dares to escape? Follow me. Let us catch this rascal," Dazhuang exclaimed, his anger boiling over as he rallied a group of young men to pursue the fleeing Taoist. Turning a corner, they spotted a Taoist riding a large horse, galloping away while cursing, "Damn that rascal for trying to trip me up, inciting those fools to summon me to Shangtan village. They have no idea how many lives have been lost there. I refuse to become fodder for the demons," he lamented internally. For it had taken him considerable effort to establish his reputation in Xīyóu, with many dignitaries treating him as an esteemed guest, filling his coffers. Unfortunately, a rival had recently appeared in the city, sabotaging his business at every turn and even urging the dignitaries to send him to Shangtan village to prove his worth. He feigned consent, secretly packing his belongings, ready to flee to a new place and start anew. Now, hearing the villagers' shouts behind him, he dared not delay, sprinting desperately away from the village. Back in Shangtan village, just as the villagers felt despondent and hopeless, someone pointed into the distance and shouted, "The Taoist is coming." Everyone quickly looked up and indeed saw a young Taoist priest slowly approaching the village, prompting cheers from the crowd. "Why does this Taoist look so young? You know nothing. I've heard that those who cultivate deeply are ageless. Perhaps this priest is older than your grandfather." The villagers began to murmur amongst themselves, creating a rather noisy scene. Cough, cough. The village chief cleared his throat and spoke loudly. "Silence. Since the Taoist is willing to come, it means we are fortunate. No one is to underestimate him due to his youth. Rest assured, village chief, we won't dare offend the Taoist. We are all waiting for him to save us," they replied. As Lin Fang walked along the road, he remarked, "A bunch of lazy people. It's only a short distance, and yet they're already complaining. They never did this before." It turned out that due to their continuous travel day and night, the three little demons following him had been voicing their grievances, ultimately demanding to return to the Xīyóu Tower for rest. Before entering, the three had prepared a lavish feast, clearly planning to indulge for a while. Thus, Lin Fang became a solitary traveler, walking alone and keenly sensing the fluctuations of the world's energies. Upon raising his gaze, he saw the eager faces of the villagers. Before he could ascertain the situation, the village chief grasped his hand and said, "I, the old Xīyóu, represent the villagers of Shangtan in expressing our gratitude for your assistance." The aged hand gripped Lin Fang's arm tightly, his eyes filled with anticipation and hope. Lin Fang initially intended to clarify the misunderstanding, but, upon seeing those hopeful eyes, found himself unable to voice his thoughts. It seemed that even after all this time, the notion of chivalry still lingered in his heart. Once upon a time, whenever he saw the so-called heroes in stories, he would feel a longing, imagining himself traversing the world with sword in hand, upholding justice. However, as he matured, he realized that this was merely a beautiful fantasy. Since traversing into the world of Journey to the West, the terrifying environment and formidable deities and demons had compelled him to learn to conceal himself, avoiding drawing attention. Yet now, with a matter within his capabilities, Lin Fang no longer wished to evade. He yearned to act heroically once again. "Let us discuss the situation." Lin Fang smiled as he inquired. A flicker of confusion crossed the village chief's face. He had assumed the children would have explained the circumstances clearly to the priest. Yet this Taoist seemed entirely uninformed. Nevertheless, he patiently recounted the situation in Shangtan village. Internally, he grumbled, "What on earth is Dazhuang doing? Such an important matter, and he didn't explain it, leaving the priest to come alone. Have those rascals gone off to play again?" After quietly listening to the chief's narrative, Lin Fang simply remarked, "It's best to see for ourselves. Who will row the boat to let the Taoist observe the demons?" The village chief suggested. The villagers fell silent, none willing to step forward. If this Taoist proved incompetent, it would be akin to walking to their doom. Seeing this, the village chief stomped his foot in frustration and exclaimed, "Shangtan village has reached a critical juncture of life and death. If this continues, we will all starve, yet you all only concern yourselves with your own safety. Enough is enough. Though I may be old, I can still row a boat. With that, the village chief rolled up his sleeves and sought a boat, only to be stopped by Lin Fang, who extended his arm. Do not worry, village chief. I have my own methods. Lin Fang approached the lakeshore, gently snapped off a reed, and turned with a smile, saying, "This will suffice." He tossed the reed into the water and leaped lightly upon it, gliding across the lake. The villagers on the shore watched in astonishment, some even rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Upon reaching the lake's center, a wave of intense resentment surged from the depths, carrying a profound hatred for all living beings. Lin Fang couldn't help but furrow his brow. The demon lurking beneath the lake appeared to be no ordinary creature. He even sensed a force of belief emanating from the dense resentment, as the demon was stirred by Lin Fang's presence. A massive black shadow slowly emerged from the lake bed. Upon closer inspection, Lin Fang realized it was an extraordinarily large goldfish. However, this goldfish was in a state of decay, with purple flames burning in its eye sockets, and a thick miasma of resentment emanating from its body. A foul stench assaulted Lin Fang's senses, and he pinched his nose, scrutinizing it closely, growing increasingly convinced that this goldfish was no ordinary demon. Filled with loathing for living beings, the goldfish's colossal tail swished, stirring up tremendous waves that surged toward Lin Fang. Yet he did not flinch or evade. He flowed with the water, moving in harmony with its currents. The seemingly overwhelming waves posed no threat to him. A noxious breath erupted from the goldfish's mouth, reeking of death. Lin Fang opened his mouth and exhaled, his inner fire blazing fiercely, incinerating all filth in the world. Upon encountering his inner fire, the foul breath met its nemesis, instantly being scorched away. Lin Fang then swiftly moved beside the goldfish, seizing its tail and hurling it with all his might. The enormous goldfish suddenly leapt from the water's surface, soaring into the air, and Lin Fang then noticed a massive wound on its belly, undoubtedly the cause of its demise. Why does it carry an air reminiscent of the Buddhist realm? Gazing at the injury, Lin Fang sensed a faint aura of Buddhism. At that moment, the goldfish seemed utterly enraged by Lin Fang's actions. Upon returning to the water, it thrashed violently, transforming the tranquil azure lake into a turbulent sea, waves crashing upon one another, appearing endless in their assault on Lin Fang. The villagers along the shore, terrified by the spectacle before them, fell to their knees. They had never witnessed such a frightful scene in their lives. The once peaceful azure lake seemed to have awakened in fury, as if all the waters had gained life, launching an attack on Lin Fang. This was beyond the capabilities of any ordinary monster, Lin Fang murmured. Transforming into a giant, he stood in the lake, seizing the goldfish in his grasp. As the colossal waves surged around him, a magnificent glazed tower ascended into the air, emitting a brilliant light that quelled the raging waters. Channeling his inner fire technique, red flames ignited in his hands, swiftly enveloping the goldfish. The creature struggled desperately within Lin Fang's grasp, thrashing about relentlessly, yet it remained bound. The flames, fueled by the resentment, blazed even more fiercely, and in a matter of moments, the once mighty goldfish was reduced to ashes, scattering his glimmering golden specks upon the lake's surface. This is the power of incense. Lin Fang recognized these flecks as the accumulated essence of faith from a deity, referred to in Buddhism as the power of belief. Countless aquatic beings surged to the surface, eager to absorb the dispersing essence. As for these naive water dwellers, it represented a monumental opportunity. In that instant, numerous water creatures awakened to their primordial intelligence, a divine gift. Simultaneously, a damaged golden seal descended slowly from the heavens, landing in Lin Fang's hands. Upon grasping the seal, a series of images flooded his mind. Azure Lake Water Deity, do not cling to your delusions. A fierce-faced monk spoke with hatred. You wish for drought in the kingdom of Xīyóu. I shall not consent to it. Humph. You bring this upon yourself. The monk brandished a staff, hurling it towards Lin Fang, as a voice echoed in the air. Do you dare slay a god? Do you seek to incite war between the Buddhist realm and the heavenly court? No one will know how you met your end. The scene abruptly halted. Yet Lin Fang comprehended the unfolding events. The Buddhist sect sought to instigate a drought in the kingdom of Xīyóu, yet the Azure Lake Water Deity refused to cooperate, resulting in the deity's fall after this battle. Thus began the 3-year drought in the kingdom of Xīyóu, which only ceased when a mysterious national master arrived, casting down nourishing rains. The deceased water deity, consumed by resentment, transformed into a monstrous fish, stirring turmoil in the Azure Lake. Such a cunning scheme, Lin Fang mused. Once the Tang monk and his disciples arrived to unveil the true visage of the false king, the Buddhist sect would openly propagate their teachings here, leaving the water deity alive merely as a foundation for their future divine manifestations. The meticulousness of the Buddhist sect's calculations left Lin Fang astounded, every detail intricately woven together. The thought of being pursued by the Buddhist sect filled him with a headache. No matter how he tried to evade it, he could not escape this entanglement. With the water deity's resentment dissipating, the formerly turbulent azure lake gradually returned to tranquility. The dark clouds parted, and golden sunlight illuminated the lake's surface, shimmering like jewels. Lin Fang stood atop the water, quietly savoring the beauty of the moment. On the shore, as the crowd beheld the lake's serenity, joyous shouts erupted. They had lived in fear for years, with their once reliable fishing livelihoods disrupted, leading to dire straits. Now, witnessing the demise of the monster, thoughts of brighter days ahead brought smiles to their faces. As Lin Fang approached from the lake, the delighted villagers encircled him, showering him with expressions of gratitude. Great Taoist, your powers have liberated our village from this peril. Please accept this small token of our appreciation, the village head said, presenting a platter covered with azure silk. Upon unveiling the silk, Lin Fang saw a substantial amount of silver, presumably contributed by the villagers. Glancing at the coins, Lin Fang merely smiled, gently pushing the platter back. Your goodwill is appreciated, but as a practitioner, I hold wealth as a mere trifle. However, while the monster has been vanquished, the underlying threat remains. Its resentment lies buried within the soil, and if left unchecked, it may resurface. The village head's face turned pale at these words. If the monster returned, without this Taoist, they would likely become its prey. Taoist, please see this through to the end. We, the people of Shangtan Village, are willing to build a temple in your honor. Offering incense and worship daily, the old village head implored urgently. There is no need for that. Is there a large azure stone in this area? Lin Fang asked. Yes. There is a large azure stone at the village entrance, where we often gather to chat, the village head replied eagerly, despite not understanding Lin Fang's intent. Guided by the village head, Lin Fang made his way to the village entrance, where he indeed found a massive azure stone, remarkably bright from years of use. Satisfied after inspecting it, Lin Fang nodded. Very well, this will suffice. Before the astonished villagers, Lin Fang employed his magic to levitate the azure stone into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames that reduced it to rubble. In mere moments, it transformed into a stone tower. Lin Fang gently cast the tower into the azure lake, reciting an incantation that summoned a stone pillar from the lake's depths to support the tower. He then flew to the tower's side, slowly imprinting a mysterious Sanskrit character, the very one previously consumed by the paper figure. Retrieving the divine seal left by the deceased water deity, he placed it within the tower. A wave of mysterious power swept across the azure lake, drawing countless water creatures to the tower. Fish swirled joyfully around it, creating a breathtaking sight. A faint essence of belief began to coalesce upon the tower, with part of it flowing through the Sanskrit character into the belly of the paper figure, revealing a radiant golden character upon it, exuding an aura of majesty. Sensing the changes within the paper figure in the glazed tower, Lin Fang sighed softly. The Buddhist techniques were indeed formidable. Through such means, they could continuously gather the faith of the three realms, enhancing their power at an alarming rate within mere centuries. Their might could grow immensely. The thought of the vast array of fearless Buddhist warriors, bolstered by the essence of belief, charging forth sent shivers down Lin Fang's spine. Yet, for the sake of their so-called plan, they dared to slay a deity with divine authority, seemingly unafraid of the heavenly court's retribution. Did they underestimate the supreme being above? After all, that entity had presided over the three realms for countless years, maintaining balance among various forces, and securing the position of the heavenly emperor with the bait of the peaches of immortality. Such a presence was not easily deceived. However, reflecting on it, what concern was it of his? He was merely a small monster wandering through the three realms. Could he not hide from such troubles? Returning to the shore, witnessing the villagers' expressions of both reverence and awe, Lin Fang softly proclaimed, I shall anchor this stone tower to quell the malevolence in this area. In the future, you shall live in peace. On the second day of the third month each year, you must honor the stone tower with sacrifices, seeking blessings to safeguard your village from calamity. Lin Fang articulated this not only for their benefit but also for his own artifact, as he possessed the Buddhist method of employing the essence of belief to enhance the quality of the glazed tower. The village head eagerly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Venerable Immortal, as long as there remains a soul in Shangtan Village, we shall honor the stone tower annually. I understand your noble character and know you disdain mundane matters. But please, allow us a moment to prepare wine and properly express our gratitude, the village had implored. Lin Fang, however, was reluctant to linger. For the death of the water god was entwined with the Buddhist sect. The longer he stayed, the more likely he was to leave traces. And should the Buddhists follow the clues to find him, it would not bode well. Thus, he declined politely, saying, "There is no need. I am but a hermit, already fasting. I appreciate the village chief's kindness, but I must take my leave." With that, he rose into the air, enveloped in mist, and headed straight for the capital of the Wuji kingdom. Countless villagers from Shangtan kneeling in gratitude for Lin Fang's benevolence, and this tale was passed down through generations, eventually inspiring a literary figure to pen a story titled The Water Demon of Shangtan Village and the Celestial Master Who Subdued It. Not long after Lin Fang's departure, Xīyóu returned to the village, dejected, accompanied by a group of young men from Shangtan, clutching silver coins seized from a swindler. They felt a deep sense of guilt towards their elders, having instilled such hope in them, only to see it dashed. Do not lose heart. At least we have reclaimed our wealth. In due time, we shall find a powerful Taoist priest to exorcise the demon, and Shangtan village will return to its former glory. Xīyóu said, suppressing his own disappointment for the sake of his companions. However, the group remained despondent, having endured this cycle countless times, each journey filled with hope, only to return with despair. Chapter 36. The Wuji Kingdom. Thus, their fervor and hope had nearly been extinguished. Upon returning to the village with heavy hearts, they were greeted by the cheerful faces of the villagers. The old village chief took Xīyóu's hand and said, "Well done, lad. You have finally done a good deed for our village. The celestial master you summoned is indeed formidable." Xīyóu was bewildered, unsure from whence this celestial master had come. "Father, you speak of a celestial master. Where is he from? Don't be foolish. It's the Taoist you summoned from the city. A true immortal, effortlessly subduing the monster in the lake and erecting a stone pagoda to protect our village." Before soaring away into the clouds, the chief excitedly recounted Lin Fang's deeds. "Wait. Father, what does this celestial master look like?" Xīyóu was confused, for the Taoist they had summoned was clearly a fraud, whom they had beaten after confronting him. So how could he possibly be this celestial master? Very young, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura. Clearly a sage. Is he not the one you sought? No. We found a swindler who dared not come to our village, fleeing with our money. We endured great hardship to reclaim it. Xīyóu shook his head. Upon seeing the silver coins Xīyóu presented, the village chief was overwhelmed with emotion. After such a long wait, Shangtan village had finally encountered a benevolent celestial master to relieve their suffering. He resolved to construct a temple in honor of Lin Fang. Meanwhile, Lin Fang had descended slowly outside the capital of the Wuji kingdom. In truth, he preferred to traverse the earth on foot rather than soaring through the skies. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he sensed three little demons chattering inside the Xīyóu tower, eager to venture into the city. With a flicker of thought, their forms appeared before him. "Weren't you all determined to grow old within the tower?" Lin Fang chuckled, recalling how he had wished for their company on his journey, only to have them insist on remaining in the tower. Now that they were at the city's edge, they could hardly contain themselves. "Boss, the journey has been arduous." Ba Shan-hu and Yi Hai-long hurriedly approached Lin Fang, brandishing fans they had somehow procured, eagerly fanning him. The sycophantic manner of the two made the little fox scoff, yet it dutifully came to Lin Fang's side to massage his shoulders. Lin Fang savored their attentiveness, and after a while, he said, all right. In light of your commendable behavior, I shall grant you the privilege of accompanying me to witness this vibrant world." He produced a gourd of water and called the three to his side, commanding, "Stand straight." With water in his mouth, he exhaled towards them, declaring, "Transform." Instantly, their appearances changed. The little fox became a graceful young man, while Ba Shan-hu and Yi Hai-long morphed into two rather unsightly servants. "Boss, this is unfair. Why does the little fox look so handsome while we look so ridiculous?" The two little demons protested, feeling somewhat unattractive. However, they were soon met with the sharp reminder of Lin Fang's fist. "You two lack the foundation to transform into anything more pleasing. The little fox is a fox spirit. Is it any wonder it appears beautiful? Remember, once we enter the city, the little fox is the young master. I am his cousin, and you two are our servants." Lin Fang instructed, assigning roles to the group. The two little demons nodded eagerly. If being ugly was the price for experiencing the human realm, they would gladly accept it. Lin Fang then produced 3 paper figures, handing them over while advising, "Keep these with you. They bear my mark and will conceal your demonic aura, preventing others from discerning your true nature." Once the three received the paper figures, Lin Fang transformed into a dashing young gentleman and, accompanied by the little fox and the others, made his way toward the capital of the Wuji Kingdom. In contrast to the Baoxiang Kingdom, the Wuji Kingdom was considerably larger, with its citizens appearing more prosperous. Due to their affluent appearance, the gatekeepers of the city did not question them further, but rather greeted them with deference. Aware that someone of such stature could not be trifled with, lest they offend a significant figure behind them. Passing through the imposing city gates, the scene before them opened up magnificently. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, and while Lin Fang and the little fox were accustomed to such sights, Bashanhu and Xīyóu were utterly awestruck, gazing wide-eyed at the vibrant thoroughfares, momentarily at a loss for words. Where did these bumpkins come from? Have they never seen such a bustling city? Came a haughty voice from behind. Turning around, they saw a young man dressed in lavish attire, holding a folding fan, staring down at Bashanhu and Xīyóu with an air of superiority. Please forgive my companions. They have yet to experience the world, Lin Fang said, offering a polite bow. Upon hearing this, the young man shifted his focus to Lin Fang and the little fox. Just one glance illuminated his eyes. For Lin Fang and the little fox were strikingly distinct, standing out among the crowd like cranes among chickens. This realization caused the young man's arrogance to wane, as he recognized that such remarkable presence could not be born of humble origins. After all, how could those struggling for survival cultivate such demeanor? Haha. It is only natural for newcomers to the capital to exhibit such reactions. I am Yongwen. My father serves as an inspector in the current court. May I inquire about your esteemed identities? Yongwen ventured, probing for Lin Fang's background, unaware of the significance of the inspector's position in the Wuji Kingdom. Lin Fang found the bureaucratic hierarchy of such a small nation often muddled and unclear. However, he was adept at feigning sophistication. Thus, with an enigmatic smile, he replied, I am merely a merchant, and my lineage is of no consequence, truly. This statement left Yongwen perplexed, given Lin Fang and the little fox's extraordinary aura. It was implausible for them to be mere merchants. Consequently, Yongwen recognized that Lin Fang was likely being disingenuous. The inscrutable smile led him to ponder whether Lin Fang might be of royal descent, hesitant to reveal his true identity. In any case, since Lin Fang chose to remain vague, Yongwen, displaying discernment, refrained from pressing further. Chapter 37. The Dragon King of the Well. Such individuals often have formidable figures backing them, and thus the young gentleman wore an expression of understanding, seemingly eager to showcase his discernment to Lin Fang. Observing this, Lin Fang slightly curled the corners of his lips, confident that this fellow had concocted many fanciful notions in his mind. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as long as he did not provoke Lin Fang. The latter could not be bothered by him, for when the time came, he would simply take his leave, leaving them to search for his shadow in vain. Meeting is a form of fate. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me at my residence, the nobleman said with a courteous bow. Lin Fang smiled and nodded, and they parted ways. The little fox cast a curious glance at the retreating figure and asked, why does it feel like this fellow's expression changed so rapidly? From initially displaying disdain to later showing enthusiasm, and finally reaching an eager fervor. The speed of his facial transformations was astonishing. He probably perceives us as remarkable individuals, Lin Fang chuckled, adding, such people abound in this world, akin to chameleons, capable of assuming various roles at a moment's notice. One must admit, it is indeed a peculiar talent. This brief encounter did not dampen the spirits of Lin Fang and his companions. He led the three little demons to explore the vibrant realm of humanity. Bashanhu and Xīyóu were visiting such a place for the first time, marveling at everything they encountered. Lacking experience in human life, they tended to hoard whatever they fancied, which left the little fox lamenting behind them, tirelessly cleaning up their messes. Watching the little fox scold the two silly little demons, a smile crept onto Lin Fang's face as he lifted his gaze toward the grand palace towering in the distance. That was the palace of the kingdom of Wuji, where the impostor king, the Qing lion spirit, resided. However, Lin Fang observed no trace of malevolence surrounding the place, indicating that this Qing lion spirit was indeed a formidable character, possessing the ability to conceal his true nature. As night fell, the palace of Wuji was enveloped in an eerie silence. The palace attendants moved with utmost caution, for their majesty had grown increasingly capricious in recent years, often flying into a rage over trivial matters. Were it not for the intervention of the palace's consorts, it was uncertain how many would perish in vain. The patrolling guards moved about, oblivious to a shadow that slipped past them unnoticed. The figure appeared remarkably youthful and handsome, adorned in splendid brocade robes. Strolling leisurely through the heavily guarded palace, he did not venture into the main hall but made his way directly to the rear garden. It was Lin Fang. The palace was not particularly large, and Lin Fang soon located his destination, a massive banana tree, its lush leaves thriving above a conspicuous mound of earth. Lin Fang's heart leaped with joy. This was indeed the spot. Transforming himself into a worm, he burrowed into the soil, soon encountering a stone. Employing his magical prowess, he drilled through the stone, revealing a deep well before his eyes. Lin Fang descended into the well, reverting to his original form, and invoked a water avoidance spell as he ventured downward. After a considerable time, he emerged into a broad expanse, where a magnificent palace awaited him in the distance, shimmering in gold and jade. Above the palace hung a plaque inscribed with the elegant characters, Crystal Palace. As Lin Fang admired the crystalline palace, a turtle ambled past him, its eyes widening in surprise upon spotting Lin Fang, who quickly feigned ignorance and attempted to scurry away. Lin Fang seized the turtle by its tail, prompting the creature to exclaim, "Beware my tail. What is the meaning of this? How dare you, a mere mortal, trespass here? I am the prime minister of this well. Release me at once," the turtle urged anxiously. Only then did Lin Fang gradually ease his grip, and as soon as he did, the turtle hastily made its way toward the crystal palace, not daring to look back. Lin Fang followed closely behind, and soon the turtle arrived at the palace entrance, landing on the ground and standing upright as a human would. From its shell, it produced a ceremonial cap and solemnly placed it upon its head. "Such disrespect! I shall inform the dragon lord of your presence, and you shall pay dearly for this," the prime minister grumbled, gnashing its teeth. "Wait, he is clearly an outsider. How could he have entered here?" The prime minister suddenly realized the anomaly. Tasked with guarding the well's entrance, it was to report if the well were opened, yet today it had not been, leaving the prime minister perplexed. "Prime Minister, are you ready?" A voice tinged with amusement called from nearby. Yes. What is the hurry?" The prime minister replied reflexively, only to realize the absurdity of its response as it turned to see Lin Fang's smiling face before it. "Who are you? And what brings you to my dragon palace?" the prime minister inquired, its voice trembling slightly. Lin Fang merely smiled and replied, "I seek no more than assistance from the Dragon King, as I have heard tales of treasures within the Dragon Palace. I am but a wandering cultivator, currently in a tight spot and in need of aid." The prime minister's eyes widened in disbelief, as if 1,000 wild horses had galloped through its mind. You, it stammered, struggling to articulate its thoughts. "What are you waiting for? A distinguished guest has arrived. Should you not announce this?" Upon hearing Lin Fang's words, the prime minister felt as if a great burden had been lifted, and it hurriedly scurried into the crystal palace. The dragon king of the well sat languidly upon his throne, idly toying with 2 glowing glass beads, internally lamenting the monotony of his existence. "This life of darkness seems endless. I have been tasked with guarding the body of the human monarch for nearly 3 years, yet no one has come to claim him." The mere thought of the monstrous entity sealing his well sent shivers down his spine. It was no ordinary creature, and he dared not provoke it, instead opting to await someone to rescue the deceased emperor. At that moment, the prime minister burst into the hall, its voice echoing with urgency. "My lord, trouble brews. A robber has arrived." The Dragon King was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean a robber has arrived at the entrance?" "Indeed, there is a person claiming he requires your aid, my lord. Is this not the very definition of a robber?" Chapter 38. The tale how amusing. "A beggar has come seeking my assistance," the Dragon King chuckled. However, he soon sensed something amiss, abruptly seizing the prime minister and asking, "Repeat that. He hails from the outside? Wasn't I clear in instructing you to guard the well's entrance? How did he gain entry?" "My lord, I am at a loss. The well's mouth remains sealed, and I cannot fathom how he managed to enter," the prime minister replied, bewildered. As the two deliberated, Lin Fang confidently strolled into the crystal palace, keenly observing the opulence surrounding him. Truly, the dragon clan's abode was resplendent. Vivid red corals adorned the walls, and luminous pearls hung at regular intervals, illuminating the palace with an ethereal glow. Striking pearl curtains and vibrant seashell decorations rendered the place undeniably lavish, even in the eyes of Lin Fang, a traveler from another world. The 2 conversing figures looked up to find Lin Fang leisurely wandering about, as if he were simply visiting his own home. The Dragon King cleared his throat softly to capture Lin Fang's attention and inquired, "Who are you? And what business do you have in my dragon palace?" As he spoke, he suddenly invoked the majesty of his true dragon form, hoping to instill a sense of fear in Lin Fang. Unbeknownst to him, the oppressive aura he wielded upon Lin Fang fell as if he had plunged into an unfathomable, desolate well, devoid of any sound. Lin Fang appeared akin to a black hole, incessantly absorbing his formidable presence. I am but a wandering cultivator. As for my name, it is hardly worth mentioning, Lin Fang remarked, waving his hand dismissively. What do I seek, you ask? Did not Prime Minister Tortoise inform you? I find myself in somewhat of a financial predicament. Having heard tales of the Dragon King's treasures, I have come to plead for assistance, he continued with a smile. That can be easily arranged. I shall have my attendants gather some pearls for you. With these, you will be affluent for a lifetime in the mortal realm. The Dragon King of the Well conceded, sensing Lin Fang's formidable nature and attempting to placate him with worldly riches. Are you underestimating my understanding, old Dragon King? As a cultivator, what use have I for your pearls? Quickly present me with something of true value. Otherwise, I may find your crystal palace quite suitable for a prolonged stay, Lin Fang retorted with feigned ferocity. Oh, noble immortal, you must not misunderstand. My position as Dragon King is rather pitiable, confined to this meager well with no treasures to offer. The treasures spoken of by the Dragon King of Abundance pertain to those residing in the rivers, lakes, and seas, while I merely scrape by, the Dragon King lamented, hoping to dissuade Lin Fang from his demands. I care not for your plight. If you cannot produce something satisfactory today, I shall not take my leave. Ensure I am well fed, Lin Fang insisted. The Dragon King, recognizing the gravity of the situation, contemplated taking action against Lin Fang but ultimately refrained. For the depths of Lin Fang's power were inscrutable. He turned to see Prime Minister Tortoise, signaling him discreetly. The two retreated to converse, and Prime Minister Tortoise inquired, "Could it be that you covet that stone? You mean the one that severed the river?" The Dragon King suddenly recalled. Indeed, that very stone. It serves no purpose in our dragon palace. It would be better suited to this brigand. Once you are free from your constraints, you may settle accounts with him, Tortoise suggested. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King's eyes brightened, and he hurried back to Lin Fang, stating, Noble immortal, my dragon palace is truly impoverished. Yet there exists one item of worth, though I cannot ascertain if it meets your expectations. Lin Fang's spirits lifted at this revelation. He had merely sought to test the waters, but found unexpected fortune instead. I knew the old Dragon King would not let me leave empty-handed, he replied with a grin. Following the Dragon King, they soon arrived at a stone of moderate size. The Dragon King pointed to it, declaring, This is the treasure. Are you jesting? This is merely a common stone, Lin Fang replied skeptically. Noble immortal, you are unaware. This is no ordinary stone. The Dragon King then recounted the story behind the stone. Long ago, before the founding of the kingdom of Xīyóu, a mother and son lived in dire straits, relying on begging for survival. The elderly mother, unable to travel far, awaited her son's return each day upon a green stone at their doorstep. Day and night, time passed until the mother could no longer endure and passed away. The son buried her and, upon seeing was overcome with emotion, tossing it into the nearby river, wishing to forget. To his surprise, the stone, upon entering the water, severed the river in two, causing the Dragon King to investigate. Upon seeing the stone, the Dragon King attempted to retrieve it, only to find it immovable, as if it bore the weight of a mountain. Reluctantly, the Dragon King sought help from the boy, promising to fulfill any wish. The boy, lacking desires beyond his impoverished circumstances, requested a wife. The Dragon King granted him his daughter along with gold and silver, allowing the boy to take the stone, leading him to a prosperous life. And how did this stone come into your possession? Lin Fang inquired, intrigued by the tale's conclusion. The boy soon garnered attention, particularly due to his beautiful dragon bride. News reached the king, who summoned the boy and threatened death unless he produced a remarkable treasure. Left with no choice, the boy once again cast the stone into the river. The Dragon King, hearing this, provided him with a small vial, advising him that it contained what the emperor sought, instructing him never to open it. When the boy presented the vial, the king, disregarding the warning, opened it publicly, unleashing an unrelenting torrent of water that inundated the entire kingdom, drowning the king and his ministers. Only the boy was saved by his dragon wife, leading to the kingdom's demise and the eventual rise of Xīyóu. Enlightened by these events, the boy retreated into the mountains with his wife, dedicating himself to cultivation, and before departing, gifted it to the Dragon King, which ultimately found its way to Lin Fang. The Dragon King recounted the entire history of though the tale was ancient, it was indeed true. Yet, Since the stone had come into the Dragon King's possession, it had shown no signs of its former power. Its ability to sever rivers lost. Noble immortal, perhaps you possess the ability to uncover its hidden mysteries. As Lin Fang examined the before him, it appeared to him as nothing more than an ordinary stone, causing him to doubt the Dragon King's sincerity. Placing his hand upon the stone, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, only to be met with a peculiar force emanating from it. Suddenly, he felt as though an immense weight pressed down upon him, rendering his magical essence sluggish, prompting him to withdraw his hand. This stone, noble immortal, what say you? Is it indeed a treasure? The Dragon King inquired, his face alight with anticipation. This treasure is beyond my means. Perhaps you should consider offering me something else, Lin Fang replied candidly. To be honest, aside from this item, my dragon palace possesses no other remarkable treasures. The Dragon King hastily waved his hand, jesting about parting with anything else. I have heard whispers of your longevity pearls. Would you not part with a couple of bags? If so, I would leave this treasure here with you, Lin Fang proposed. 2 bags. The Dragon King's eyes widened in astonishment. Noble immortal, do not jest. While the longevity pearl is not particularly rare, it is indeed scarce. I possess one, gifted to the ruler of Xīyóu. Should you not find it beneath you, transporting the king's body to you may prove beneficial. With your powers, you could easily restore him, granting you anything you desire. Observing the Dragon King's insistence on promoting the corpse of the Xīyóu monarch, Lin Fang couldn't help but smirk. This individual truly believed him to be ignorant. Should he dare carry the corpse, the blue lion spirit would surely claim his life. Very well. I shall concede a bit and accept the stone, but you must provide me with some local specialties as well. After all, I am visiting relatives and require gifts. In the end, Lin Fang utilized his glazed pagoda to collect the and a large bag of pearls, departing the Dragon King's crystal palace in satisfaction. The Dragon King and Prime Minister Tortoise bid him farewell at the entrance. Once Lin Fang had departed, the old Dragon King erupted in frustration, cursing the wretched brigand. Lamenting the loss of his treasured pearls, which represented his painstakingly accumulated wealth. My king, shall we not report him to the celestial court? Prime Minister Tortoise suggested. Report? With my lowly status, who would heed my words? Very well, I shall consider this a charitable act, the Dragon King grumbled. Returning to his palace to mourn his lost treasures, Prime Minister Tortoise shook his head, transforming into a giant tortoise, resuming his leisurely exploration at the bottom of the well. As the world around them returned to tranquility, Lin Fang began his journey back, carrying with him a gradual harvest. He had not anticipated that he could extort anything from the Dragon King of the well. He had merely intended to leave a mark. Awaiting the arrival of the monkey to partake in a lottery, to his surprise, there was an unexpected gain. However, the mysterious blue stone appeared to possess the ability to suppress all magical powers, and even now, Lin Fang had no good ideas on how to deal with it. Upon returning to the well's mouth, Lin Fang leaped from the water's surface, transforming into a small moth that fluttered upward, passing through the opening he had previously left and emerging onto the ground. It was now deep into the night. Even within the palace, silence reigned, broken only by the faint glow of lanterns that dispelled the darkness. Lin Fang revealed his true form, stretched lazily, and prepared to stealthily explore the palace of the Wuji Kingdom. Who goes there? A commanding voice echoed from the shadows. Lin Fang turned to see a figure clad in a yellow robe standing in the darkness, gazing intently at him, and he was instantly taken aback. Just as he feared, trouble had found him. This person was none other than the Qing lion spirit, who had usurped the throne of Wuji Kingdom. Distracted by his own thoughts, he had taken a stroll in this area and chanced upon Lin Fang standing beside the dry well, prompting his outburst. Lin Fang had no desire to engage with the Qing lion spirit. Without a word, he turned and fled. The Qing lion spirit could not let him escape so easily. Leaping to block his path, the two clashed in midair, each sensing the other's extraordinary abilities. Where did this master come from, sneaking around the palace? Could he be searching for the deceased emperor? The Qing lion spirit pondered. Meanwhile, Lin Fang lamented his misfortune. Encountering such an adversary was truly a stroke of bad luck. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows, the tremendous force shattering the surrounding rock formations and alarming the palace guards. Countless torches ignited as the guards swiftly gathered, rushing toward the commotion. The Qing lion spirit frowned slightly. He did not wish for the guards to witness his prowess, lest his masquerade as the emperor be exposed. Lin Fang, too, preferred to avoid drawing attention, so they unleashed a final strike, their fists colliding in the air. creating a resounding boom that sent shockwaves outward, uprooting trees and enveloping the area in smoke. Both were pushed back by the force, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Fang dashed away. The Qing lion's spirit intended to pursue him, but the voices of the guards reached his ears, forcing him to restrain himself, composing his appearance to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. "Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" A tall guard, wielding a precious blade, approached. Upon seeing the emperor unharmed, he visibly relaxed. "Rise. This assassin is not to be trifled with. In the future, exercise utmost caution to avoid a repeat of today's events." The Qing lion's spirit waved his hand, unwilling to hold the head guard accountable. His gaze lingered on the direction Lin Fang had taken, pondering the latter's motives. Little did he realize that the formidable figure he perceived had merely infiltrated the palace for extortion, calculating the passage of time, with 3 years drawing near. A wave of irritation washed over the Qing lion's spirit, prompting him to abandon the still kneeling and anxious head guard and depart. Once the Qing lion's spirit left, the head guard slowly rose, surveying the surroundings and gasping in astonishment. The once desolate garden was now in utter disarray. The previous rock formations had vanished, and many trees had been uprooted. Who could have engaged in battle here, leaving such devastation? Truly astonishing, the head guard murmured, feeling as though he had witnessed something extraordinary. Yet, he felt relief knowing that the emperor had remained unscathed amidst such perilous circumstances, a stroke of divine favor indeed. Observing the flickering lights approaching from outside, he understood that it would be a sleepless night. The following day, news of an assassin infiltrating the palace spread like wildfire, casting an ominous shadow over the capital of Wuji Kingdom. Streets and alleys were filled with soldiers wielding weapons, interrogating every passerby. Countless doors were tightly shut, as citizens feared the potential for chaos. Within the palace, a tall young man hurried toward the inner quarters, his brows sharp as swords, his face radiant as the moon, exuding vigor. "Your Highness, the emperor has assured that he is unharmed." An elderly eunuch stood in his path, his expression grave. "I implore you, Master Wei, to convey my wishes. I wish to see my father," the young prince said. "Your Highness, do not trouble your old servant. You know well the emperor's temper. Why subject yourself to such hardship? It would be best to return promptly," the eunuch advised. The prince cast a reluctant glance at the palace, reminiscing about the days he could enter freely. Ever since his father's temperament had shifted 3 years ago, gaining entry had become an arduous task. "Thank you for your kindness, Master Wei. Since my father is well, I shall take my leave," he replied, collecting his composure and expressing his gratitude. As he spoke, a gem was discreetly slipped into Master Wei's hand. The eunuch, maintaining a composed demeanor, concealed the gem within his sleeve and smiled, assuring the prince, "Rest assured, Your Highness. The emperor is under my watch. He shall remain safe. It would be prudent for you to return home and focus on your studies." "Very well, then. I shall take my leave," the prince responded. After their separation, Master Wei walked briskly into the palace, where he found the emperor seated upon the dragon throne, reviewing memorials. "Your Majesty, the prince has returned home and asked me to extend his regards." Master Wei spoke with utmost reverence, yet he kept a respectful distance, as though addressing a deity. "Very well, you may leave." The emperor's voice was cool and detached. Master Wei did not dare lift his head, slowly retreating until he exited the grand hall, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The emperor's authority seemed to grow ever stronger. Each encounter filled the once high-ranking eunuch with trepidation. Observing the guards and palace maids hastily dismissed, he inwardly sighed that the emperor's demeanor had become increasingly eccentric. Shaking his head, Master Wei made his way toward the inner palace, where a multitude of trivial matters awaited his attention. Meanwhile, the prince returned to his residence, his expression somber. As he approached the entrance, he noticed his officials lined up to welcome him back. With a disheartened wave of his hand, he instructed, "Let us return to the palace." Once inside the prince's residence, a dignified middle-aged man with a long beard inquired, "Your Highness, did you manage to see the emperor this time?" The prince shook his head in frustration. "My father still refuses to see me, but Master Wei assured me that he is unharmed." How peculiar it is that the emperor's temperament has changed so drastically over the years, neglecting his only son. If it weren't for the fact that I am his sole heir, I might suspect he was considering another successor. Speak cautiously. Matters of the throne are beyond our discussion, the middle-aged man admonished, his demeanor stern despite his refined appearance, silencing those who had been speaking freely. After reprimanding his companions, the middle-aged man turned to the prince, saying, "Do not worry, Your Highness. The emperor has only you as his heir, and he would never entertain such thoughts. However, with information being blocked both inside and outside the palace, I fear for the emperor's safety. Those within the palace might deliberately withhold information to manipulate the emperor. Master Wei has been a long-time ally of mine, often relaying messages. His silence suggests there is no cause for alarm. Beware of the words of eunuchs. They cannot be trusted. You must find a way to meet the empress, the middle-aged man urged. But how can I even enter the palace? The prince lamented. Why not go hunting? You could present the skins as tribute, and I believe no one would obstruct your entry then, the middle-aged man suggested. The prince nodded slightly at the words, having resolved in his heart to venture outside the city for a hunt. This would serve both to alleviate his troubled spirit and provide an excuse to visit his mother in the palace. Do you have any news regarding the assassin from last night? The prince inquired abruptly. The crowd shook their heads, their gazes converging on the middle-aged man. As far as I know, this assassin is not ordinary. Wang Qinghu is reputed to be the mightiest warrior of the kingdom of Xīyóu. Upon witnessing the aftermath of the battle last night, he was left astounded, asserting that it surpassed human capability. Many of the guards fervently claimed to have seen someone flying away from the scene. Could it possibly be some sort of demon or spirit? What could they want within the palace? The feared assassin, now, was already beyond the walls of Xīyóu. Alas, I haven't had enough fun yet. And now I must leave in disgrace, sighed Bashan Tiger. Yihei nodded in agreement, expressing his shared sentiment. The splendor of the mortal realm had dazzled these two little creatures, who were unprepared for the plethora of wonders that still existed in the world, leaving them reluctant to depart. Such is the way of things. Xīyóu is under martial law now. The streets are eerily deserted, devoid of even a ghostly shadow. What purpose would it serve to linger? Besides, there are many other kingdoms ahead. We can make up for it later, Lin Fang lamented. He had originally intended to stay in Xīyóu for a while. But after the events of the previous night, the air was thick with tension, making it evident that normalcy would not return soon. Thus, remaining here seemed futile. It was better to leave and avoid revealing their true identities. As he spoke, Lin Fang turned his gaze towards the distance, where he noticed vibrant hues illuminating the sky. Accompanied by auspicious clouds, he quickly urged the little creatures to lower their heads. Brother Lin, what is happening? The little fox inquired curiously. Lin Fang hushed them gently before whispering, look towards the east. The little fox and her companions exchanged puzzled glances, seeing nothing of note, and thus looked back at Lin Fang with confusion. I forgot that your realms do not allow you to perceive these wonders. There are auspicious clouds gathering, indicating that several deities are concealed in the heavens. If I am not mistaken, the pilgrim has arrived within the borders of Xīyóu. The pilgrim? You mean the great sage equal to heaven has come? Bashan Tiger exclaimed with excitement. Keep it down. The pilgrim is accompanied by powerful protectors. If they spot us dealing with demons, I want to take responsibility, Lin Fang warned Bashan Tiger. His words indeed frightened the little creatures into silence. Not daring to breathe too loudly, Lin Fang fixed his gaze upon the deities above, a sardonic smile curling at his lips. Such an impressive display from the Buddhist realm. Yet it seemed that the grand spectacle would not unfold as he had hoped. Chapter 41. The Little Demons despite Lin Fang's arrogance. He dared not frolic beneath the watchful eyes of so many. To treat the sacred mountain as mere clay would lead to dire consequences. Sighing, Lin Fang reflected on how since his arrival in this world, he had either been fleeing or on the path of escape. He mused that perhaps Lin the Runner would be a more fitting name for him. Yet, reality remained harsh. He continued his journey, accompanied by three little demons, meandering through the dense mountains filled with foliage. The tranquility of the forest starkly contrasted with the bustling human world, leaving the little demons, who had glimpsed human opulence, momentarily dazed. They soon began to lament, yearning for rest within the glazed tower. Have we only traversed this short distance, and already you wish to complain? Did you not vow to become powerful demon kings? Lin Fang chided. But it is truly dull. We've seen these flowers and trees countless times. There is nothing of interest here. The two little demons murmured softly. Should you wish to enter the glazed tower, remember that I just placed a piece of azure stone inside. You could fashion it into a weapon for me, Lin Fang suggested. Ah, can stones be made into weapons? They asked in astonishment. Indeed, make it into a stone ruler. This should not be beyond the capabilities of our future demon kings, right? A trivial task indeed. You have keen insight, boss. You've recognized our potential. Rest assured, this task will not be in vain, they replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Fang smiled at their eagerness. hoping they would not regret it later. The azure stone was peculiar, capable of suppressing all magical forces. Crafting it into a weapon would not be an overnight endeavor. However, for them, this also represented an opportunity for growth. The constant suppression of their powers would accelerate their growth, laying a solid foundation for their future cultivation. As the two little demons entered the glazed tower, Lin Fang turned to the little fox and asked, "Do you not wish to join them?" "I would rather keep you company, Brother Lin," the little fox replied with a smile. Gazing at the innocent little fox, Lin Fang felt a smile break across his face. In this dawning world, the little fox was a beacon of light for him, preventing him from succumbing to despair. This was also why, despite his fear of being entangled with the Buddhist realm, he pressed on resolutely. In life, one must strive for purpose, otherwise, it is but a hollow existence. The two continued their leisurely conversation while heading westward. While inside the glazed tower, Bashan Tiger and Xīyóu wore expressions of distress. They had initially rushed towards the azure stone, eager to impress, only to find themselves bewildered as they approached it. The stone seemed to drain their demon power, leaving them feeling as though they had reverted to mere beasts. In that moment, panic set in, but being within the safety of the glazed tower alleviated their fears, allowing them to cautiously approach the azure stone. To transform such a large piece of azure stone into a ruler will take an astonishing amount of time, Bashan Tiger lamented. Our boss has been immensely kind to us. Without him, we might have perished on Flat Top Mountain. This is the only way we can repay him. Let us endure and strive to complete the stone rulers soon, Xīyóu sighed. Though he appeared carefree, he was quite perceptive, fully aware that his comfortable existence was due to Lin Fang's benevolence. A sense of gratitude had always resided in his heart, but as a lowly demon, he felt powerless to assist Lin Fang, leading to constant self-reproach. Now, with the opportunity before him, Xīyóu was determined not to waste it. A resolute glint shone in his eyes as he fought against the discomfort within his body, inching closer to the azure stone and beginning to grind it down gradually. Bashan Tiger, observing the unfamiliar diligence of Xīyóu, realized he knew little about his friend, but he was unwilling to lag behind and quickly joined in the effort. As time passed, Lin Fang and his companions gradually distanced themselves from Xīyóu. Their path was lined with forests devoid of human presence, teeming instead with wild beasts, which posed no real threat to Lin Fang, merely serving as convenient provisions. One day, as they entered a mountainous region, Lin Fang sensed a wave of intense heat washing over him, prompting him to halt in his tracks. "Brother Lin, what is happening?" the little fox inquired, having bumped into his leg. "This mountain ahead appears to be troublesome," Lin Fang sighed. No sooner had he spoken than several little demons leapt from the underbrush, loudly declaring, "Which audacious demon dares to trespass on the territory of our King Xīyóu?" Upon closer inspection, Lin Fang noted that these diminutive demons, while small in stature, exuded a hidden heat. It dawned on him that he had intruded upon the domain of the Red Boy, explaining the overwhelming warmth in the air. Before he could respond, one little demon exclaimed in astonishment, "A fox spirit! Splendid! The king despises fox spirits. Capturing it will surely earn us a reward." As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the surrounding little demons brightened with excitement. They were aware that their sovereign, the holy infant king, had a particular disdain for fox spirits, having annihilated all the foxes within several hundred miles of the mountain. Capturing this fox spirit would surely delight their king. Thus, a group of little demons closed in, while Lin Fang merely smiled faintly. These little demons were of rather mediocre strength. With a thought, Ba Shanhu and Xīyóu materialized out of thin air. The two little demons had been honing their skills against the blue stone in the tower for the past few days, and suddenly finding themselves outside, they wore expressions of confusion, unsure of why their leader had summoned them. "These are your adversaries. Relish the challenge," Lin Fang declared, gesturing towards the encroaching little demons. Before the two could protest, he used his magic to propel them forward. As they beheld the swarm of approaching demons, a flicker of fear crossed the eyes of Ba Shanhu and Xīyóu. They were the weakest among their kind, seldom thrust into the fray. The sheer number before them was daunting, and trepidation began to seep in. At that moment, Lin Fang's voice rang in their ears. "Do you not aspire to become formidable demon kings? If you cannot even best these few little demons, how can you claim to be kings? Fear not. Unleash your potential." Encouraged by Lin Fang's words, the two little demons steadied their nerves, gazing at the crowd of little demons with newfound resolve, bolstered by the knowledge that Lin Fang stood behind them. Upon hearing Lin Fang's encouragement, The little demons regarded Xīyóu and Xīyóu with incredulity. One of them disdainfully remarked, "You think you can become demon kings looking like that? How audacious!" This taunt ignited a fire within Xīyóu and Xīyóu, prompting them to charge forward. As they engaged, they quickly noticed a transformation within themselves. The relentless training against the blue stone had inadvertently enhanced their physique and magical prowess. They were no longer the inept beings they once were. Their potent magic surged forth, and Xīyóu, with a mere flick of his fist, sent the nearest little demon hurtling away. He felt an exhilarating sense of strength and disbelief danced in his eyes. "Huh, a bunch of weaklings. Allow me to entertain you." The tide of battle shifted decisively. For the newly empowered Xīyóu and Xīyóu were no match for these little demons. In mere moments, a throng of them lay on the ground, wailing in defeat. Xīyóu, brushing off his fist, wore a smug expression and remarked, "Alas, too feeble." Lin Fang couldn't help but smirk. He realized that in terms of bravado, Xīyóu was truly exceptional. "Do not celebrate too soon. My king shall arrive shortly, and you will see." One of the little demons groaned, clutching its stomach in pain, yet still managing to deliver a threat. "Your king? I shall still thrash you." Xīyóu replied triumphantly. However, reality swiftly proved him wrong. Before he could finish his boast, a flaming spear descended from the sky with blinding speed. Lin Fang, having sensed the impending attack, conjured a fragment of blue stone to redirect the spear, causing it to graze by Xīyóu. Sweat trickled down Xīyóu's brow. Startled by the near miss, the spear's sharp aura had nearly heralded his demise. "You audacious little demon, I shall roast you to a crisp." A youthful voice echoed from above. Looking up, they beheld a childlike demon hovering in the air, engulfed in flames, radiating an intense heat that could be felt even from a distance. "My king!" The injured little demons cried out in delight, recognizing the newcomer as the holy infant king. Xīyóu surveyed his fallen subordinates with a furrowed brow and remarked, "What a bunch of useless fools, tarnishing my reputation." With a casual gesture, he summoned the silver spear embedded in the ground back to his hand, its passage through the sky releasing waves of scorching heat. Lin Fang, maintaining his composure, discreetly withdrew the three little demons into the Xīyóu tower, aware that the forthcoming battle was beyond their capability. As the searing flames approached Lin Fang, an invisible barrier materialized, a testament to his meticulous mastery over magic. The flame struck the barrier, creating ripples, yet failed to penetrate it. "Who are you? Reveal your name," Xīyóu demanded, his posture indicative of a genuine demon king, though his childish voice somewhat undermined his authority. "Just a wandering soul. Why trouble yourself with me? Perhaps you would consider letting me go?" Lin Fang waved his hand dismissively. "You think you can leave after attacking my kin? Do you take me, the holy infant king, for a fool? You shall not escape this day." Xīyóu was resolute, especially upon noticing the fox spirit beside Lin Fang. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for fox spirits, holding them responsible for the discord within his family, vowing to eliminate them wherever he encountered them. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Xīyóu, Lin Fang inwardly lamented. This imp was not to be trifled with, and it seemed he was intent on killing him. Thus, he decided to take action first. Swiftly closing the distance to Xīyóu and drawing his sword for an attack, Xīyóu raised his spear to meet the assault, and the two clashed amidst the skies. In terms of magical depth and physical prowess, Xīyóu paled in comparison to Lin Fang. As Lin Fang closed in, Xīyóu found himself disoriented, his long weapon proving cumbersome in close combat. Before long, he found himself at a disadvantage, being pressed by Lin Fang. The proud Xīyóu had never encountered such humiliation, and fury ignited within him. Flames erupted from his body, igniting the sky in crimson hues. Observing the enraged Xīyóu, Lin Fang frowned slightly. While this imp's close combat skills were mediocre, his mastery of fire was profound, and the heat radiating from him was formidable. The battle continued, sparks flying and igniting the surrounding forest into a raging inferno. Lin Fang gradually sensed something amiss. As the environment shifted, Xīyóu's power seemed to escalate significantly. In moments, Xīyóu countered Lin Fang's assault, retreating a few steps before unleashing a torrent of flames, legendary samadhi true fire, swiftly enveloping Lin Fang. Upon seeing the flames and realizing Lin Fang's figure had vanished, Xīyóu laughed triumphantly. "Quite impressive. Turns out you're just a coward. My samadhi true fire will incinerate you in no time. How dull." Yet reality swiftly delivered a harsh lesson, although Lin Fang's figure had indeed disappeared. A small yet resplendent Xīyóu tower stood defiantly amidst the flames. The samadhi true fire raged against the tower but could inflict no harm, instead rendering it even more translucent as impurities were consumed. As the flames receded, the Lioli tower radiated a brilliant light, forcing Hong Haier to shield his eyes. In that instant, Lin Fang reappeared, darting towards Hong Haier with a powerful punch. Yet, the strike met with little effect. For Hong Haier had transformed into an embodiment of flame, and Lin Fang's fist merely struck the fire itself. Impressive, Lin Fang exclaimed, acknowledging Hong Haier's unexpected prowess, which showcased his command and understanding of fire. Lin Fang felt immensely enriched by his experiences. As someone capable of comprehending the art of heartfire, he possessed considerable knowledge of the path of flames. He was acutely aware of the formidable prowess displayed by the Red Child, from whom he gleaned numerous insights that would undoubtedly guide his own cultivation of fire magic. However, the Red Child would not show any mercy simply due to Lin Fang's commendation. Chapter 43. The White Ape. The surging flames transformed into a ferocious tiger, intent on devouring its prey, charging straight for Lin Fang's face, while the Red Child brandished a silver spear to attack. Lin Fang conjured a paper clone to shield himself from the fiery tiger, yet due to its material nature, it was reduced to ashes. Witnessing this, Lin Fang felt a pang of regret. He wielded his sword to fend off the Red Child's onslaught, retreating a few steps. With a flick of his fingers, several pebbles shot forth, hurtling towards the Red Child. "How dare you use hidden weapons?" the Red Child bellowed. With a flourish of his silver spear, he deflected the pebbles and aimed for Lin Fang's chest, thrusting the spear forward. Yet Lin Fang revealed a faint smile as he summoned his magical energy, connecting the deflected pebbles, which suddenly emitted radiant light, forming a wondrous magical array. Instantly, an immense pressure descended upon the Red Child, causing him to crouch low, his internal magical energy flowing sluggishly. "What kind of demonic magic is this?" he asked, a hint of fear in his voice. "I won't tell you," Lin Fang replied. As his magical energy surged forth, the overwhelming pressure compressing the Red Child's raging flames significantly. Seizing the moment of the Red Child's confusion, Lin Fang darted beside him, his sword falling like gentle rain upon the Red Child. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted in an instant. At that moment, a throng of minor demons burst onto the scene, pushing 5 small carts that seemed laden with dark, indistinct objects. The Red Child leaped onto one of the carts, his features ablaze with fire, commanding the 5 carts, which immediately erupted into a conflagration that engulfed the surroundings. Lin Fang, sensing the impending disaster, recalled having read in the original text how the monkey had been defeated by this very tactic. He ceased his engagement with the Red Child, summoning the Lioli Tower to absorb the oncoming flames into its base space, and leaped away from the battlefield, stunned that his flames were being contained. The Red Child looked up to see Lin Fang had already escaped. Though he contemplated pursuit, he ultimately halted, realizing that while he was unafraid of Lin Fang, he was also powerless against him. "My lord, he's escaped," shouted several battered minor demons. The Red Child cast a disdainful glance at these ineffectual creatures, coldly retorting, "Do you need to announce it? Am I blind?" The minor demons, incensed, fell silent, stewing in their anger and plotting to capture the mountain god for a proper lesson later on. After escaping the Red Child's territory, Lin Fang descended into a dense forest. 3 minor demons jumped out from the Lioli Tower, immediately exclaiming, "It's so hot. We're going to die?" Lin Fang smiled slightly. Although the Lioli Tower insulated against flames, the oppressive heat still seeped in, causing the minor demons to lament their discomfort. The magical artifact had only recently been refined, and once its quality improved, such discomfort would likely dissipate. After offering some comforting words to the beleaguered minor demons, Lin Fang carefully examined the condition of the Lioli Tower. Having been scorched by the Samadhi true fire, the Lioli Tower appeared even more translucent, with many impurities having vanished, thus enhancing its quality and seemingly increasing its fire resistance. Clearly, he needed to advance his fire magic sooner, as the Lioli Tower required sufficient combustion to reach the next level. Lin Fang pondered this in silence. He already had a plan for upgrading this magical artifact. The 3 minor demons had diligently ground a significant amount of stone powder from the blue stones, which he intended to incorporate into the tower's base to reinforce its internal space. With the ability to suppress magical energy, Lin Fang would dare to summon individuals. Otherwise, in its current state, even a slightly stronger person could break free, jeopardizing the foundation of his artifact, an unwise trade-off. Of course, The most significant gain from this encounter lay in his newfound understanding of fire magic. The Red Child, a true essence of fire, had undergone years of arduous training in the Flame Mountain, mastering the Samadhi true fire to an extraordinary degree. Had Lin Fang not relentlessly honed his own physical form, continuously consumed golden elixirs and peaches, and undergone tribulations, he would have been unable to withstand that raging inferno. Lin Fang meticulously reflected on everything he had witnessed, particularly the Red Child's final technique, which unleashed flames from his 7 orifices that seemed capable of incinerating all. He had discovered the path forward. Magical energy surged into his organs, igniting the 5 energies within, using them as fuel to activate the art of heart fire. Instantly, a terrifying flame erupted from his mouth, shooting skyward. The minor demons felt the intense heat and recalled the dreadful flames they had previously witnessed. "Brother Lin, what is this?" the little fox exclaimed with delight. "Indeed, this is the Samadhi true fire, the very technique employed by that Saint Infant King," Lin Fang replied, nodding with a broad smile, his expression brimming with joy. At last, he possessed a skill worthy of being called a divine ability in the 3 realms, greatly expanding his arsenal for future confrontations. Of course, for Lin Fang, the value of the Samadhi true fire extended beyond this. It was an exceptional flame for both artifact forging and alchemy. On this day, under a gentle sun and pleasant breeze, Lin Fang strolled alone through the forest, while the minor demons continued their struggles within the Liuli Tower. It was the height of summer, the weather growing increasingly warm. Fortunately, the thick forest canopy shielded them from the intense sunlight, keeping the mountains pleasantly cool. As Lin Fang meandered through the refreshing woodland, he measured the earth with his legs. This was a necessary process for cultivating the state of refining the spirit and transcending the void, allowing one to comprehend the natural path of the universe and ultimately reach the sublime realm of merging with the Tao. This process was destined to be lengthy and required patience. Lin Fang was unwilling to forego any opportunity to grow stronger. Thus, he frequently immersed himself in nature. Suddenly, a sharp aura emanated from the depths of the forest, pricking Lin Fang's skin with a stinging sensation. "Who goes there?" he shouted. A white shadow burst forth from the thicket, prompting Lin Fang to draw his sword in defense. The clash of metal echoed through the woods as the 2 figures separated. Upon closer inspection, Lin Fang discovered a tall white ape, wielding a sharp sword, staring intently at him. Sensing the demonic energy radiating from the creature, Lin Fang called out, "I have no grievances with you. Why do you attack me?" The white ape stood solemnly with his sword, regarding Lin Fang as he spoke in halting human speech. "You are insincere with your sword." Taken aback by the ape's clumsy words, Lin Fang was perplexed. What did this creature mean? What concern was it of his whether Lin Fang was sincere with the sword? Those who are insincere with the sword do not deserve to wield it. The white ape continued. With a gentle sweep of his hand over the sword, a chilling sword energy surged forth, instantly advancing toward Lin Fang. Chapter 44. The valley bottom. Lin Fang was taken aback and quickly retreated as the sword energy sliced past him, cleaving a massive tree in 2. Glancing at the severed tree, Lin Fang touched his arm, realizing that had that strike landed upon him, he would have surely been injured. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Fang asked, somewhat irked. "Draw your sword and engage me in a proper duel," the white ape replied coldly. "On what grounds?" However, the white ape paid no heed to Lin Fang's protests and charged forward, sword in hand. Lin Fang, left with no choice, responded with his own sword. The 2 swords clashed repeatedly in mid-air, producing a series of crisp sounds that reverberated through the forest. During their exchange, Lin Fang quickly discerned that the white ape's swordsmanship was truly exquisite, yet his magical energy appeared lacking, and his physique was evidently untrained. Thus, Lin Fang found himself intrigued. Relying on his formidable magical prowess and robust physique, deliberately suppressing his strength to engage in a genuine duel of swordsmanship with the white ape. It soon became evident that a disparity existed. Lin Fang's sword skills had been cultivated without any formal guidance, merely based on fragmented memories from a previous life, resulting in a chaotic and unrefined technique. In contrast, the white ape wielded his sword with remarkable finesse, each strike precise and devoid of superfluous energy. Before long, Lin Fang found himself at a disadvantage, yet he felt no fear. Instead, his spirit soared. Under the pressure, his swordplay gradually began to resemble that of a seasoned practitioner, shedding the trappings of a novice. As their blades clashed once more, Lin Fang bore a shallow white mark upon his body, while the white ape remained unscathed. What extraordinary swordsmanship! Lin Fang mused inwardly. The white ape, however, maintained a stoic demeanor, his expression inscrutable, his gaze seemingly fixated solely on his sword. Embodying the spirit of an unparalleled swordsman. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike accompanied by an intense sword aura, which, under Lin Fang's provocation, propelled the white ape's technique to new heights. The chilling sword energy surged toward Lin Fang, instilling a sense of threat within him. In that moment, Lin Fang ceased to hold back. With a surge of magical energy, he shouted and, moving with the speed of lightning, appeared before the white ape, raising his sword to strike. The white ape retaliated, his formidable sword energy meeting Lin Fang's blade. A resounding crack echoed as the sword Lin Fang had pilfered from Ling Xuzi's treasury finally succumbed to the strain, shattering into two pieces. Lin Fang discarded the remnants of his sword, feeling no sorrow for its demise. After all, he did not consider himself a true swordsman. To him, the sword was merely a common weapon, and he possessed no delusions of grandeur regarding it. He wielded it simply for the sake of appearance. Upon witnessing Lin Fang discard his sword, the white ape's eyes flickered with anger. With a fierce swing, he sent his remaining sword slicing through the air. Imbued with a fierce sword aura, Lin Fang, however, merely smiled, as magical energy surged around him, conjuring a barrier that intercepted the oncoming sword energy. Following this, he delivered a powerful punch to the white ape's chest. The immense force sent the white ape hurtling backward, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt. Spitting blood, the white ape gazed at Lin Fang with incredulity, his expression one of bewilderment. In a moment of despair, he looked at his sword and thrust it toward his own neck. Lin Fang was taken aback by this peculiar behavior. Was the white ape truly so extreme as to choose death and defeat? He quickly launched a pebble, knocking the sword from the white ape's grasp. Why would you choose to end your life? He asked in astonishment. Failure is a disgrace for a swordsman. The white ape replied softly. Nonsense. Failure is merely a stepping stone to success, Lin Fang retorted with a scoff. The white ape looked up at him, disbelief etched across his face, as if the words held a semblance of truth. An exceptional swordsman grows through continuous failures, confronting danger without fear and not succumbing to despair in the face of setbacks. Those like you are but cowards, lacking the courage to face failure head-on, Lin Fang asserted disdainfully. These words sparked a flicker of understanding in the white ape's eyes, as if he had discovered a path forward. Struggling to rise, he respectfully bowed to Lin Fang and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for enlightening me. Do not mention it. Your swordsmanship is remarkably refined. It is rare to encounter a creature such as yourself, so adept in the art of the sword, Lin Fang sighed. The white ape let out a gentle sigh and beckoned Lin Fang to follow him. Navigating through the dense forest with agility, they soon arrived at a steep cliff. The white ape turned back to glance at Lin Fang before leaping off the precipice. Lin Fang gasped in astonishment. The height was perilous, and given the white ape's current strength, it seemed akin to seeking death. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the cliff was festooned with thick vines, which the white ape deftly grasped as he descended, occasionally looking back to signal Lin Fang to follow. At that moment, Lin Fang leaped down, disregarding the vines, plunging straight toward the base of the cliff. The white ape's eyes widened in shock, and he hurriedly pursued. Just as Lin Fang neared the ground, a cloud of mist appeared beneath him, gently supporting his descent. Upon reaching the bottom, Lin Fang discovered a hidden world. A quaint thatched cottage stood before him, suggesting habitation. Before long, the white ape joined Lin Fang, his expression turning somber as he pointed at the cottage and said, "This is where I learned the art of the sword." Entering the dwelling, Lin Fang noted its simplicity. The wooden bench and table were clearly crafted by an amateur, appearing rough and covered in a thick layer of dust, indicating a long absence of human presence. What of the owner? Lin Fang inquired. The white ape led him to the back of the house, where a solitary grave stood, marked by a stone tablet. Upon examining the inscription, Lin Fang learned that the deceased was named Gu Jian-yi, once the foremost swordsman of the Qizhi kingdom, renowned for his unparalleled skill, having bested many martial artists in his prime. In his twilight years, however, he succumbed to the sorrows of life, retreating to this secluded place, where he befriended the white ape, living out his remaining days in companionship. Upon his death, he entrusted the white ape with his sword manual and the request for his remains to be interred, awaiting a worthy successor to care for his long-lost child. Lin Fang sighed softly, reflecting on how the passions of youth are often weathered by the relentless passage of time. The once great swordsman, unable to withstand the ravages of age, found his final resting place in this valley, and were it not for the white ape, he might have been left without a soul to honor him. Are you suggesting that you wish for me to inherit this sword manual? Lin Fang asked, astonished. The white ape hesitated, then resolutely nodded. As Lin Fang examined the manual, he discovered it to be an exquisite compilation of mortal martial arts. To him, however, it seemed rather trivial. Yet he was astonished that such a manual could yield sword energy, prompting him to ponder the white ape's exceptional talent. You know well that I am not a true swordsman. Bestow the manual upon the descendants of Gu Jian instead, Lin Fang said with a smile. Extending the manual back to the white ape. The white ape appeared perplexed, pointing to himself. I am not human. Neither am I. Lin Fang replied with a chuckle. The white ape gazed at him incredulously, circling his body, unable to reconcile Lin Fang's appearance with that of a mere creature. Lin Fang could only laugh softly. The white ape, having lived in solitude and remaining close to the human realm, had never encountered other magical beings, leading to his naivety regarding the nature of cultivation. With a slight transformation, Lin Fang's eyes turned cold and serpentine, sending a shiver down the white ape's spine. Why? The white ape queried, unable to comprehend how a human could change so drastically. With a thought, 3 small magical creatures suddenly appeared before the white ape. Observing their forms, the white ape felt an inexplicable kinship, recognizing them as akin to himself. You shall inform him of the nature of our kind, Lin Fang instructed with a smile. Afterward, he picked up the internal cultivation manual left by Gu Jian. Although internal cultivation was not his forte, he was intrigued by the top-tier techniques it contained. Curious about the distinctions between this method and the path of martial arts. Upon completion of his reading, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to glean insights from this work, only to find that its teachings were rudimentary, primarily revolving around the refinement of essence into energy. Consequently, practitioners required substantial nourishment to sustain their cultivation, often relying on various herbs for optimal training. At that moment, the white ape and the 3 small creatures had concluded their discussion. At this moment, the white ape appeared exceedingly agitated. He suddenly realized that the world was far more expansive than he had ever imagined. Indeed, beyond one mountain lay another, and he himself was destined to be a creature of legend. He comprehended that what Lin Fang employed was sorcery, and that his instinctive actions were akin to the fabled practice of cultivation. Observing the expression on the white ape's face, Lin Fang smiled and inquired whether he wished to explore this vast world with them. He added that the Buddhist sect was incessantly expanding its dominion, and it was only a matter of time before the valley he inhabited would no longer remain tranquil. The white ape gazed longingly at the valley, a place he had called home for an extended period. By nature, he was reluctant to leave, yet the thought of the magnificent world outside ignited a fervor within him. In such a vast expanse, surely formidable swordsmen awaited. He yearned to measure his prowess against them, to compete with the sword immortals spoken of by the little demons, and to pursue the supreme sword path in place of the ancient sword. Ultimately, he resolutely nodded and softly declared his intent to fulfill the wishes of his late companion. He pointed towards the solitary grave, and Lin Fang, pleased, acknowledged that he had successfully persuaded the white ape. Such a prodigious talent in swordsmanship should not remain obscured. Days later, a procession arrived at the city gates of Xīyóu. Leading the group was a young man clad in a Taoist robe, followed by a youthful boy with delicate features, a cold-faced man in white, and 2 imposing, fierce-looking brutes. The gatekeeper, upon witnessing this entourage, immediately discerned that they were far from ordinary, particularly the swordsman in white, who emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spines of the usually unscrupulous soldiers. Boss. These individuals seemed to possess an extraordinary background. A young soldier whispered to the gatekeeper. Is that not obvious? Another retorted. That white-clad swordsman exudes an unmistakable air of sword intent that is palpable even from a distance. He must surely be among the top experts in the martial world. Huh, what would you know of sword intent? A skeptic scoffed. That is undoubtedly sword intent. It sends chills down one's spine. A quality found only in the most exceptional swordsman, the young soldier asserted, suggesting he hailed from a lineage of martial prowess. It seems there has been an influx of martial artists in recent days, exclaimed another. Are you not aware? Came the astonished reply. In a few days, the 3 national masters will be accepting disciples. Many martial artists are here to seek a chance encounter with the immortals. Should one be fortunate enough to be taken under the wing of one of the masters, it is a monumental opportunity, a swift ascent to prominence. Perhaps even the path to immortality. Do you think I should also pay a visit to the national masters? If I catch their eye and they accept me as a disciple, that would be splendid. One individual mused, only to have a tattered pillow thrown at him. "What is the meaning of this?" he exclaimed. "Get some sleep. In your dreams, anything is possible," came the reply, eliciting laughter at the city gates. Lin Fang, however, wore an intrigued smile, murmuring to himself, "So it is the three national masters." These three masters were none other than the celestial beings who perished in a battle of wits with the monkey and journeyed to the west. It was unexpected that they would be willing to accept disciples, although the original text did mention that they had many Taoist followers. It remained unclear how many had received their true teachings. This group was indeed Lin Fang and his companions. And the legendary swordsman spoken of by the townsfolk was the white ape, now transformed into human form by Lin Fang. The white ape stood dazed amidst the throng, gazing at the bustling streets, feeling utterly lost. Having been born in the dense forest and accompanying the ancient sword after awakening his consciousness, he had lived in seclusion within the valley and had never witnessed such a spectacle. For a moment, he was at a loss, frozen in place. Ba Shanhu and Hai Long, on the other hand, were entering a human city for the second time, having already shed their initial trepidation, and were now eagerly wandering the streets. The white ape watched their retreating figures, a flicker of melancholy crossing his face as he murmured, "Is this the world he spoke of?" The he in question referred to the late ancient sword, with whom he had shared a close bond. In their time together, he had often heard ancient swords speak of the human realm, though back then, he had been too naive to grasp the underlying sense of loss in those wistful words. Now, as memories flooded back, the white ape, who aspired to become an unparalleled sword immortal, felt a deep sense of regret. Indeed, this is the human realm, a realm of boundless desires, Lin Fang also remarked, though he did not share the same sentiments as the white ape. Instead, he perceived the overwhelming desires of the world, inducing a sense of unease, and lamented that the human realm was certainly not a conducive place for cultivation. Chapter 46. Xīyóu. After reflecting on the splendor of the human world, the white ape suddenly recognized a pressing issue. He had come to Xīyóu to find the descendant of ancient sword to pass on his sword manual and martial arts teachings. Yet, amidst the throngs of people, how could he possibly locate ancient sword's heir? He opened his mouth, intending to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Feeling overwhelmed and uncertain, "Do you not know how to search for the descendant of ancient sword?" Lin Fang inquired with a smile. The white ape awkwardly nodded, realizing that his image as an extraordinary swordsman was on the verge of crumbling. "Fear not, I have a plan." Lin Fang led the white ape through the winding streets until they arrived at a dilapidated monk's temple. Upon reaching the entrance, they could hear the sounds of a scuffle within. Entering, they found a spacious yet desolate courtyard where a group of beggars was assaulting a child. Xīyóu. "You have a lot of nerve, disregarding the orders of Lord Tiger. You must have a death wish." The leading beggar, with a fierce countenance, spat at the fallen Xīyóu. "Big brother, you do not know, this kid is dreaming of grandeur." A scrawny boy with a large mole on his face chimed in sycophantically. "Oh, this boy claims to be a descendant of a martial arts master, seeking to restore his ancestral glory. He has been secretly learning at the nearby martial arts school." The lead beggar laughed heartily at this revelation. "An upstart like you, dreaming of becoming a martial arts master, is truly laughable. Your forebear might just be a figment of your late father's imagination," he mocked. As Xīyóu lay on the ground, subjected to humiliation, his eyes turned red with anger. He rose, seizing the neck of his assailant, and exclaimed fiercely, "Do not insult my father." However, outnumbered, he was quickly pulled away and subjected to further beating. The blows rained down upon him, blurring his vision, as memories of his deceased parents flashed through his mind. He could still recall his father's pride when recounting the illustrious deeds of their ancestors, lamenting that his descendants had fallen to such disgrace. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, toppling the assailants. The howls of despair echoed throughout the temple. Turning to look, they saw a white-clad swordsman wielding a small branch. The tempest was merely the result of his movements. "Who are you to dare strike at us? Do you not know we are backed by Lord Tiger?" The lead beggar shouted, though his confidence wavered. The white ape regarded him coldly. His eyes seemed to emit the sharpness of a sword, causing the beggar to tremble uncontrollably. Time elongated in that moment, and he felt as though a blade had grazed his very being. Overwhelmed by terror, he lost control of his bodily functions, soaking the ground beneath him. "Leave." A chilling voice resounded in their ears, a command that eclipsed all others and instilling fear. Consequently, the ragtag group of beggars fled the dilapidated temple in disarray, leaving only Xīyóu curled up on the cold ground, clutching his body. The white ape glanced at Xīyóu, aware of his injuries, but regrettably, he was merely an adept swordsman, lacking skills beyond the sword he wielded. Reluctantly, the white ape turned his gaze towards Lin Fang, his eyes brimming with supplication. Lin Fang smiled gently, approached Xīyóu, and produced a vial of medicine, concocted from herbs he had gathered while traversing the mountains. More than sufficient to treat Xīyóu's current state. The emerald green ointment was applied to Xīyóu's wounds, and a refreshing chill coursed through his body, reviving the consciousness of the dazed youth. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the white ape and Lin Fang beside him. Realizing that these two had come to his rescue, struggling to rise, he sought to express his gratitude. The white ape hurriedly supported him, somewhat awkwardly advising, "Be cautious. You still bear injuries." Lin Fang cast a surprised glance at the white ape, taken aback by this unexpected display of tenderness from a typically stoic character. Xīyóu looked at the white ape, sensing genuine concern in his tone, and despite his usual resilience, tears welled up in his eyes. However, he quickly wiped them away. Recalling his mother's words, a man should not shed tears lightly. Kneeling before Lin Fang and the white ape, he bowed 3 times with a resounding thud, leaving his forehead reddened, before exclaiming, "Xīyóu is eternally grateful for your life-saving grace." "You are Xīyóu?" the white ape inquired softly. "Yes," Xīyóu replied, somewhat perplexed by why this esteemed figure would ask such a question. "Then come with me," the white ape declared, turning away as he felt uncertain about how to engage with Xīyóu. Xīyóu stood there, momentarily stunned, until Lin Fang smiled and urged, "Are you not going to follow? Do you intend to lie on the ground indefinitely?" "Oh, right." Still in a daze, Xīyóu hastily rose to follow Lin Fang, finding the amiable Taoist far more approachable than the icy demeanor of the white ape. The white ape led the group onward, and Xīyóu curiously inquired of Lin Fang, "Senior, where are we headed?" "Of course, we are going to seek retribution. We cannot simply endure the assault without consequence," Lin Fang replied softly. He understood that the white ape, despite his cold exterior, was deeply concerned for the young lad, and now they were naturally compelled to confront those responsible. The white ape moved swiftly, soon arriving at the entrance of a grand martial arts academy, its imposing facade adorned with 2 majestic stone lions. A plaque hung prominently at the center, inscribed with the words, "Xīyóu Martial Arts Academy." This academy was renowned throughout the state of Xīyóu, having produced countless disciples and wielding significant influence. It was said that the dark forces within the city had flourished under its auspices. The infamous Xīyóu, known for his ferocity, was reputedly a direct disciple of this academy, his strength unmatched by several burly men. Consequently, when the white ape, flanked by Lin Fang and others, approached the Xīyóu Martial Arts Academy with an imposing presence, it ignited the curiosity of the townsfolk, who gathered along the streets, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Chapter 47. The challenge. The little fox timidly leaned closer to Lin Fang, while the bumbling Ba Shan Hu and Xīyóu reveled in the attention, puffing out their chests to display their robust frames. At this moment, they were immensely grateful for their decision. Their imposing physiques brought them a sense of pride, as opposed to the shame of their previous awkward appearances. The commotion outside soon captured the attention of those within the academy. A brawny man, his face adorned with a thick beard, emerged from the academy, a deep scar marring his eye, giving him an intimidating visage. "Who dares to cause trouble at my Xīyóu Martial Arts Academy?" His booming voice resonated, his eyes glaring like bells as he surveyed the crowd. The onlookers, intimidated by his fierce gaze, instinctively recoiled, avoiding his stare. Xīyóu, born Wang Hu, was the academy's top disciple, a figure who traversed both the light and dark realms. Known for his ruthlessness yet fiercely loyal to his fellow disciples, his reputation within the academy was formidable, and he quickly established himself as a significant player in the underworld of the capital city of Xīyóu. His gaze soon fell upon Lin Fang and his companions, particularly the white ape, whose fierce aura struck him as a formidable sword aimed directly at him. The bruised figures behind him pointed at the white ape, exclaiming, "Xīyóu, it is this fellow." Wang Hu, seasoned in the ways of the world, immediately sensed that the white ape was no ordinary adversary. He dismissed Lin Fang as merely an unremarkable figure, aside from his appealing appearance. "My dear brother, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Enemies should be reconciled rather than deepened. I implore you to consider my position," Wang Hu said, clasping his hands in a gesture of peace, hoping to avoid conflict with such a formidable individual. "Draw your sword." The white ape coldly commanded, an aura of sharpness emanating from him, directed at the academy's members. "Humph. Do you truly believe our Xīyóu Martial Arts Academy is a mere plaything? Wang Hu scoffed, unwilling to allow his academy's reputation to be tarnished. For how could they maintain their standing in the capital otherwise? With a sharp sound, Wang Hu unsheathed his sword, a broad blade engraved with a roaring tiger, thudding heavily against the ground. In an instant, a white figure darted forth, leaving Wang Hu no time to react as his treasured sword was sent soaring into the air, plunging into the ground. He stared in astonishment at his hand, a fresh wound appearing on his arm, blood oozing forth, and a wave of fear washed over him. Had the blow been more severe, he could have lost his arm. "You," he stammered, stepping back, trembling as he pointed at the white ape. Unable to articulate his fear. "You wield your sword without sincerity," the white ape remarked coldly, a hint of disappointment lacing his words. For Wang, who was not a true swordsman, to him, the sword was merely a weapon, a tool, and such individuals could never master extraordinary swordsmanship. The bystanders were left in shock at Wang Hu's defeat. Despite his notorious reputation, his strength was widely acknowledged. Yet he had been bested in mere moments by this enigmatic figure. How formidable must this man be? "Go fetch the academy's master. This individual is no mere amateur." Wang Hu commanded his disciples, suppressing his pain. Moments later, an elderly man with flowing white whiskers emerged, his gaze immediately locking onto the white ape, exclaiming, "I never anticipated such a master would grace our capital." The white ape, too, adopted a serious demeanor, sensing a similar aura of strength emanating from the elder, a testament to countless victories. As they stood facing one another, an intense atmosphere enveloped the air. Suddenly, both figures sprang into action, vividly demonstrating the adage, "As still as a maiden, as swift as a hare." Two silhouettes flashed through the air. The crowd could only hear the clashing of metal, their movements too swift to comprehend, the sharpness of their swords slicing through the stone lions flanking the entrance. When the dust settled, the spectators beheld the elder's once flowing beard now severed, while the white ape remained unchanged, the outcome decided in an instant. "Who is Xīyóu to you?" the elder inquired, a hint of wistfulness in his voice. The white ape pondered briefly before replying, "Consider him a friend." The onlookers cast peculiar glances at the white ape, sensing that he was not speaking the truth. After all, Xīyóu was a figure from a century ago. If he were truly a friend of Xīyóu, he would not resemble his current self. It seemed he fancied himself a celestial being, believing in immortality. "I concede defeat without regret. Your swordsmanship surpasses his. In my youth, I witnessed the grandeur of the elder. He once slew a dragon at Xīyóu Lake with a single stroke that was nothing short of earth-shattering. Had I not seen that swordplay, I might never have reached my current level." A hint of nostalgia flickered in the old man's eyes. Time had swiftly passed, transforming him from an innocent youth into an aged elder. Once, he thought the tales of immortals were mere fabrications, until he beheld the three national masters summon wind and rain, realizing that true celestial beings indeed existed in this world. Gazing upon the youthful visage of the white ape, he felt a wave of emotions, lamenting his missed opportunities. Now, with declining vitality, the pursuit of immortality seemed a mere fantasy. "You must have come to Xīyóu for the National Master's Ascension Feast, correct?" The old man instinctively reached for his long beard, only to remember that it had long been severed. "Ascension Feast?" The white ape looked quizzically at Lin Fang, uncertain of what the elder spoke of. Lin Fang, equally puzzled, had only heard of the National Master taking disciples at the city gate, but had not heard of any Ascension Feast. "You truly do not know?" the elder asked in astonishment. Upon seeing the white ape nod in confusion, the elder continued, "The Ascension Feast is a banquet hosted by the National Master for practitioners, aimed at forging connections with genuine cultivators and celebrating his acceptance of disciples. I presumed you arrived in Xīyóu for the feast, knowing how your kind often seeks seclusion. Since you are not here for the feast, what brings you to Xīyóu?" The white ape pointed towards Xīyóu. "I came for him." "He is?" "He is a descendant of Xīyóu." The simple declaration sent ripples of surprise through the crowd, as they regarded the tattered young beggar with astonished eyes. Chapter 48. The peach tree Xīyóu was a legendary figure in Qi Kingdom, with no one knowing his master or lineage. He was known to have journeyed alone, befriending his sword and vanquishing all challengers. In that era, Xīyóu single-handedly suppressed the entire martial world. When he slashed a dragon at Xīyóu Lake, the people believed him to be a celestial being. Afterward, he withdrew from the world, and news of him faded from the martial realm. This was undeniably a figure of legend, yet the ragged young beggar before them, thin and malnourished, seemed the antithesis of Xīyóu's lineage. Aware of the skeptical gazes directed at him, the young beggar straightened his chest, determined not to tarnish his ancestors' reputation. A warm hand rested gently on the anxious young beggar's head, revealing a rare softness in the usually stoic white ape's expression as he said, "He is indeed a descendant of Xīyóu. I would not mistake this." From that day forth, the martial community of Che-Chi Kingdom acknowledged the arrival of a master swordsman with divine prowess, and the name of Xīyóu, descendant of Xīyóu, entered the collective consciousness. Meanwhile, Lin Fang and his companions quietly acquired a modest courtyard, as the white ape intended to diligently instruct Xīyóu in martial arts. The courtyard was small, encircled by 3 brick houses, centered around a little yard hosting a peach tree, its branches barren and leaves withering as dusk approached. Ba Shanhu gazed at the cramped courtyard and exclaimed, "Boss, this place is too dilapidated. Living in the capital is no easy feat. Refrain from complaining." This courtyard was challenging to find, Lin Fang replied with a light chuckle. After all, their current status was merely that of wanderers in the martial world. Substantial estates required a certain status to inhabit, leaving Lin Fang and his companions only the option of renting from common folk. For ordinary citizens, their homes represented their very lives, and who would part with them easily? As they entered the courtyard and began tidying up, Xīyóu realized that this group was led by Lin Fang, the very swordsman he admired, who was now subject to Lin Fang's commands. Igniting his curiosity about the strikingly handsome young man, while the others busied themselves with cleaning, Lin Fang slowly approached the withering peach tree, standing silently beside it. He could distinctly sense a lingering spirit trapped within the dying tree, exuding a palpable resentment. "I hate this." The hoarse cry resonated clearly in Lin Fang's ears. No wonder no one had taken it over. It was harboring such a presence, Lin Fang murmured to himself. From the moment he acquired the courtyard at a low price, he had sensed something amiss. Although the place was small and shabby, it was complete in every aspect. With proper care, it could be considered a valuable property. How could it possibly be overlooked? "Senior, what are you observing?" Xīyóu asked curiously while tidying the courtyard, still holding respect for this remarkably youthful elder. "I have discovered something intriguing," Lin Fang replied with a gentle smile. He discerned that the vengeful spirit was firmly bound to the peach tree, likely due to the guidance of a powerful figure. The peach tree itself possessed the ability to ward off evil, showing remarkable prowess against vengeful spirits. The tree was planted directly atop the spirit's remains, effectively confining it within. Yet, this spirit harbored immense resentment and had gradually corroded the tree to its current state, now indistinguishable from the tree itself. Once the peach tree was entirely consumed, the spirit would manifest in a new form, perhaps more appropriately labeled as a demon. However, it seemed the spirit's fortune had waned, having encountered Lin Fang and his companions, who had unraveled its concealment. Lin Fang gazed at the clawing, vengeful spirit and suddenly broke into a radiant smile, leaving the tormented specter momentarily perplexed. In an instant, a flame, ethereal and surreal, materialized at Lin Fang's heart and began to drift toward the peach tree. Upon witnessing the flame, the vengeful spirit experienced a long-forgotten sense of fear and struggled fiercely, causing the entire peach tree to tremble violently. The tree seemed to come alive, its branches thrashing wildly, yet it had not fully consumed the spirit, and its actions could only go so far. The commotion of the peach tree quickly drew the attention of the others, who looked on with curiosity. At that moment, the flame that had emerged from Lin Fang's heart settled upon the peach tree. Strangely, the tree did not ignite. Instead, the flame appeared to enter the tree as if it were an illusion, beginning to incinerate the spirit's form. A piercing scream echoed, one that even Xīyóu could hear, as he stared at Lin Fang in astonishment, certain that the wailing emanated from the nearly dead peach tree. As a swordsman, the white ape was particularly sensitive to energies and was the first to notice the spirit's presence. He turned to Lin Fang and asked, "Is that a vengeful spirit?" Lin Fang smiled and nodded, saying, "It is indeed unfortunate for him. Had we not arrived, he would soon have merged with the peach tree and escaped his binds." A vengeful spirit. Xīyóu's eyes brightened at their conversation, having long suspected that his master and Lin Fang were celestial beings, but never anticipated witnessing a legendary vengeful spirit so soon. "Are you saying there is a ghost within?" he inquired with a hint of excitement. "Yes, it is deeply concealed. But it is a pity it encountered Lin Fang," the white ape quietly remarked. It was crucial to note that the spirit had hidden itself well, particularly after beginning to merge with the peach tree. Its presence had become increasingly difficult to detect, which explained why it had remained undisturbed for so long. Alas, it had crossed paths with Lin Fang. Under the expectant gaze of Gu Zhongtong, the anguished cries of the vengeful spirit gradually diminished, soon falling into silence. As the last remnant of the spirit was consumed by Lin Fang's flames, a powerful vitality suddenly manifested in the peach tree. This vitality, once plundered by the spirit, now returned to the tree. The once desiccated and near-death peach tree instantly burst forth with life, its withered branches transformed into vibrant green. And soon tender leaves began to unfurl. This was merely the beginning. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the newly sprouted branches and leaves grew swiftly, and the peach tree, which had been on the brink of death, was rejuvenated, becoming lush and flourishing. Was this a miracle? Gu Zhongtong murmured as he gazed at the peach tree, which had awoken from its slumber. Chapter 49. The Ascension Feast. A surge of vitality erupted from the peach tree, leaving everyone in a state of awe. Lin Fang caressed the tree's branches, an abundance of realizations flooding his mind. Indeed, life is the most wondrous existence in this world. The journey of a being from birth to growth and ultimately to death encapsulates one of the greatest mysteries of time. A smile of joy illuminated Lin Fang's face. The following day, under the guidance of the white ape, Gu Zhongtong commenced his training in swordsmanship. The tale of the peach tree's revival spread overnight throughout the streets, drawing countless visitors who marveled at its lushness. Soon after, a young Taoist priest, holding an invitation, knocked on Lin Fang's door. "Who are you?" Gu Zhongtong, ever enthusiastic, rushed to the entrance and, seeing the robed youth, inquired with a hint of curiosity. "I am Xīyóu, here to deliver an invitation from my master." The young priest bowed respectfully and spoke with courtesy. "Who is your master?" "My master is the national master of the era. In 3 days, the Ascension Feast will be held, and having heard of your master's extraordinary abilities, I have come to extend the invitation," the young priest replied with a smile, elaborating his purpose. The crowd that had gathered was abuzz with excitement. It was said that only those of divine caliber received invitations to the Ascension Feast. However, reflecting on the peach tree's revival, they felt that such an invitation was well-deserved. The Ascension Feast? Gu Zhongtong, still naively innocent, was baffled. Merely days ago, he had been a lowly beggar, ignorant of such matters. Just then, Lin Fang's voice reached his ears. "Take the invitation and inform the national master that we shall attend the feast in due course. Then I shall await with great honor for your esteemed presence at the feast," the young priest replied with another bow before gracefully retreating. His demeanor as smooth as flowing water, leaving Gu Zhongtong filled with admiration. He pondered when he could embody such grace as this young Taoist named Xīyóu. Do not envy him. As a swordsman, one must dedicate oneself to the sword. All else is mere embellishment, the white ape's voice echoed from behind. Gu Zhongtong turned to Lin Fang, eagerly anticipating his response, for he believed Lin Fang possessed greater wisdom than his own master. A realization he had gradually come to over time. Each individual possesses their own unique path. There is no need to envy others. Lin Fang's gentle voice resonated, bringing comfort to Gu Zhongtong's heart. The trio of little foxes arrived, curious upon seeing the invitation. "Brother Lin, may we attend this feast?" "Of course we shall go. Such a splendid opportunity would be wasted if we do not indulge," Lin Fang replied matter-of-factly. Gu Zhongtong, who had been admiring Lin Fang's noble demeanor, suddenly felt a twinge of disappointment. 3 days later, the Ascension Feast commenced within the realm of Xīyóu, where countless extraordinary individuals entered the National Master's residence for this rare gathering. At that moment, the National Master's abode was bustling with voices. As throngs of people outside craned their necks, eagerly observing the attendees, whispering amongst themselves, "I recognize him. He is Master Qin from Baiyun Temple, said to be of true celestial lineage. That one is formidable. He is the Grand Master of the Demon Path, rumored to possess great powers. Indeed, both righteous and demonic sects are present. Of course, this is a banquet hosted by the National Master. Who would dare decline? Let's not forget, he is one who commands the winds and rain. It is said that today the National Master will also perform a rite to summon the winds and rain, alleviating the recent drought," someone recalled with excitement. "Indeed, we owe much to the National Master in these years. Otherwise, the populace of Xīyóu would have suffered greatly due to the relentless drought." As they conversed, a group of unfamiliar yet youthful faces approached the National Master's door. However, the attending acolytes greeted them with utmost respect, even more so than they did for Master Qin and the Grand Master of the Demon Path. "Who are they, to possess such favor?" "They appear exceedingly young," murmured one onlooker, unaware of recent events. "Have they just arrived in the city? How could they not know them?" Someone jested. The honest newcomer replied, "To be candid, I just entered the city today, having heard of the rare spectacle at the National Master's residence, hence my visit." His frank demeanor left a favorable impression on the crowd, and soon someone addressed their curiosity. Their first appearance was at the Xīyóu martial arts school, where one clad in white defeated the legendary hero Xīyóu, claiming to be a friend of the ancient Sword One. Ancient Sword One, renowned a century ago as the world's foremost swordsman, who famously cleaved a dragon at Qing Lake. Who else but him? After defeating the hero Xīyóu, they rented a room in a humble alley, and the remarkable part lies here. In their courtyard stood a withered old peach tree, nearly dead, yet upon their arrival, it burst into life overnight, blooming with vitality. Listeners' eyes sparkled with excitement, and one exclaimed, "Immortals do appear. The revival of the withered tree is indeed a celestial feat." Indeed, such divine beings deserve the national master's utmost respect. Their reverence is only natural. I yearn to witness what this so-called ascension feast truly entails. Alas, as mere mortals, we lack the privilege to behold these celestial beings, yet witnessing the national master summon winds and rain shall not be in vain. A wall separated two worlds, the realm of ordinary people outside and the domain of the extraordinary within. Inside the national master's grand hall, it was now filled with esteemed guests, many adorned in peculiar attire, eyeing one another with curiosity. However, most were familiar with one another, given the small size of Xīyóu, leading to an atmosphere of lively camaraderie as acquaintances exchanged greetings. Yet, when Lin Fang entered the hall, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Curious gazes fixed upon Lin Fang and his companions, and an invisible pressure enveloped the air, making it difficult to breathe. Du Zhangtong trembled, feeling the urge to kneel. However, his pride, being a descendant of ancient Sword One, restrained him from bowing low, for he could not tarnish their legacy. Chapter 50. At the banquet, just as Gu Zhangtong felt he could no longer endure, Lin Fang let out a gentle laugh, instantly lightening the atmosphere. The weight pressing upon him seemed to vanish in an instant, and within the hall, everyone gasped, even the renowned Grandmaster of the Demon Path, who wiped a trace of blood from his lip in shock. "Clearly, our presence is not warmly welcomed." Lin Fang's voice resonated softly, yet it seemed to echo in the ears of all present. The crowd quickly revealed their smiles, and an elderly Taoist priest stood up, saying, "Indeed, my fellow cultivator possesses remarkable abilities. We were presumptuous." The others also smiled and clasped their hands in acknowledgement, but what thoughts lingered in their hearts remained unknown. "A trivial skill, hardly worth mentioning," Lin Fang modestly replied. However, the old priest tugged at the corner of his mouth. One individual had subdued the entire hall, and that was indeed noteworthy. It seemed this young man before him was not one to be trifled with. "You are overly humble, my friend." After a round of pleasantries, the previously tense atmosphere had eased. A young acolyte approached, ushering Lin Fang and the others to their seats. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a bell resonated, and the ambience in the hall turned solemn. Everyone sat upright, their gazes fixated on the screen at the back of the hall. 3 priests emerged in succession from behind the screen, each adorned in Taoist robes, wearing feathered crowns, and wielding silver fly whisks embedded with dazzling gems. As soon as the 3 appeared, the crowd stood in reverence, exclaiming, "We greet the 3 national masters." Haha. Having such esteemed fellow cultivators here to witness our gathering is indeed an honor for my brothers and me, chuckled the great Master Yongli, gesturing for everyone to be seated. The sweltering heat of the day seemed to dissipate with his gentle wave, leaving the attendees in awe of his subtle prowess. Lin Fang, however, noticed a fleeting glimpse of a cold dragon from the master's sleeve and chuckled inwardly. These 3 were indeed fond of theatrics, perpetually maintaining an air of superiority. With the host settled, it was time to commence the feast. A group of graceful women entered, bearing delectable dishes and fine wines, their movements light and airy. Upon seeing the women, some practitioners of unconventional arts were momentarily entranced, yet the national master's abode commanded a level of decorum, and even the most unruly among them dared not act impudently. As the meal was served, the great master Huli raised his glass, proclaiming, "Our meeting is a fortuitous encounter. Let us drink to this." The crowd erupted in cheers, raising their glasses in unison, yet Lin Fang and his companions remained absorbed in their meal, oblivious to the world around them. Their unusual behavior soon captured the attention of the 3 masters. The great master Luli snorted disdainfully, sending a magical insect to land on Lin Fang's party, hoping to teach these disrespectful individuals a lesson. However, Just as the insect approached, flames erupted, incinerating it to ashes. Seeing this, the great master Luli's irritation grew, and he was about to strike again, but was halted by the great master Huli. I believe this must be Lin Fang. My friend, the great master Huli inquired. Lin Fang looked up, wiped his mouth, and with a bashful smile replied, a mere rustic. To be recognized by the national master is truly overwhelming. Had it not been for the fervor in his eyes directed at the sumptuous dishes, the great master Huli might have believed his humble words. My friend possesses remarkable skills, which indeed merits admiration. This wine is a rare vintage. You must indulge, the great master Huli said, raising his glass. Lin Fang, understanding the underlying expectation, smiled and lifted his own glass, downing its contents before slowly remarking, "It is indeed excellent wine." The great master Huli's satisfied smile revealed that Lin Fang's response was sufficient to appease him. "Since you all enjoy the delicacies of my abode, feel free to indulge. There is plenty to satisfy," he declared. "We are truly grateful for the national master's generosity. We shall not disappoint." Lin Fang replied with an appreciative gesture. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated, and the crowd resumed their jovial eating and drinking. Though many cast furtive glances at Lin Fang and his companions, after all, only they dared to challenge the national master and remain comfortably seated. "Brother, why choose to let this go? This fellow dares to disregard our brothers. I suggest we engage in a battle of skills and send him to the heavens." The great master Luli remarked ominously. "Are you certain you can best him in a contest? That fire was formidable. Lin Fang is certainly no ordinary individual. Besides, he has extended courtesy. Why quibble over trifles? If we engage in a contest, we may harm the very grass and trees of this land, which would grieve us." The great master Huli replied softly. "Moreover, as fellow practitioners, we should show mercy when we can." "Humph, very well. I shall concede this time." The great master Luli grumbled, but seemed to relent, not wishing to provoke further discord. Although Lin Fang feasted heartily, his mind remained vigilant. Once calm returned, he felt assured that the three national masters had indeed chosen to let the matter rest. "Eat slowly. Did you not hear the national master say there is plenty? Today, you may feast to your heart's content," Lin Fang said, addressing his companions, who resembled famished spirits. "Truly, the national master is generous," praised Xīyóu, despite his mouth being full, giving a thumbs up in admiration of the three who were willing to share their bounty. As the drinking progressed, the atmosphere grew more relaxed. But soon, a man with a disfigured face could no longer contain himself. He seized a serving girl beside him, intent on committing an indiscretion, exposing a grotesque grin. "This is not a place where you may act with impunity," the previously silent great master Yangli suddenly spoke. A flash of blue light ensued, and the man was transformed into an ice sculpture, emanating an aura of cold. The serving girl hastily adjusted her attire, rising to thank the great master Yangli. "Since you are in our abode, you must adhere to our rules. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." At this declaration, the hall fell silent. The great master Yangli's display of power instilled fear among the attendees. The chilling presence was something none could withstand, causing many to draw back their necks. Several who had been on the verge of drunkenness were instantly sobered, gazing with trepidation at the ice figure standing in the hall. Chapter 51. Apprenticeship. The great master Yangli's decisive action served as an effective warning. Even the most unruly had no choice but to temper their tempers to avoid becoming another ice statue. Lin Fang furrowed his brow slightly. The great master's cold dragon possessed considerable might, though he wondered how it compared to his own true fire. Soon, smiles returned to the faces of the crowd, for they knew that the survival of friends was far more valuable than the demise of foes. Yet their underlying fear of the three national masters' power infused their words and actions with a hint of flattery. This circumstance pleased the three masters, satisfying their vanity. After several rounds of drinks, the national master set down his glass, gently rapping on the table, prompting silence. Everyone knew the main event was upon them. The esteemed national master of the Chachi kingdom would not invite them without reason. Many felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of the master's intentions. If their motives were nefarious, they would be lambs to the slaughter. As the tension mounted, the great master Huli rose, raising his glass and stating, "You are all the elite of the Chachi kingdom and are surely aware that 3 years ago, a great drought afflicted our land. Despite the emperor's plea to the monks for rain, their efforts bore no fruit. It was we three who wielded our powers to bring forth the much-needed rain, alleviating the suffering of the populace." A chorus of voices erupted in the hall. The three national masters are benevolent and powerful, rescuing countless lives from hardship. We shall follow your lead. Upon hearing this, the great Master Huli's expression brightened, and he continued, We are true practitioners of the Tao. How could we stand idly by while the world suffers, unlike those monks who claim compassion yet act like wolves? The conversation was laced with disdain for the Buddhist sect, and upon uttering such sentiments, it garnered considerable agreement from many, for the events of year are well known. The Buddhist sect had long enjoyed the patronage of the kingdom of a.k.a, yet ultimately could not even summon rain, instead inciting the populace to contribute more offerings, which led to widespread annoyance. From this perspective, the Buddhist sect truly stands as the greatest malignancy in the world, which is why we seek to suppress them. However, as far as I know, there are still those within the Buddhist community who harbor unrelenting ambitions, attempting to propagate their teachings within the kingdom of a.k.a. What say you, my friends? Master Huli inquired with a smile, though a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. At this moment, the truth was laid bare. Master Huli was calling for the righteous and the wicked within the kingdom of a.k.a. to declare their stance and unite against the Buddhist sect. Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd collectively exhaled with relief, for the influence of Buddhism had waned in the kingdom, particularly after the rain-seeking incident 3 years prior, which had left the people with little affection for the sect, especially since it did not concern them directly. One by one, they expressed their fervent desire to join forces with the 3 national masters in expelling the Buddhist sect. Seeing this, a satisfied smile graced Master Huli's face as he subtly nodded at his 2 brothers. Since you are also enthusiastic, I shall grant your wish. Bring forth the offerings, Master Huli commanded. A young Taoist soon approached, bearing a large cup of strong liquor. Master Huli pointed at the cup with a smile, saying, Since we are all of one mind, let us today form a blood pact, witnessed by the 3 clear ones, to jointly expel the Buddhist sect. Upon hearing this proclamation, some faces shifted slightly, for they were not common folk and were aware of many hidden truths. Invoking the 3 clear ones was no trivial matter. To breach such an oath might invite unforeseen consequences. Yet, considering that the Buddhist sect was merely a minor force within the kingdom, despite its formidable reputation, they mused on how much influence it could wield. Thus, one by one, they stepped forward to partake in the blood pact, with only Lin Fang and his companions remaining aloof, observing quietly from the side. Is this friend unwilling to partake in this grand endeavor? Master Luli asked ominously. Dear National Master, do not take offense. I am but a wandering practitioner, merely resting briefly in the kingdom of a.k.a. before continuing my journey. I am truly not in a position to engage in such a blood pact, Lin Fang replied coolly. Master Luli snorted in disdain but took no further action. For Lin Fang's words were clear. He was not of a.k.a. and naturally understood the intricacies of the Buddhist sect, thus would not easily board their ship. Master Huli, fearing Lin Fang might divulge the true nature of the sect, quickly interjected as a mediator, since you are not a native of a.k.a. It is indeed somewhat unreasonable to compel you to swear an oath, as our agreement pertains to within the kingdom. Lin Fang smiled and nodded. Yet inwardly he was astonished by the madness of the 3 men. Their intentions were evidently to confront the Buddhist sect head-on, should they persist. How would the faces of the Buddha and Bodhisattvas on Ling Mountain be preserved, rallying the entire kingdom against the Buddhist sect? Lin Fang surmised that when the sect began to encroach upon a.k.a. again, there would be ample drama to witness, and these individuals would surely regret their decisions. As the last person in the hall dripped their blood, Master Huli revealed a sincere smile, declaring, From this day forth, you shall be our companions. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may seek assistance from us 3 brothers at the National Master's residence. Only then did the crowd display expressions of joy, for such benefits were appealing, and many began to contemplate their future requests, as the National Master had proclaimed. They were now all comrades. The atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, with hosts and guests reveling together. Lin Fang observed their postures with a cold gaze, quietly sighing at the insatiable greed that permeated this world. The assembly had indeed boarded a pirate ship, and there would come a time for their regret. Yet upon reflection, he realized this had nothing to do with him. Besides, he held no fondness for the Buddhist sect. If he could witness others adding to their troubles, it would bring him some satisfaction. Now that the oath has been established, let us invite all comrades to witness the ceremony of our brothers taking disciples. Master Huli proclaimed with a hearty laugh. The crowd eagerly echoed their agreement. Even the already satiated little foxes displayed curiosity in their eyes. They had never witnessed such a disciple-taking ceremony before. Servants waiting outside entered to clear away the remnants of the feast, rolling out a red carpet, while guests took their seats on either side. A clear bell chimed, and a line of young individuals, visibly apprehensive, entered from outside. These were the main participants in the disciple-taking ceremony. Instantly, the hall transformed into a solemn atmosphere. Indeed, the act of taking disciples in this era was a significant matter. Once the master-disciple relationship was established, they would rise and fall together. However, since the assembly was largely ignorant of the Buddhist sect, they cast envious glances at the naive youths before them. To be chosen as disciples by the current national master was akin to leaping over the dragon gate. It promised a future of unbounded opportunities, a transformative shift in their lives. Had there not been an age requirement for disciples, many present would have eagerly wished to join. In Chapter 52, Seeking Rain, the three masters, Huli, Luli, and Yangli, gazed at the line of young entrants with genuine smiles. Compared to the superficiality displayed with the crowd, these youths represented the true seeds capable of inheriting their legacy and expanding the Taoist teachings, serving as a crucial bargaining chip to gain the favor of the three clear ones. As the young disciples lined up, kneeling on the ground, a Taoist chanted the ceremonial rites, while maidens scattered flowers. Amidst the congratulations, the three masters approached, helping each disciple to their feet, offering encouraging words. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fang and his companions turned their gaze toward the white ape, whose stoic demeanor sent shivers down their spines. Even Gu Zhongtong's eyes darkened with concern. In stark contrast to the grandeur of the national master's disciple ceremony, the white ape's initiation was astoundingly simple. A mere kowtow sufficed for acceptance, lacking the elaborate spectacle before them. You shall now enter my Taoist sect, and from this moment forth, it is your duty to propagate the teachings of the Tao, diligently practicing and reciting scriptures without neglect. Master Huli intoned solemnly. The disciples prostrated on the ground, collectively affirming, "We shall faithfully adhere to the teachings of our master." This moment greatly satisfied the vanity of the three masters, eliciting smiles of joy upon their faces. Master Huli, leading the group, gazed skyward, declaring, "Today marks a momentous occasion for us brothers in taking disciples, and surely there shall be abundant rain to benefit the people." The crowd followed them outside the hall, where an altar had already been erected, standing over 3 meters high, adorned with the banners of the 28 constellations. At the center was a redwood table, upon which rested a massive incense burner, from which fragrant smoke wafted, accompanied by a token. Lin Fang, possessing keen eyesight, was able to discern the token's design even from a distance. It depicted the image of the thunder god, beneath which 5 large tanks filled with clear water were placed, each adorned with willow branches, while several young Taoists stood nearby, each holding an iron plate bearing the names of various thunder deities. Master Huli ascended the altar with great strides, unsheathing his treasured sword, and recited incantations. Papers inscribed with symbols fluttered to the sword as if caught by an unseen wind. Master Huli exhaled flames, reducing the papers to ashes. He raised his sword to the heavens, proclaiming loudly, "Let the winds arise." Suddenly, what had been a still atmosphere erupted into a tempest, swirling dust and debris through the streets, blinding passers-by. The wind rustled through the lush trees, creating a cacophony, while an elderly farmer in the fields, feeling the refreshing breeze brush against his weathered face, abruptly stood and gazed into the distance, sensing that a great rain was imminent. Though it was not the first time witnessing the national master summon rain, many still marveled at the ferocity of the wind that greeted them, affirming the supernatural prowess of these three masters. With such a skill as summoning rain, their positions as national masters were undoubtedly secure. "Clouds, come forth." Master Huli bellowed once more, as several young Taoists struck the water tanks with iron hammers, producing a deep resonant sound. Meanwhile, dark clouds rolled in from the east, shrouding the sky and obscuring the blazing sun, plunging the world into sudden darkness. Countless individuals in the kingdom of Cheichi gazed upwards in anticipation. If the heavens did not release rain soon, their crops would surely suffer. The illustrious Master Huli gazed at the billowing clouds with a satisfied smile. Raising the talisman in his hand, which emitted a radiant glow, as if the deity of thunder depicted upon it had come to life, thunder rumbled. As the words left his lips, a mighty clap of thunder resonated through the sky, startling the crowd, causing many to cover their ears, while several children were driven to tears. This was merely the beginning. A cacophony of thunder echoed above, and the air was saturated with a thick humidity, signaling that rain was imminent. Master Huli stood upon the altar, performing rituals, wielding his sword, and reciting incantations, resembling an immortal descended to earth. exuding an air of formidable authority that captivated countless onlookers who yearned to take his place. "It shall rain," Master Huli proclaimed solemnly. As the banners of the 28 constellations unfurled in the wind, large raindrops descended from the heavens, striking heads with painful intensity. Yet, the citizens of Xīyóu did not retreat into their homes. Instead, they stood amidst the torrential downpour, relishing the cleansing rain. "What a fine rain! Truly a timely blessing," a farmer exclaimed, wiping the rain from his face in exhilaration. "This is the great rain sought by our national teacher. Indeed, we are fortunate to have such divine protection. Our lives shall surely improve with his presence." Others echoed sentiments of gratitude for their teacher's benevolence. All eyes were drawn to Master Huli's extraordinary magic. This was no ordinary sorcery, as summoning wind and rain was the domain of deities. The vast expanse of rainfall that graced the kingdom was a blessing for its people. Some gazed in envy, while others felt trepidation. However, Lin Fang observed with keen interest the magic of Master Huli, though ostensibly a call for wind and rain, was in reality a mere spectacle. The winds were summoned by the wind god, the clouds by the cloud lord, thunder by the thunder god and his consort, and rain by the dragon king. None of it truly pertained to Master Huli. His sole contribution was the burning of documents and signaling a request. How could this be deemed his own prowess? If the day ever came to confront an adversary, how could he easily summon these deities to his aid? Yet, this raised an intriguing issue, since the request for rain had reached the Jade Emperor's court. The conflict between the three immortals and the Buddhist faction became a matter of profound contemplation. Lin Fang sensed the turbulent tides hidden beneath the tranquil surface, as the winds of change relentlessly stirred, igniting within him an urgent desire for strength. Observing Lin Fang's increasingly solemn demeanor, the little fox and her companions instinctively held their breath, believing Lin Fang to be awestruck by Master Huli's powers. "Brother Lin, is this national teacher truly formidable?" the little fox inquired, tugging at Lin Fang's sleeve. "It's nothing. It's not his doing, but rather thoughts of something else," he replied. Just then, a voice rang out from above. "Is the rain sufficient? Enough, enough. Any more, and it will harm the crops." The cries of the populace echoed back. Master Huli laughed heartily, raising his talisman to the sky, declaring, "Cease the rain." The torrential downpour abruptly halted, the fierce winds subsided, the clouds parted, and sunlight broke through, casting radiant beams upon the earth. A splendid rainbow arched across the sky in the aftermath of the rain. Master Huli descended from the altar with an air of nonchalance, prompting further astonishment among the onlookers. Such extensive magic had not left him breathless, as if he had accomplished naught. Little did they know, the rain had little to do with his magical prowess, and thus he showed no signs of fatigue. "Our national teacher is indeed powerful. We willingly heed his call." The crowd bowed in sincere reverence. Chapter 53. A contest. Master Huli burst into laughter, bidding the crowd to rise, his eyes glinting with pride. The banquet celebrating Ascension concluded amidst the awestruck gasps of the attendees and the satisfied smiles of the three national teachers. Yet it heralded the onset of a wave to eradicate Buddhism in the kingdom of Xīyóu. From this day forth, all disciples of Buddhism within the kingdom would face a relentless winter. It was a sweeping purge from the highest echelons to the common populace. Lin Fang observed the varied expressions of the crowd, shaking his head with a knowing smile. This moment would mark a bloody beginning, a microcosm of the strife between Buddhism and Taoism. As he pondered, the three national teachers approached, blocking his path. The imposing figure of Master Huli stepped forward, his voice cold. "Today is filled with matters aplenty. We have yet to witness the extent of your powers, dear friend. We hope you will share them with us." Lin Fang understood instantly. It was time for reckoning. He had suspected these three were not of broad-minded disposition, and they would not easily overlook his perceived insolence. They had been waiting for him. "What say you? Do you refuse the challenge? If you prefer not to spar, you may join us in reverence for the three purities at our upcoming ritual," Master Huli suggested. Lin Fang smiled faintly, eager to depart from this gathering. "Very well. Do not blame me for being ungracious," he replied, and at that moment, Master Huli struck first. Incantations flowed from his lips, and the ground trembled with a rustling sound. Lin Fang's gaze pierced the earth, revealing countless insects surging towards him from below. With a fierce exhalation, he unleashed the true fire of Samadhi, which rapidly engulfed the ground, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred remains, as countless subterranean insects were incinerated. The roaring flames prompted Master Huli to retreat a few steps, his brow furrowed. Lin Fang's fire magic exceeded his expectations. With a sharp command, a golden centipede materialized from thin air, lunging toward Lin Fang with its fearsome mandibles. Lin Fang leapt skyward to evade the centipede's initial assault, but it nimbly adjusted its trajectory, launching another attack at him mid-air. Simultaneously, a multitude of insects erupted from beneath the ground. Although many had been reduced to ashes by the raging flames, they seemed inexhaustible, surging upward to form a colossal creature composed entirely of insects. An indescribable dread permeated the air. This gigantic creature, born of insects, appeared formidable. The inferno blazed upon the monstrous form, yet it remained unscathed, as if it had transcended the boundaries of existence. Lin Fang could even detect an ancient, sacrificial aroma emanating from it. Could these be the insects nurtured by the legendary witchcraft? He murmured, albeit filled with trepidation. He knew well that anything associated with such sorcery was notorious for its strangeness, and he sensed that a strike from this behemoth would yield dire consequences. What is this creature? Lin Fang inquired with curiosity. This is my secret technique. This beast is called Calamity, Master Lily replied smugly, eagerly anticipating the look of terror that would flash across Lin Fang's face. However, he was taken aback to see Lin Fang wearing a delighted smile as he softly uttered, Calamity. The beast seemed to respond, letting out a deafening roar before vanishing from sight, as though it had never existed. Simultaneously, within the base of Lin Fang's Liuli Tower, a fearsome calamity beast materialized. Yet, despite its eerie strength, it found itself rendered impotent in this space. For this realm was devoid of up and down, left and right, existing in a state of primordial chaos, with no living entity present. The calamity beast, a creature designed to target life, found itself in a place where it could exert no influence. An oppressive force bore down from all directions, and a peculiar power suppressed its growth. Soon, the calamity beast began to dissolve, transforming into countless tiny insects. Under the overwhelming pressure, it succumbed to a deep slumber, a method of self-preservation for such an enigmatic being. Outside the glazed tower, the spectators were utterly astonished by the scene before them. The once formidable beast of calamity, which had seemed to exude ominous energy, had vanished from sight without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. "Where have you taken my beast of calamity?" roared the great master, deer strength and fury. This creature had taken him immense effort and countless precious resources to nurture. Before it could wreak havoc, it had inexplicably disappeared. No comment, Lin Fang replied with a defiant expression. He felt little fear towards the three national masters, as their methods were rather simplistic and largely reliant on external forces. When it came to life and death battles, Lin Fang was confident he could hold his own against them. The great master deer strength was enraged by Lin Fang's attitude, manipulating a golden centipede to launch another attack. Lin Fang, however, was unyielding. Grasping the centipede in midair, he gazed into its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of flames. Filling the air with the scent of charred flesh, the ferocious centipede met its demise. At that moment, even with the great master deer strength fuming, he could do nothing against Lin Fang. He signaled to his two brothers for assistance. The great master goat strength replied softly, "His samadhi true fire is exceedingly fierce. If I intervene, my cold dragon may very well perish." The great master tiger strength shook his head, saying, "This individual possesses profound spells, and his combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Even if the three of us joined forces, we may not be able to subdue him, and instead, we would merely invite a formidable adversary. At this critical juncture, we must not allow personal grievances to jeopardize our greater objectives." Thus, he calmed the already enraged great master deer strength, turning to Lin Fang and saying, "Your abilities are indeed formidable, friend. We concede in your presence. Might we consider ending this conflict here?" Lin Fang descended from the sky, nodding with a smile. Engaging in a life-or-death struggle with these three monsters held little appeal for him. A misstep could entangle him in the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism. Seeing Lin Fang agree, the great master tiger strength secretly sighed in relief. The opponent's powers eluded his understanding, and the ferocity of the samadhi true fire posed a significant threat. Thus, achieving a truce was the wisest course. "Friend, your skills are truly remarkable, and you should remain in the kingdom of Xīyóu to join my brothers and me in propagating the Tao. Perhaps in the future, you may even have the honor of meeting the Taoist sage." "Elder brother." Before Lin Fang could respond, the great master deer strength, unable to contain himself, interjected. He could not comprehend why his elder brother would extend such an invitation to this individual. Lin Fang, however, shook his head with a smile, saying, "I am accustomed to a carefree existence and do not intend to linger here." "What a pity," lamented the great master tiger strength. "With your talents, You might capture the attention of the Taoist sage and ascend to great heights. Elder brother, let us not speak further. Since each has their own aspirations, why must we impose our will upon others? The great master dear strength could not resist chiming in. Very well, very well. It seems you have made your decision, friend, and I shall not press the matter further. As they parted ways and Lin Fang and his companions departed, the great master dear strength began to voice his grievances, saying, Elder brother, what were you thinking to invite this youth to join us? If he were to receive the Taoist sage's favor, would we not have to share our rewards with him? The great master tiger's strength sighed softly at these words and glanced at his two brothers before slowly replying. To gain the favor of the Taoist sage is no easy feat. You are aware of the formidable strength of the Buddhist sect. If we had a powerhouse like him on our side, our chances of success would greatly increase. It was evident, however, that the great master dear strength did not share this view. As the group left the national master's residence, the little fox, filled with curiosity, asked Lin Fang, Big brother Lin, why didn't you agree? That was the legendary Taoist sage. If we could earn his favor, we would surely soar to great heights. Even a little fox like her had heard tales of the Taoist sage, illustrating the profound impact of the Taoist teachings on the hearts of the people. Lin Fang sighed lightly and said, This endeavor is akin to drawing fire from a source of danger, and I am confident they will not succeed. What appeared to be a simple dispute between Buddhism and Taoism held underlying discord that Lin Fang perceived. The pervasive influence of the heavenly court loomed large. Whether it was the cold dragon or the ability to summon storms, Lin Fang suspected that these three monsters were being manipulated by the heavenly court, serving as pawns in the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism. When the inevitable retaliation from the Buddhist sect arrived, it could be directed squarely at the Taoist sect, further igniting the conflict between the two. The entanglement of the Buddhist sect, the Taoist sect, and the heavenly court seemed intricate and interwoven, with these tensions poised to dictate the future shifts in the three realms. From that day forth, Lin Fang and his companions enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. After all, Tang Xing and his disciples were making slow progress, lagging far behind Lin Fang and company due to the numerous obstacles and demons in their path, thus delaying their arrival in the kingdom of Xīyóu. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Fang diligently organized his gains, for he had seldom paused to rest along this journey. The journey to the west resembled a vast net descending from the heavens, and he needed to navigate it with utmost caution to avoid becoming an unfortunate casualty. During this time, Gu Zhongtong experienced a bittersweet existence. The white ape was undoubtedly a stern master, but not a competent one. His method of teaching was singular, combat, fairly matched combat. Each day, the white ape would compel Lin Fang to suppress his strength to match Gu Zhongtong's level before engaging in swordplay, with predictable results. Gu Zhongtong would invariably emerge bruised and battered. Fortunately, Lin Fang had begun to comprehend some healing spells, allowing him to mend the injuries. Otherwise, Gu Zhongtong's physical constitution would struggle to endure such intense training. Lin Fang, meanwhile, continued his rigorous training, dedicating time to refine the glazed treasure tower with the Samadhi true fire. The power of this artifact gradually revealed itself, destined to become a crucial tool for his triumphs over adversaries. He would not tolerate any delays in this process, diligently refining it every day. As he deepened the ritual, flames began to etch intricate patterns upon the tower's surface, rendering the artifact even more enigmatic. Lin Fang exhaled softly, sensing that as the flame patterns emerged, a massive fireball seemed to form within the tower's base, resembling the sun. In the future, when he captured enemies within the tower, he would not need to wait for them to perish. Instead, he could choose to incinerate them with flames that were a fusion of Samadhi true fire and solar true fire, growing stronger with the passage of time. Meanwhile, outside the walls of the kingdom of Xīyóu, a sweeping anti-Buddhist campaign commenced. Countless temples hidden within the forest were uprooted, and many monks were forcibly returned to secular life. Towering Buddhist statues were toppled, marking a catastrophic upheaval for the Buddhist sect. Amitabha. In a secluded forest, an elderly monk coughed blood, his young disciples surrounding him, their faces filled with terror. Before them stood two figures clad in green robes, wielding wooden staffs adorned with coiling venomous snakes, their cold gazes fixed upon the monks. Not bad for an old monk to have wounded my brother and me, the two figures cackled, their laughter echoing like night owls in the dark. Amitabha. Our Fayan temple seeks no conflict with the world, dedicating our days to the study of Buddhist teachings. Why must you commit such cruel acts? Do you not fear the wrath of the Buddha? The old monk struggled to steady his tumultuous breath and spoke. If you must lay blame, Then blame your Buddhist sect for offending the national master. Offending the national master in the kingdom of Xīyóu means you will find no place to stand. As for the Buddha, we revere the three pure ones, not the so-called Buddha you speak of. Upon hearing this, the old monk's face clouded with sorrow, and he sighed. Is it not merely a matter of the reign-seeking contest? Why must the national master harbor such deep-seated resentment and seek to annihilate our Buddhist sect? How could we possibly know the affairs of the great? Do not blame us, brothers, for our ruthlessness. Blame only yourselves for becoming monks. Why waste words, brother? Let us slay them, plunder their treasures, and return home. Who would have thought this temple would be so affluent, with golden adornments on the statues? We must hasten to plunder more temples, or it will be too late. The man beside him urged impatiently. Thus, with a flick of their serpent staffs, countless venomous snakes surged forth from the forest towards a group of monks. At that moment, the elder monk was too weary to fight, and the young monks, upon witnessing the terrifying snakes, were paralyzed by fear, unable to retaliate. A look of despair spread across the elder monk's face as he sat cross-legged, leading the young monks in a soft recitation of sutras. Their chanting resonated through the forest, seemingly imbued with a miraculous power, soothing their frightened hearts. Even the most timid of the little monks found solace and began to recite the sutras earnestly. These monks do possess some merit. What a pity, sighed the man in green robes. Just then, a booming voice echoed from above. You miscreants, mere trifles. How dare you flaunt your skills before the true masters and insult the Buddhist order? No sooner had the words been uttered than a monk clad in robes descended from the heavens. Chapter 55, forming a colossal hand, resembling that of a Buddha, descended from above, crushing the surging snakes into a bloody pulp. The monk landed before the elder monk and softly chanted a Buddhist invocation. The two men in green robes gazed at the enormous handprint on the ground, their mouths agape. The power of such a blow, had it been directed at them, sent shivers down their spines as they envisioned the gruesome aftermath. I am the humble monk Fang, the monk announced, bowing respectfully to the elder monk. It turned out to be Master Fang, the abbot of Xīyóu Temple, while the elder monk was known as Mingyuan. May I inquire, venerable Zen master, what has transpired in this place? It appears that temples are being destroyed everywhere. What offense have we in the Buddhist order committed to warrant such calamity? Alas, I cannot conceal the truth from you, Zen master. This campaign against the Buddhist order has been orchestrated by the current national teacher. Stemming from a drought that occurred 3 years ago, the elder monk recounted. Fang furrowed his brow at the tale, and after a moment sighed softly. It is greed that has brought our Buddhist order to this dire state. Yet, those 3 national teachers are indeed overly aggressive, using this as a pretext to annihilate us. Turning towards the 2 green-clad figures, whose intent was to slip away unnoticed, he cast a piercing gaze. The leader, awkwardly smiling, said, Master, we shall not intrude upon your reunion. We take our leave. You villains, who just moments ago sought to kill us. A young monk stepped forward, shouting angrily. A misunderstanding. Merely a jest. Surely, the master, with his compassionate heart, would not take offense? Humph. A cold snort resonated, and immediately the 2 felt an immense force strike them, sending them flying, crashing through several trees before they landed. They coughed up blood. Even more terrifying was the sensation of their meridians being obstructed by a mysterious power, rendering them mere ordinary men, stripped of their former prowess. Begone, came the authoritative voice. The 2, not daring to linger, hastily scrambled to their feet and fled. Fang watched their retreating figures, suppressing his anger, and softly murmured, Amit Ba, venerable abbot, what are your plans for the future? The elder monk gently stroked the head of a nearby young monk, gazing skyward, and sighed, there is no longer a place for us in Xīyóu kingdom. With the destruction of Buddhism rampant, I intend to lead these children eastward, away from this turmoil. That is wise, yet the journey east may not be tranquil. If you do not mind, wait for me 2 days, and I shall escort you. Fang contemplated before speaking. Oh, master, what do you intend to do? The situation in Xīyóu kingdom is perilous. It would be best not to expose yourself. Nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to meet with the national teachers and inquire why they are so intent on tormenting our Buddhist order. A resolute gleam shone in Fang's eyes. Master, you must not. Those national teachers are beings of divine stature, capable of summoning storms. Should they harbor ill intentions, our Buddhist order would lose yet another enlightened monk. The elder monk urged fervently. As the abbot of a temple, he had keen insight, recognizing that someone like Fang could eventually become a pillar of the Buddhist community. He did not wish to see such a promising monk meet his demise. Amit Ba, I appreciate your good intentions, venerable abbot. However, I cannot stand idly by while our Buddhist order is destroyed. Please wait here for a while. If I have not returned in 3 days, then let you, abbot, lead these children eastward." With these words, Fang rose on a cloud and soared towards the capital. The monks were astonished by the sight before them. They never imagined that this kindly-faced monk could soar through the skies like a Buddha. Did he just say he came from the Spirit Mountain? The elder monk murmured in disbelief. The young monks, now starry-eyed, one tugged at the abbot's robe and asked, "Abbot, is Master Fang a Lohans?" "Indeed, it seems so. Let us hope for a favorable outcome." The elder monk muttered softly. Having bid farewell to the monks, Fang swiftly ascended to the skies above Xīyóu kingdom, soon spotting the Grand National Teacher's residence. Gently descending from the clouds, he was met with a watchful Taoist, who inquired warily, "From whence do you come, monk? What business do you have at the National Teacher's residence?" Many monks had lost their temples and even their lives due to the National Teacher's orders recently. "I am the humble monk Fang, here to seek an audience with the National Teacher." "Begone, you presumptuous bald donkey. The National Teacher's residence is no place for you to enter. Your very presence irritates me. Leave at once. If you persist, I shall have you thrown into the dungeons." The Taoist dismissed him curtly. An unknown monk, demanding to see the National Teacher, truly believed he was a living Buddha. The Taoist scoffed inwardly. Yet, Fang disregarded the warning, as though it were merely a routine announcement, and calmly walked toward the National Teacher's residence. The Taoist drew his sword, stepping in front of Fang. "Do not be foolish, or I shall not show you mercy." Seeing Fang advance, the Taoist gritted his teeth and swung his sword toward Fang's neck. Yet, Fang did not evade or flinch, allowing the sharp blade to strike him. To the Taoist's astonishment, the sword met his neck with a sound akin to metal clashing. As a flash of golden light enveloped Fang, sending the Taoist reeling backward, gazing down at his now chipped sword and at Fang, who remained unscathed with a serene expression. The Taoist realized it would be wise to remain uninvolved in this divine conflict. Thus, Fang entered the National Teacher's residence with an air of tranquility, his step steady, as if he were merely strolling. His arrival quickly drew attention, and numerous Taoists emerged from all directions, surrounding Fang. "How audacious! This bald donkey dares to intrude upon the National Teacher's residence. Seize him." With this command, the Taoists surged forward, eager to claim this opportunity. However, in an instant, a flash of golden light swept through, sending many figures flying, leaving the entire residence echoing with cries of despair. Amidst the chaos, Fang stood calmly, bowing his head and softly reciting the sutras, his expression one of compassion. Yet, to the Taoists, he appeared as a demonic figure, causing many to retreat in fear, unwilling to confront the formidable monk. Chapter 56, Confrontation at the Door. "Infuriating. A bunch of worthless fools, terrified by a mere monk," exclaimed the leader, a middle-aged Taoist. As he leaped in anger, he reached into his bosom and produced a talisman, reciting incantations into the air. The talisman ignited spontaneously, and a phantasmal ice dragon materialized in the sky, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged towards Fang. Noticing this, Fang furrowed his brows slightly. A cold dragon illusion. The cold dragon is unique to the Northern Sea, and it is unexpected for the Taoists here to possess such abilities. Could there be a connection to the Buddhist sect behind this? Despite his devotion to Buddhism, Fang, having resided in Spirit Mountain for an extended period, was well aware of many matters concerning the three realms. The dragon clans of the three realms were generally divided into three factions, one aligned with the heavenly court. Notably the 4 sea dragon kings and the various dragon kings governing rivers, lakes, and seas, another allied with the Buddhist sect, serving as its protectors, and a third that lived freely, avoiding the world in seclusion. The cold dragon, being a creature of the Northern Sea, was traditionally under the jurisdiction of the Northern Sea Dragon King, so it was indeed surprising to witness its presence here. Lost in thought, the cold dragon illusion charged towards him, and he extended his hands to press the dragon down to the ground. A fierce chill emanated from his hands, causing frost to form upon his arms. However, a golden radiance enveloped Fang's body, rendering the cold aura incapable of inflicting any substantial harm upon him. With a mighty shout, he pinned the cold dragon illusion firmly to the ground, and with a resounding thud, the illusion dissipated. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the middle-aged Taoist, who had previously exhibited arrogance in reprimanding others, now appeared utterly flustered and began to retreat nervously. Stammering, he uttered, "Do not come any closer." His voice quivered with fear and weakness, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. "I demand to see the national master." Fa Ming said coldly. The national master has gone to the Sanqing temple outside the city to recite scriptures today. He is not expected to return for a while, the middle-aged Taoist hurriedly replied. Upon hearing this, Fa Ming seated himself cross-legged in the courtyard of the national master's residence and silently began to recite the scriptures. The Sanqing Temple, the largest Taoist temple in the kingdom of Qizhi, enshrined the deities of the three pure ones. Since the emergence of the three national masters, this place had essentially become a sacred site for the entire kingdom of Qizhi, attracting countless devotees and citizens who flocked to pay their respects to the three pure ones. The three national masters would periodically lead their proud disciples to recite scriptures, seeking the blessings of the revered Taoist deities. Today, as usual, the three national masters sat cross-legged in the main hall, while outside, numerous Taoists, all disciples of the three immortals, were seated in meditation. At this moment, they chanted the Huaning Dao Jinjing in unison, the robust incense enveloping the entire Sanqing temple in a swirling haze. And the resonant sound of bells created an atmosphere of solemnity. With the final toll of the bell, the three immortals completed their recitation and opened their tightly closed eyes, revealing a flicker of disappointment. Once again, they had received no response from the three pure ones, despite their efforts to eradicate the Buddhist sect. Why had they not received a reply? Could it be that their commitment was lacking? The hope that had once again been dashed left the three immortals in an unusually irritable state. However, surrounded by their disciples, they were reluctant to vent their frustration there. So they strove to suppress their inner turmoil. Just then, a Taoist rushed in, flustered. Master, something terrible has happened. The tiger's strength immortal roared in anger. How many times have I told you to maintain decorum? Why the panic? It's bad. Someone has come to our door. Who? Where? A monk, claiming to be Fa Ming, is at the national master's residence. A monk has frightened you all like this? Where is Qin Xian? Did he not remain in the residence? Did he not intervene? The tiger's strength immortal frowned, clearly displeased. He pondered that if he discovered Qin Xian had abandoned his post, he would certainly teach him a lesson upon returning. Master Qin Xian has intervened. He even employed the national master as talismans, yet he was no match for that monk. And all of our brothers still present at the national master's residence have been defeated. Damn it, where did this monk come from, so brazenly provoking us? Second brother, third brother, let us return and see. The tiger's strength immortal bellowed, rising first into the clouds. The deer's strength immortal and the goat's strength immortal followed closely behind, their pent-up fury finding an outlet. As they descended from the clouds, they beheld their disciples writhing on the ground in anguish and Fa Ming seated in the courtyard, reciting scriptures. The tiger's strength immortal revealed a cruel smile. Where did this wild monk come from, daring to rampage in my abode? Fa Ming opened his eyes, and beams of golden light shot forth from them, illuminating the face of the tiger's strength immortal. Impudent fiend, how dare you wreak havoc among mortals, tarnishing the reputation of our Buddhist order? Fa Ming recognized the true form of the tiger's strength immortal and immediately understood that these three revered national masters were, in fact, transformed demons. Consequently, his initial intentions for negotiation were cast aside. To him, demons deserved death. Where did this mad monk come from, daring to ruin our brother's reputation? After the initial chaos subsided, the deer's strength immortal spoke with a venomous tone, having already resolved to eliminate this detestable bald donkey. You dare deceive me. I can see at a glance that you are not human. Fa Ming suddenly leaped into the air, his cassock billowing, obscuring the sky as he sought to bind the three immortals. You seek death. The goat's strength immortal exhaled a cold breath, transforming it into a blizzard that obstructed the descending cassock. The deer's strength immortal chanted incantations, summoning countless insects that surged wildly towards Fa Ming. With a mighty shout, Fa Ming manifested a colossal Buddha figure behind him, whose hand descended from the heavens, crushing innumerable insects. Yet, this was merely a drop in the bucket, as more insects continued to surge forth from the ground. In his ears, the tiger's strength immortal's voice thundered, "Lightning, come." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck directly above Fa Ming's head. Fa Ming's body shimmered with golden light, coalescing into a great bell that shielded him from the lightning. A tremendous sound reverberated in all directions as the golden bell and the lightning dissipated, while the insects controlled by the deer's strength immortal transformed into a ferocious beast. Lunging at Fa Ming immediately sensed that this creature would be difficult to contend with. He produced a purple gold alms bowl and hurled it into the sky, which unleashed a tremendous suction force, attempting to draw the beast inside. The deer's strength immortal was taken aback. This tactic felt oddly familiar, though its power seemed significantly diminished. Ever since he had been defeated by Lin Fang last time, he had been pondering a way to counter this technique. Now encountering a similar approach, he stroked his beard, a smug smile spreading across his face. Chapter 57. Cease hostilities. The deer's strength, immortal, silently recited incantations, causing the massive beast in the sky to suddenly disintegrate, reverting to countless tiny insects that surged towards Fa Ming like a tidal wave. Undaunted, Fa Ming chose to confront them with his physical body. In a sea of insects, he resembled a solitary boat amidst a storm, always on the brink of capsizing. Yet, this small vessel remained steadfast against the tumultuous waves, undeterred by the raging winds and crashing waves. Hiss, this bald donkey possesses remarkable physical resilience, the goat's strength immortal remarked in astonishment. A mere human has cultivated such a formidable physique. The powers of the Buddhist sect are indeed awe-inspiring. What does it matter if his flesh is tough? I shall outlast him, the deer's strength immortal retorted, a disdainful expression on his face as he unleashed his magical powers, causing the insects to become increasingly ferocious. Countless insects surged madly towards Fa Ming, quickly engulfing him in their swarming mass. Truly, he is not worth lamenting, the deer's strength immortal coldly commented. Casting a glance at the Taoist still writhing on the ground, yet his face bore a triumphant expression, for defeating Fa Ming would indeed be a matter of pride. However, reality often delivers unexpected blows. Before the deer's strength immortal could revel in his success, a burst of golden light erupted from the darkness, revealing a golden Buddha that began to grow, gradually reaching the height of a mountain, radiating an overwhelming golden brilliance and exuding an aura of majesty. Countless insects disintegrated into ash upon encountering the radiance of the Buddha's light. Even the three immortals had to retreat a few steps, their expressions grave as they gazed at the golden Buddha seated in the void. Thunder come, roared the mighty tiger force immortal, raising a golden talisman high into the air, enveloped in an aura of mystery. With a command, endless thunder erupted from the heavens, instantly transforming the entire National Master's residence into a sea of lightning. Purple bolts of thunder danced across the area, obliterating countless ornamental rocks and pavilions. Yet, the primary target of this thunderous onslaught was the golden Buddha suspended in the void. The clash of thunder and Buddhist light illuminating the entire sky. In the capital, countless onlookers beheld this miraculous spectacle, falling to their knees in fervent prayer. At that moment, the emperor of a.k.a. Kingdom was reviewing memorials in his court. Upon glancing up, he leaped from his throne and rushed outside, witnessing a scene that filled him with dread. "What is that direction?" he exclaimed anxiously. "Your Majesty, that is where the National Master resides. Such commotion likely indicates he is engaged in a duel with someone." A venerable eunuch respectfully replied, "To think there is someone in a.k.a. Kingdom who can rival the National Master piques my curiosity. Send someone to investigate," the emperor commanded softly. The eunuch bowed deeply and withdrew, leaving the sovereign alone to gaze into the distance. Meanwhile, Lin Fang and his companions, temporarily residing in a narrow alley, observed the commotion in the sky above the National Master's residence. A few small demons trembled in fear at the might of the heavenly thunder, desperately striving to straighten their spines, yet their primal instincts compelled them to shiver. Only the white ape stood tall, exuding an aura of sharpness in the face of such overwhelming power. In Gu Zhongtong's eyes, his master seemed to transform into a sword piercing the heavens at that moment. A phrase spoken by the white ape flashed through his mind. A swordsman must dare to confront fear and death. Without overcoming these, one can never become a true swordsman. Thus, with gritted teeth and unyielding spirit, Gu Zhongtong straightened his back under the celestial pressure. Once he conquered his inner dread, he felt as though he glimpsed a new realm. The descending thunder appeared as swords, piercing down from the sky, each strike imbued with profound wisdom. A smile, albeit faint, emerged on his somewhat disheveled face, a genuine expression of joy. Lin Fang keenly noticed Gu Zhongtong's transformation, a knowing smile gracing his lips. With this newfound insight, Gu Zhongtong's path to mastery seemed clear, and perhaps he might even catch a glimpse of the immortal way. In contrast, the small demons exhibited signs of distress, primarily due to their heightened fear of the thunder. At this moment, the battle within the National Master's residence had reached a fever pitch. Both sides unleashed their most formidable techniques. Massive gusts of wind and waves surged around them, and the walls of the residence crumbled under the strain. Innocent bystanders caught in the fray. The three immortals frowned deeply. These commoners were their hard-won followers, and should they perish amidst the chaos? How could they hold their heads high in a.k.a. Kingdom? Fa Ming also sensed the gravity of the situation. Though he upheld the principle of vanquishing demons, he held compassion for ordinary people. Therefore, both sides restrained their actions to quell the conflict. Shameless monk, were it not for you, my followers would not suffer. The deer force immortal charged first. Monsters, cease your deception. Were it not for your transformation into human forms, disrupting my Buddhist order, would we have this conflict today? Today, I shall show restraint for the sake of the innocent, but rest assured, there will be retribution for my Buddhist order in due time. Fa Ming declared with a tone of disdain. With that, he stepped onto a cloud and ascended into the sky. Such an arrogant monk. You shall not escape. Let us battle for 300 rounds. The deer force immortal prepared to pursue, only to be restrained by his elder brother. Do not act impulsively, my younger brother. Elder brother, your caution is excessive. They have dared to bully us at our doorstep, and yet we do nothing? Shall we become the laughingstock of the world? Calm yourself. My younger brother, this monk possesses extraordinary skills. Engaging him will result in countless casualties. The lives of these commoners are our hard work. Should they suffer, all our efforts will be in vain. Let us await a time when we have the deity's favor to confront him, the elder brother advised. The goat force immortal also pulled on the younger brother's sleeve, adding, what my elder brother says holds merit. We cannot be certain of the forces backing this monk. If we recklessly pursue him, we risk falling into a trap that could endanger our lives. Seeing that both brothers opposed his proposal, the deer force immortal sighed and halted. The tiger force immortal and his companion finally sighed in relief, surveying the chaos around them. The tiger force immortal frowned. Useless fools. Hurry and clean this mess. To be frightened into such a state by a single monk is truly disgraceful. The surrounding Taoist priests, trembling with fear, finally returned to the National Master's residence to clear the debris, though the devastated scene left them astounded. Chapter 58. Aftermath. The courtyard, once paved with bluestone tiles, resembled a field that had been plowed. The earth was turned over. The exquisite garden and intricate stone carvings had been reduced to ashes, with broken walls and ruins scattered everywhere. It seemed unlikely that this place could be restored in a long while. Dispatch orders. Any monks captured by the Buddhist order must be taken to the capital. I want all of Xīyóu kingdom to witness the fate of the Buddhist order. The deer force immortal seethed. Every blade of grass, every brick and stone, was a result of their brother's painstaking efforts, now squandered at the hands of that detestable monk. What pained him further was that after his exchanges with Lin Fang and this battle, the few remaining insects he had painstakingly cultivated had dwindled significantly. His strongest methods had been severely depleted, fueling his rage to the point where he wished to shred those monks to pieces. At tomorrow's morning court, my brothers and I shall meet the emperor and request a decree to demolish temples and monasteries. I want the Buddhist order to have no foothold in Xīyóu kingdom. The tiger force immortal declared, his gaze dark with vengeance. It was evident that those monks still residing in Xīyóu kingdom would face dire consequences. Meanwhile, in a dense forest several hundred miles from the capital, a group of monks hid, including the old abbot who had parted ways with Fa Ming earlier. Abbot, will Master Fa Ming return safely? A young novice asked, concern etched on his face. The old monk smiled benevolently, caressing the young novice's bald head with his slightly aged hand as he comforted, he will surely return safely. Do not forget, Master Fa Ming is an incarnation of an arhat. Those demons cannot harm him. Though he reassured the young ones, the old monk's heart was filled with unease. After all, the three national masters were formidable beings capable of calling forth storms. He could only hope for the Buddha's protection, that Fa Ming's formidable powers would allow him to escape unharmed. As the day waned, the old monk sighed softly. The deadline of 3 days approaching with no sign of Fa Ming. He was compelled to make a decisive choice. The Xīyóu kingdom had become increasingly perilous for monks. Lingering longer would only heighten the danger. These young novices were the hope of the Buddhist order, destined to spread the Buddha's teachings across the land. The old monk, though aging, wished to preserve these precious seeds for the Buddha, even at the cost of his own life. Just as the old monk wrestled with his anxieties, a cloud descended from the sky and landed before them. It was Fa Ming, returning after the turmoil at the National Master's residence. In the past 2 days, Fa Ming had found a place to meditate and rest. Though it appeared he had the upper hand in battle, he had sustained significant injuries, particularly from the final fearsome thunder. Fortunately, his golden body shield had mitigated the worst of the damage. Master Fa Ming. The sounds of surprise from the crowd brought a warm smile to Fa Ming's otherwise serious face. Amitabha, I apologize for making the abbot wait. Fa Ming said with a hint of regret, having taken 2 days to recover before finally meeting with the old abbot and his companions. Not long, not long. As long as you are well, that is sufficient, the old monk replied with a smile, feeling reassured by Fa Ming's presence. Without him, escaping from the distant Xīyóu kingdom would have been fraught with countless difficulties, and he doubted his ability to lead the little ones to safety. Master Fa Ming, did you meet the national master in the capital? One of the young monks inquired. Yes. Did you ask him why he treats us this way? We have always been obedient. Several little monks expressed their grievances, feeling wronged despite their diligent chanting and prayers. I did encounter them. They are all monsters. Fa Ming replied softly. The old monk's face immediately reflected shock as he exclaimed, They are monsters? How can that be? He had never anticipated such a revelation. For the 3 immortals were revered in the Xīyóu kingdom, their presence vital for the survival of many in this drought-stricken land. The 3 immortals had nearly become the very faith of the Xīyóu kingdom, as they alone could call upon the much-needed rains. But why would they act this way? The old monk pondered, struggling to understand. If they were truly monsters, what purpose did it serve to waste their powers to summon rain for the kingdom? Monsters were typically ferocious, deriving joy from devouring humans. Perhaps they have come to challenge our Buddhist order, Fa Ming speculated. He recalled the battle against the Tiger Power Immortal, whose formidable powers resembled those of Taoist sorcery, and the ability to summon wind and rain was a skill attributed only to the Taoist sect. With this thought, Fa Ming furrowed his brow. If this were indeed the case, the underlying implications were far from simple. These matters are beyond our concern. I shall relay this information to Ling Mountain, where the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas will decide. Our priority is to leave this kingdom and seek a new place to continue spreading the Dharma, more than engaging in strife. Fa Ming preferred to guide more souls towards Buddhism, sharing the principles of compassion throughout the world. In the darkness, Fa Ming, accompanied by a group of monks, embarked on their long journey. The events in the Xīyóu kingdom were beyond his control. The only action he could take was to convey the situation to Ling Mountain. Upon receiving the news, many Bodhisattvas and Buddhas at Ling Mountain could no longer remain idle, eager to retaliate against the 3 audacious monsters. To make them aware of the consequences of offending the dignity of the Buddhist order, Amitabha, a golden light illuminated Ling Mountain as a bodhisattva descended from the peak. The embodiment of wisdom, Manjushri Bodhisattva. The moment he appeared, the previously chaotic atmosphere fell silent, for he was one of the 4 great bodhisattvas, possessing unparalleled strength and status within the Buddhist realm, capable of influencing its direction. The affairs of the Xīyóu kingdom will unfold as they should. Do not concern yourselves too much, and avoid falling into the trap of prideful disputes. Manjushri's voice resonated with a calming authority, soothing the agitated hearts among the gathered Buddhas and monks. Bodhisattva, the Taoists have clearly provoked us. Should we not seek an explanation? A cautious monk suggested. Manjushri regarded him with a steady gaze before slowly responding. There are deeper implications at play. It may not be the Taoists' doing. You must refrain from complicating matters further. Chapter 59. Parting. Manjushri observed the indignant Buddhas and monks, sighing softly. With the expansion of Buddhism, the order had split into 2 factions. One faction was more moderate, focusing on rigorous practice and devotion, advocating for the salvation of those with affinity, neither supporting nor opposing the expansion of Buddhism. The likes of the ancient lamp Buddha and Amitabha belonged to this group. The other faction, however, was more radical, constantly contemplating how to transform the 3 realms into a Buddhist paradise, even developing coercive methods for conversion, harnessing the power of faith to stir the realms. Maitreya Buddha was a prominent figure among them. As for the Tathagata Buddha, he seemed indifferent as long as the Mahayana teachings were propagated, which allowed the radicals to gradually dominate Ling Mountain. This incident sparked the radicals' ambitions as they perceived a prime opportunity to rightfully encroach upon the Taoist faith. Yet the powerful beings on Ling Mountain understood well that the Taoists were not to be trifled with. The 3 pure ones possessed unfathomable strength. And although they advocated for non-interference, even a cornered rabbit may bite, and the 3 pure ones were certainly not defenseless. Thus, Manjushri stepped forward to quell the discord and prevent the escalation of conflict. The enlightened beings of Ling Mountain were far from foolish. They quickly recognized that the situation had reached a critical point and gradually dispersed. However, the flames that had been suppressed would burn even fiercer upon their next ignition. As the reckoning against the Xīyóu kingdom drew to a close, Lin Fang finally resolved to advance once more, for he had lingered here long enough. Accompanied by several little monsters, Lin Fang cast a final glance at his humble abode, a sigh escaping his lips as a wave of melancholy washed over him. The little monsters, too, wore expressions of reluctance, having grown comfortable in this place. Gu Zhongtong stood before them, tears welling in his eyes as he pleaded, "Brother Lin, must you really leave?" The bond forged during their time together had brought warmth to this orphan, whose heart had long been frozen by the absence of parental love. All gatherings must eventually part ways. Each has their own path to follow. Do not be too sorrowful. You are still young, and our journey is fraught with peril. Unsuitable for you. Lin Fang offered a comforting smile to the grieving boy. Unable to contain his sorrow any longer, Gu Zhongtong's tears streamed down his face, evoking sympathy from those around him. The little fox quietly tugged at Lin Fang's sleeve, yet Lin Fang seemed oblivious. It was not that he wished to ignore the boy, but rather that as a human, Gu Zhongtong deserved a life of his own, rather than following a monster like himself into an uncertain existence. Do not be overly sad. Grow strong and hone your skills. If you become powerful enough one day and still wish to join us, I shall grant you that wish. Lin Fang made a promise. Joy flickered in Gu Zhongtong's eyes as he nodded eagerly, determined to cultivate his strength until his name resonated across the world, ensuring that Lin Fang and the others would easily find him. As the group journeyed onward, Lin Fang turned to the usually stoic white ape beside him and asked, "Can you truly bear to leave Gu Zhongtong behind?" Rare softness graced the white ape's face as he replied, "He must grow. I am an anomaly. I cannot linger in the human realm. A swordsman must be singular in purpose to attain greater strength. What made you decide to accompany me?" The white ape continued, "I wish to see this world and, more importantly, to test my skills against the masters of the realm with my sword." His cold demeanor was momentarily pierced by a flicker of fiery ambition. "Very well, let us set forth." Lin Fang smiled, waving his hand as the group exited the western gate of the Xīyóu kingdom, journeying into the unknown. Gu Zhongtong watched their departing figures, tears cascading down his cheeks as he could not help but cover his face and weep. After a long while, this resilient child stood up, dried his tears, and without looking back, returned to the small courtyard, which Lin Fang had entrusted entirely to him before leaving. Picking up the wooden sword that lay askew in the yard, Gu Zhongtong commenced his daily swordsmanship training. Free from the watchful eye of his master, the white ape, he nonetheless refused to ease his efforts. When he next met Lin Fang and his companions, he was determined to emerge as one of the foremost swordsmen. Gu Zhongtong was not alone in his concern for Lin Fang and his party. Upon witnessing them depart, the three sages stationed at the national teacher's office also exhaled a sigh of relief. Clearly, he exhibited no interest in the rewards bestowed by the Taoist master. Daxi and Luli smiled faintly, previously apprehensive that Lin Fang might meddle, thereby claiming a share of the merits accrued by his brothers. Now, seeing Lin Fang walk away without a backward glance, a considerable weight lifted from his heart. However, Daxian Huli was less optimistic. He sighed softly and remarked, "This individual possesses formidable strength and remarkable insight. His absence may well stem from a conviction that we shall not succeed this time. Brother, you worry too much. Let us not forget that we are entrusted with the life of a true immortal. His words cannot be false." Lin Fang may simply be unaware of the underlying circumstances. Thus perceiving the Buddhist sect as powerful, Daxian Yongli consoled with a grin as he stroked his comical beard. "Let us hope so. Regardless, we are now poised for action. May fortune favor us this time." Daxian Huli sighed, though a sense of unease lingered within him. Far from the bustle of humanity, Lin Fang and his companions finally shed their disguises, revealing their true forms, and began to frolic freely within the dense forest. After such a long absence from the mountains, a sense of nostalgia washed over them. The white ape closely followed Lin Fang, clutching a treasured sword, the remains of one left by the ancient swordsmith, while the other had been entrusted to Gu Zhongtong. Observing the scene before him, Lin Fang could not help but smile knowingly. The group pressed on, traveling day and night. And after several days, they encountered a broad river, its waters surging relentlessly against the banks, creating a cacophony of sound. Bashanhu leaped forward, landing with a side boss. "This river is vast. It seems endless. There's a stone tablet over there." The keen-eyed little fox quickly noted the standing monument not far ahead. Rushing to the stone tablet, Yehei read the words inscribed upon it. Tongtian River, accompanied by 2 lines of smaller script, stretching over 800 miles. Few have traversed it since ancient times. "Boss, this place is called Tongtian River." Lin Fang smiled slightly, recalling that this was the very location where the gluttonous goldfish spirit, fond of consuming young boys and girls, resided. Let us explore upstream, Lin Fang suggested with a grin. Following the flow of the river, the group made their way upriver and soon came upon a temple bustling with incense and worshippers. The temple, resplendently constructed, occupied a vast area and was flanked by bell and drum towers, while a colossal bronze cauldron sat in the main courtyard, enveloped in swirling smoke from the offerings. What a profusion of incense! Little Fox exclaimed, marveling at the temple's vibrant atmosphere, having never encountered such fervent worship on their journey. As they approached the temple's entrance, they noticed a wooden plaque inscribed with the flamboyant characters, Temple of the Great Spirit. The Great Spirit? Who is this deity? I have never heard of his name. Bashanhu queried, puzzled. There's a saying, in every 10 miles, there's a different custom. How many places have you traversed, and how many deities do you truly know? Xīyóu retorted bluntly. I spent my days mingling among the elders. I've heard of many well-known deities, yet the Great Spirit is unknown to me. Bashanhu defended himself. While the two little demons bickered, an incident unfolded within the temple as a man burst forth, cradling a child, with a group of pursuers hot on his heels. Xīyóu, stop! The shouts of the crowd echoed. Ignoring them, the man continued to flee, the child in his arms wailing in terror. Boss, is that a human trafficker? Bashanhu asked eagerly, eager to act heroically. Not likely. Though the child is crying, there's a strong bond between them. It's most likely his own child. Xīyóu assessed as they watched the man named Chun-Yi dart past them, the pursuers panting heavily behind him. Stop! Do you wish to become a criminal in our Chen family village? An elderly man shouted, his face flushed with anger, his breath causing his beard to flutter. Are you suggesting we sacrifice my child to that vile great spirit for a bountiful harvest? Chun-Yi retorted vehemently. Sacrifice is necessary. Only through sacrifice can we regain our peace and prosperity. You're so close to Tongtian River, yet you've never thought of irrigating the fields. Instead, placing your hopes on a brutal monster. How foolish. Silence. Do not slander the deities. The elder barked, glancing around nervously, fearing the Great Spirit might be lurking nearby. Today, you sacrifice my child. Tomorrow it will be your turn. No matter how grand Chen family village is, it will eventually be devoured by this monster. You force me today, and tomorrow you will face the same fate. Chun-Yi shouted in frustration. However, the surrounding young men quickly surrounded him, restraining him. One of them snatched the child from his arms, and the little one cried out in panic, Daddy. Seeing this, Chun-Yi's lips bled as he struggled fiercely. But several strong men held him firmly to the ground. Release me. You too have children. One day, the consequences of today will fall upon you. Chun-Yi, calm down. We cannot contend with the Great Spirit. If he displeases us, snow could fall in June, and then our crops would be doomed, a burly man whispered. Indeed. The Great Spirit is beyond our reach. If he becomes wrathful, our Chen family village will truly perish, they murmured gravely. Chun-Yi, pinned to the ground, pounded the earth in fury until his fists bled crimson. After a lengthy struggle, the strong men finally released Chun-Yi, watching as the villagers took the child away. I know you're in pain, but what can we do? This is our fate, they said, their voices tinged with sorrow as they departed the scene. The sky darkened with clouds, and a fierce wind rose, causing the river to roar. Chun-Yi lay on the ground, tears blurring his vision. His mind flooded with memories of his child's growth. In that moment, the overwhelming sorrow of a father's helplessness engulfed him, and he began to weep uncontrollably. His cries echoed, piercing the air and reaching the temple where the welcoming ceremony for the deity was underway, filling the hearts of those present with profound sorrow. Many cast vengeful glances at the gilded statue of the deity, cursing the wretched monster to perish. Let us all maintain decorum, if this comes to light. It will surely bring disaster upon us, the elder warned, frowning as he issued his quiet command. Though everyone privately condemned the elder's subservience, none could fathom that the first pair of children sacrificed had been his own grandchildren. Yet, what good was their hatred? They were mere mortals, powerless against such a ferocious monster. The heavens seemed indifferent, and despite their prayers and pleas, no response came, leaving them to watch helplessly as their beloved grandchildren met their demise. Who truly understood the depth of his hatred? When all settled down, the elder glanced at the child resting in the offering plate, a flicker of reluctance crossing his face, recalling how his grandchild had once sat innocently in a similar manner, destined to be fed to the monster. Let us go home, the elder said, his voice heavy with despair as he waved his hand, tears slipping unbidden from the corners of his eyes. Everyone departed with sorrowful expressions, many casting sympathetic glances at the child seated at the table, munching on fruit, yet feeling utterly powerless to intervene. A village devoid of children would inevitably lose its vitality. If this continued, the village would march towards its own demise. Xīyóu lay on the ground, indifferent to those around him, his heart brimming with sorrow and anger. Gradually, the crowd dispersed from this place filled with grief and despair, leaving only Xīyóu alone on the ground. Yet, even now, he felt powerless. The altar before the statue contained the magic of the Spirit King, and once it entered that wooden plate, it would never return. Stop crying. A warm voice resonated in his ear. This voice was unfamiliar. Xīyóu lifted his head to see a young man in a Taoist robe, gazing at him with kindness. "Who are you?" he asked cautiously. "I am someone who can help you," came the reply. Upon hearing this, a bitter smile crossed Xīyóu's face. "Do you know what I am facing? You cannot help. Is it not the Spirit King? How about I assist you in rescuing the child?" Xīyóu looked at the young man in disbelief, then sighed. "You should not risk your life on my behalf." Even at this moment, he remained reluctant to involve this innocent young man in his plight. A simple kindness that made Lin Fang feel somewhat ashamed. "I am unafraid. What are you afraid of? Let us go," Lin Fang's voice gently urged. And as Xīyóu looked up, he saw a figure already striding towards the Spirit King's temple. At this moment, his longing for the child compelled him to rise and follow Lin Fang. Several minor demons had already hidden within the pagoda, while only the white ape, transformed into a white-clad swordsman, stood guard at the temple's entrance. "Is there no one inside?" The white ape shook his head lightly. He had confirmed that the temple was empty, save for two lonely children seated at the altar before the statue. Soon, it would be time for the Spirit King to enjoy his offerings of innocent boys and girls. Who would dare linger here, lest the creature's foul mood turn fatal? It was Xīyóu, following behind, who voiced the truth. Although the villagers endlessly praised the Spirit King and made offerings throughout the seasons, everyone was acutely aware that he was a man-eating monster. Lin Fang chuckled at this. "That works well. It saves me from having to face a bunch of unarmed mortals. If they obstruct me, it would indeed be troublesome." As he pushed open the temple door, a towering figure of a general deity came into view. Clad in golden armor and wielding a copper hammer, exuding an aura of grandeur. Below stood a red altar laden with fruits, and at its center rested two lacquered red wooden plates, upon which sat two exquisitely crafted children, indulging in fruit. Upon seeing Xīyóu behind Lin Fang, the little boy in the left plate suddenly burst into tears, incessantly calling for his father. Xīyóu's heart shattered at this sight, and all fear of the Spirit King evaporated as he dashed toward the altar, intent on retrieving his child. However, a transparent barrier emerged from thin air, obstructing his path. The immense force caused him to stumble backward, collapsing onto the ground. "Don't cry, Mau Mau. Daddy-S coming. Daddy-S here," Xīyóu shouted, repeatedly crashing against the barrier. Yet, how could a mortal being breach a barrier forged by magical power? No matter how he battered it, even to the point of bleeding, the barrier showed no signs of yielding. It was no wonder the Spirit King felt so secure. The white ape slowly drew his sword, a fierce aura emanating from him. Preparing to strike, a sharp energy lingered in the temple, causing Xīyóu's hair to stand on end. He glanced at the silent white ape beside Lin Fang and suddenly felt a flicker of hope. However, Lin Fang intervened, stopping the white ape's strike. "Hold on. If you break the barrier, the Spirit King will immediately sense it and arrive here, endangering the lives of both father and son." With that, he stepped forward and extended his hand, and the seemingly impenetrable barrier before Xīyóu appeared to vanish. Lin Fang's hand effortlessly passed through the barrier, lifting the crying boy into his arms. Xīyóu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and only when the child clung to his leg, calling out "Daddy," did he confirm it was indeed his son. "All things in the world are easy once one understands their principles," Lin Fang softly remarked. He had long suspected that the Spirit King was of Buddhist origin, raised in the pond of the Bodhisattva. Thus his magic naturally bore the mark of Buddhism. Lin Fang had dabbled in Buddhist spells through the use of the purple gold bowl and had acquired mysterious Sanskrit, leading him to attempt this, not expecting such favorable results. Regaining his composure, Xīyóu tightly embraced his child, and after a moment, he hastily took his son's hand and knelt on the ground, bowing in gratitude. Lin Fang also retrieved the bewildered little girl from the plate and said, "You take the two children and find a hidden place to hide. Will you not accompany us?" "Taoist?" Xīyóu asked, puzzled. "I must stay here to meet the Spirit King. Besides, if we leave, what will happen to the people in your village?" Xīyóu fell silent, lost in the joy of the moment. He had not considered the consequences. Now reminded by Lin Fang, he realized if the Spirit King discovered the offerings were missing, he would surely fly into a rage, potentially unleashing a flood to drown the village. In silence, Xīyóu observed as Lin Fang produced a white paper figure from his robe and tossed it into the air, gently blowing on it. The figure instantly transformed into the likeness of a little girl, albeit with a somewhat vacant expression. Do you think she resembles this little girl? Yes. She looks exactly the same. Xīyóu exclaimed, inspecting the girl before him and then glancing at his own child. Hearing this, Lin Fang transformed into Xīyóu's child, bouncing around him. Taoist, please do not mock me. Reveal your true form, Xīyóu implored. In this guise, the Spirit King is unlikely to discern any difference. Lin Fang replied in a melodious childish voice. I cannot tell the difference. I cannot. Then it's settled. Now take the two children and hide. I will await the Spirit King here. After giving his instructions, Lin Fang, along with the paper figure of the little girl, stepped into the barrier and sat down in the plate, closing his eyes to meditate. Xīyóu, witnessing this, knelt with the two children, bowing deeply before retreating from the temple. White ape, will you not hide? Lin Fang asked with a smile. I will conceal myself behind the statue. When he arrives, I shall strike him with my sword and test his mettle. The white ape replied coldly, gently stroking his sword, his eyes ablaze with battle spirit. This sword had not tasted battle in a long time. As nightfall descended, darkness enveloped the earth. The temple stood silent. A silver moon rose from the horizon, casting its light upon the celestial river, shimmering beautifully. Suddenly, a figure erupted from the depths of the celestial river, soaring into the sky, stabilizing before proceeding towards the Spirit King's temple. This person bore a face adorned with scales, two long whiskers above his lips, and a rotund figure. He was none other than the Spirit King, who now occupied the waters of the celestial river. Upon descending into his temple, the Spirit King spotted the seated children in the plate and a satisfied smile spread across his visage. Haha, splendid. The people of Chen family village are indeed trustworthy. He chuckled as he entered his temple, gazing at his majestic statue, feeling increasingly pleased, convinced that this was the very likeness of the Bodhisattva's temple, filling his heart with pride. Chapter 62. Pursuit. The Bodhisattva must possess qualities akin to his own. With a satisfied nod, he turned his gaze towards the two children seated at the altar. Indeed, they appeared quite delicate, yet the girl seemed somewhat dazed. Perhaps she had been frightened. The King of Inspiration murmured to himself. It is your unseemly appearance that has terrified my sister, Lin Fang remarked with a chuckle. What a bold little child. Daring to mock me, the great king. Do you wish to be devoured first? A swift death leads to an early reincarnation. I leave it to your discretion. Lin Fang clasped his hands in mock respect. The King of Inspiration felt an unsettling drumbeat in his heart. This sacrificial boy was far too audacious. In the past, I have always feasted upon boys first. Today, however, I shall indulge in the girl first, he declared, his eyes wide and menacing like brass bells. Yet, the two children remained oblivious to his threats. Unable to suppress his fury any longer, he lunged forward, seizing the girl and attempting to devour her, all the while fixating on Lin Fang's expression, hoping to witness fear etched upon his face. He had resolved to savor this moment, relishing the sight of the ignorant boy's despair. However, as he opened his gaping maw, the girl vanished in an instant, transforming into a small paper figure that eagerly leaped into his mouth, swiftly plunging into his belly. With a resounding boom, the paper figure exploded within the King of Inspiration's stomach, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, causing him to collapse to the ground, rolling in agony. Simultaneously, a sharp sword aura surged forth from behind the statue, aimed directly at the King of Inspiration. Since aligning with Lin Fang, the white ape had successfully comprehended sword energy and intent under Lin Fang's guidance, stepping into the realm of sword immortals. His nascent prowess was now formidable. The chilling sword energy instinctively alerted the King of Inspiration to the impending danger. Through sheer will, he leapt upwards, crashing through the roof and soaring into the sky. Nevertheless, the piercing sword intent still grazed his leg, leaving a deep, bone-penetrating wound, and blood rained down from the heavens, staining the temple floor crimson. Lin Fang revealed his true form and dashed out of the temple, followed closely by the white ape. A piercing scream echoed through the air, sending shivers through the villagers hiding within the building. The King of Inspiration's figure plummeted from the sky, sinking into the depths of the heavenly river, eluding Lin Fang and the white ape. How decisive in retreat. Lin Fang sighed. Had the king of inspiration hesitated for even a moment, Lin Fang would have surely captured him. Now he had fled into the river. What could they do? Neither was adept in aquatic combat, and should he dive underwater, they would likely be outmatched. The white ape furrowed his brow. Lin Fang, however, returned to the temple, retrieving a scale that had fallen to the ground. A knowing smile emerging on his face. He turned to the white ape and reassured him, "Do not worry, I have my methods." As they conversed, a shadow stealthily peeked through the temple door, revealing the previously hidden Xīyóu. Hearing the cries and commotion from within, she had returned after securing the two children, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Lin Fang and the white ape. "Taoist, it is such a relief to see you unharmed," Xīyóu exclaimed. "There was no choice. The king of inspiration's fangs were not sufficiently sharp to harm me," Lin Fang replied, jesting with a smile. "What has become of the king of inspiration? He sustained some injuries. He will likely remain hidden in the river for quite some time," Xīyóu said. A hint of regret crossing her face as she thought, if only the Taoist could eradicate this monster entirely. "White ape, we must go," Lin Fang urged, disregarding her thoughts as he beckoned the white ape to follow him outside. "Taoist, where are we headed?" Xīyóu inquired hastily, determined to ensure that the villagers would remain here to eliminate the king of inspiration once and for all. "To the riverbed, of course. The king of inspiration is wounded. If we do not deal with him now, when shall we?" Lin Fang replied matter-of-factly. In Xīyóu's eager gaze, Lin Fang summoned the white ape into the tower and leaped into the heavenly river, vanishing from her sight in an instant. Submerged in the water, though the surface churned violently, the depths remained eerily tranquil, teeming with aquatic life. Lin Fang gently descended to the riverbed, surrounded by aquatic plants and fish. He transformed into a crab, brandishing his large pincers as he boldly navigated the riverbed. The riverbed of the heavenly river was vastly different from the domain of the Dragon King. The biodiversity was far richer, with large predatory fish occasionally gliding by. One such fish, of an unknown species, gazed greedily at Lin Fang's form, its eyes betraying a ravenous hunger. It opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp teeth, ready to feast upon Lin Fang. Unfazed, Lin Fang expanded his form, instantly becoming much larger than the fish, and began to strike its head with his pincers with thunderous force. In an instant, this once mighty predator succumbed to a devastating blow, gradually sinking to the riverbed, where it was soon devoured by smaller carnivorous fish. Meanwhile, Lin Fang continued his brazen stroll along the riverbed. As he traversed through a lush expanse of aquatic foliage, his vision opened up to a magnificent palace, resplendent in gold, shimmering in the darkness of the riverbed, immediately captivating Lin Fang's attention. "This foolish fish certainly knows how to indulge," Lin Fang mused, lifting his pincers as he swaggered towards the palace. Suddenly, a group of beautiful fish demons glided past him. Possessing human-like torsos and fish-like tails, their upper bodies exposed, adorned only by a few small shells, with green hair cascading down to their waists, swaying gracefully in the water. "Have you heard? The king seems to have been injured." "Surely not. The king is formidable. Even the river god was driven away by him. Who could possibly harm him?" The fish demon clearly expressed disbelief. "Absolutely true. I heard someone say the king suffered a grievous wound, deep enough to expose his bones, inflicted by a sword immortal." "A sword immortal? The legendary figure who can sever heads with flying swords? Who else could it be?" "Thankfully, the king possesses immense power. Otherwise, he would not return from this ordeal. You should be cautious. The king is injured and likely irritable. Do not provoke him." "Fear not. I will not enter the inner sanctum. I will not encounter the king." As the fish demons engaged in idle chatter and gradually departed, Lin Fang felt a pang of indignation. "Clearly, my paper figure played the most significant role. Why does all the credit accrue to the white ape?" Chapter 63. Dawn silently trailing behind the group of fish demons, Lin Fang drew closer to the lair of the king of inspiration. He noticed the gates were firmly shut, with numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals stationed, their expressions solemn. "Who goes there?" As the fish demons approached, a loud voice rang out. A shrimp soldier wielding a steel spear questioned them. Upon recognizing the fish demons, the shrimp soldier visibly relaxed. "Ah, it is you lot. Are you unaware of the current situation, brazenly entering the palace?" The shrimp soldier admonished. "Do not be angry, we were unaware of the circumstances." The leader of the fish demons replied, smiling as she seemed to recognize the shrimp soldier, even casting a flirtatious glance his way. "Be cautious, the king is gravely injured. His temper frayed. 2 fish demons have already perished at his hands," the shrimp soldier whispered to the fish demons. What manner of being possesses such power to injure the king so? The fish demon inquired, intrigued by the emergence of such a formidable presence. Who knows? Perhaps it is merely a passing expert. The king is currently hiding at the river's bottom, waiting for this individual to leave. It seems the king was rather careless. Had he remained in the river, he would not have sustained such injuries. After the two whispered to each other, the fish demon, accompanied by her group of sisters, gracefully stepped into the crystal palace, casting a flirtatious glance at the prawn soldier, leaving him utterly entranced. Boss, impressive. I see this fish demon is quite something. I can't believe you have a connection with her, remarked the prawn soldier, his voice tinged with envy. Haha, a fortunate coincidence. Stay vigilant, everyone. Let us not forget that the one who wounded our king is still at large. He may strike again at any moment. Lin Fang, transformed into a crab, wandered around the crystal palace, noting the formidable defenses and the traces of magical formations everywhere. It seemed that the spirit king was genuinely terrified this time. Do you think hiding in there will keep me from dealing with you? Lin Fang murmured as he quietly departed from the Tongtian River. As he emerged from the water, revealing his true form, his eyes immediately fell upon Xīyóu, who anxiously awaited him on the shore. Taoist! Xīyóu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. What are you doing here instead of going home? Noticing the awkward expression on Xīyóu's face, Lin Fang chuckled. Are you curious about the spirit king's fate? Xīyóu nodded, albeit somewhat sheepishly. Lin Fang, with a teasing spirit, inquired, would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? Without hesitation, Xīyóu replied, I want to hear the bad news. Lin Fang was taken aback, surprised by the ease with which Xīyóu made his choice. He reluctantly said, the bad news is that I failed to slay the spirit king. He is now holed up in his lair. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xīyóu's face, confirming it was the worst news indeed, but he quickly asked, what is the good news? Lin Fang grinned. The good news is that I shall not leave until I deal with this fellow. Xīyóu then understood Lin Fang was merely jesting with him. Yet he felt no displeasure. As long as Lin Fang was willing to eradicate the demon, he was more than happy. As dawn approached, the sun slowly rose from the east, casting a golden glow that illuminated the entire Tongtian River. The villagers of Chen family village, having endured a long and harrowing night, prepared with heavy hearts to retrieve the bodies of the two children, for traditionally, the spirit king would leave behind their bones. The villagers formed a long, winding line, with several frail elders at the front, supported as they trembled towards their destination. What a sin! When will such days come to an end? An elder lamented. Lower your voice. The spirit king might be eavesdropping from the river, another warned. Recalling that the spirit king had once conjured a massive wave that submerged all the crops of that year. When they arrived before the spirit king's temple, they were taken aback by the sight. The once majestic structure lay in ruins, its roof shattered with a gaping hole, and crimson blood stained the ground. A suffocating stench of blood wafting through the air. Yet, the children's remains were nowhere to be found. What on earth happened here? An elder murmured, incredulously surveying the surroundings. Where are the children's bones? Someone else asked, searching in vain for any trace of them. At that moment, Xīyóu suddenly appeared with the two children before the crowd. A ghost! Someone screamed, hastily retreating. However, a bolder individual observed closely and declared, it's not a ghost. They have shadows. Folklore states that ghosts lack shadows. And upon seeing the shadows behind the two children, the crowd's fear diminished significantly. What is going on? Xīyóu, what transpired? Xīyóu wore a long-awaited smile, surveying the villagers before solemnly declaring, everyone, we are saved. Then, in the eager gaze of the crowd, he recounted everything that had happened the previous night. Instantly, they turned their attention outward, and indeed, they saw a Taoist standing by the river, exuding an extraordinary aura. We are saved. My child is saved. Someone exclaimed. Kneeling on the blood-soaked ground, heedless of the crimson stains, bowing repeatedly towards Lin Fang. What is this blood? It all belongs to the spirit king, who is now too terrified to emerge, hiding at the riverbed, while the Taoist is devising a method to subdue him. Upon hearing this, hope ignited within the hearts of the villagers, their gazes fixated upon Lin Fang, who did not disappoint their expectations. Suddenly, he soared above the river, his palm revealing a glass pagoda, transforming his jade pendant into a large trumpet. This was no ordinary trumpet, infused with magical power. It could carry sound deep into the sea. Spirit King! Lin Fang shouted with all his might. His voice amplified through the trumpet, reverberating into the depths of the river. At that moment, the Spirit King lay in his crystal palace, nursing his wounds. The sword strike from the white ape had been excruciatingly sharp, leaving him mutilated and still bleeding, for the lingering sword energy prevented his flesh from healing. The thought of that detestable Taoist lingering above while the formidable sword immortal had vanished from sight extinguished any desire to confront them. Who knows if that wretched sword immortal is lurking in the shadows, preparing to strike again. Remember, no matter how much they provoke us from outside, do not go out. Guard the entrance. Chapter 64. Exorcising the demon. While the Spirit King commanded his defenses, Lin Fang's voice rang in his ears. For reasons unknown, a wave of agitation surged within the Spirit King, and he instinctively felt the urge to respond. However, his mind suddenly cleared, and he recalled hearing from the Bodhisattva that there existed a treasure in this world. Should one respond, they would be drawn in. He quickly suppressed that impulse. Your Majesty, someone is calling your name, said a fish demon attending him, oblivious to the situation. With a thud, a delicate figure was flung aside, crashing against the crystal palace wall, instantly mangled and bloodied. In his turmoil, the Spirit King executed the fish demon mercilessly, ending her life in an instant. Yet, Lin Fang's calls continued to intensify, making it increasingly difficult for him to refrain from replying. Observing the lack of change from above, Lin Fang realized the Spirit King must be aware of the circumstances. Sighing inwardly, indeed, one could see the wisdom from Guanyin. However, this did not imply he was without measures. A smile crept across Lin Fang's face as he muttered, "It is your own fault for consuming everything indiscriminately. Do you think my offerings are so delectable?" Just as he finished speaking, Lin Fang focused his mind, and the fragments of the paper figure that the Spirit King had consumed suddenly ignited, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain throughout the Spirit King's body. Unable to endure any longer, he let out a wail and instinctively acquiesced to Lin Fang's summons. A terrifying force enveloped him, and the Spirit King cried out in alarm, reflexively clutching a pillar of the crystal palace. However, this power was relentless, refusing to relent until it had claimed him, causing the entire palace to tremble precariously. At that moment, a group of fish demons entered, witnessing the bloodied remains of their fallen comrade, and the Spirit King struggling against the overwhelming force. A look of hatred etched across their faces. The Spirit King had killed many of their kind in his recent fits of rage, their grievances deeply ingrained in their hearts. Despite his might, no one dared to oppose him. But now, witnessing his downfall, they could no longer contain their resentment. They drew their daggers and launched an assault on the Spirit King's arms, which clung to the pillar. "You wretched creatures, how dare you harm me?" The Spirit King roared in fury, his terrifying aura causing the fish demons to tremble, many dropping their daggers in fear. He is already at death's door. What is there to fear? If we could truly fight back, would we still be standing here? The leading fish demon glared at the disheveled King of Inspiration with palpable ire. Suddenly, the crowd comprehended her words. Indeed, given the King of Inspiration's temperament, had he been able to act, they would have long since become mere corpses. They hastily picked up the daggers scattered on the ground and launched another assault on the king. "Wretches, you shall not meet a good end. Once I am free, I shall rend your bodies to pieces." A flicker of fear crossed the King of Inspiration's face as he began to scream in madness. "Then wait for your fate in hell," cried the leading fish demon, striking his hand with a dagger. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, forcing the king to relinquish his grip on the crystal palace's pillar. Instantly, he was yanked from the surface by a powerful suction. A flash of light enveloping him as he was drawn into the glazed pagoda, imprisoned at its base. Upon witnessing this, Lin Fang erupted into laughter, disregarding the crowd's prostrations as he ascended into the clouds, heading north. The King of Inspiration had been deliberately released by Guanyin, now that he had taken action against him. It was likely that the Bodhisattva had sensed the disturbance. If he did not depart now, he would soon find it impossible to escape. In the Nanhailuajia mountain, Guanyin, deep in meditation, suddenly furrowed her brow, sensing that the mark she had left on the escaping goldfish had vanished. Hastily, she calculated its whereabouts, yet the heavens appeared chaotic, as if myriad rays of light obscured her vision, rendering her unable to see clearly. Could it be that someone from the Buddhist sect has intervened? Guanyin murmured, for her calculations revealed that the golden light carried a sense of compassion, clearly belonging to the Buddhist realm. Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, the relic enshrined in the second level of Lin Fang's pagoda emitted a radiance, enveloping the entire glazed pagoda. Lin Fang, upon noticing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Without this relic, he would have hesitated to confront the King of Inspiration. The masters of the Buddhist sect were not to be trifled with, each an expert in the intricacies of karma. A single misstep could lead to being traced. Lin Fang sighed inwardly. Yet, This time he had cleverly exploited the mark left by Guanyin within the King of Inspiration. Otherwise, capturing him within the pagoda would have been exceedingly difficult. Reflecting on this, Lin Fang chuckled. The foolish fish had indeed drawn the short straw. Since his paper figure had absorbed that mysterious Sanskrit, it had acquired a wealth of information, enabling Lin Fang to deduce numerous Buddhist spells. Meanwhile, the so-called foolish fish found itself in a mysterious realm, enshrouded in darkness, devoid of orientation, a realm of chaos. However, upon raising its gaze, it beheld a blazing sun overhead, radiating an unbearable heat that made its aquatic nature uncomfortable. "Release me," shouted the King of Inspiration. "I am a servant of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Should you slay me, prepare for the Bodhisattva's wrath." The king exaggerated his significance before Guanyin, hoping to intimidate Lin Fang, yet received no response, his words sinking into silence. "Cursed thief! If you possess any valor, let me out so we may fight honorably, relying solely on your magical artifacts. What sort of hero are you?" The King of Inspiration continued to curse, hoping for a reply. Yet Lin Fang remained unresponsive. The space at the base of the pagoda was inherently isolated from the other levels, and even if the king screamed his lungs out, Lin Fang would not hear a whisper. Ironically, his outcry awakened the slumbering beast of calamity within the space. Since the sun had appeared, the creature, formed of countless insects, had hidden itself in slumber, conserving its vitality. Now, stirred from its sleep by the king's cries, the beast, long deprived of flesh and blood, erupted into a frenzy. In an instant, it charged towards the King of Inspiration with astonishing speed, its immense force sending the king sprawling. As he fell, the king coughed up blood. Acutely aware that something was amiss in this realm, as time passed, his magical power began to wane, and with the arrival of such a formidable beast, his heart sank further into despair. Yet before he could ponder further, the beast of calamity lunged at him once more, intent on devouring this life before it. Chapter 65. Escape. A life-and-death struggle unfolded in the space of the glazed pagoda. Nevertheless, the King of Inspiration was a demon king capable of ruling a realm. He unleashed his magical power without reservation, summoning massive waves that appeared from thin air, transforming the environment and creating a lake. Alas, the space remained chaotic, and the water he conjured was dwindling. He plunged into the water, knowing the beast of calamity was no adept swimmer, thus it could only linger outside. The mysterious forces within the space incessantly drained their powers, compelling both parties to avoid prolonged conflict. As days passed, they each took a breather, silently guarding their respective territories. Days later, in a forest over 1,000 miles north of the Tongdian River, a handsome young Taoist emerged from the thicket, glancing around and exhaling in relief. "How careless of me! To think such a formidable force could trace my whereabouts," Lin Fang murmured, gently brushing off the leaves and twigs from his head. In recent days, he had experienced unparalleled desolation, relentlessly pursued by the Buddhist sect, with nowhere to turn, facing life and death. If not for his cunning, he would have likely been captured and returned to Ling Mountain by now. As his spiritual energy surged, Lin Fang gradually relaxed. The karmic ties had been obscured by the relic, and this time, they would find it exceedingly difficult to locate him. His inexperience had led him astray. At that moment, he focused solely on shielding himself from heavenly calculations, forgetting that the Buddhist sect excelled in the path of karma, allowing them to track him through those connections. Fortunately, his reputation was not prominent, and the pursuers were merely average guardians and monks, or else he would have been doomed. The thought sent chills down his spine. Scanning the glazed pagoda, he noticed several minor demons and a white ape, all bearing injuries. In the direst moments, these beings had risked their lives to protect him. While their efforts might have been insufficient, they alleviated Lin Fang's sense of loneliness and despair. The most perilous moments had passed, and at last, his companions could catch their breath. Transforming into a bird, Lin Fang soared freely through the dense forest, yearning to unleash his joy and song after being relentlessly pursued. Just as he departed the area, a pair of Buddhist soldiers arrived, led by a guardian and the monk Fa Ming, who had previously made a name for himself in the state of Chaji. "The karmic connection has been severed. What a cunning thief!" the guardian exclaimed angrily, employing his artifact to sense the surroundings but yielding no results. "This thief is exceedingly sly. It seems he knows not the meaning of dignity, exhausting us along the way. Time and again, he slipped through our grasp, and now he has vanished into this vast green sea. Given his shape-shifting abilities, it may be nearly impossible to capture him. Umadba, this demon is slippery, having obscured the karmic ties, it will be difficult to trace his whereabouts, Fab Ming sighed softly. This pursuit had been an opportunity bestowed by his master, a chance to redeem himself by bringing the one who had desecrated the Buddhist treasures to justice. However, it had proven far more challenging than anticipated. We cannot simply abandon this, otherwise we shall become the laughingstock of Ling Mountain, the guardian declared, his eyes aflame with determination as he spoke to Fa Ming. Since the Buddhist sect began its expansion, he had been at the forefront, thus earning renown within Ling Mountain, gradually becoming a rising star. Yet, as the saying goes, the larger the tree, the more it attracts the wind. With his sudden rise to prominence, many envied him, eagerly awaiting his downfall. Now, with the pursuit failing, he could already envision the scornful faces of his rivals upon his return to Ling Mountain. Therefore, he was unwilling to concede until the final moment. Fa Ming sighed softly. Unlike the guardian, he did not harbor such fervent obsession. However, after being toyed with by Lin Fang multiple times, he felt a twinge of indignation and agreed to continue searching through the dense forest with the Buddhist soldiers. Not far from their location stood a grand tree, within which lay a delicate and translucent glass tower nestled in its hollow. Lin Fang was currently resting on the first level of the tower, surrounded by several exhausted little demons. We finally managed to deceive this bunch, Ba Shanhu said, somewhat nervously. However, he quickly became exuberant, grasping Xīyóu's hand and exclaiming, I never expected there would come a day when I, Ba Shanhu, could say I fought against the Buddhist monks and survived. After all, the Buddhist sect is among the top powers in the three realms, and achieving such a feat would certainly mark one as a formidable figure among the demon clan. For a little demon who dreams of becoming a demon king, this beginning felt almost fantastical. Take it easy, I still have wounds on my arms. What's the fuss about? If it weren't for the boss standing in front, would you have had the chance to strike? You only defeated a few Buddhist soldiers. What is there to be proud of? I did manage to give that guardian a good hit, Xīyóu retorted, gesturing to his own hand. Hearing this, Lin Fang smiled faintly. Things were not as simple as they claimed. In that battle, their group had nearly perished. Ba Shan, who was left on the brink of death, and Xīyóu had almost lost an arm. It was only through Lin Fang's utmost effort and cunning that they had carved out a path to survival. What of the white ape? Lin Fang asked the silent little fox beside him, curiosity piqued. He's on the second level, the little fox replied quietly, though his spirits seemed low, appearing somewhat despondent. Lin Fang ruffled his hair, understanding it was due to witnessing the fox demons among the Buddhist soldiers who had become mere puppets of the sect, reminding him of his own grandmother, hence his demeanor. Do not worry. One day we will rescue your grandmother, Lin Fang said solemnly. The little fox nodded slightly, fully aware of the challenges ahead. The Buddhist sect had only revealed the tip of the iceberg of their power, and their group could only flee in haste. Extracting his grandmother from the mountain of spirits amidst countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas would be no small feat. Lin Fang offered a word of comfort before heading to the second floor. This knot in the little fox's heart could only be unraveled by himself. No one else could assist. The second floor felt particularly spacious, with a golden relic enshrined on a table, radiating a golden glow. The white ape sat in front of the relic, legs crossed, with his beloved sword resting on his lap, seemingly in a meditative state. If the support from the little demons was merely spiritual, the white ape represented tangible combat strength. Since he comprehended the path of the sword immortal, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his swordsmanship was fearsome. Countless Buddhist soldiers had fallen by his blade, and even the guardian had sustained injury from him. How do you feel? Lin Fang asked with concern. During the previous breakout, the white ape had sliced through several foes, tearing apart the encirclement, but it had drained his spirit, leaving him unconscious. Lin Fang had no choice but to place him beside the relic, hoping the aura of this Buddhist treasure would nourish the white ape's spirit. I feel excellent. I've come to understand that the path of the sword immortal is about seeking life through death. Only those swordsmen who endure the trials of life and death have the chance to ascend to the pinnacle of sword immortality. The white ape turned his head, his eyes opening to reveal two beams of sword light that shot forth before dissipating 3 inches away, filling the air with an intimidating sword intent that sent chills down one's spine. The spirit of the sword immortal must be tempered like a blade, continually refined through life and death. Lin Fang listened, taken aback. No wonder it was said that sword immortals were unparalleled in the 3 realms. This method of cultivation was exceedingly extreme. Most people could hardly endure it. Even Lin Fang pondered that it bordered on self-torture. It seems you've gained quite a lot this time, Lin Fang exclaimed involuntarily. At this point, A rare smile broke through the white ape's usually stern expression. He pointed to the relic on the table, saying, "The Buddhist sect indeed possesses remarkable items. This relic holds traces of causality. In my exhausted state, I sense the hidden laws within it, perhaps with time. I could learn the sword technique to sever the ties of causality." Severing causality, now that sounds impressive. It is well known that causality is invisible and intangible. Yet it is intimately connected to everyone. It is rumored that the primordial heavenly sovereign is the origin of all causes. But when it comes to utilizing the path of causality, the Buddhist sect excels above all. If the white ape could truly comprehend such a sword technique, Lin Fang would feel much safer in the future. After completing any task, he could have the white ape sever causality with a strike, though the imagery felt somewhat peculiar. After resting in the glass tower for several days, Lin Fang finally regained his composure, shaking off the fatigue from their earlier frantic escape. Meanwhile, as time passed, the number of Buddhist soldiers in the forest diminished significantly, indicating that the guardian and others had concluded he had departed from the area. It was time to step outside for some fresh air. "Who among you wishes to go out for a while?" Lin Fang asked with a smile. Yet, to his surprise, none of the little demons responded, not even Ba Shan, who usually relished wandering about. How strange. Has the sun risen in the west? Not a single soul wishes to go out. Lin Fang exclaimed, astonished. He scrutinized the group closely and found they genuinely had no intention of venturing out. "I want to train diligently. When I encounter those Buddhist monks again, I will ensure they regret it." Ba Shan, who declared, waving his arm energetically. Yes, I want to train too." Xīyóu nodded in agreement, astonishingly united in their sentiments. But the little fox, looking somewhat glum, said, "I want to rescue my grandmother." Lin Fang sighed softly at this, realizing he would likely have to venture out alone once more. With a swift motion, he exited the glass tower, appearing beneath a great tree, startling a nearby rabbit that was grazing, causing it to flee in panic. In its frantic escape, it collided with a tree and promptly fainted. Lin Fang approached, lifting the unconscious rabbit and examining it, muttering, "What a plump rabbit. Am I not just waiting for it to come to me?" He chuckled as he tossed the rabbit into the glass tower, pleased with the prospect of a feast that night. After several days of travel, Lin Fang began to notice something amiss. Flashes of light occasionally flickered in the sky, revealing individuals riding various magical artifacts. They all seemed to share a common destination, and their incessant movement piqued Lin Fang's curiosity, prompting him to follow the direction of the light. In less than half a day, Lin Fang stumbled upon a small town concealed by a magical formation. Upon entering the formation, the scenery transformed instantly. The once dense forest vanished, revealing a bustling town filled with people. Interesting. Lin Fang's interest was piqued, and he smiled as he stepped into the town, eagerly surveying his surroundings. He soon realized that everyone here possessed some level of cultivation, making it a marketplace exclusive to practitioners. The shops lining the streets sold not ordinary goods, but a variety of rare materials and herbs, even cultivation techniques. However, it seemed they did not accept mundane items. Transactions were conducted through bartering or with a currency known as spiritual shells. These shells resembled ordinary shells but contained the most gentle and nurturing magical energy, capable of replenishing anyone's magical power, thus becoming a medium of exchange. "It seems I need to acquire some currency." Lin Fang sighed inwardly. Without money, he could hardly progress. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a marketplace exclusive to practitioners, and with so many wonderful items available, it would be a shame not to purchase anything. Thus, he sought someone for directions and soon found himself in front of a magnificent tall building. This was a wooden pavilion, with intricate patterns and a solid structure indicating it was made from extraordinary wood. Above the entrance, 2 soaring dragons were carved, and a plaque with golden edges bore 3 grand characters, Treasure Pavilion. Lin Fang strolled into the Treasure Pavilion, where he was promptly approached by a strikingly beautiful mermaid. With a gentle tone, she welcomed him. "Esteemed guest, welcome to the Treasure Pavilion. Please, do not hesitate to let me know if there is anything you require." The mermaid, possessing a keen eye for potential clientele, immediately recognized Lin Fang as a significant patron and had already resolved to employ all her skills to ensure a satisfactory experience. As her performance this year depended heavily on him, Lin Fang, however, expressed his surprise. "A mermaid? I did not expect to find one of your kind on land. I have heard that you seek refuge under the protection of the Dragon Clan. Who would dare to bully you? Such discerning guests are rare indeed. And it is no secret that this treasure pavilion is originally established by the Dragon Clan. Our esteemed position is entirely due to the support of His Majesty the Dragon King," the mermaid replied, her expression revealing a hint of astonishment. This information was considered a closely guarded secret within the cultivation community. Those who were aware of it were either of noble lineage or possessed formidable strength. Lin Fang had learned of it through the words of the great immortal Huli, never expecting to witness it firsthand today. I see now. All those treasures from the old Dragon King are due to this connection. Lin Fang chuckled. No wonder the treasures from the Dragon Palace seem inexhaustible. They have such a golden goose. The mermaid was taken aback, realizing that Lin Fang dared to refer to the old Dragon King in such a familiar manner, confirming his formidable status. Chapter 67. Shopping. As a result, her demeanor grew even more respectful. Lin Fang, with a casual wave of his hand, let several large sacks tumble to the ground, causing the mermaid to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Exchange all of these for spirit shells, he commanded, opening the sacks. The mermaid found them filled to the brim with water-repelling pearls and other treasures native to the Dragon Palace. She glanced up at Lin Fang, her mind racing with the thought that these might have been acquired through a robbery of the Dragon King. Noticing Lin Fang's enigmatic smile, the mermaid shivered, fully aware of the adage that the more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. Are you sure you want to exchange all of them? Isn't that a bit excessive? She asked nervously, her gaze darting away from him. Excessive? Perhaps it is, Lin Fang mused, before retracting several sacks and leaving only one. He pointed, then let us exchange these. As Lin Fang left the treasure pavilion with satisfaction, the mermaid watched his retreating figure, discreetly wiping the sweat from her brow, finally releasing a breath of relief. Faced with someone who might have robbed a Dragon King, the pressure was indeed considerable for her kind. She turned back into the pavilion, heading straight to the second floor to relay Lin Fang's information to the Dragon Palace. Far away in the East Sea, A.o. Guang abruptly stood from his seat upon receiving the mermaid's message. He scrutinized the details, picking up an image sent from the Buddhist sect, depicting a handsome Taoist with a faint smile. Is it truly him? Should I sell this information to the Buddhist sect? The old Dragon King murmured to himself. After deliberation, he decided it was best not to provoke such a ruthless individual, fearing that one day he might come knocking at his door, especially since tensions between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect were escalating. Resolutely, A.o. Guang destroyed the information received from the mermaid and called for fine wine, resigning himself to a day of despondency. Meanwhile, Lin Fang had embarked on a shopping spree. With his newfound wealth from the spirit shells, he carelessly tossed anything intriguing into the glass tower. Silk spun from spiritual silkworms, excellent for crafting golden ropes. This stone is fascinating. It emits mist, perfect for creating magical artifacts. Purchased. These spiritual herbs are fine alchemical materials. I shall take them as well. His exuberance soon drew the attention of several townsfolk. In the shadows, a man with a long scar on his face greedily observed Lin Fang's silhouette, murmuring, "What a plump sheep. Too bad this town has rules against violence." He hurriedly approached Lin Fang, and as he neared, he feigned an accidental brush against him, only to find Lin Fang unresponsive, seemingly oblivious to his presence. "My apologies," he said, feigning contrition. "No worries, just be careful when walking in the future," Lin Fang replied, slightly furrowing his brow, his expression indicating displeasure. The two exchanged a brief encounter before vanishing into the crowd, while the man found himself with a strand of hair, unbeknownst to him. "With this, I shall see how you escape my grasp," he muttered, his eyes glinting with greed at the thought of Lin Fang's riches. Swiftly, he disappeared from the town, making his way to a discreet cave. "Is Lady Wu here?" he called cautiously within the cavern. A rustling sound echoed in the dark, as if countless venomous creatures were crawling forth, sending chills down the man's spine. "Ah, it is you. Scarred Tiger, what brings you to seek me today?" A raspy voice emerged, accompanied by two glowing green eyes in the shadows. Before long, the cave was illuminated by a torch, revealing an elderly woman, stooped and with dry, yellowing hair, surrounded by a large vat filled with various venomous insects and toxic herbs, emitting a foul stench. Scarred Tiger instinctively covered his nose, feeling embarrassed as he lowered his hand upon seeing the old woman's weathered face. "I have a significant business opportunity one wish to discuss with you, Lady Wu," Scarred Tiger said with a smile. "Oh, a plump sheep caught your eye, I presume? But how does this concern me? Are you perhaps interested in tasting the concoction in my vat?" Lady Wu replied with a sinister smile. "Please, do not jest, for I must confess that my target is a noble young master." Scarred Tiger emphasized the words "noble young master." Upon hearing this, a complex expression crossed Lady Wu's aged face, a blend of tenderness and cruelty. In her youth, she had fallen for a young noble in this very town, only to be discarded as a mere plaything after the initial sweetness wore off. Following this betrayal, she transformed, acquiring a terrifying array of skills that enabled her to poison and curse the entire family of her heartless lover, resulting in her own grotesque appearance. From that day forth, she took pleasure in ruthlessly slaying any noble young master she encountered, convinced they were all unfaithful. Lost in her memories, she finally asked, "What manner of noble young master are we speaking of?" "Exceptional in demeanor and generous in spirit," Scarred Tiger replied. Lady Wu's gaze sharpened, locking onto Scarred Tiger. "It seems you have procured a personal item of his?" "Indeed, this is his hair," Scarred Tiger said, presenting the strand he had taken earlier. "This will suffice. Just to clarify, I expect half of the spoils," Lady Wu coldly remarked. Scarred Tiger, taken aback by her audacity, hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. Knowing the power of her silent and deadly curses, which were undetectable even to those reputed to ascend to the heavens, such methods were most suitable for dealing with individuals of influence. They agreed to act after Lin Fang departed from the town, recognizing the necessity of maintaining their livelihoods within the community without drawing undue attention. Meanwhile, Lin Fang handed a spirit shell to a limping man who appeared to be in his 40s, his face etched with the lines of hardship. As he sold salvaged materials in the town, observing the man's wares, despite their worn state, Lin Fang deemed them of good quality and decided to purchase them. The limping man had never encountered such a generous patron, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. With these spiritual treasures, his child would possess ample resources for cultivation. Chapter 68. The Schemes. He could find a reliable master to transform his life, escaping the perilous existence he currently endured. "Speaking of the quality of your materials, they are quite impressive. Where did you acquire them?" After handing over the payment, Lin Fang casually inquired. To his surprise, the man revealed a look of astonishment and replied, "Young master, you are unaware?" "Unaware of what?" Lin Fang questioned. "Isn't the young master here for the relics of the Xīyóu sect?" the limping man retorted. Lin Fang smiled, and the man, understanding, realized that this noble young master was perhaps merely wandering, thus patiently explained, "A few days ago, a brilliant light erupted 100 miles from the town. Upon investigation, it was discovered to be the site where the Xīyóu sect had once fallen." "Xīyóu sect? I am afraid I have never heard of this sect," Lin Fang admitted. The limping man cast a surprised glance at Lin Fang, thinking to himself, where did this noble young master come from, living in such luxury yet unaware of the Xīyóu sect? Could he have run away from home? Nevertheless, considering the money at stake, he patiently continued. The Xīyóu sect was once renowned, having produced countless ascended masters. For reasons unknown, they fancied the idea of ascending to the celestial realm as a whole. I do not know where they procured the essence soil, but they transformed their entire sect to enable their ascent. Unfortunately, this angered the Jade Emperor, who dispatched the 9 heavens, Xīyóu, to cast the entire sect down to the mortal realm. Thus, a once mighty sect vanished, with only a few disciples escaping to the heavens. For years, people have searched for the fallen side of the Xīyóu sect, but to no avail. Just recently, however, a radiant light ascended from that very location, revealing it to be the site where the Xīyóu sect had plummeted from the 9 heavens. Lin Fang finally understood. The fleeting figures he had seen in the sky were indeed connected to the relics of the Xīyóu sect. After all, the Xīyóu sect was the foremost sect of its time, and even the simplest of items from there would suffice for people like us. Thus, many are eager to venture into the ruins for a stroke of luck, and I obtained these materials from within. It must be perilous inside, is it not? Lin Fang inquired solemnly. The man pointed to his severed leg and replied, "This leg was broken inside. You cannot fathom the dangers within." The souls of the Xīyóu sect members remain trapped in the ruins after death, transforming into vengeful spirits and malevolent beings, each possessing formidable powers. Many have already lost their lives there. If you wish to explore, I advise against it. That place is rather sinister. Lin Fang nodded with a smile. Yet he resolved to investigate the ruins regardless. Shortly after he departed the town, Scarface Tiger had already noticed his movements and hurried to Witch Zhongyang, excitedly exclaiming, "Let us act. That young man has left the town's borders." A cruel smile spread across Witch Zhongyang's aged face as she retrieved a small straw doll from her bosom, adorned with a mysterious talisman seemingly inscribed with blood. At the doll's center was hair taken from Lin Fang. She placed the doll upon a mysterious altar, letting her hair down and performing an odd dance around it, as the flickering flames filled the cave with an enigmatic aura. As Lin Fang walked along the path, he suddenly felt dizzy. At that moment, The relic within the luminous tower radiated brilliance, and a dark shadow flew from Lin Fang, disintegrating into ashes in the air. A curse? Lin Fang murmured. Ever since his collision with Scarface Tiger, he had been anticipating a counterattack, but he never expected such a method would be employed against him. It appears these cultivators should not be underestimated. They possess formidable techniques. Following the causal link, Lin Fang pursued the origin of the curse, developing a keen interest in this type of sorcery. Meanwhile, within the cave, Xīyóu watched in horror as her meticulously crafted straw doll spontaneously combusted to ashes, causing her to spit out blood. The backlash of the curse had struck her. Who is he? How could he so easily dispel my curse? She thought, her disheveled hair framing her face as she fixed her gaze on Scarface Tiger, desperate for answers. I do not know who he is. Only that he acts with great generosity. Could it be that his benefactor has intervened? She speculated. It is highly likely. His backing is extraordinary. Able to effortlessly nullify my curse. For safety's sake, we cannot remain here. Xīyóu hastily declared, her expression a mixture of reluctance and sorrow as she surveyed the cave she had inhabited for so long. Yet, having dealt with the noble young master previously, she understood that offending him meant incurring an unending vendetta. Families would relentlessly pursue her to uphold their dignity and honor. You must compensate me for this loss, or I shall ensure our conflict remains unresolved, she warned Scarface Tiger angrily. Scarface Tiger, wearing a bitter smile, slapped his own face in frustration for provoking the wrong person. Aware of Xīyóu's formidable nature, he could only plead, rest assured, I will repay your loss in full. I merely ask for a few days' grace. As they engaged in this exchange, footsteps echoed at the cave entrance. Xīyóu immediately called out in alarm, who goes there? Just as she finished speaking, Lin Fang entered slowly, alone, his face adorned with a radiant smile as he addressed them. So, it appears the two of you have been plotting against me. Shall we settle our accounts now? It is you. How dare you come here alone? Scarface Tiger's face broke into a grin, astonished that this noble young man had ventured without his subordinates. Perhaps he could take him hostage. However, Xīyóu understood well that such a person would not arrive alone. He likely had a host of skilled allies concealed nearby. Determined, she resolved to seize the first opportunity to escape. But Scarface Tiger could not afford to wait. He aimed to capture Lin Fang before his subordinates arrived, thus gaining leverage. He acted first, drawing a short dagger from his cloak and lunging at Lin Fang with swift, silent precision, the blade glinting as it sought to pierce Lin Fang's flesh. Chapter 69, The Transformation. Yet, a moment of despair struck Scarface Tiger as his sharp dagger failed to breach Lin Fang's skin, as if a thin barrier enveloped him. With a mere wave of his hand, Scarface Tiger collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Lin Fang turned to the panicked Xīyóu, offering a smile he considered benevolent. Now, let us discuss the grievances between us. At that moment, Xīyóu harbored a desire to eliminate Scarface Tiger, for this was no ordinary noble young master. He was clearly a powerful figure in disguise. Scarface Tiger, blinded by his ignorance, had mistaken him for a mere dandy. Esteemed elder, we did not recognize your greatness. Please show mercy and spare us this time. Xīyóu immediately groveled, kneeling in supplication. Lin Fang scoffed, recognizing their cowardice. Had he truly been an easy target, the outcome would have been dire. From where did you acquire your curse technique? At this, a flicker of hope ignited within Xīyóu, and she hastily retrieved an ancient tome from her robe, its title faded and illegible. Lin Fang opened it gently, discovering it contained methods for poison crafting, cultivation, and curses. With a smile, he embraced the books and cast a glance at the self-satisfied witch and the unconscious Scarface Tiger. Lin Fang summoned the glazed tower, and with a mere thought, a tremendous force drew the two into the tower. Moments later, they materialized in the space at the base of the tower. Given their level of power, Lin Fang felt no need to call them by name. It was time to investigate the ruins. Lin Fang mused, setting fire to the cave before departing, leaving it entirely scorched. At that moment, the witch stared blankly at the surrounding chaos, abruptly realizing that the individual she had provoked seemed to be a transcendent being. Such methods were unheard of. She raised her head to see a massive sun floating in the sky, distant yet still emanating a terrifying heat. Where are we? The underworld? Scarface Tiger inquired. As he rubbed his dizzy head, he scanned the surroundings, noting the chaotic scene punctuated only by the blazing sun in the distance, the scorching aura causing him to sweat profusely. He looked at the witch with a puzzled expression, hoping for answers. I don't know. That senior captured us with a magical artifact. This must be the space within it, she replied, a hint of fear in her voice. A magical artifact? Space? Scar-faced Tiger gaped, slapping his own face in disbelief, realizing he had foolishly crossed paths with someone formidable. He internally cursed, wondering why that senior preferred to play the fool, masquerading as a debauched heir. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fang had adopted this guise to evade the pursuit of the Buddhist sect. As the two conversed, their presence stirred the dormant beast of calamity, which awakened with a silent roar and raced toward them, following the trail of their energy. When the grotesque and ominous creature appeared before them, they wasted no time in fleeing aimlessly. In the pitch-black world, it seemed they had lost all sense of direction. Forced to choose randomly, while the beast's speed increased, its ominous aura echoing ominously in their ears. At that moment, a golden light of Buddhist radiance emerged before them, igniting a flicker of hope deep within their hearts. With all their strength, they dashed toward the source of the light. Upon entering the golden glow and feeling its divine cleansing, they suddenly burst into tears, forgetting even the relentless pursuit of the beast of calamity. In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon them, and they recognized that life was but a fleeting moment, all desires mere illusions. Looking up, they beheld a magnificent golden Buddha nearby, radiating resplendent light that seemed to guide them, providing a sanctuary for their souls. "We offer our devotion to the Buddha," they exclaimed, joining their hands in prayer. Kneeling on the ground with sincerity, within the golden light, a white paper figure adorned with mysterious Sanskrit scratched its bald head before resuming a seated posture. Outside the golden glow, the beast of calamity roared in frustration, unwilling to let its prey escape. But at that moment, the quietly burning sun unleashed a terrifying flame, obstructing the creature's advance and forcing it to retreat to its lair. With the two's newfound faith, pure belief began to flow ceaselessly toward the seated paper figure, and a faint aura of Buddhist light flickered across the entire glazed tower. Is it possible? Lin Fang murmured to himself, realizing his paper figure had always been somewhat peculiar, especially after consuming that strange Sanskrit, resulting in remarkable changes that even he could not fathom. To his astonishment, he had managed to brainwash these two vicious individuals, transforming them into fervent followers of the paper figure, continuously supplying it with faith. In the future, he thought, he could send any similar individuals to the paper figure and witness what transformations would arise. Lost in contemplation, the ruins came into view. A crowd had gathered around a massive lake, pointing and chatting, with individuals frequently emerging from the depths, treasures in hand, inciting envy among the onlookers. Lin Fang had not anticipated that the entrance to the ruins lay at the lake's bottom. However, judging by the crowd, many had already ventured inside. "I heard the Xīyóu sword sect has entered," someone remarked, their voice soft yet clear enough to reach everyone's ears. "With a major sect like the Xīyóu sword sect inside, what chance do we have?" Another voice protested loudly. After all, this place was predominantly populated by independent cultivators. One person interjected, "If we don't go in soon, we might miss out entirely. If you all wish to wait, then be my guest. I shall proceed first." As soon as the words left their lips, a figure leaped into the water, disappearing from sight. Like a stone creating ripples, countless others followed suit, jumping into the water as if they were dumplings. Humans are prone to follow the crowd. Seeing so many enter, they assumed it would be safe for them as well, especially with a renowned sect leading the way. However, Lin Fang keenly observed that among the crowd, some individuals wore smug smiles, stealthily concealing their presence. Interesting, he mused. It appeared that there would be a spectacle to behold within the ruins. With a smile, he transformed into a carp and leaped into the lake, beginning his descent toward the depths. The lake was quite deep, and Lin Fang swam for quite some time before reaching the bottom. Along the way, he noticed several figures racing downward, none paying heed to the small fish he had become. Chapter 70. The Xīyóu sword sect. Lin Fang was at ease, calmly swimming deeper until he reached the entrance of the ruins. Before him, a massive stone tablet leaned against a stone pillar. The faded characters of Xīyóu sect etched upon it, whispering tales of past glory. Beside the stone slab, a dark passage exuded a chilling aura of resentment, marking it as the entrance to the ruins. A crowd had gathered at the entrance, hesitating to enter, gripped by the terrifying aura that sent shivers down their spines. Lin Fang, however, was undeterred. He flicked his tail and dashed into the passage. "Did you just see a fish swim in?" One guard at the entrance exclaimed in astonishment. "Impossible. The resentment is too strong. Any creature would avoid it, let alone rush in." "You must have seen it wrong," another scoffed. "But I clearly saw a red carp go in." The first insisted, still puzzled. Meanwhile, the fish they spoke of had already entered the ruins, revealing its true form. Traversing the passage, Lin Fang found himself in another world, an ashen sky, pitch-black ground, and the haunting echoes of anguished cries enveloped him, rendering the atmosphere ghostly. Yet, amidst this despair, some resilient plants thrived. Blood-red grass extended tendrils to ensnare passing animals, while rabbits sporting pink flowers on their heads bore crimson fruit, which, when consumed, proved fatal to them. Birds of prey occasionally soared overhead, their cries chilling as they bore grotesque human faces. The entire realm exuded an eerie and distorted essence, yet paradoxically thrived with vitality. A space that should have perished was teeming with life. Lin Fang scooped a handful of soil, feeling the unique power within, so vibrant and rich, embodying the essence of nurturing. It seemed that the legends of the Xīyóu sect obtaining the mythical soil of life were indeed true. Only such soil could possess this profound and life-giving force. Lin Fang mused, resolute in his intention to acquire this precious soil, for it was a rarity even among the three realms. While he observed this strange world, a tree adorned with human heads began to shift its roots, stealthily extending blood-colored branches toward Lin Fang's back. However, at the moment Lin Fang encountered the bizarre tree, flames suddenly erupted from its branches, swiftly engulfing its entire form. The tree emitted a haunting shriek, and the severed head hanging from its branches seemed to come alive, spewing forth a torrent of vile curses. In a short while, the cacophony of blasphemies gradually faded, the flames subsided, and the once formidable tree was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a blue orb that emanated a peculiar aura, quietly resting amidst the remnants. Curious, Lin Fang picked up the orb and examined it, soon realizing its extraordinary nature. It harbored immense spiritual power capable of replenishing one's essence. It is well known that the essence is among the most challenging forces to restore, making this orb immensely valuable. Moreover, this orb served as an exceptional material for crafting artifacts, particularly enhancing the creation of illusions. It seemed that this harvest would not be insignificant. Observing the peculiar creatures that occasionally emerged, Lin Fang wore a gentle smile. These were indeed treasures. In stark contrast to Lin Fang's elation, the other individuals who had entered the ruins appeared rather disheveled, due to the spatial nature of the environment. Outsiders felt utterly out of place, inciting the animosity of the local beings almost immediately. Consequently, the unknowing newcomers suffered fatal blows upon entering this realm, with many losing their lives. Fortunately, a few fortunate souls managed to find a way out of this perilous locale, yet the majority met their demise. It dawned on the crowd that they had unwittingly become the vanguard in someone else's scheme. However, it was already too late. The mechanisms within the ruins seemed to alter with the increasing number of entrants, making escape far more challenging than scaling the heavens, as the exit could now appear anywhere. Among them, one group stood out distinctly, a cohort of young men and women, each exuding a striking presence, clad in azure robes adorned with a blooming blue lotus motif. Those familiar with their attire recognized them as members of the Blue Lotus Sword sect. At that moment, they exhibited no signs of panic, wielding their swords with calm composure as they traversed the perilous ruins. "Senior brother, how vast is the Xīyóu sect?" inquired a younger disciple with curiosity. The senior brother, possessing an exceptionally handsome countenance that radiated maturity, replied softly, "The Xīyóu sect was once the foremost sect of its time, boasting deep roots. In their quest for ascension, they extensively scavenged rare materials to create this space, aspiring to elevate it to the heavens. Such ambition is only natural." "Impressive," the young disciple exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration. "But what good is it if they were struck down by the Nine Heavens Fairy? Instead of diligently cultivating to attain ascension, they foolishly sought shortcuts, daring to dream of elevating the entire sect. Truly mad," scoffed a tall man disdainfully. "Junior brother Qin, tread carefully with your words. We are in the ruins of the Xīyóu sect. We should show respect for the deceased," admonished a coldly beautiful woman standing beside the senior brother. Although junior brother Qin felt a twinge of resentment upon hearing her words, he chose to remain silent. At that moment, countless shadows suddenly emerged from the blood-red ground, their bodies shrouded in black, obscuring their features. Two piercing red eyes glowed ominously, enveloped in an aura of resentment and boundless hatred as they surged toward the group with a furious roar. "These vengeful spirits again. It never ends." Junior brother Qin muttered under his breath, yet his actions were swift, his sword slicing through the vengeful spirits, causing them to dissipate into nothingness. However, these spirits seemed inexhaustible. with new ones continually rising from the depths, overwhelming the Blue Lotus Sword sect members, who were forced to fight while retreating. Senior brother, this cannot continue. It seems these creatures are endless. The junior brother exclaimed, worry etched upon his brow. The senior brother frowned deeply. He possessed treasures that could extricate them from this predicament. But those were only to be used in dire emergencies. Utilizing them now would jeopardize their expedition, and he felt a pang of reluctance. Chapter 71. The Harvest. Just then, it appeared as if the surging vengeful spirits had encountered a nemesis, retreating in a frenzied panic, disappearing from sight in mere moments. The group stood in awe at the vacant ground before them, feeling as though everything before had merely been a nightmare. Shortly thereafter, a young Taoist clad in a robe ambled over from another direction, strolling leisurely as if in his own garden. Strangely, not a single vengeful spirit accompanied him. However, the senior brother of the Blue Lotus Sword sect grew suddenly tense. In such an environment, the ability to walk unscathed and without any signs of battle was evidently abnormal. Under his vigilant gaze, the Taoist smiled gently at them and continued on his way. Senior brother, why not engage this young Taoist in conversation? The junior brother asked, taken with the young man's charming appearance. Young Taoist? My foolish junior brother, that man could very well be old enough to be your ancestor, scoffed junior brother Qin, his tone dripping with disdain. Surely not. He looks so youthful. The junior brother replied incredulously. The senior brother nodded gravely. Do not be deceived by his appearance. This ruin is fraught with peril. Anyone who can traverse it alone without harm is either an omen of misfortune or a formidable predecessor. Yet, when faced with such an ambiguous figure, the senior brother chose the most prudent approach, to maintain a respectful distance. After all, they had the prestige of the Blue Lotus Sword sect, which would likely earn them some regard from even the most formidable individuals. As they watched the Taoist's retreating figure, the junior brother remained skeptical, unable to reconcile the notion that someone who appeared hardly older than himself could possess such prowess. The young Taoist, walking ahead of the group, chuckled to himself. It seems I have frightened them off. They dare not approach. What a pity. Such excellent disciples have eluded my grasp. The Taoist was, in fact, Lin Fang. Since discovering the value of this space, he had been traversing its depths, specifically seeking out formidable entities. After several encounters, he had amassed quite a collection of orbs. Unfortunately, those creatures grew wise, retreating upon sighting him. Reluctantly, Lin Fang turned his attention to the wandering vengeful spirits. After all, his little paper figures required devoted followers, and the power of faith could bolster the strength of his glazed tower. Thus, the vengeful spirits found themselves unfortunate, as upon first contact, Lin Fang would capture them and transport them to the luminous region at the base of the tower. There, a gentle beam of light would dissolve their grievances, leading them to sincerely convert and praise the paper Buddha with benevolence etched upon their faces. In less than half a day, the once desolate luminous region teemed with followers, each seated in meditation, chanting praises to the paper Buddha, which rendered the figure even more majestic and solemn. The continuous influx of faith energy flowed through the paper figures, enhancing the glazed tower, which shimmered brilliantly. Within the tower, the little fox and others beheld this astonishing scene, as the little paper figure, once seated on the offering table, suddenly radiated resplendent golden light, transforming into a dignified Buddha, surrounded by countless devoted followers, startling the trio of little demons into exclamations of awe. After all, they had just recently escaped the relentless pursuit of the Buddhist sect, and their injuries had only recently healed. But Shanhu and Xīyóu sprang into action, shielding the little fox behind them. As a grand sound of chanting resonated throughout the glazed tower, immersing the trio in an atmosphere reminiscent of the sacred mountains. At that moment, the dignified Buddha seated upon the lotus platform inexplicably reached out to scratch his backside. A single action shattered the previously solemn atmosphere, leaving it utterly disrupted. The three little demons finally felt reassured, realizing it was merely the paper man causing mischief again. Why is this paper man so irreverent? Complained the little fox. But Shanhu and Xīyóu nodded in agreement, both sharing the sentiment that this paper man often engaged in bewildering antics, leaving them puzzled as to why their usually composed leader would possess such a whimsical creation. In the outside world, as countless vengeful spirits entered the Xīyóu tower, even the most audacious souls felt a twinge of fear, instinctively avoiding Lin Fang. Wherever he appeared, they chose to retreat with great caution. Consequently, Lin Fang abruptly found himself idle within this ancient site, where even the supernatural beings seemed to recoil in his presence. Perhaps it would be best to head to the mountain gate of the Xīyóu sect sooner rather than later, Lin Fang mused, somewhat bored. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the blood-red earth, a strikingly handsome man with silver hair let out a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, "At last, I have quelled his curiosity. Otherwise, the accumulated energy of millennia would be squandered." His gaze lingered ahead, where a white divine dragon was ensnared in the air by peculiar chains, emanating magical energy that flowed into a bizarre altar adorned with mysterious runes, shimmering with light. As the illumination flickered, a brand new vengeful spirit would emerge from the altar, akin to a production line, operating at an astonishing speed, which explained why those on the ground felt overwhelmed by the seemingly endless procession of spirits. Suddenly, a burst of light flashed, and he turned to see another group of individuals entering the ruins. However, these were clearly not ordinary wanderers. They were all clad in crimson garments, seemingly stained with blood, exuding a palpable aura of malice, unmistakably the work of those who had taken countless lives. "How intriguing," the man murmured. "But that's fine. All I seek is death." Meanwhile, Lin Fang had arrived at the once majestic mountain gate of the Xīyóu sect, where towering structures now lay in ruins, devoid of life. The expansive plaza was overgrown with crimson weeds littered with white bones. The remnants of disciples clad in azure garments embroidered with clouds, unmistakably the attire of Xīyóu sect members. As Lin Fang treaded upon the land of the former prominent sect, the sound of crunching bones echoed beneath his feet, a testament to the passage of time that had rendered even the bones brittle. Goodness! The Xīyóu sect had quite the number of disciples, Lin Fang thought to himself in astonishment. Having traversed the arduous path of the journey to the west, he recognized it as the most challenging route in the three realms, fraught with demons and monsters, each more formidable than the last, resulting in a scarcity of human practitioners in the area. Chapter 72. Traps. After all, those daring enough to venture here often became fodder for the very monsters they sought to confront, solidifying the journey to the west as a forbidden zone for practitioners, seldom approached by anyone. As Lin Fang continued on his journey, he had never encountered so many practitioners before, which explained why humanity was referred to as the protagonists of the heavens and earth, their numbers far surpassing those of the demon tribes. Alas, it seems that fate has ever been difficult to question. So many lives extinguished merely for defying the heavens. Lin Fang shook his head in lament. Sighing as he passed through the plaza, Lin Fang was taken aback by the cold indifference of the celestial deities. Before him stood a tall wooden pavilion, intricately engraved with runes, remarkably preserved despite the passage of time. At its center hung a wooden plaque inscribed with the words "Transmission Pavilion." As Lin Fang stepped inside, a golden barrier materialized, seemingly intent on obstructing his progress. With a slight smile, Lin Fang summoned his magical energy, shattering the barrier effortlessly, and entered the pavilion to find rows of meticulously arranged bookshelves, the preservation of the transmission pavilion exceeding his wildest imaginings. Summoning the three little demons, they gaped in awe at the sight before them. "Incredible! So many books!" the little fox exclaimed, unable to contain its admiration. Among fox demons, reverence for scholars has long been ingrained, and the sheer volume of books before them elicited awe. "What good are they? They can't be eaten," Ba Shanhu scoffed. Suddenly, Xīyóu leaped up and delivered a punch to Ba Shanhu's head, chastising, "All you think about is eating. Didn't the boss say that books are the ladder to human progress?" Ba Shanhu, nursing his head, retorted, "You just said they are a ladder for humans. Not for me. What does it matter to me?" Xīyóu was momentarily at a loss for words, glaring fiercely at Ba Shanhu, knowing that questioning the boss was simply unacceptable. "These are all cultivation techniques and spells. Perhaps they could be of use to you," Lin Fang said with a gentle chuckle. At this, the eyes of the three little demons sparkled with newfound hope, eager to enhance their abilities. Instantly, Ba Shanhu, previously listless, became invigorated, determined to transport every single book back to the Liuli Tower. "You need not carry them. Just remember their order. I will collect them, and you can organize them later. There are even greater treasures ahead, so we must not linger here." Once the little demons confirmed their understanding, Lin Fang manifested the Liuli Tower in his palm. And with a thought, the books were drawn into the tower. The white ape sat cross-legged, resting his sword upon his lap. Hearing a commotion, he watched as countless bookshelves were absorbed into the tower, filling the second level to capacity, and he sighed, returning to the nurturing of his sword. Meanwhile, as Lin Fang and his companions assessed their gains, the members of the Qinglian sword sect, who had encountered Lin Fang previously, found themselves in dire straits. Not long ago, members of the Blood Robe sect had launched a sudden ambush, catching them unprepared, resulting in the deaths of several brothers. Now, only the eldest brother and sister remained to protect the younger disciple, albeit with injuries of their own. Blood Robe sect, you are truly despicable, a woman shouted in fury. Of course, since you have labeled us as a demonic sect, it would be a waste of our reputation not to act in a despicable manner. Sneered a man with words etched upon his face. Brother, let us strike. Their means of escape must be exhausted by now. We should eliminate them swiftly to avoid prolonged complications, he urged. You are correct, the man nodded in agreement, looking at the Xīyóu sword sect's eldest brother, who was secretly crushing a jade talisman. He declared, there is no need for stealth. Since we have chosen to act, we will ensure your final message does not escape. Otherwise, why would we send those fools into this ruin? The eldest brother raised his head to find the sky shrouded in red mist. Realizing it was a method employed by the Blood Robe sect to obscure information, a glimmer of despair creeping into his heart. He knew this tactic could not last long, but the time it afforded could very well lead to their demise. As the members of the Blood Robe sect drew closer, he gritted his teeth and suddenly pushed his younger sister and brother back, plunging into the midst of the enemy, his magical energy surging, causing him to expand dramatically. Not good. He intends to self-destruct. Quick, take cover, the leader shouted, and the crowd scattered in panic. Eldest brother, the younger disciple cried out in despair, only to be firmly held back by the sister beside him. This icy woman, now with tears in her eyes, understood that her brother was sacrificing himself to buy them a chance at survival, and they had to seize the fleeting moment he had created. Thus, she grasped the younger disciple's arm and used a technique to vanish from the spot. A tremendous explosion resonated, echoing through the ruins. As colossal waves of wind swept across the surroundings, turning countless flora and fauna to ashes amidst the violent energy, a tempest reverberated within the remnants. And as the detonation subsided, a massive crater marred the earth. Many members of the Blood Robe sect, caught unawares, succumbed to the blast, spewing blood in their desperation. Cursed, seethed the leader of the Blood Robe sect, his rage palpable. He cast a glance in the direction of the fleeing duo, gritting his teeth as he commanded, pursue them. We must ensure the complete annihilation of the Xīyóu sword sect here. Meanwhile, the two survivors emerged from the depths, beholding the entrance of the Xīyóu sect, their intended destination. What should have been a moment of unbridled joy now felt hollow, for they were but two amidst the numerous brothers who had once stood by their side, now reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Sister Xīyóu, our senior brother met a tragic end. The younger disciple lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. Xīyóu, this is not the time for tears, Xīyóu admonished. The Blood Robe sect will not spare us. We must find a hiding place quickly. The distress signal has been sent out. Although they have masked it with secret techniques, it will only delay the inevitable. If we can hold on a little longer, our elders will come to our aid and vanquish these scoundrels of the demon sect. Nodding resolutely, the young disciple began to mature through this brush with death. Collecting his emotions, he gazed at the scene before him. This is the Xīyóu sect, Xīyóu remarked, walking alongside him, her heart heavy as she surveyed the desolate remnants of what was once a thriving sect. Indeed, this is the Xīyóu sect. Chapter 73, the strike once the foremost sect. Now reduced to this state, it was difficult not to feel a pang of sorrow, compounded by their own dire circumstances. Fortunately, they were still alive, and soon their spirits rallied as they hurried towards the sect's interior, hoping to find refuge. Shortly after their departure, the members of the Blood Robe sect arrived at the same site. Observing the stillness of the sect, they revealed expressions of delight. This is where our search ends. And without effort at that, who would have thought these two would lead us straight to their lair? The leader laughed heartily. Search for traces, they are wounded. And with your skills, it won't be difficult to track them. One of the members utilized a spell, his eyes turning crimson, and soon pointed in the direction the two had fled. They went that way, the leader proclaimed, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Pursue them, capture them, and that little lady is yours to do with as you please. At this declaration, the others exchanged lewd glances. The one among them spoke up anxiously, Brother, I want that little fellow. The group turned to him in surprise, taken aback by his peculiar taste. Before long, they cornered the fleeing pair at a nearby pavilion, their faces alight with wicked glee. You run quite swiftly, but your blood aura has betrayed your position, the leader taunted. In his mind, he calculated the slaughter of these Xīyóu sword sect members, envisioning himself rising to prominence within the Blood Robe sect, soaring to greatness. Xīyóu, recognizing the depravity in their eyes, steeled herself for a fight. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, the heavy door of the pavilion creaked open, revealing a young Taoist priest emerging. He gazed at the standoff with surprise. Am I perhaps interrupting? Should I go back inside? Lin Fang smiled, taking a step back toward the pavilion. Zhao's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. The blood-robe sect members were unaware of Lin Fang's formidable prowess, but she had witnessed his power firsthand. He was a figure feared by countless vengeful spirits. Halt! Who are you, and what brings you here? One of the members demanded. I am but an ordinary Taoist. Fortunate by chance, Lin Fang replied nonchalantly. The blood-robe sect scrutinized him, their doubts evident. The leader, abandoning his previous arrogance, adopted a courteous demeanor. It is a rare occasion to meet a fellow practitioner. May I ask your name? He inquired, mentally cataloging renowned figures within the cultivation realm, yet failing to recognize this one. A nameless individual, insignificant, Lin Fang continued to smile. During their exchange, the leader discreetly signaled his companions. He ultimately resolved to retain Lin Fang, suspecting that only a true master could possess the ability to rejuvenate. If not, this youthful appearance was likely a mere facade. The others subtly fanned out, blocking all avenues of escape for Lin Fang. Attack! With a single command, they lunged forward. Confident that even a disguised master would fall before their numbers, provided a true master was not present. The brilliance of spells erupted before the pavilion. An array of magical assaults directed at Lin Fang in the center. The leader mused, could he truly be so frightened as to remain motionless? Yet, in the next instant, darkness enveloped them, and they found themselves in a mysterious realm. A blazing sun hung high, its searing heat causing their skin to ache. Suddenly, a monumental chant resonated in their ears, and upon looking up, they beheld a sacred land not far away. A colossal Buddha sat in meditation atop a great height, surrounded by countless devotees, each seated in reverence, reciting verses in praise of the Buddha, their expressions a blend of compassion and solemnity. Where are we? One of the blood-robe sect members stammered nervously at the sight before them. Yet, the only response was the continued chant, leaving them in a profound silence. Devoid of answers, they had little time for contemplation, as their arrival had awakened the insatiable beast of calamity, a creature that had slumbered for ages. Now stirred by the scent of the blood-robe sect's presence. Run! The leader shouted, initiating a frantic flight. The moment he laid eyes on the beast of calamity, a sense of doom washed over him. This creature, unlike any he had encountered, emanated an aura of dread, its cold malice igniting deep-seated fears within him. A piercing scream echoed as one unfortunate soul, lagging behind, was devoured in a single gulp, the taste of flesh inciting the beast's ferocity, prompting its instinctual haunt. Cries of terror erupted as the survivors fled towards the radiant light, clinging to the hope that the benevolence of the Buddhist realm would spare their lives. Unbeknownst to them, they soared over a lake, and suddenly, a massive red carp leapt from the water, its gaping maw aimed directly at them. You wretched creature! Even you dare to bully me! One member of the blood-robe sect shouted in anger, invoking a spell that coalesced into a blood-red sword aimed at the carp. The blood-robe sect was adept in spells related to blood and flesh, giving them a formidable advantage against most beasts. A strike from that blood sword would turn flesh into putrid liquid. Yet, as the blade approached, the red carp merely opened its mouth, channeling its own magic to obliterate the sword. A demon! One member exclaimed, realizing that it had transcended mere beasthood, now possessing both wisdom and power. A being far beyond their capability to contend with. However, since the King of Inspiration chose to act, it was unthinkable for him to return empty-handed. With a flash, he appeared beside the few individuals, swiftly plunging them into the lake. Moments later, the water was stained red with blood, and dark shadows began to surface. The surviving few, witnessing such a scene, turned pale, astonished by the voracious appetite of the creature, which had devoured several of their companions in mere moments, seemingly intent on claiming their lives as well. Chapter 74. Elixirs. A tremendous noise erupted behind them. It was the beast of calamity charging forward. Without a moment's hesitation, the remaining survivors unleashed their blood escape technique, sacrificing their own essence to flee for their lives. Yet, the King of Inspiration and the beast of calamity showed no signs of relenting, relentlessly pursuing them. The anguished cries of the fallen echoed around, and the number of survivors dwindled, constantly tormenting the minds of those who remained. Under such immense pressure, one individual finally succumbed to despair. A disciple of the blood-robe sect, in a fit of rage, charged toward the King of Inspiration and the beast, initiating a self-detonation. The violent shockwave swept through the area, However, it had no effect on the two formidable entities, as the disparity in power was insurmountable. As the three remaining individuals stepped onto the ground illuminated by Buddha's light, tears streamed down their faces. The harrowing experience of near-death instilling in them a profound appreciation for life. The beast of calamity and the king of inspiration halted their pursuit. Gazing at the three who had escaped into the radiance of the Buddha, they looked up at the blazing sun and, in a moment of rationality, chose to withdraw, having satisfied their hunger for the time being. With the nightmarish figures retreating, the three breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing into the void. The melodious chanting of Zen reached their ears, drawing their attention. The sound seemed to possess a unique power that compelled them to draw nearer. They found themselves instinctively walking toward the center of the sacred ground, where they beheld an imposing Buddha. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, they were struck by the weight of their sins, realizing that only through earnest prayer at the feet of the Buddha could they seek redemption. In mere moments, the three disciples of the blood-robe sect, notorious for their heinous deeds, transformed into the Buddha's most devoted followers, seated at the Buddha's feet, reciting scriptures with expressions that mirrored those surrounding them. Outside the glazed tower, the two fortunate survivors stared in shock at the unfolding scene. Just moments ago, the disciples of the blood-robe sect had exuded menace, yet in the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed in this world. The younger disciple gaped in disbelief, as if trying to swallow a salted duck egg whole. Sister Xīyóu was the first to regain her composure, solemnly bowing to Lin Fang, saying, "Thank you for saving our lives." Lin Fang regarded the two before him, pondering for a moment before responding, "Ah, it is you too. The change in numbers is so drastic that I hardly recognized you. Our previous encounter was brief." Amidst the grand procession of the Qinglian sword sect, now only these two remain, a stark reminder of the unpredictability of fate. Lin Fang's words struck a chord with the two, and upon recalling their senior brother who had willingly sacrificed himself to protect them, their expressions turned somber. "What are your plans now?" "We have no plans, merely waiting for the elders to arrive and inform them of what transpired. The blood debt of this massacre must be avenged by our Qinglian sword sect," Sister Xīyóu replied, her face etched with determination. "Why not accompany me to explore this relic? I happen to require your assistance with certain matters." The two were taken aback, for this mysterious elder possessed unfathomable strength, and they could not fathom what aid they could provide. Lin Fang, unfazed, continued, "It is nothing significant. I merely lack knowledge of many materials and elixirs. Being from a renowned sect, you should be more familiar with them. Rest assured, I will compensate you." Sister Xīyóu quickly interjected, "Senior, since you have saved our lives, there is no need to speak of compensation. We will share all we know." "Haha, then follow me." With that, Lin Fang led the two into the pavilion. As soon as they entered, a fragrant aroma enveloped them, the scent of elixirs lingering even after all this time, hinting at their extraordinary value. The two curiously surveyed their surroundings, spotting a massive alchemical furnace at the center, flanked by two meditation cushions, with towering wooden cabinets adorned with intricate runes. Numerous small drawers adorned the cabinets, each presumably containing elixirs. The younger disciple curiously opened one drawer, only to be met with an empty space where the elixirs had once been, having long since vanished with time. "It seems the elixirs have dissipated due to the passage of time," Sister Xīyóu sighed. The faint aroma she sensed had quickened her essence, a testament to the elixir's former rarity. Alas, even the most precious of items could not withstand the ravages of time. Despite protective formations, most had faded into the air. Lin Fang smiled, opening another drawer, asking, "What do you think this elixir is?" The two stepped forward and discovered a solitary elixir resting within, emanating a delicate fragrance. Though its size had diminished, it had survived the ages. Sister Xīyóu carefully inhaled its scent and examined it, finally stating, "If I am not mistaken, this should be the renowned Qīling pill, capable of purifying the soul and diminishing inner demons, though it has been lost to history for many years. It is astonishing that one still remains here." They soon encountered several other rare elixirs, many of which had vanished from the cultivation realm. However, most held little value for Lin Fang, as he had already surpassed the so-called ascended beings, rendering these elixirs mere curiosities to him. What Lin Fang truly valued was the wisdom embedded within these elixirs. He had learned much of alchemy from Ling Xūzi and pondered the methods of Lao Jun. Having consumed golden elixirs, his accumulation of knowledge was already sufficient. By studying these elixirs, he could grasp the essence of alchemical processes, paving a path toward mastery, and perhaps in a few years, he would become a grandmaster alchemist. Thus, While the harvest was not extensive, he found joy in the endeavor, silently reflecting on the brilliance of past wisdom. Despite the distortions in the path of cultivation, the flames of human ingenuity continued to inspire awe. Collecting the remaining elixirs, Lin Fang glanced at the furnace quietly resting in the center. Senior, I have seen this furnace in the sect's texts. It is said to be the legendary 9-Qi Xin Huang furnace, the premier furnace for alchemy. Utilizing it can enhance the potency of elixirs by nearly 20%. It is indeed a rare treasure. The younger disciple, who had a penchant for miscellaneous literature, recognized the furnace. Chapter 75. The turn of events. Lin Fang examined the furnace closely, increasingly pleased with his find. It was indeed a remarkable item, renowned even within the cultivation realm, worthy of being treasured in the heavenly courts. As he contemplated the path of alchemy, the arrival of this furnace was serendipitous. With a thought, he stored the furnace within the glazed tower, placing it on the 3rd level. He retrieved several elixirs and presented them to the two, saying, as promised, "Here are your rewards." Sister Xīyóu, looking at the elixirs Lin Fang offered, hesitantly waved her hands, saying, "Senior, we cannot accept this. We hardly aided you. Take them." "They hold little value for me," Lin Fang insisted. The two individuals were filled with extraordinary joy as they secured the elixirs in their possession, carefully placing them into a jade vial. These were long-lost potions, capable of yielding numerous valuable rewards upon their return to the sect. Following Lin Fang's departure from the attic brimming with elixirs, their adventure continued. The journey was uneventful, with even the vengeful spirits that had previously haunted them now vanished without a trace, creating an atmosphere akin to a leisurely outing for Zhao Shiji and her companion. As Lin Fang walked ahead, a smile gradually appeared on his face. His instincts were not mistaken. It seemed as though invisible hands were orchestrating the entirety of this relic. However, it appeared that these forces were deliberately avoiding interference from him. While they progressed, a sudden burst of light revealed a mysterious passageway before them, filled with potent spiritual energy. "Is this the entrance to the legendary secret realm of the Xīyóu sect?" Zhao Shiji murmured. The secret realm? It was said that the Xīyóu sect, in their quest for ascension, had acquired the mythical substance known as the Xīyóu through unknown means, using it as the foundation to construct a realm of their own, said to be a world unto itself. Zhao Shiji recounted the knowledge she possessed. "If that is the case, let us venture inside and witness for ourselves what this fabled realm holds." Lin Fang stepped boldly into the secret realm, with Zhao Shiji and her companion quickly following. After all, what could be more comfortable than adventuring with a capable ally? With no dangers apparent, their gains would certainly be substantial. As Lin Fang and the others entered the secret realm, deep within the earth of the relic, a mysterious figure let out a sigh of relief and murmured, "At last, I have sent him away. Now, it is time to proceed with the plan." A glimmer of excitement crossed the figure's face as they chanted an incantation, causing violent tremors to shake the relic, making the entire space quiver as if the very ground were alive. Simultaneously, 9 blood-red stone pillars erupted from the ground, each intricately carved with a dragon beast. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that these 9 dragon beasts represented the 9 offspring of the dragon: Xīyóu, Yazi, Chaofeng, Puyao, Swanni, Bishi, Bilian, Fushi, and Chiwen. The dragon beasts seemed vividly animated, while the bases of the pillars were adorned with complex runes exuding an aura of mysterious power. The moment the 9 pillars stood erect in the space, all who had entered the relic felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, akin to a mountain pressing down, causing many to bend under its weight. Countless vengeful spirits reveled in this moment, surging forth from the ground with gleeful expressions, transforming the entire area into a realm of phantoms. "What is this ghastly sight?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the relic had morphed into a slaughterhouse for the spirits, with the intruders rendered mere lambs awaiting the harvest. Faced with the imminent threat of life and death, many individuals unleashed their hidden potential, igniting spells across every corner of the relic. Yet, all efforts proved futile. When prey falls into the trap of the hunter, all struggles are in vain. The 9 dragon-carved pillars imposed a state of suppression upon the entire space, their formidable force rendering each person's magical power seemingly stagnant. Even with all their might, the spells they cast were only half as potent as usual. The relentless tide of vengeful spirits, however, appeared unaffected, moving freely within the space and continuously reaping lives. A dense, sanguine aura began to pervade the atmosphere, imbued with a maddening power that tugged at the hearts of the survivors. Many were unable to resist this force, succumbing to madness and launching indiscriminate attacks upon one another. A bloody frenzy ensued, blood soaking into the earth, flesh transforming into sustenance, and bones paving the way for a grand sacrificial ritual. The spirits reveled upon the ground, with rivers of blood slowly flowing towards the 9 dragon pillars, causing the dragon beasts atop to awaken, unleashing terrifying roars that echoed into the heavens. The horrifying spectacle reached those outside the relic, who suddenly became aware of the chaos within. They all looked skyward, witnessing the once azure sky above the lake now shrouded in ominous crimson clouds, a malevolent presence saturating the air. The relic was in turmoil. It dawned upon everyone present. Many felt a sense of relief for not succumbing to greed and entering the relic, realizing that given the current turn of events, the situation inside was likely dire. After all, it was once the foremost sect, and even if it had been cast down by the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens, it would not be so easily extinguished. There must be hidden contingencies. Those who had ventured inside were surely facing mortal peril, some remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. This group, filled with cowardice, hesitated to risk their lives within the relic, yet now they were fervently discussing the misfortunes of those who had entered, as if to justify their own timidity as wisdom. At that moment, a flash of sword light sliced through the sky, capturing everyone's attention. A strikingly handsome middle-aged man appeared, standing atop a flying sword, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the lake bed. What a formidable sword energy! Who is this individual? Hush! You don't recognize him? That's Dao Sanxing from the Qinglian sword sect. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd. Heavens, how did this harbinger of calamity end up here? Wasn't he supposed to be in secluded meditation, contemplating the path of ascension? Perhaps you're unaware, a large group of disciples from the Qinglian sword sect entered the relic earlier. And judging by the current circumstances, they may not be making it out alive. They might already be dead. The speaker chuckled. For those like him, wandering cultivators often harbored disdain for the disciples of prestigious sects who basked in the finest resources for cultivation. This jealousy, rooted in human nature, made the misfortunes of disciples from renowned sects a source of enjoyment for them, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Just then, several more flashes of sword light appeared, revealing more members of the Qinglian sword sect. A man boisterously declared, "Sanxin's sword light is indeed much swifter than ours." To their astonishment, it was Lin Fang, who had also arrived, indicating that events within the relic were unfolding in ways unknown to them. Those in the know murmured with intrigue. I heard he's the next leader of the Qinglian sword sect. If even he has come, could it be that there exists some extraordinary treasure within the relic? Don't forget another possibility. Remember how the Qinglian sword sect is often referred to. The speaker shuddered at the realization, recalling the sect's notorious reputation as a band of sword fanatics. They were infamous for their vendettas, and thus, it was equally plausible that they had emerged seeking retribution. Are Zhao Shui and Xiang Xinghuan's soul lamps still intact? Dao Sanxing inquired coldly. The soul lamps remain. They should still be alive. However, it appears that the relic has encountered a disturbance, making entry rather difficult, Lin Qingyan replied, furrowing his brow. Regardless, since the message conveyed by the wind before its demise indicated that the blood robe sect was involved, they shall pay for their blood debts. After concluding his conversation with Lin Qingyan, Dao Sanxing bellowed, "Blood robe sect scoundrels, come forth." His voice resonated with a peculiar power, as if piercing hearts with the precision of a blade. Suddenly, several figures within the crowd bolted in panic. A cold smile crept onto Dao Sanxing's face as he unleashed a wave of sword energy, causing those fleeing figures to collapse, writhing in agony as their arms were severed, blood pouring forth onto the earth. Tell me, where are your comrades now? His chilling voice echoed like the frigid winds of winter, sending shivers down spines. This time, it was Brother Shou who led the team. We know nothing else. He has since taken his men into the relic, leaving us behind to keep watch. The fallen individual on the ground is not one of integrity. He has disclosed everything he knows in detail. Dao Sanxing's face was filled with murderous intent as he surveyed his surroundings, hoping to locate more remnants of the blood robe sect. Everyone around him trembled with fear, apprehensive of this sword-wielding madman going on a rampage. Fortunately, the Qinglian sword sect is still a righteous faction, incapable of indiscriminately slaughtering loose cultivators. Even with Dao Sanxing's intense bloodlust, he ultimately refrained from acting. At that moment, a dense aura of blood surged forth from the ruins. The blood robe sect. Upon witnessing the pulsating blood energy, Dao Sanxing immediately associated it with the blood robe sect, as utilizing blood energy is a hallmark of this cult. However, something felt amiss. It should not be the blood robe sect, as the nature of this blood energy seemed peculiar. Everyone heightened their vigilance, after all. The Xīyóu sect had once aspired to ascend as a whole, indicating potential hidden schemes. Lin Fang, ever composed, remarked, "This is indeed troubling." If the mastermind dared to allow them entry, it indicated he possessed sufficient confidence to confront them, an exceedingly grim revelation. Dao Sansheng, with a stern expression, was known for his combative nature but was not devoid of intelligence. He could certainly grasp the implications of Lin Fang's thoughts. Drawing his treasured sword, he unleashed a razor-sharp sword aura towards the stone pillars, which anyone could surmise were the keystones of the grand formation. Yet, the unparalleled sword energy struck the pillars without leaving a mark, clearly indicating their extraordinary material. Dao Sansheng's action seemed to have triggered the formation. The runes on the 9 dragon pillars began to flicker, and an immense pressure descended from above, causing several individuals to emit muffled groans and spew blood. Feeling the oppressive force weighing upon them, Lin Fang spoke gravely. "What a formidable formation. It likely belongs to the lost ancient arrays. These 9 dragon beasts seem to have significant importance. Xiao, do you recognize them?" A lean man among them smiled wryly. "This formation is far too intricate. Understanding it will require time, though I wonder if the mastermind will grant us that." The enigmatic individual, however, was not keen on prolonging the night. He had awaited this day for far too long, and memories of the past surged within him, causing tears to well up in his eyes for the lives he had taken. "Brothers, I shall surely resurrect you," he gritted through clenched teeth, his sole obsession now. His fingers danced to form a unique seal, instigating a new transformation in the outer formation. The 9 stone pillars radiated a crimson glow, coalescing in space to form a massive blood cocoon. At the instant the cocoon materialized, the 9 dragon beasts appeared to lower their heads. "What is this ghastly thing?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, a voice reverberated through the ruins. Thud, 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 a sound reminiscent of drumming, yet inexplicably irksome. "Look there," someone shouted, pointing to the sky. As the crowd lifted their gazes, they noticed a heart seemingly emerging from within the blood cocoon, now pulsating with life. The thudding noise was that of the heart's beat. "I feel as though I've seen this scene before," Xiao murmured, an unsettling familiarity clawing at his memory, as if he had encountered this in some tome. The heartbeat echoed incessantly, amplifying the agitation in everyone's hearts. Unable to endure the discomfort any longer, one individual leapt to his feet, cursing, "What a cursed thing! Stop this sorcery and perish." With that, he charged towards the heart in the sky. Chapter 77. The Past? The heartbeat intensified, and the person rushing toward the blood cocoon suddenly let out a cry of agony, his chest exploding in a spray of blood, reminiscent of a crimson blossom. Simultaneously, anguished cries resonated around them as countless blood flowers erupted, enveloping the entire space in a thick, sanguine miasma. Feeling the violent throbbing within their chests, Dao Sansheng and his companions sensed as though their hearts were gestating another life, developing its own will, beyond their control. Thus, they exerted immense mental effort to suppress the changes within their bodies. Meanwhile, Lin Fang and his companions, upon entering the secret realm, observed the scenery shifting before them. They seemed to reappear at the entrance of the Xīyóu sect. In stark contrast to the desolation outside, the Xīyóu sect appeared vibrant and full of life, with several disciples in Xīyóu attire guarding the mountain gate. "Who goes there? State your name," the disciples demanded sternly. Lin Fang did not step forward to speak, but Xīyóu glanced at him before stepping forward, declaring, "I am Xīyóu of the Qinglian Sword Sect, here to pay my respects." "Qinglian Sword Sect? I've never heard of this sect," the mountain disciples replied, puzzled. However, upon observing the attire of Xīyóu and her companion, they chose to trust their words. "It seems you are here to observe our sect's disciple selection ceremony. However, small sects without an invitation can only watch from the plaza. Entry into the main hall is forbidden," the guarding disciples informed them. As they entered, they soon realized that the entire Xīyóu sect was abuzz with activity. Countless figures moving among the sect structures. The expansive plaza had gathered numerous members from various sects, but those present were all smaller sects lacking invitations, while the disciples of larger sects had long since entered the core of the Xīyóu sect. Truly the foremost sect, such grandeur and scale. "I wonder when our sects will reach such heights," an elderly man with a white beard sighed, gazing enviously around him. "Tian Xian, do not indulge in fanciful dreams. Achieving a status like the Xīyóu sect is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It is likely that in this lifetime, we shall not witness it," remarked another elder with a similarly aged visage. The elder named Tianxian nodded, a hint of melancholy on his face, only to suddenly notice a striking young woman gazing at him with astonishment. "Little girl, do you recognize this old man? Why do you stare so?" Xīyóu quickly averted her gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed as she replied, "I beg your pardon, elder. It is merely that you bear a striking resemblance to a senior I have met, which caused me to gaze a moment longer. I hope you can forgive my rudeness." Haha, who would have thought? In this vast world, there are countless faces, and it is common to find those who resemble one another. It is only natural for you to mistake me, for I possess an ordinary appearance. The elder Tianxian laughed heartily, displaying a carefree demeanor. His attitude elicited a radiant smile from Xīyóu, who, with a tone of genuine respect, responded, "Thank you for your understanding, elder. May you achieve all your aspirations." Haha. "Thank you, young lady." Elder Tianxian chuckled heartily in return. As the three awaited, they distanced themselves from the venerable elder Tianxian, hastily inquiring of their junior disciple, "Sister, have you heard of this elder Tianxian?" To which Xīyóu, somewhat taken aback, responded, "You haven't heard of him?" The young disciple, bewildered, shook his head. How could one so ancient be familiar to him? He is the founding patriarch of the Tianyi sect, a figure who has ascended to the celestial realm. Xīyóu sighed. "Ah." The junior disciple gasped, stealing a furtive glance at elder Tianxian before wryly remarking, "He doesn't look the part." Of course he doesn't. You see him in the form he took after his ascension, a youthful visage cultivated through his celestial body. Such an appearance is known only to a select few in the Tianyi sect. I chanced upon it during my last visit, she explained. Lin Fang, still observing the surroundings, cast a surprised glance at elder Tianxian. He had once encountered the portrait of the sect's founder at Gao's village, indeed depicting his youthful countenance. But it appeared that he had long since become a puppet. Could it be that the Xīyóu sect possesses the ability to reverse time, returning us to the past? He pondered, as the scene before them undeniably resembled their return to earlier days. In his attempt to converse with those around him, he discovered them to be remarkably articulate, their words brimming with wisdom, thus solidifying his suspicions that they had indeed traversed through time. Exchanging glances with his sister, he noted the fear reflected in their eyes. Such a formidable sect could be effortlessly cast down to the mortal realm by the nine heavens mystic maiden, a testament to the unfathomable power of the gods. However, Lin Fang remained skeptical of their conjectures. While there are indeed beings capable of reversing time, he was certain they were not from the Xīyóu sect. Had they possessed such power, they would not have been cast down. He began to utilize the power of his spirit to scrutinize the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Yet, deep within his intuition, he sensed that this place was not genuine. How intriguing. I wonder how this is achieved, he mused, captivated by the display of human ingenuity. This technique was nearly indistinguishable from reality. He wandered among the crowd, engaging warmly with each individual, gradually uncovering the truth. These artificial beings seemed to possess fragmented memories, leading to many nonsensical dialogues as conversations extended. Yet, the individuals remained oblivious to these discrepancies, continuing to speak animatedly despite their numerous inaccuracies. Eventually, when the boundary of their awareness was reached, they would resemble machines caught in a perpetual standstill. In stark contrast, the disciples of the Xīyóu sect exhibited a vitality that made them feel genuinely alive. Most importantly, Lin Fang sensed familiar waves emanating from them, the essence of their souls indicating they were indeed sentient beings. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, in the ruins, apart from a few members of the Qinglian sword sect who were struggling to hold their ground, the rest of the intruders had perished in the ensuing conflict. Perhaps having amassed sufficient blood and souls, the oppressive force emanating from the heart suddenly lightened. The blood cocoon radiated brilliance, and a drop of golden blood fell from the heavens, exuding an air of majesty and sanctity, instantly capturing the attention of several. This is the essence of a true dragon. Junior brother Xīyóu was the first to identify the origin of the blood. I understand now. This is the Nine Dragons illusionary formation. The mastermind intends to utilize the power of the Shandong dragon to turn falsehoods into truths, resurrecting the deceased, junior brother Xīyóu exclaimed, finally recognizing the formation's purpose. Yet it was too late. The array had absorbed sufficient blood and souls and began to activate. Under the influence of the true dragon's blood, it seemed a new life was gestating within the blood cocoon, its heart beating with vigor. What will happen next? Dao Sanqing inquired with curiosity. If my assumptions are correct, a dragon pearl is required. To reverse life and death, to render the intangible tangible, one must possess the Xīyóu dragon's pearl. The core of this formation is the sacrifice of a Xīyóu dragon, he replied. A dragon pearl? I never anticipated the Xīyóu sect possessed such a thing. Lin Fang remarked pensively. Despite the dragon clan's seeming insignificance in the journey to the west, their might is unquestionable within the realm of human cultivation. Moreover, due to the presence of the Dragon Palace and the Buddhist guardians, many dragons have allied with these two factions, which is why few true dragons roam freely across the three realms. Furthermore, the dragon clan, due to their dwindling numbers, is remarkably unified. Should they discover someone intent on slaying dragons, they would be met with the wrath of the entire dragon kin. A single dragon pearl symbolizes a deceased dragon. After all, the Xīyóu sect had initially aspired to ascend as an entire sect, so possessing a dragon pearl is unsurprising. Though junior brother Xīyóu spoke with a facade of nonchalance, the astonishment in his eyes was undeniable. Compared to the Xīyóu sect, the Qinglian sword sect seemed somewhat impoverished. Yet the thought that such a powerful sect could be easily cast down by the gods above, leading to their demise, sent shivers down his spine, filling him with immense reverence for the heavenly court. At that moment, a glimmer of light appeared in the void, revealing a peculiar dragon seemingly composed of white mist. Roaring skyward, beneath its neck, a resplendent pearl emitted a dazzling glow. The dragon pearl has arrived. The crowd exclaimed in awe. Now they were rendered powerless, the pressure from the formation immobilizing them. At this stage of the array, they lacked the strength to disrupt it, leaving them to helplessly witness the unfolding events. As the dragon pearl descended into the blood cocoon, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Before long, a young Xīyóu dragon emerged from its cocoon. Its body of vivid red and an overwhelming dragon aura instantly enveloped the entire ruins. The Xīyóu dragon had been resurrected. Can even the deceased true dragons be revived? Dao Sanxing questioned, gazing at the resurrected Xīyóu dragon. After all, life and death are the most profound boundaries in this world, and the existence of a creature capable of transcending this boundary was astonishing. The Xīyóu dragon is a rather unique breed, existing between reality and illusion, under certain conditions. It can indeed be brought back to life, junior brother Xīyóu explained softly. However, the cost is that the Xīyóu dragon's combat prowess is the weakest among all dragons. Yet, before the newly reborn Xīyóu dragon could celebrate its revival, 9 stone pillars erupted with extraordinary brilliance, transforming into iron chains that ensnared the dragon. The blood-red chains bore intricate runes, radiating a mysterious aura. The runes upon them fluctuated, and the Xīyóu dragon sensed its power waning. As a grand voice resonated through the air, echoing the ancient sacrificial rites. The primordial beings once used this very method to offer their most cherished quarry to the heavens, hoping for divine blessings in return. In that moment, the proud Xīyóu dragon became the sacrificial offering, gradually being accepted by the heavens amidst the continuous sound of sacrificial hymns. The runes on the 9 pillars began to shift, a vast expanse of white mist enveloping the entire ruins, and countless silhouettes appeared to manifest upon the earth. They were scenes from the once mighty Xīyóu sect, seemingly traversing the barriers of time, reappearing upon this land. As they beheld the sudden emergence of these figures, the spectators felt as if they had crossed through time, witnessing the once flourishing sect anew. That is, junior brother Xīyóu suddenly pointed into the distance. The onlookers followed his gesture and beheld 2 familiar figures, Xīyóu and the junior disciple, trailing behind Lin Fang. Impossible. This is an ancient scene. How could they be there? They wondered in disbelief. Could it be a passage through time? Unthinkable. If the Xīyóu sect possessed such abilities, they never would have been cast down to the mortal realm. As the Shen dragons were sacrificed, countless vengeful souls emerged upon the earth, each appearing dazed as they approached the apparitions of the disciples of the Xīyóu sect. In an instant, clarity returned to their minds. Isn't it true that I am already dead? The souls whispered in disbelief, gazing at their own bodies, their memories frozen in the moment of their demise. Yet, they were not truly resurrected, although their spirits and consciousness had merged. Without physical forms, they were akin to rootless duckweed, unable to withstand any tempest. However, soon the abundant vitality began to flood their bodies, gradually imbuing them with a semblance of flesh and blood. Have we truly been revived? The disciples of the Qinglian sword sect gasped in astonishment. Their understanding of reality shattered by the extraordinary scene before them. They had never imagined that a mortal realm could manifest such a miracle. The ability to reverse life and death was a power spoken of only in legends. Deep within the ruins, a mysterious figure wept uncontrollably at this sight. Kneeling on the ground with hands covering his face, uttering muffled sobs as tears streamed through his fingers. After so many years, it is finally coming to fruition. He murmured to himself, memories of the past flashing through his mind. Those familiar faces were to return, and he would no longer have to endure the solitude of this cold world. Regaining his composure, the mysterious figure gazed eagerly at the apparitions. Unable to contain his anticipation for the return of his old friends, the Xīyóu sect would rise once more, reclaiming its former glory. Within the ruins, the influx of vitality continued to surge into the souls, a vigorous life force gradually manifesting in their beings. While the disciples of the Xīyóu sword sect marveled at the reversal of life and death, they also pondered the immense sacrifices that must have been made by the mastermind behind this event. As all the vitality coalesced within the vengeful souls, the disciples of the Xīyóu sect, who had perished years ago, welcomed their second chance at life. They exchanged glances, tears streaming down their faces, for they understood that their sect's long-cherished plans had ultimately failed. The once greatest sect had faded into oblivion, and now they could only cling to the thread of survival. Chapter 79. Failure, but was the reversal of life and death truly so effortless? Before the mysterious figure could celebrate the rebirth of his brothers, the resurrected disciples sensed something amiss. Their vitality began to wane, their youthful faces aging in an instant, black hair turning to white. The passage of time manifested itself starkly in that moment. Time, the most fearsome force in existence, descended upon these resurrected disciples, and none could resist its relentless advance. They could only witness their own aging, their spirits gradually descending into chaos. The erosion of time was overwhelmingly potent, and in mere moments, these practitioners found themselves spiraling into frailty, confronting the inevitable specter of death. No, how could this be? Why is this happening? The mysterious figure roared in anguish, desperately urging the power of the formation. 9 stone pillars radiated brilliant light as countless streams of vitality surged from the depths, attempting to restore their lives. Yet, under the weight of time's power, all efforts proved futile. No matter how much vitality flooded their forms, it could not halt their aging and demise. This was a fate long predetermined, unalterable. Why? I had succeeded. The mysterious figure sat despondently on the ground, lifting his head in a daze, his eyes filled with confusion. Reviving his brothers had become his sole obsession, the very reason he had endured through endless years. Even with blood on his hands, even if his methods bordered on the demonic, he had persevered, for within him still flickered a glimmer of hope. One day, he believed, he would once again practice alongside his brothers in the sect, sharing laughter and conversation. Yet, in this moment, all hope crumbled, and the deepest despair of life engulfed him, to watch hope dissolve before his eyes, plunging his world into darkness. Meanwhile, on the surface of the ruins, the unrelenting march of time ravaged the newly resurrected disciples of the Xīyóu sect, who had not yet savored the sweetness of rebirth before they faced death anew. Sister, I have always loved you. I simply lacked the courage to express it, for you shone too brightly. An elderly man approached a silver-haired woman, a faint smile gracing his features. Fool, I have been waiting for you to say those words, waiting for so long, she replied. Ultimately, they embraced, welcoming their final demise. Perhaps this was a form of everlasting companionship after all. Countless souls bid farewell to one another. Having once tasted death, they no longer feared it as they once had. Unable to alter their fates, they chose instead to accept their ends with tranquility, witnessing the farewells of countless souls. The disciples of the Xīyóu sword sect were deeply moved by the transience of life and death, their hearts heavy with emotion. I am sorry, it is my incompetence. A wailing voice rang out as the mysterious figure suddenly emerged among the crowd. He fell to his knees, lamenting, and took upon himself the blame for failing to revive his brothers. It was unimaginable that a middle-aged man, one who had orchestrated such a grand scheme, could now be reduced to this state. The now-aged brothers encircled him, offering comfort with their hands to the man ensnared in profound despair. It is not your fault. You have already done enough. Look at the world you have created. It is your achievement. One consoled him. Indeed, we have all died once. Death is not as terrifying as it seems. These words of encouragement momentarily transported him back to better times. Yet gazing at the aged faces of his brothers, he could not suppress his tears. You have suffered so much over the years, they all spoke, encouraging the despairing man. They understood the immense burden of solitude he had borne through the long years for the sake of the Xīyóu sect. The group enveloped the middle-aged man, comforting him in their final moments, for he would have to continue alone in the years to come until death arrived. As time passed, these aged individuals departed this world with tranquility, their passing devoid of agony. Perhaps this was the final solace for the middle-aged man. Once all had returned to death, the middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, indifferent to the Xīyóu sword sect disciples standing beside him. He remained lost in the fleeting warmth of the moment, for it was the only light he had experienced in a long time. With the formation no longer maintained, it ultimately crumbled, and the Shin dragons in the sky had long been sacrificed. A dragon pearl fell from the heavens. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the void, grasping the falling dragon pearl. It was Lin Fang. The air trembled as Lin Fang, accompanied by Sister Xīyóu, emerged, surveying the chaos with a faint sigh. Ah, fate. His arrival immediately captured the attention of the crowd. The disciples of the Xīyóu sword sect were unaware of Lin Fang's true strength. But anyone who could survive in such a dire situation was undoubtedly formidable. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. The middle-aged man bowed deeply, his respect evident. He had surmised that Lin Fang had deliberately refrained from intervening, for with Lin Fang's power, his formation would have never succeeded. After all, Lin Fang had already uncovered the secrets hidden within the ruins. The path of life and death is the fundamental principle that governs the universe. The possibility of reversing life and death is but a fleeting chance, one that only exists in the earliest moments. Otherwise, the passage of time becomes an inexorable shadow. Lin Fang sighed, having anticipated this conclusion from the very beginning. I have been too greedy, the middle-aged man remarked with a bitter smile. Perhaps it is time to let go. With a resolute heart, he crushed a piece of jade in his hand, and immediately a violent tremor resonated through the ruins. The ground began to crack, and a colossal white dragon slowly emerged from the depths, its antlers resembling those of a deer, its head akin to a camel, its eyes like those of a rabbit, its neck resembling a serpent, its belly akin to a mythical beast, its scales reminiscent of fish, its claws like those of an eagle, its paws resembling those of a tiger, and its ears akin to those of an ox. Its enormous pupils fixated on the gathered crowd, and overwhelming pressure descended upon them, causing the members of the Xīyóu sword sect to feel as though a mountain were crushing them. They gritted their teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the dragon's oppressive might. Where is Xīyóu? The dragon's authoritative voice echoed within the ruins. The middle-aged man gazed at the dragon soaring in the air, an apologetic expression gracing his features. She perished at the moment of the sect's ascension, slain by the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens. The dragon's terrifying aura paused momentarily before it spoke again. So, she has already met her end. Esteemed dragon, the middle-aged man replied, my master instructed me before her passing to grant you your freedom and to convey her apologies. My selfishness has prolonged your bondage until today, thus, I leave your fate to your discretion. The dragon did not respond immediately but circled in the air for a moment before descending, transforming into a young man with crimson lips and white teeth, clad in a flowing white robe adorned with dragon patterns. A magnificent pair of translucent dragon horns crowned his head, and he exuded an ethereal grace, yet emanated a distinct authority. Humans are truly fragile beings. The young man mused as he walked barefoot upon the ground of the ruins, his silver hair billowing in the gentle breeze, resembling an immortal traversing the mortal realm. Lin Fang beheld this extraordinary dragon, feeling the majesty radiating from him, yet forming his own conclusions. This was a youthful dragon, perhaps not long matured, revealing the extraordinary longevity of the dragon race. It remained a mystery why this dragon willingly submitted to the servitude of the Xīyóu sect, and who exactly Xīyóu was in this context. His gaze soon captured the dragon's attention, and the transformed true dragon regarded Lin Fang with a hint of surprise, as if seeing the azure sky, white clouds, and verdant mountains, yet failing to perceive Lin Fang's form, refining the divine and reversing the void. The memories inherited from his bloodline allowed him to recognize Lin Fang's uniqueness, an anomaly that only appeared when a celestial being comprehended the great principles of the universe. The dragon had not anticipated encountering such a formidable presence in this place, for those who reached such realms were typically prominent figures, often secluding themselves within their sects to delve into the understanding of the heavenly principles, rarely venturing out. I did not expect to find someone of your caliber here, he said with a smile directed at Lin Fang. Fortuitous coincidence. Lin Fang replied with a smile. There is no need for you to concern yourself with my matters. Consider it a gift from our brief acquaintance. Life is fleeting, and I merely closed my eyes for a moment, and she had already departed this world. The dragon spoke softly to the middle-aged man, his words imbued with a profound sense of nostalgia, as memories of his first meeting with Yin Ryu flashed through his mind. At that time, he was but a young dragon, and Yin Ryu was merely a famished girl. Yet, these two seemingly unrelated individuals crossed paths due to a tempest and became good friends. For the dragon, who traversed the three realms alone, Yin Ryu was the first true friend he had ever made, accompanying him through a beautiful journey. Later, with the dragon's assistance, Yin Ryu successfully entered the prestigious Xīyóu sect, transforming from a crow into a phoenix. Under the dragon's protection, she flourished within the sect, rapidly ascending from a novice disciple to the sect's most esteemed disciple, thus altering her destiny, blossoming from a frail girl into a graceful beauty. However, during this time, the dragon remained in his youthful form, untouched by the passage of time, a testament to the difference in their races. It was then that Yin Ryu began to yearn for immortality, aspiring to ascend to celestial realms. Meanwhile, the higher echelons of the Xīyóu sect resolved to embark on a collective ascension, acquiring the legendary Xīyóu to establish a secret realm as a foundation for their ascension. Though the secret realm was created, it lacked core energy. Hence, they turned their gaze toward the white dragon, for as a member of the dragon race, he possessed innate magical prowess, and his formidable physique could continuously refine energy, rendering him an inexhaustible source. Utilizing the bond between the dragon and Yin Ryu, the Xīyóu sect successfully captured the still-maturing dragon, sealing him at the depths of the secret realm to serve as the energy core for its operation. Thus, the dragon fell into slumber, while the Xīyóu sect, having prepared everything, boldly initiated their ascension plan. The outcome, as one might expect, was catastrophic. The Xīyóu sect's audacious attempt at ascension provoked the Jade Emperor, leading the celestial maiden of the nine heavens to cast the sect down to the mortal realm, resulting in the dissolution of this once mighty sect, leaving no trace in the three realms. Yet, the dragon did not gain the freedom he deserved, bound by his own obsessions. The middle-aged man chose to continue sealing the dragon, using him as the focal point to shape the ruins, hoping to one day resurrect the deceased members of the Xīyóu sect. Ultimately, this endeavor proved futile, and only then did the dragon manage to free himself. However, what many would deem a tragic experience was, in the dragon's eyes, merely a bright spot amidst the long passage of time. Perhaps something he would later reflect upon with amusement. After all, he was innately disinclined to seek movement. Consequently, the middle-aged man did not encounter the dragon's wrath. He looked up in astonishment, seeing the dragon's face devoid of any discernible emotion. Seemingly understanding the chasm between humans and dragons, the middle-aged man's expression turned melancholic. Feeling utterly powerless, he gradually lowered his head, blood seeping from his lips as he lay quietly beside his fellow disciples. It became clear to the others that he had long since exhausted his strength, surviving all these years through the dragon's power, sustained only by the fervor of his obsession, which, now extinguished, allowed him to embrace his demise, perhaps the best conclusion for him. Simultaneously, a violent earthquake erupted throughout the ruins, no longer akin to previous tremors, but a genuine cataclysm. Countless spatial rifts manifested within the ruins, and terrifying spatial turbulence swirled, relentlessly obliterating everything. The ruins were on the brink of annihilation. The white dragon transformed back into its true form, soaring high above, impervious to the ravaging spatial chaos, a testament to the dragon race's indomitable physique. Xīyóu has yet to arrive, Dao Sanxin called out. After Xīyóu expressed her gratitude to Lin Fang, she hurriedly approached to stand beside her elders. Lin Qingyan produced a golden smallsword, chanting, "Swift." The golden blade instantly transformed into an endless stream of sword energy, soaring skyward, the fierce sword light cleaving through space, revealing a pathway to the outside world. "Let us depart." Dao Sanxin grasped the two younger disciples, and in an instant, they vanished from the ruins. In that moment, the vast ruins were left with only Lin Fang. Gazing at the chaos strewn about, Lin Fang shook his head with a smile and remarked, "It is a pity to see this hard-earned transformation meet such destruction." Summoning the glazed pagoda, he positioned it in the void, where it radiated a resplendent light. Lin Fang channeled his power into the pagoda, unleashing a tremendous gravitational pull. Countless fragments of the shattered earth were drawn into the pagoda, and before long, the entire ruins were emptied by Lin Fang. At that moment, only a clump of soil lingered in the fractured space. Upon seeing it, Lin Fang felt as though he beheld an endless expanse of land, a weighty foundation that bore all things. The soil of breath. Lin Fang's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, the Xīyóu sect possessed the soil of breath. With a gentle wave of his hand, the floating soil descended into Lin Fang's grasp. Sensing its profound essence, he broke into a joyful smile. This legendary soil could indeed create a piece of land, and with it, his glazed pagoda could ascend to new heights. Content with his acquisition, Lin Fang swiftly departed from the now desolate space. As a resounding crash echoed in his ears, the sound of the space's complete collapse. Returning to the shore, he found it devoid of any presence. After countless individuals were swept into the formation, none dared to approach this vicinity. After all, no one wished for death. The once vibrant lakeside had reverted to its former tranquility. Lin Fang looked up to see a barefoot youth dressed in white standing by the lake, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. It was the white dragon who had escaped the ruins. The white dragon stood at the water's edge, lost in thought as he gazed at the serene surface of the lake. Upon noticing Lin Fang, a hint of a smile broke through his tranquil expression. "You didn't leave?" Lin Fang inquired curiously. "In this vast world, I seem to have found myself without a refuge." The white dragon replied with a bitter smile. "I am naturally inclined towards tranquility, yet I am compelled to lead a life of turmoil. The only time I felt at ease was when I accompanied Xīyóu, but since then, I have remained in slumber. Now, reflecting on the vastness of the three realms, it appears there is nowhere for me to go." Lin Fang chuckled. "In this expansive world, there is nowhere one cannot go. Look at me, adrift and unanchored. Yet I have never felt as you do. May I inquire about your plans, then, as a wanderer without a home?" The white dragon asked, gazing curiously at Lin Fang, who wore a smile. "As for me, I suppose I shall focus on surviving for now. To be frank, I have offended the Buddhist sect and am currently on the run." "Buddhism?" The white dragon murmured, his mind flooded with memories of the sect. "Is it thrilling?" "Well, how should I put it? It is quite exhilarating," Lin Fang replied with a grin, though the white dragon's question piqued his curiosity regarding the peculiar tone of his inquiry. "May I accompany you?" the white dragon suddenly asked. Lin Fang was taken aback by this unexpected request and hesitantly replied, "You mean to follow me? Are you joking? I am currently a wanted man by the Buddhist sect. My life is uncertain, and you wish to accompany me? Have you been asleep for too long and lost your mind?" "Yes, I feel it would be quite interesting." The white dragon nodded affirmatively. "Do you realize what this entails? You should be well aware of the might of the Buddhist sect. Following me means you shall constantly be at risk," Lin Fang stated, pointing at himself earnestly. Yet, the white dragon seemed resolute in his decision to accompany Lin Fang, for reasons unknown that fueled his persistence. Nonetheless, this could be advantageous. With a powerful ally like the white dragon, should they encounter the Buddhist sect again, they would surely suffer a significant loss, as underestimating Lin Fang would lead them to pay a heavy price. Thus, Lin Fang and the white dragon forged a pact, vowing mutual support, an oath witnessed by heaven and earth, binding and unbreakable. When the white dragon appeared within the glazed pagoda, he was still astonished by the marvel of this artifact. The three little demons, who had been diligently cultivating on the first floor, displayed curiosity upon seeing the white dragon. "Welcome, welcome. We have a new companion." The little fox clapped its hands joyfully. The Bashan tiger, ever familiar, threw an arm around the white dragon's shoulders and boasted, "I am the Bashan tiger, the demon king who frightens the Buddhist sect. I see you are rather slender. Fear not, I will protect you." The white dragon regarded the boastful Bashan tiger with interest, feeling that his decision to join these peculiar little demons was indeed wise. Yet, the a.k.a. dragon furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the white dragon. For some reason, despite the youth's seemingly amiable demeanor, he sensed a hint of danger emanating from him. This instinct, rooted in his bloodline, had allowed the a.k.a. dragon to escape numerous crises in the past. At that moment, Lin Fang appeared slowly within the pagoda, observing the lively interaction among the group with a smile. "It seems you are all getting along splendidly." The white dragon also smiled, responding, "These little demons are quite interesting. Come, there is another on the second floor. Let me introduce you," Lin Fang said, leading the way to the second level. The white dragon followed closely behind. Turning back to the Bashan tiger, "By the way, my name is White Dragon." "White Dragon? What a splendid name. My brother is named a.k.a. Dragon. You are White Dragon. And we are truly destined friends." The Bashan tiger laughed heartily. The laughter echoed within the glazed pagoda, prompting the a.k.a. dragon to cover his face in exasperation. "Are you an idiot? White Dragon, White Dragon, he is literally a white dragon," the a.k.a. dragon exclaimed, delivering a punch to Bashan tiger's head in frustration. Upon the white dragon revealing his name, the a.k.a. dragon gazed at the crystalline horns adorning him, sensing the stirrings of his bloodline, and deduced the white dragon's true identity. Observing the Bashan tiger's oblivious demeanor, the Xīyóu dragon scolded, "He is a true dragon. Someone like you is not even worthy of being his toothpick. Do you understand?" The Xīyóu dragon nearly yanked Bashan tiger's ear in his fury. Is he truly that formidable? Of course. My brother Bashan tiger should indeed be that strong. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of being my brother? After all, I am destined to become a powerful demon king. Bashan tiger exclaimed, filled with self-importance. The Xīyóu dragon gazed at the exuberant Bashan tiger in silence, realizing he should never have held any expectations for this foolish creature. Unbeknownst to them, the white dragon walking up the staircase wore a faint smile. Chapter 82. A tour. What are you smiling about? Lin Fang, oblivious to the happenings below, inquired, somewhat puzzled by the white dragon's sudden smile. Nothing much, just recalling some amusing thoughts, the white dragon replied. As their conversation continued, they ascended to the second floor, where they beheld the white ape still seated before the relic. In the eyes of the white dragon, there appeared a radiant sword, imbued with the power to sever the sun and moon, bearing down upon him. The sharp aura posed a threat, even to the true form of the white dragon. What a terrifying sword energy! The white dragon exclaimed in awe. Though his time traversing the three realms had been short, the memories ingrained in his bloodline lent him considerable insight. In an instant, he recognized that the meditating white ape was a powerful sword immortal. The white ape, a seeker of the supreme sword path, Lin Fang succinctly introduced. The white ape opened his eyes, and a piercing aura erupted from them, dissipating only 3 inches from his body. Within this aura lingered a hint of causal power, causing Lin Fang to be inwardly alarmed. The white ape's strength had been rapidly evolving. Since acquiring the secret methods from Lady Wu, he seemed to have gained new insights into the path of causality. I am the White Dragon, an itinerant of the dragon tribe. The white dragon introduced himself with a smile. The white ape nodded lightly, acknowledging the introduction before closing his eyes once more, returning to his meditative state. Don't mind him. That's just his nature, a true cultivation fanatic, Lin Fang said somewhat awkwardly. Although he was diligent in his own cultivation, he felt particularly lazy in comparison to the white ape. The white dragon, seemingly unfazed, waved his hand and chuckled. Ah, such is true nature. How could I possibly be angry? I trust that my friend, the white ape, will undoubtedly deliver a breathtaking display. He was rather eager to witness the white ape's prowess, anticipating an amusing spectacle. After introducing everyone, Lin led the white dragon to continue exploring his treasure tower. On the 3rd level, a dragon pearl gleamed on the altar, radiating brilliant light. This was the sacrificial dragon pearl of the Xīyóu dragon, surrounded by swirling white mist that transformed into ethereal realms. How unfortunate this creature was. Once a scourge by the Eastern Sea, it encountered an unparalleled sword immortal who, with a single stroke, vanquished the Xīyóu dragon. The dragon pearl eventually found its way into the hands of the Xīyóu sect, unexpectedly becoming the focal point of a magical formation. Dead and resurrected, this fellow, the white dragon remarked, shaking his head, his tone laced with schadenfreude. I have heard that your dragon clan is known for its unity. Yet why do your words betray such indifference towards the Xīyóu dragon? Lin inquired with a smile. The Xīyóu dragon is rather peculiar within the dragon clan. It lacks a tangible form. Though it possesses a dragon pearl, it does not have the vital reverse scale. Thus, many of us do not consider it truly part of the dragon lineage, leaving its status somewhat awkward. They merely gained the title of dragons due to their allegiance to the dragon palace, the white dragon explained, and Lin began to understand the intricacies of the situation. The white dragon belonged to a reclusive sect of the dragon clan and did not concur with the dragon palace's decisions in his mind. The Xīyóu dragon was hardly worthy of being called a dragon. After finishing their tour of the 9-story pagoda, Lin led the white dragon to the bottom space, initially envisioned as a prison. However, as time progressed, this space transformed beyond his expectations, seemingly veering in an entirely different direction. Upon entering, the white dragon sensed a mysterious force enveloping him, gradually sapping his magical prowess. Ah, he exclaimed, keenly attuned to the force descending upon him. What an intriguing power. The white dragon remarked in genuine admiration. Fortune has favored me with a rare stone, and this power emanates from it, Lin explained with a smile. Looking up, a blazing sun hung high, its scorching aura reaching the white dragon, imparting a sense of dread. The white dragon scrutinized the sun, perceiving a terrifying force within, reminiscent of the legendary Samadhi true fire. Just then, a dreadful sound echoed, and a monstrous beast soared from the distance, radiating an aura of malice and slaughter. What is that? The white dragon expressed his astonishment, having never encountered such a ferocious creature in his memory. The creature, composed of countless living insects, exuded a horrific presence, seemingly the nemesis of all living beings, invoking visceral revulsion. The calamity beast lunged toward Lin and the white dragon, only to be encased in ice by an icy aura emanating from the white dragon. This marked Lin's first encounter with the white dragon in action. The chilling force was enough to freeze all in its path, the silent yet overwhelming power leaving him astounded. Lin was acutely aware of the calamity beast's formidable nature, yet it was swiftly rendered incapable of combat, highlighting the white dragon's profound understanding of the path of ice. However, the calamity beast was no ordinary foe. A sharp crack resonated as fissures appeared on the frozen form. The cracks widened, and soon, the creature shattered its icy prison, emerging anew. Yet, its form visibly shrank, indicating it had not escaped unscathed. Fear flickered in the eyes of the calamity beast, while Lin smiled slightly, and with a mere thought, summoned the sun's terrifying flames, engulfing the creature. This time, the calamity beast was truly afraid, as the relentless flames seared its body, causing its once massive form to dwindle. The surrounding mysterious force surged forth, and the calamity beast sensed its strength rapidly dissipating, wisely opting to flee. Observing the retreating creature, neither Lin nor the white dragon showed any inclination to pursue. What a fascinating being, composed of countless individuals, yet it has birthed a singular consciousness, the white dragon mused. He felt overwhelmed by the day's myriad surprises, further affirming his wise decision to accompany Lin. "Let us see the fruits of my labor," Lin said with a smile, leading the white dragon to another area. Soon, a sizable lake appeared before them, an intense aura of demonic energy wafting towards them. Such a familiar essence, if I am not mistaken. "It must be a carp that has attained enlightenment," the white dragon remarked with a grin. "This creature has quite the extraordinary origin, having emerged from the fish pond of Guanyin Bodhisattva on Mount Luojia, which is precisely how I ended up in conflict with the Buddhist sect," Lin chuckled softly, pointing to a specific spot in the lake. Although the Spirit King was desperately attempting to conceal himself, as the master of this space, Lin easily discerned his presence. Chapter 83, Transformation. The Spirit King hid amidst the waves, quietly observing the two hovering above. From the white dragon, he sensed a potent bloodline suppression that stirred an instinctual urge to submit. Having witnessed the dragon maiden by the Bodhisattva's side, he recognized the power of the dragon clan. The bloodline strength emanating from Lin, however, surpassed even that of the dragon maiden, suggesting an extraordinary lineage. Thus, the Spirit King wisely chose to remain concealed, refraining from revealing himself. Noticing the Spirit King's reluctance to engage, Lin displayed a hint of regret. He had hoped to test his own abilities. Yet the Spirit King was proving quite elusive. As they passed the lake, a radiant Buddhist light shone in the distance, accompanied by the resonant chants of monks echoing throughout the space. Countless devotees knelt beneath a colossal Buddha enveloped in divine light, reciting praises to the Buddha. The white dragon glanced at Lin, astonished. How could a man pursued by the Buddhist sect be in the presence of such a formidable Buddha? It seemed thoroughly incongruous. Lin, however, offered a rueful smile and said, "Look closely." Following his directive, the white dragon scrutinized the Buddha and soon realized that the radiant figure was not a fearsome Buddha at all, but rather a small paper figure devoid of features, adorned with mysterious Sanskrit, absorbing an endless stream of faith. Moreover, this paper figure was quite restless, scratching its head and fidgeting, appearing utterly comical. In stark contrast to the previous solemn and majestic Buddha, the white dragon was taken aback, despite possessing bloodline memories and an impressive understanding of the three realms. He could not fathom this peculiar paper figure. How could such a diminutive being exhibit such strength in this space? Observing the retreating calamity beast and the Spirit King, one could discern the fear instilled by the formidable Buddha. Should the Buddhist sect witness this scene, their faith would likely shatter. What on earth is happening? For the first time, shock appeared on the usually composed white dragon's face as he turned to Lin with curiosity. Lin, however, could only offer a wry smile and shrug. "If you ask me, I am equally perplexed." The transformation of the paper figure surpassed Lin's own comprehension, as if a series of coincidences had birthed this extraordinary entity. Haha. Truly fascinating. The vastness of the universe is filled with wonders. I have certainly gained much insight today, the white dragon remarked, satisfaction gracing his features, affirming his choice to accompany Lin as exceedingly wise. Lin chuckled and shook his head, still struggling to grasp the intricacies of the white dragon's thought process. But at that moment, He had more pressing matters to attend to. As a thought crossed his mind, countless fragments of earth surged from beneath the space. Remnants of the Xīyóu sect's ruins, now floating aimlessly in the void like unanchored weeds. What are your intentions? The white dragon inquired with a smile. Lin Fang produced the Xīyóu and cast it down, unleashing a tremendous force that began to permeate the space. Under this influence, the scattered remnants of Earth gradually coalesced. Centered around the Xīyóu, a brand new continent emerged in the void, albeit desolate and barren. The land, once soaked in blood, could not nurture even a blade of grass, having been tainted by sacrificial rites that rendered it lifeless. Lin Fang pointed to the earth, and the great sun suspended in the sky immediately radiated brilliant flames. The fierce fire engulfed the land, and the air thickened with the odor of blood. Drawn by the scent, both the slumbering beasts of calamity and the hidden spirit king could no longer remain still, revealing themselves to greedily inhale the emanating blood essence. Yet, the bloodshed upon this land was overwhelming. Countless streams of blood surged forth, forming a vast sea of crimson, tumultuous and rife with the stench of death. Upon witnessing the blood sea, the beasts of calamity, driven mad by its allure, swarmed around it, having decided this territory would henceforth be theirs. The Spirit King, unwilling to be outdone, perceived Lin Fang's lack of intent to eradicate him and joined the frenzy, revealing his true form as a carp and thrashing in the sanguine waters. Lin Fang, initially intent on annihilating the blood sea, felt an inexplicable sense of destiny, realizing its preservation held greater value than its destruction, thus abandoning his original plan. Endless light from the Buddha cascaded from the heavens, as paper figures accompanied by their followers descended upon the western expanse of the continent. The golden radiance enveloped the land, purifying the lingering resentments and gradually restoring the earth to normalcy. The Xīyóu began to exert its power. Vibrant green grass sprouted, and scattered pink flowers bloomed, infusing life into the once lifeless realm. The wonders of creation are indeed ineffable, Lin Fang murmured as he witnessed this scene. In that moment, he beheld the formidable power of the universe and grasped the profound truths embedded within the Xīyóu, gaining new insights into the paths of earth and life. The white dragon, surveying the newly birthed land, remarked, "This place still lacks certain elements." Transforming into his true dragon form, he summoned winds and rains, causing torrential downpours to descend, with countless droplets converging into rivers and lakes, ultimately forming a vast ocean in the east. As the winds ceased and the rains abated, a blazing sun hung high, its heat causing water vapor to rise and form clouds, restoring some semblance of normalcy to the space. This is indeed a splendid place for leisure. The white dragon nodded with a smile. Lin Fang chuckled and summoned the few individuals remaining in the tower. As they beheld the dramatically transformed landscape, the little demons gaped in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Such prowess was unheard of even among the former demon kings. Bashanhu and Xīyóu gazed at Lin Fang with deep admiration, firmly believing their leader to be unmatched in strength. However, they soon sensed something amiss with the world. Their magical powers seemed to be suppressed by an enigmatic force, reminiscent of the arduous task of refining the large azure stone. Yet, this predicament rendered their new abode rather inhospitable. Prolonged exposure would gradually deplete their inner powers. Lin Fang, perceiving the little demon's concerns, waved his hand gently, and a faint glow enveloped them. Instantly, they felt the mysterious force that had been sapping their powers dissipate, making the place akin to the outside world, prompting them to leap with joy. "I shall build a grand house here," Bashanhu declared with fervent gestures. Chapter 84. An encounter. His words reminded Lin Fang that he indeed ought to construct a residence here, facilitating the future cultivation of these little creatures. "Very well. I entrust this honorable yet arduous task to you," he said with a smile. Bashanhu puffed his chest with pride, but Xīyóu's retort felt like a bucket of cold water splashed over him. "You want to use your head for construction? There isn't a single tree in sight. What will you use for building? Besides, with your small stature, it would take decades to erect even a single house." Bashanhu jumped up in indignation. "Are you underestimating me? What is wrong with my physique? I'm quite robust." He thumped his chest, producing a resounding thud, but it was somewhat undermined by his shorter stature, which seemed incongruous with his formidable presence. Xīyóu chose to ignore him, yet his condescending gaze spoke volumes, igniting Bashanhu's ire as the two little demons began to bicker amidst the newly birthed land. Lin Fang manifested in the outside world as night fell. The sky was clear, and the moon shone brightly, as the forest seemed to reclaim its previous tranquility. With the practitioner's clamor absent, the animals regained their territory. And the symphony of nature resonated through the woods with the chorus of insects. Countless fireflies danced in the breeze, their emerald glow dotting the dark forest, creating an enchanting beauty that lifted the spirit. Lin Fang quietly savored this picturesque scene. The universe often reveals its unique beauty in the most unassuming moments, a rare delight found only when one distances themselves from the crowd and the clamor. Yet, uninvited guests soon disrupted this precious tranquility. A battalion of Buddhist soldiers escorted two figures into the now serene forest. Observing the vanished remnants of the lake, the guardian Xīyóu displayed a hint of regret, saying, "We arrived too late. It seems the Xīyóu has already been claimed." Faming, however, softly intoned a Buddhist chant, "This is a good fortune." The relic's master harbored ill intentions, and countless innocent lives perished. Our Buddha is compassionate. In truth, he was not here for the Xīyóu. His arrival was purely motivated by reports of a malevolent array established here, luring countless innocents to their doom. Moved by compassion, he came to exorcise evil and uphold justice. Seeing the relic dissipate without leaving a threat behind, he felt a sense of relief. In contrast to his calm demeanor, Xīyóu felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Vexed by the poor outcome of his expedition, the fiend he had vowed to capture had yet to be found, and he had initially intended to uncover the Xīyóu hidden here, hoping to atone for his failures, only to discover he was too late. Everything is but a fleeting dream. Xīyóu, why must you lament over the Xīyóu? Do not let greed consume you, Faming gently advised, sensing Xīyóu's impatience. Xīyóu nodded in agreement, yet internally he harbored resentment. You all only know how to glorify the Buddhist sect, oblivious to the fact that such glory cannot be achieved merely by words. Attracting followers, building temples, and nurturing monks each requires abundant resources. It's no wonder that this group of monks, fixated on arduous cultivation, fell victim to that fiend's manipulations. At that moment, someone spotted Lin Fang's figure and shouted, "It's him." The crowd followed the direction indicated by the Buddhist soldiers and swiftly discovered Lin Fang, standing by the lake, admiring the scenery. Xīyóu's face lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "Amitabha! Truly, the Buddha has blessed us. You have come to us willingly." In that instant, the regret of not finding the Xīyóu was cast aside. Capturing Lin Fang would rectify all grievances and losses. Lin Fang, however, merely offered a wry smile, realizing that fate had led him to cross paths with his adversaries once more after such a lengthy evasion. Yet, he felt little fear within. The Buddhist soldiers surged forth, and golden light illuminated the forest, transforming the area into a realm as bright as day. The Buddhist warriors are fervent zealots, unafraid of death, with their minds consumed by the desire to dedicate themselves to the Buddhist faith. Their bodies, transformed by the pool of merit, have long since become human-shaped weapons. Observing the relentless surge of these warriors, Lin Fang displayed a hint of impatience. These beings, neither human nor ghostly, were particularly irksome to him. Their resemblance to Taoist warriors was bothersome, and killing them would only lead to their rebirth from the pool of merit, creating an endless supply of soldiers. Engaging in prolonged combat would only result in his own exhaustion. Fortunately, after undergoing evolution, the glazed pagoda had developed methods to deal with such adversaries. Lin Fang held the glazed pagoda in his hands, and with a mere thought, a terrifying suction force swept away the surrounding Buddhist warriors, casting them all into the depths of the pagoda. He chose not to engage with Fa Ming and Xīyóu, turning to flee. The Buddhist faction was formidable, and if he lingered too long, reinforcements could arrive, making escape impossible. Fleeing is not an option, Xīyóu bellowed. Unwilling to let such a significant achievement slip from his grasp, he immediately unleashed a powerful strike, transforming into a colossal vajra and glaring fiercely as he hurled a punch towards Lin Fang. Seated on the second level of the glazed pagoda, the white monkey suddenly opened his eyes, raising the sword in his hand. A sharp sword chi, accumulated over a long period, surged forth, slicing through the glazed pagoda and colliding with the massive golden fist. A resounding crash echoed through the heavens as the sword light struck the Vajra's fist, emitting a dazzling brilliance. The two forces clashed momentarily before the piercing sword light broke through the Vajra's defenses. A cry of pain resounded as a massive wound appeared on the Vajra's hand, blood gushing forth. The intense agony forced Xīyóu to revert to his original form, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. The sword light exuded a familiar sensation, leading him to realize that it was the white monkey's attack, the same being he had previously battled. However, the sword chi he had encountered then was nothing compared to its current might. It had grown significantly stronger. Moreover, He sensed a mysterious force entwined with the sword light, making evasion impossible, an apparent force of causality. In just a few days, such a dramatic transformation had occurred. The protector Xīyóu scrutinized Lin Fang's image, wishing to engrave it in his memory, sensing that this man would inevitably become a formidable presence at Ling Mountain one day. "Are you all right?" Fa Ming inquired with concern. "It's not a major issue," Zhao gritted his teeth, "though this sword qi is a bit troublesome. It won't hinder future battles." Despite his words, the embarrassment of being forced back by a single strike in front of so many eyes weighed heavily on him. If this news reached Ling Mountain, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. Filled with indignation, he struggled to conceal his anger, his face flushed. Fa Ming shook his head slightly, observing that Zhao demeanor was far removed from that of a Buddhist monk. His greed and anger had overtaken the serenity expected of a true practitioner. Yet, this was not an isolated incident. As the Buddhist faction grew, more individuals at Ling Mountain had adopted similar traits. No longer satisfied with a life of simplicity, these powerful beings yearned for status commensurate with their strength, contradicting the original tenets of Buddhism. Consequently, many pure-hearted monks had resolutely departed from Ling Mountain, walking barefoot upon the earth and embodying the principles of Buddhism through their actions. They were known as wandering ascetics, often emaciated and gaunt, yet unmatched in their understanding of Buddhist teachings and the mysteries of the universe. Suddenly, Fa Ming felt a strong impulse to become a wandering ascetic himself. However, at that moment, he was unwilling to see Lin Fang escape, as the debt for the destruction of the Buddhist treasures had yet to be settled. Fa Ming hurled a purple-gold alms bowl into the air, and the bowl, inscribed with sacred scriptures, radiated a golden light, enveloping Lin Fang's form. A tremendous suction emanated from the bowl, attempting to draw Lin Fang within. "I am not Baisujan." Lin Fang laughed heartily, a subtle golden light flickering around him, causing the alms bowl to lose its direction and plummet into his grasp. "You fiend, still attempting to flee," Fa Ming declared solemnly, unwilling to let Lin Fang escape so easily. "Fa Ming, you are no Fa Hai, and I am not Baisujan. Your methods are still lacking if you wish to apprehend me," Lin Fang retorted with boisterous laughter, swiftly dashing northward. Fa Ming did not comprehend Lin Fang's words. He knew not who Fa Hai or Baisujan were. His singular focus was on capturing Lin Fang, the one who dared to destroy the Buddhist treasures, and bringing him back to Ling Mountain for repentance. Yet Lin Fang had no intention of surrendering. He weaved through the crowd with agility, effortlessly breaking free from the encirclement and heading north. "Stop him!" Zhao shouted in fury. Countless Buddhist warriors charged towards Lin Fang like a frenzy. As Lin Fang beheld the warriors with bloodshot eyes, he felt their unwavering resolve in the face of death. He found himself increasingly impressed by the Buddhist faction's indoctrination. However, he was no longer a mere pawn to be ensnared by sheer numbers. Even if these warriors were fearless, they could not thwart his escape. Summoning the glazed pagoda, a whirlwind ensued, and the oncoming Buddhist warriors vanished without a trace. Zhao rubbed his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the empty ground, perplexed as to the whereabouts of the warriors he had summoned. The glazed pagoda emitted a dazzling radiance, unleashing fierce flames, the samadhi true fire, capable of incinerating all in its path. Surging towards the two men, a colossal golden bell appeared to shield them from the raging fire, yet the indomitable nature of the samadhi true fire manifested, climbing up the bell and enveloping it. "Amitabha," Fa Ming murmured, forming hand seals as a great Buddha descended, dispelling the fierce flames. The two men looked around, yet Lin Fang was nowhere to be found. Seeing this, Zhao face drained of color. He had thoroughly failed, not only failing to accomplish his sworn mission but also losing a multitude of Buddhist warriors. Upon returning, he would have to face the music with the others at Ling Mountain. Yet at that moment, he noticed Fa Ming deep in thought, and a sudden idea struck him. He wished to shift the blame for this failed expedition onto Fa Ming. Thus, he donned a facade of a disingenuous smile and said, "Master Fa Ming, this failure arose solely from my actions. I wonder what your plans are moving forward?" Though he spoke thus, Zhao had already resolved to persuade Fa Ming not to return to Ling Mountain, thus creating space for his own maneuvering. Fa Ming's expression revealed a hint of melancholy. He had faced Lin Fang multiple times, only to see him escape each time. As time passed, he could sense Lin Fang's growing strength. "Amitabha, this humble monk intends to return to Ling Mountain to seek penance," Fa Ming declared solemnly. Zhao hurriedly interjected, "Master, you must not. This defeat is merely due to the cunning of the fiend. It is no fault of yours." Moreover, the vast Buddhist community. The duty of promoting the Dharma and transforming the world into a Buddhist realm requires high monks like yourself. How can we afford to abandon this great task over such a trivial matter? You must know that the minds of the Ling Mountain Brethren are currently unsettled. If we delay further, it would only hinder our Buddhist endeavors. Fei gazed at Xīyóu in astonishment, unsure of the meaning behind his words. This matter is fundamentally my responsibility, and it is I who should seek penance at Ling Mountain. I understand that you have a significant mission to fulfill. So why not depart now and redeem your merit? There are matters here that I can handle, Xīyóu asserted with righteous indignation, resembling a martyr. Fei regarded him with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that the typically self-serving Xīyóu could display such a noble disposition. It became clear to him that one must not judge others too superficially. Deeply moved, he quickly replied, "But how can this be permissible?" Xīyóu, however, restrained him, saying, "I am responsible for external affairs. Should blame fall upon me, it would merely involve the continued pursuit of this demon, which suits my purposes well. It is best for the master to prioritize the greater good." Upon hearing this, Fei ceased his insistence. After bowing respectfully to Xīyóu, he set forth toward the east, where he intended to propagate the teachings of Buddhism, establish temples, and guide the faithful. Xīyóu watched Fei's retreating figure, a sly smile creeping across his face. Fei, this naive monk, was still too innocent. He had easily fallen for Xīyóu's sweet words. Had it been someone seasoned in the world, they would have discerned Xīyóu's ulterior motives at once. Yet Fei remained convinced that Xīyóu was solely dedicated to the public good, choosing to ascend Ling Mountain for the sake of disseminating Buddhist doctrine. Curse that wretched demon. Just wait, I shall surely vanquish you next time. The humiliation inflicted upon him by Lin Fang ignited a fury within Xīyóu, causing him to grit his teeth in rage. In a flash, he vanished into the dense forest, making his way directly to Ling Mountain. Atop Ling Mountain lies the Pool of 8 Treasures, where the souls of believers, upon their passing, dive into the sacred pool, transformed by the power of faith into celestial warriors residing on Ling Mountain.